In this world, there once existed a warrior and a demon king. The warrior was recognized as the hero who fought for the empire, while the demon king, the absolute ruler of the demon realm, was the very one who demanded this battle. The balance of the world revolved around their clash. The warrior had received power directly from the world itself with a single purpose: to eliminate the demon king. On the other hand, the demon king existed to annihilate the warriors who dared to challenge him. Thus, the two forces clashed repeatedly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, other races, such as humans and elves, tried to organize themselves to aid in this war. However, it was also revealed that there were those who served the demon king with unshakable loyalty. During one of the battles, one of these loyal servants sent a human flying with a single kick, causing panic among the others present. These faithful servants were no ordinary beings. They were the commanders. Officially, there were 12 platoons, each led by one of these commanders, known for their brutality and for being the most powerful warriors in service to the demon king. Their goal was clear: to completely destroy the human race. It was said that, in battle, they were practically invincible. Yet even they could not face the warrior on equal terms, and even the most confident among them hesitated to engage him directly. Despite that, the warrior's fate was sealed. He met his death at the hands of the commander of the Zeroth platoon, a demon named Arut. Known as the Demon King's Joker, Arut was the hidden card, the most precious talent at the disposal of the Dark Throne. Shortly after the hero's death, something unexpected happened. A letter of resignation was left on the Demon King's desk, leaving him utterly confused. The king couldn't understand what was happening until Arut appeared and calmly declared that he intended to leave. In shock, the Demon King broke the quill he was holding and stood up abruptly, scattering papers all over the room. One of those papers even hit Arut's face, but he remained calm. The king, desperate, asked if he truly had the courage to turn his back on him, and in a dramatic gesture threw himself at the commander's feet, begging him not to go. The Demon King was visibly shaken. He wanted to know why Arut was doing this. He even wondered if someone in the castle had disrespected the commander, if they had discriminated against him for being human, or if he had been treated unfairly. But in truth, the reason was something else. Although Arut was human, he possessed power superior to that of all other commanders. He was so admired, so feared, and so respected that no one dared challenge him. The king knew this, and that was why he could not comprehend why Arut, his greatest trump card, wanted to leave. Arut, however, clarified that his subordinates had done nothing wrong. This only left the king even more confused. He tried to interpret the commander's expression, but could not understand what was going through his mind. Then Arut, calm and direct, asked if the king intended to kill him. The king was outraged by the idea, saying that he would never do such a thing. He was only trying to understand the situation, shaking the commander's arm in desperation, suggesting that perhaps it was because he had not been sending Arut to the battlefield recently. He knew the commander loved to fight, but his injuries prevented him from continuing at that moment. Trying to calm the situation, Arut asked the king to relax. However, at that moment, a drop of blood trickled from Arut's nose. The king panicked when he saw it and screamed for help, ordering that the doctor be called immediately. He kept repeating that there was a sick patient there, desperate for an answer. Later, the doctor stood beside Arut, treating him with magic. This was Ben, the personal physician of the demon commanders. The king anxiously asked about the commander's condition, and Ben explained that the problem was a result of internal injuries suffered by Arut during his battle against the warrior. They were severe side effects, and Arut's condition was deteriorating. The demon king, impatient and frustrated, replied that he had not summoned Ben just to hear that Arut was dying. He wanted a solution, a definitive cure. He said that if Ben failed, the consequences would be grave. The doctor, already used to such threats, assured him he would do everything possible. The conversation ended there. The king ordered everyone to leave and said they would talk later. Meanwhile, Commander Arut, also known as the commander of the Zeroth platoon, was escorted back to his quarters, as the Demon King had ordered. Everyone obeyed in silence. Dr. Ben held Arut's hand and firmly began to lead him away from there, saying that he would personally escort him. Since the situation was serious, they placed Arut on a stretcher, and everyone who witnessed it looked visibly worried. They whispered among themselves that he was the Demon King's favorite and could not understand what was happening to him. As he was carried away, Arut was lost in his own thoughts. He felt completely trapped. All he wanted was to retire, to live a peaceful and comfortable life, enjoying the money he had saved over the years. But that seemed impossible. Everyone believed that he had killed the warrior and treated him as someone incredibly powerful. For that reason, they placed him on bed rest, lying down with a damp towel on his forehead, as if they were caring for the greatest treasure in the castle. However, Arut knew he was not the feared and legendary being everyone imagined. He was, in truth, Dion Hart. And contrary to what they said, he was not an extraordinary talent. Quite the opposite. He was, in fact, the weakest person in that entire castle. His body was fragile, born human, vulnerable to even the slightest physical or emotional stress. Yet he had somehow become the commander of the Zeroth Platoon, considered the most powerful among the Demon King's subordinates. It was all part of a great misunderstanding, sustained by appearances and rumors. The supposed effects of his battle against the hero were merely a convenient excuse. In reality, he knew that if anyone ever discovered the truth about his weakness, he would be killed without mercy. Amid those thoughts, Dion was suddenly startled and realized that he needed to escape. He was being kept there as a toy by those demons, and if he wanted any freedom, he had no choice but to flee. While he was thinking about it, the door to his room suddenly opened. Eddie, one of the few demons he trusted, rushed in, worried about the commander's condition. Dion asked if it was really him, and if he had already returned from the human realm. Eddie confirmed that he had, and brought with him an object called the Mirror Cube, though he didn't know exactly what it was for. For Dion, seeing Eddie was comforting. He was one of the rare demons with whom he truly felt at ease. Eddie often visited the human world and returned with small trinkets to entertain Dion and help him endure the boredom of life in the castle. But at that moment, Eddie seemed far more worried about his friend's health than about any gift. He said he had heard that Dion had fainted, and that had alarmed him deeply. With a faint smile, Dion tried to reassure him, saying that he was feeling better now and that it had been his own fault. However, Eddie refused to accept that. He insisted firmly that Dion had saved the entire demon race and should not blame himself. Dion, however, knew that wasn't true. He was well aware that he hadn't been responsible for such a thing. The conversation took a different turn when Eddie mentioned that if Ben didn't find a solution soon, he could end up being punished with torture. Dion reflected that, in the end, Eddie, kind as he was still a demon. Even so, he deeply valued the concern Eddie showed him. He reassured his friend that he would rest as ordered, and Eddie seemed satisfied. Dion thought that demons like Eddie were rare, and he appreciated that kind of bond. He also recognized that the Demon King treated him well, perhaps even too well, and he only hoped that the king wouldn't misunderstand the whole situation and do something foolish out of worry. Meanwhile, in the castle tower, the Demon King was carefully examining the letter left by Dion. He still couldn't fully comprehend what was going on. He muttered to himself that it was impossible to read Arut's expressions, impossible to understand what he was thinking. Even so, he couldn't forget the moment they first met. At that time, the king had stood before the body of the former human warrior, while all the demons around him wondered who had been responsible for defeating him. A young man had emerged from the wreckage of the explosion that had devastated the battlefield, and despite facing such overwhelming power, he had survived. The king looked directly at him and asked for his name. With courage and composure, he replied that his name was Dion Hart. In that instant, the Demon King saw something rare. He thought that such loyalty and bravery should not be wasted, and believed that someone like him should not die without meaning. Since then, the Demon King had begun protecting him intensely. He even admitted to himself that he had recently become overly protective of him, but he couldn't risk sending him on another dangerous mission again. Until one day, Dion Hart came across another document that caught his attention, and that led him to order an immediate meeting with all the commanders. He instructed that everyone be summoned, as that document would surely make one of the demons very happy. Dion could already feel the tension building, and later he was in a terrible mood because the king had summoned him right in the middle of his break. He thought it was always like that. They told him to rest, but soon after, they called him back for meetings. He hated those gatherings, especially because they meant standing face to face with the king, which was terrifying enough, and being surrounded by all the commanders at once made him feel like he was walking straight to his death. His subordinates noticed that Dion wasn't feeling well, and he realized he needed to change his expression. He thought he wasn't even close to being on the same level as the other commanders, so it was better not to provoke any of them. Meanwhile, other demons whispered among themselves, recognizing him as the human everyone talked about. One of the demon women said it was the first time she had seen him in person, while another said that his story was impossible to forget. They recalled the day he killed the warrior and introduced himself as Arut, a name impossible to forget. But Dion thought that wasn't true. What he had said that day was his real name, Dion Hart. The demons were startled, thinking they had offended him, but Dion was only thinking that he hadn't killed anyone, that he was weak, and that those rumors were only making his situation worse. The only advantage in all of this was that no one dared to mess with him, but if the truth ever came out, he would be killed instantly. That's why he needed to escape that place, but for now, he would just pretend to be confident. He walked toward the meeting room, where the guards became visibly nervous at his presence. Dion thought he needed to act like the commander of the Zeroth Platoon, so he simply ordered them to open the door. They soon announced that the commander of the Zeroth Platoon had arrived, and the king reacted by saying that finally, he was there. Dion wondered what exactly was going on. The commander of the first platoon, Jakar, said that Dion's seat was beside the king. The commander of the third platoon, Asilda, observed that Dion looked weak, but since everyone said he was so strong, he started considering the idea of a duel. The other two, Idalia and Belatan, commanders of the 4th and 6th platoons, also made comments. Belatan asked why Dion had arrived so late, while Idalia said he probably had a good reason. Soon after, Lillinell, commander of the 11th platoon, became visibly irritated by the chatter about the commanders, as she took such matters very seriously. Dion sat down and wondered why so many commanders were gathered. The atmosphere was extremely uncomfortable for him. The king asked how he was feeling, and Dion replied that he was better, apologizing for the delay. A servant approached and served him a glass. Without showing emotion, he felt genuinely happy, because he really liked the wine of that realm. It was practically the only good thing there. However, when he took a sip, he realized it wasn't wine. He muttered something, confused, and the room fell silent. He commented that it seemed everyone had received wine except him, and began to suspect that they were discriminating against him. The king ordered him to stop, saying that he himself had commanded that no wine be served to Dion. Surprised, Dion asked the reason for that decision, and the king responded sarcastically, making him wonder whether they were trying to save alcohol or if they had discovered something about him. He began to suspect that this meeting was, in fact, his death sentence. The king told him to calm down, saying that the meeting was taking place because of him. At that moment, Dion thought he was truly doomed. The king then ordered Commander Belatan to present his report. Belatan stated that the 12th platoon was still protecting the village, but at some point, the number of creatures began to increase exponentially. Therefore, the platoon now urgently needed reinforcements, as half of the small village had already been wiped out. Although the other half of the village had been evacuated to a large walled city, it was only a matter of time before they were attacked as well, so they needed immediate help. Some commented that this was the reason the 12th platoon had gone missing. They had been defeated by mere creatures. Dion Hart was also surprised, to be honest. It was explained that the demonic creatures were a species created alongside regular demons, but unlike them, they possessed no rational thought, driven only by primal instincts and desires. In other words, they were considered failures. Dion reflected that they had indeed been defeated by those creatures, but he wondered what that had to do with him. Belatan commented that every day was a different war, as many of those creatures were still scattered across the world, and the reason for their continued existence remained a mystery. The king remarked that it made sense, since the warrior who once controlled those creatures was now dead. With that, others began to comment that the one responsible for killing that warrior had been the very commander present, referring to Dion. Dion began to suspect that the entire meeting was actually just an excuse to blame and condemn him. He thought to himself that he had never killed that warrior, and that the Demon King had already been looking for a reason to execute him anyway. The responsibility wasn't his, which is why he gave the king a serious look, waiting for him to speak. The king returned the gaze, thinking that Dion's eyes were filled with determination. Then the king said that no one should worry, because Arut himself would provide the necessary reinforcement. Dion was confused upon hearing this, not understanding how that could be possible. The king, on the other hand, believed that Dion was pleased with the decision, judging by his expression. Belatan found it surprising how lightly the king was treating the situation, as if he were confident that Arut could do what an entire platoon had failed to accomplish. He began to wonder just how powerful that man truly was, and how much faith the king had placed in him. Dion replied that he wasn't sure he had fully recovered from his wounds yet, though deep down he simply didn't want to go. Asilda remarked that maybe he just didn't want to take part in the mission, but Jakar disagreed, saying that if it were any other commander, he would think the same way. According to him, the demon commander was merely suppressing his thirst for battle to rationally evaluate his condition. Azael then asked if that was true, finding it impressive. Jakar admitted he still didn't fully trust Arut, but he saw him as a model commander. Asilda, on the other hand, thought that man was indeed powerful, and now she wanted to fight him even more. The king said there was no need to push himself too hard, as he didn't want Dion to engage in direct combat. He only wanted him to oversee the operation, something that didn't seem too difficult. But Dion thought otherwise. He believed it was indeed difficult, and he knew he never would have accepted to go, yet that wasn't the right moment to refuse. So he declared that he had made his decision and would accept the mission, all the while thinking that this was the perfect opportunity to escape that place. Later, already leaving in a carriage from the demon realm, Dion reflected that he had ended up in that situation because he got caught. He had been trying to flee, and because of that, his departure was moved up. The king had caught him packing his things and interpreted the scene as enthusiasm. He said that if Dion was that eager to fight, he could be sent off earlier. Dion, keeping up appearances, replied that he could hardly wait to leave. Dion Hart thought he couldn't reveal his true objective, which was to escape to the human empire. Not that life there was much better. In the empire, there was that crazy emperor who had sent him to deal with the Demon King, and also his older brother, who despised him and wanted him dead. Even so, maybe it would be better to face that than to stay surrounded by such powerful demons. Trying to stay positive, Dion decided to look on the bright side. He had heard the 12th Platoon was very competent, especially because of Eddie. If he just showed a bit of authority, the rest of the work would be done by them. Eddie was working on the defenses with another soldier, while Dion thought he really wouldn't have to put in much effort. The Demon King himself had said not to overdo it. With that in mind, Dion decided to enjoy a bit of time for himself. He rummaged through his small item bag and found a bottle of special wine from the Demon Kingdom, produced exclusively there. He had stolen that bottle at the end of the last commander's meeting and thought that, since death might be near, he could at least enjoy one last drink. He drank straight from the bottle and felt a rare sense of satisfaction, thinking it had been a long time since he felt so alive. Meanwhile, Eddie noticed that his commander was unusually quiet. He wondered if Dion was feeling down because of the recent incident. He remembered the moment when the commander was about to get into the carriage and a demon approached, saying he understood Dion wanted to ride a horse, but for the sake of his health, it would be better to stay inside the carriage. Dion hadn't understood that suggestion, but simply agreed and entered. Eddie thought that had saddened him. He believed his commander wanted more freedom, and if it were up to him, he would let him do whatever he wanted. Of course, the Demon King would scold him for it, but he was willing to accept that. Before Eddie could think any further, someone called out to him and warned that they were approaching the village, which was already in flames. There were dead demons everywhere. Eddie concluded that the creatures had arrived first, but he believed they hadn't gone very far. However, before they could even start searching, the creatures appeared. Eddie wondered if they had been waiting for them and ordered everyone to prepare for battle, declaring that they would fight for their commander. The battle then began between the demon soldiers and the creatures. Although the soldiers didn't seem as strong as their enemies, the fight overall went reasonably well. Eddie noticed that there seemed to be no end to those creatures. In a brief moment of distraction, he was suddenly attacked by a werewolf and realized he had let his guard down. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's office, Jakar asked if the Zeroth platoon would really be enough to deal with all those creatures. The king replied by asking if he was referring to the group's strength. Jakar explained that there were too many creatures out there and that perhaps reinforcements should be sent. The king assured him that it wasn't necessary, since he trusted that the Zeroth platoon was strong enough. And in the worst-case scenario, if the situation became critical, there was always Dion. Back in the village, Dion Hart suddenly appeared, slicing the werewolf's neck with precision. Blood splattered violently everywhere, and Eddie, relieved, called out to his commander. When he tried to approach, Dion's blade came dangerously close to his face. Dion glared at him and asked if he was an enemy too. Eddie was shocked and wondered if that was how a drunk person behaved. He replied that he wasn't an enemy, to which Dion confirmed that the real enemy then was that werewolf. Immediately after, he was punched so hard that he was thrown against the village wall. Eddie was deeply worried to see his commander coughing up blood and covered in wounds, but even so, Dion insisted that the werewolf was the enemy. He charged forward with fury, delivering multiple strikes against the creature. When other monsters appeared to attack him, he slaughtered them all with ease. Madness had completely taken over. Although he still had enough sanity to distinguish allies from enemies, Dion Hart was utterly psychotic, killing every creature he saw. The platoon was terrified by what Dion Hart was doing. It was hard to believe that this was their real commander. Meanwhile, Dion thought about not leaving a single enemy's body intact. He felt that it was his turn to fight. Determined, he vowed that he would not stop cutting until every enemy was dead. He wanted the enemies to fear his name, for that was the only way he had found to survive in that world, being the weakest among so many powerful beings. While the battle raged on, in the Human Empire's throne room, a messenger was reporting about the Zeroth platoon. He explained that a soldier patrolling the Demon Kingdom had informed them that the platoon's commander had joined the war against the creatures. According to the report, he was truly strong and ruthless, said to be the most talented among the demons. Emperor Eduardo Desert listened carefully and said that the commander reminded him of a certain person. He remarked that if this was the path the Demon Kingdom had decided to take, the Empire could not simply stand by and watch. He declared that he believed he had the right person to handle the situation and asked the messenger himself if he was willing to take responsibility and bring honor to the Empire. The messenger humbly accepted the order, and Eduardo said that was excellent, for he needed to become that kind of talent. It was then explained that during the 8-year war, much blood had been shed for the glory of the Empire. Soldiers on the front lines had sacrificed themselves honorably for the cause, but Dion remembered that place well. To him, those people were nothing more than flesh shields abandoned by the Empire itself. That battlefield had been a true hell where he had risked his own life. He hadn't fought out of patriotism, but simply because he didn't want to die. He had never asked for any of that, but he wasn't willing to give up either. He fought, he survived, and he did what was necessary. Dying was never an option. He would survive because one day he would still have his revenge. Suddenly, Dion woke up. He wondered what kind of strange dream that had been. He only knew that he was badly injured. Looking around, he realized he was in a room, with Ben and Eddie at his side. Eddie told him that he had been asleep for an entire day, while Ben said he had taken care of him during that time. But when he returned, Dion's body was completely covered in blood. Dion didn't understand what they were saying and asked how he had ended up there. Eddie explained that the hunt had been a success, but the survivors had fled in panic. During the fight, Dion had lost consciousness and was taken to the castle for treatment. Eddie apologized, feeling that if he had been stronger, he could have done more. Dion wanted to confirm whether the mission had really ended, but soon fainted again. Ben commented that he was probably suffering from short-term memory loss, which made sense since he had been severely injured after a creature had thrown him against a wall. Confused, Dion asked if that meant he had really lost his memory, until flashes from the previous night began to surface in his mind. He remembered drinking too much and taking too many blows. Then he thought that it wasn't just memory loss. He must have gone into a frenzy because of the alcohol. But Ben stated that the mission had been a success because Dion had annihilated all the enemies. Dion downplayed the situation, saying he hadn't done anything remarkable, and asked if everyone was all right. Eddie explained that he had to handle the whole situation himself, but he didn't seem to mind. On the contrary, he said Dion had been phenomenal, cutting down every creature he saw. Ben, however, warned that even though he was that powerful, Dion was still recovering and needed to take it easy. He told him to take good care of himself. Dion, on the other hand, thought it didn't make sense. He felt he didn't have enough power to kill even a single creature, but Eddie insisted that they were there because of him and would continue to fight for him. Dion thought he needed a break because all of that was making him extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, Idalia and Isilda entered the room. Idalia commented that she had heard he had woken up, while Isilda responded in a lower tone, reminding her that he was still recovering. Even trying to keep her voice calm, Idalia pointed out that Isilda had spoken louder than her. Isilda replied that this was just her way of speaking, and that she was there to pay respect to the commander. Then Jakar appeared and told them both to be quiet, saying that if they were only there to check on the commander's condition, they should do that and leave, because they were making him uncomfortable. Isilda apologized, calling him the demon commander, while Dion wished from the bottom of his heart that he could send everyone away. He wondered why there were so many demons in his room. Isilda, seeing the expression on Dion's face, thought he was still tense from the previous mission. Jakar said he understood how Dion felt, but asked him to avoid any kind of fight inside the castle and not to kill anyone. Dion was startled by that, wondering what that talk about killing was supposed to mean. He felt incapable of killing anyone and knew that if they ever found out how weak he truly was, no one would have mercy on him. Even so, he thought that maybe showing mercy could make them work for him in the future. The problem was that his gaze was too dark, which didn't help. He then admitted that he was angry but told himself that he needed to choose his words carefully. That choice of words only made the other commanders even more tense. Despite that, he stated that feeling anger didn't mean he had to act violently, and that sometimes the best path was to show mercy. Even if someone lied to him or was weaker, they still deserved pity. Dion thought his speech had worked, but he noticed that everyone looked even more nervous. They asked if he had understood, and he wondered if he had sounded too demonic for a human. Jakar thought that his way of apologizing was frightening. Soon after, Jakar mentioned that he had heard the mission had been a great success and praised Dion's good work. Idalia, already cheerful again, said that the entire castle was talking about his heroic act since he had defeated half of the creatures by himself. That made Dion feel nauseous, and when she asked if he was all right, he said yes. Inside, he wondered what was going on, since he didn't remember doing any of that. He suspected they were spreading false rumors, and that he might be getting credit for other people's work. He looked at Eddie, who seemed very proud, and wondered why he had that expression on his face. Isilda, impressed by what she had heard about Dion's performance, said she had come there to make an informal request. That worried Dion, who didn't like the direction the conversation was taking. Isilda suggested that once he was fully recovered, they could have a duel. Dion was surprised to realize that the third commander and personal bodyguard of the king wanted to face him. He asked if that request was serious, and Isilda replied that it would be a valuable experience. She might even learn something from him. Jakar agreed, saying it would be interesting, especially because Dion hadn't fought anyone since becoming a commander. To him, it was a great chance to witness the new commander's skills firsthand. Idalia thought it would be an exciting duel to watch, but Isilda told her not to interfere. Dion, hesitant, realized that everyone was staring at him as if they already expected him to accept immediately. This was madness, he thought, because Isilda seemed like the kind of opponent who could break him with a single punch. Even so, he replied that it would be better not to accept, since the battle against the creatures was still fresh in his mind, and there was a real risk of dying. He tried to justify himself by saying it wasn't out of weakness, but he couldn't find a good excuse. Isilda asked if he was backing down, which made Dion even more uncomfortable. Jakar commented that he was impressed, saying that even when facing another commander, Dion still showed confidence by claiming to be concerned for his opponent's safety. The two locked eyes, and Dion thought that wasn't exactly true. When Isilda asked if that was the real real reason, Dion didn't confirm, but Jakar concluded that he had refused the duel to protect Isilda so that he wouldn't die facing Commander Zeroth. Isilda was taken aback by that, wondering if Dion was really that confident in his own strength, to the point of protecting him. The commander, who had been so sure of himself moments ago, now didn't know what to think. He began to reflect on the level of confidence that man possessed, and started to understand why he was considered the Demon King's greatest talent. Isilda admitted that it hurt his pride, but confessed that he wasn't sure he could win. For that reason, he decided to drop the idea of the duel. He said it didn't affect his pride, and that he was truly grateful for the answer he had received. Dion, surprised, wondered if Isilda had really accepted all of that so easily. Eddie thought his commander was truly incredible, able to earn anyone's respect. Dayon, on the other hand, had no idea what had just happened, but somehow it had worked. However, Isilda said he hadn't completely given up and hoped Dayon would reconsider the duel, claiming he wouldn't die that easily. Dayon, desperate, wished he would just give up for good. Isilda, more excited than ever, said that now that he had made a pact with another commander, he felt even more motivated. He announced that he would go train and spend the entire day doing it. Dion tried to argue that there was no need to go that far, but Jakar only commented that he was already gone. Jakar said that Isilda wouldn't get that idea out of his head anytime soon, but at least he had left. And that was something positive. Idelia remarked that he was always so noisy. At that moment, Dion began to feel dizzy. Eddie rushed to help him, apologizing to the other commanders and explaining that he needed to rest. Jakar agreed and wished Dion a quick recovery. Idelia also said goodbye, wishing him well. But Dion could only think of one thing. He needed to get out of there, to escape that place, to disappear. Jakar then asked if, after he fought Isilda, he could be the next opponent. He said he was looking forward to it. That was when Dion practically collapsed, fainting on the spot, and in his mind there was only one certainty. He had to flee from that castle. Later, Dion went out to get some fresh air and thought about how exhausted he was. The visits never stopped. Eddie was there all the time, Ben showed up constantly, and even Isilda, after training, appeared frequently. He couldn't understand what was wrong with those people. He just wanted a little peace. Irritated, he kicked a rock that accidentally hit someone. A demon complained, asking who had done that, but when he saw who it was, he immediately froze in fear. Dion realized what had happened and thought he had messed up by hitting someone. They quickly asked if he was the commander, and then everyone bowed, apologizing for the noise. Dion, confused, asked what noise they were talking about. They explained that there had been a succubus blocking their way and that they were going to deal with her so she wouldn't bother the commander. The succubus, trembling on the ground, asked fearfully if he was Commander Zeroth. Dion remembered hearing that succubi and incubi were very low-ranking demons. The demon who had been hit by the rock thought the situation was dangerous and decided to leave immediately, clearly angry. Everyone else also backed away without Dion having to say much, and he realized it was the first time he had ever encountered a demon weaker than himself. The succubus, still on the ground, realized she was being stared at by Dion. She thought that, despite being human, he was more brutal than any demon, and she was certain her end had come. However, Dion extended his hand and asked if she could stand, explaining that the others had already left and she didn't need to worry. The succubus was surprised and wondered if he was truly concerned about her. She reflected on the last time someone had treated her like that and asked herself if he wasn't disgusted by her. At that moment, Dion grabbed her arm, pulled her up, and asked if she wasn't disgusted by him, since he was the human there. She replied, "Of course not," and Dion said he felt the same. He looked at her and thought that the poor girl was just trying to survive, just like him, in that brutal, demonic realm. The succubus said he was very kind and that no one had ever done something like that for her. It really made her happy. So, she wanted to do something in return. She asked if he had a bit of time to spend with her. Dion, surprised, wondered if that was really a safe situation or if he was just imagining things. Meanwhile, the Demon King was looking for his favorite commander and asking where he was. Dion thought he had come there because he had nothing else to do, but everything was starting to feel very strange. As a token of appreciation, the succubus said she wanted to show him the garden that helps with energy recovery. She mentioned that, as a commander, he surely had a lot of work ahead, and if he had a little time, she would take him there. Dion, surprised, asked if the Demon King's castle really had a garden. He would never have imagined that such a hellish place had something so peaceful. The succubus then apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Her name was Hien, the castle's gardener. Dion wondered how it was possible for someone to have such a peaceful job in a place like that. A garden actually sounded nice, with beautiful flowers, trees, and fresh air, exactly the kind of therapy he needed. He commented that the garden seemed like a good place to relax, and Hien smiled happily, showing him the way. Dion thought he would finally get a little break. She led him to the garden, which looked more like a greenhouse. Dion was surprised by the beauty of the place. The fresh air, the smell of grass, the tall trees, everything was pleasant, until he was nearly bitten by a giant carnivorous plant. He wondered what was happening, and Hien, panicked, started calling the plant naughty, begging it to behave and learn some manners. The plant recoiled, scared of her, and Hien apologized to the commander, saying the plant just got excited to see a visitor. Dion looked at everything and thought the plant was weaker than him, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with that girl too. The garden seemed normal at first, but now it was clear that everything there was made of monstrous plants. He needed to get out, so he apologized, saying he had just remembered something important he needed to do. Hien, disappointed, tried to convince him to stay, saying there were still many plants she wanted to show him. Dion made up an excuse about having training with the Zeroth platoon and needing to get ready, since he had been idle for a while and needed to warm up his body. He wished her good night and ran off. Hien watched him quickly leave and concluded it must really have been urgent. She gently petted the carnivorous plant and commented that it seemed disappointed too. She wondered if Dion would return someday and imagined that next time they could prepare a gift for him. She was sure he would love to receive the cutest plant in the garden. As he left, Dion still felt a chill down his spine. He thought he was an idiot for imagining there was anything normal in that castle. His room was the best and safest place of all. Although he had used the platoon as an excuse to get out of there, sooner or later he would have to face them again. The problem was, he was still embarrassed after getting drunk and doing something foolish. He figured Eddie would definitely scold him, but even so, he liked Eddie and thought he was a good person. He reflected that, since he was already out of his room, there was no harm in stopping by. After all, what was the worst that could happen? When he arrived at the training grounds, he noticed there didn't seem to be anyone around. He thought about just going back, but knew he couldn't keep running away forever. Most importantly, he wanted to see with his own eyes how powerful the Zeroth platoon really was. He grabbed a wooden sword and wondered if that was really what they trained with. During the battle against the creatures, he hadn't been in his right mind and didn't remember anything. This would be his chance to see his soldiers in action. But as he held the sword, he realized it was absurdly heavy. Not exactly a surprise, considering his body was weak and his muscles were terrible. He had always done better with a dagger. When he looked to the side, he saw that the entire platoon was already there, and wondered when they had arrived. They were staring at him with focused eyes. The demonic aura of Commander Zeroth seemed to impress them all. Within seconds, they all rushed toward him, asking if he was okay, if he had recovered. They said they were just resting for a bit, but as soon as they saw him there, they ran back. Everyone was very excited. Dion wondered what was going on. He tried to calm the situation by asking everyone to settle down. He noticed they were whispering among themselves, saying that he looked much better now. Dion didn't understand why they were looking at him with such emotion in their eyes. He explained that he would have come by right after the mission, but couldn't make it, and apologized for that. He said they had all done very well and thought that a few words of encouragement during training would be enough. He mentioned that he had only stopped by to say that and was sure they were doing fine without needing him all the time. But then, one of the soldiers tried to perform a sword maneuver, tripped over his own foot, and thought he couldn't fall in front of the commander. That would be humiliating. To avoid the fall, he leaned on his wooden sword and, unintentionally, dodged a blow that was about to hit him. Another soldier, known as the traitor, was shocked and asked how he had managed to dodge that. Dion wondered what was going on and concluded that maybe this place wasn't as safe anymore. Dion needed to leave, but when he turned, he accidentally elbowed the traitor in the face. The impact was strong, and the man collapsed, badly hurt. Dion wondered if he had really hit him, and when the man got up, he called him the demon Arut. That made Dion freeze. Did he hear that right? That man was a human? What was a human doing inside the Demon King's castle? The platoon began to approach, and the messenger, realizing the danger of the situation, thought this was going to be a problem. He decided to flee first, but as he tried to leave, he was met with Daon holding his sword. The commander's gaze was dark and murderous. The messenger realized he wouldn't escape that way. After knocking him out, Dion remained silent for a few moments, then ordered them to report the incident to the Demon King and arrest the man. The platoon responded immediately, obeying without hesitation. As Dion walked away, the platoon remarked that the commander must have been disappointed. They hadn't even realized there was an intruder. One of the soldiers pointed out how incredibly fast and precise Dion had been, going from a casual walk to dodging an attack and countering with impressive strength. They had immediately captured the intruder and began to see Dion as even more exceptional than they had already believed. They had trained so hard to be acknowledged by him, but now saw that he was on a level far beyond anything they imagined. It motivated them even more. They felt they had to train much harder to reach him. Meanwhile, Dion felt pain in his wrist. Just holding that wooden sword had left his arm sore, but the platoon would take care of the rest, so he could rest. Later, he took a nap, and when he woke up, he saw the Demon King inside his room. The king asked if he had slept well, saying he looked exhausted and had slept deeply. Dion asked if it was a dream, and the king replied no, it was real. Confused, Dion asked why he was there. He figured that if the king was in his room, it could only mean something urgent. He asked if it was about the intruder, and the king confirmed, saying they they would talk about it, but first they were going to a specific place. They descended together into the deepest dungeons of the castle. Dion imagined the intruder would be there, but wondered why he also had to go. Maybe the king wanted him to interrogate the prisoner. When they arrived at the cell, Dion was shocked by the scene. There were many people down, blood everywhere, and the intruder himself was completely injured. He wondered what had happened during the night. The king told him to look closely at the man's face and asked if he looked familiar. Dion looked more carefully while the prisoner, even weakened, begged them to let him go. The king commented that even though he was human, the man had taken down several demons and clearly got stronger in Dion's presence. Dion wondered if that meant the man was a hero. Then the king explained, when a warrior is about to die in battle against the demon king, he has two options. The first is to self-destruct, causing massive damage to the enemy. The second is to spread his power across the land, creating what they call hero fragments. Most choose the second option, fearing complete annihilation. The Empire then tracks down and gathers the people who receive these fragments. Those who possess them are called heroes, but only the most talented and accomplished are officially granted the title. These receive glory and honor from the Empire. Dion, however, knew the reality was different. The Empire exploited these heroes to the last drop. The king sarcastically remarked that it was a joke. They had sent a hero to scare him, but he wasn't even an official one, just a hero candidate. Dion silently agreed it was true. If he were a real hero, he would be far stronger. Still, even as a candidate, he was dangerous and was probably sent with a purpose before his death. There was a reason the Emperor had sent someone like that into the Demon King's territory. Dion wondered what the plan behind it all could be. He approached the king with his threatening aura and asked if he could speak to the man alone. The king agreed and said he would wait outside. Dion thanked him, promising he wouldn't take long. He believed that man wasn't there to deliver a message, but rather to kill him. Once they were alone, the hero candidate looked at him and, with disdain, called him Dion Hart, damn traitor. Dion was shocked by those words. The candidate stated that the Emperor had trusted him, that he had become a hero, but that he betrayed the Empire and sided with the demons. Dion found that interesting and realized at that moment that he had been discarded. The candidate denied it, saying he was only there to kill the traitor, but Dion replied that calling him that was proof the Emperor had abandoned him. The Emperor had sent him to die, and His Majesty knew it all along. Dion explained that the Emperor was fully aware of why he was there and what his mission was. He had been ordered to eliminate the traitor and sent to such a dangerous place. The candidate, shaken, asked if the Emperor had really abandoned him, and Dion confirmed it, telling him he could think about that before dying. The candidate shouted that he had done everything for the Empire, that he would never forgive him, and that he would kill him, but Dion only found it amusing how fragile loyalty could be. Silently, he thought that perhaps he had wasted too much time on someone like that. The king then asked if he was finished. By Dion's expression, it was clear he was. The king decided that the prisoner might still have some use and commented that perhaps he could be turned to the advantage of the demon realm. Dion replied that the decision was up to the king, but in his opinion, it was better to kill him. The king agreed, saying that would be his judgment, but in return, Dion would have to do him a favor. Dion had already expected something like that. The king explained that Jaikar had sent an emergency request from the front lines, where they were fighting against the true hero. Although Dion didn't want to get involved, the king said that heroes and demons could never coexist. Dion reflected that if the one fighting at the front wasn't just a fragment abandoned by the Emperor, but the real hero, then the demons stood no chance. The king, noticing his curiosity, told him this would be the perfect opportunity to find out what the Emperor was truly planning by sending a fragment of a hero directly to the Demon King's castle. Dion seemed to snap out of a sudden trance and wondered how long he had been there. The king ordered him to go upstairs and prepare to depart. Dion asked where exactly he was going. Later, already dressed and with the carriage ready, he reflected that he couldn't remember what had happened after descending into the dungeon with the king. Those memory lapses were starting to affect him. All he could recall was that the intruder would be executed and that the king had sent him to the front lines. Eddie showed up and said everything was ready for departure. Dion thought he had no choice but to go. A new hero had appeared, and he was also curious to know who it was. The Demon King had been right about his curiosity. Eddie believed the hunt against the creatures had rekindled his commander's spirit, but not fully. From the look in Dion's eyes, it seemed like he was going on vacation. Then Lillinell suddenly appeared, saying she had missed him a lot. Dion wondered what exactly brought her there. She looked like an innocent little girl, but he knew she was incredibly powerful, second only to the Demon King. With some shyness, she explained that she had heard he was going to the front lines and wanted to give him a gift, a necklace. Dion thought the necklace was very delicate and wondered why she would give him something like that. Lillinell said she had cast a defensive spell on it that could protect him from death. He thanked her and figured there was no reason to refuse. Without realizing it, he began gently patting her head and soon realized he had gotten carried away, but she seemed to be enjoying it very much. Although it had been strange, he was was glad she liked it. Eddie also thanked her. He said he had great confidence in his commander, but still worried about the traumas and potential consequences of a battle against a true warrior. Lilynell smiled, saying he was very kind to the commander and asked him to protect him at all costs. Eddie assured her she could count on him. Dion, with no patience for that emotional exchange, asked the two of them to cut it out. Eddie, relaxed, said he would escort him. Dion then became thoughtful. Trauma from fighting a hero? Dion thought it hadn't been him who killed the hero, while Lilynell waved toward the carriage to say goodbye. At that moment, Dion reflected that he hadn't tried to stop the warrior's self-destruction because even he wouldn't have survived that explosive force. At that time, he was merely the hero's travel companion. During the journey into demon territory, many lives were lost along the way, and that still haunted him. In the middle of his memories, someone had stopped to talk to him. It was the warrior himself who asked him to stay behind. Dion asked if that meant the warrior intended to go on alone, and the hero confirmed. He said he wouldn't put everyone at risk because, as the true hero of that story, it was his duty to put an end to it. The warrior believed they had come far enough and would face the most powerful demon king in history, so there was no guarantee anyone would survive. Someone had to return to the Empire and report everything, and he hoped Dion would do that. He asked him to go back, reminding him he still had matters to take care of there. Dion was surprised by that last remark, and the warrior stated that he knew the real reason Dion had taken on that mission. Even as a war hero, there was still a desire in his heart. If he survived and managed to deliver the report to the Empire, it would be a grand achievement. That would help him reach his goal. The warrior commented that he couldn't quite remember what Dion's wish was, but he could hear it from him later if he returned alive. He wished him good luck before leaving. After a long time, Dion had no idea how much time had passed. He felt paralyzed, unsure if it was guilt, shame, or fear, perhaps all at once. It was his comrade's duty to follow the hero, but he had felt relieved when ordered to stay behind. Still, he knew it wasn't right. He stood up, determined to check what had happened. If the hero had won, he would bring him back. Otherwise, he would report everything to the Emperor. As he approached the battlefield, Dion questioned what he was seeing. In front of him was the entire entourage of the Demon King, surrounding the hero, who could barely stay on his feet. The king simply asked if he had any last words, but the hero smiled and began his self-destruction. Upon seeing that, Dion immediately understood what was about to happen. If it had come to that, he had to report everything to the Emperor. A demon approached and asked who was there. Terrified, Dion ran, but it was obvious he would be hit easily. With no way to defend himself, he snapped back to his senses just in time to dodge on instinct. Even so, he was lightly struck in the face. Then he realized he could no longer run. He had to hold that enemy off as long as he could. He rushed toward the giant demon, dodging all attacks and slipping under its legs. The demon was irritated by the nimble rat. Dion climbed up the creature's arm and shoulder, drew his dagger, and struck a vital point in the neck. However, the enemy survived. The skin was too thick. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse as if an earthquake had struck. The demon and Dion, with the dagger still lodged in, plummeted together at full speed into the battlefield. The surrounding demons were alarmed, not understanding what was happening. Amid the smoke, Dion emerged staggering and nauseous. He wondered what had happened to the ogre. He thought the impact of the fall had killed the enemy with his blade, but he quickly realized that wasn't the most important thing. He was in a terrible position, right in the center of enemy forces. The demons began murmuring. If the 7th commander was dead, who was this man? How had he defeated such a powerful commander? Dion realized in horror that he wasn't just surrounded by enemies. He had killed one of their leaders in front of them all. Dion wondered if the man standing still and staring directly at him was really the Demon King. Before he could react, he heard the warrior's voice asking why he was there. The warrior knew he was going to self-destruct and questioned if Dion hadn't understood that. Feeling guilty, Dion admitted he had failed his mission, but the warrior disagreed. He revealed that he wanted to live more than anyone. Dion was confused, wondering if the warrior had interrupted his own self-destruction. The warrior, in turn, thought that contrary to what many believed, Dion was kind and gentle. That is why he wanted him to be the next warrior. He asked the heavens if the world was watching and sincerely pleaded for his wish to be accepted, for Dion to live. He began to shine intensely, touched Dion's shoulders, and begged for the power to be transferred. The light concentrated on Dion, who began to glow. The Demon King observed and wondered if it was another self-destruction, but quickly realized it was not. It was a power transfer, something that should not have been possible. The warrior died at that moment. Dion then reflected that the fool had stopped his own explosion just to transfer the power, something forbidden to warriors. Carefully, Dion laid his former comrade's body on the ground and for a brief moment believed something grand would happen, but nothing changed. He was still the same weak person as before. Meanwhile, the demons nearby questioned if that human had killed the warrior. One of them affirmed it, saying he had interrupted the explosion and, judging by the blood in his mouth, had even taken a hit. Dion thought about the blood he had coughed up and suspected it was from the fall off the cliff, but soon realized that did not matter. Whether alive or dead, he He was surrounded in enemy territory. He thought that maybe this was where his story ended. The Demon King approached and asked if he was smiling. He also wanted to know his name. Dion thought it best not to provoke him and answered that his name was Dion Hart. The king said he liked him and asked if he would like to fight by his side. Dion was in shock. Fight alongside the king? He could barely believe it. The king explained that because of what they had all witnessed, they would not discriminate against him for being human. They had all seen it with their own eyes. Dion had killed the 7th commander and apparently also the warrior. Even if unintentionally, Dion had tried to survive, and that was enough. That was how Dion became, so to speak, the most powerful commander in the demon castle. He thought there was no use dwelling on the past anymore. Now he would have to deal with the consequences and the repercussions. Meanwhile, Eddie informed the commander that they had arrived. They were at the border between the human kingdom and the demon kingdom, the tensest point of the war. That was where Dion was. J-Car was waiting for him. Judging by the looks of it, the situation was chaos. They shook hands. Dion knew it was too late for regrets, and analyzing everything that had happened, he realized he hadn't had many choices to begin with. J-Car thought Dion seemed much more lively outside the castle, as if he were excited about the combat. J-Car remarked that he knew Dion could hardly wait to fight, but for now, everything was calm. No one knew when the battle would resume. Dion asked if they were talking about the platoon members, but J-Car clarified that it wasn't just about them, it was about everyone, including himself. He wanted Dion to take part in the fight when the Empire attacked again. Upon realizing that, Dion fell into despair. They were really going to send him to the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the front lines of the human empire, the commander asked if the commander of the Zeroth platoon was present. The messenger confirmed that he was. According to the spies, both the platoon and Commander Zeroth would participate in the next battle, which drastically increased the power of the demon army. The commander told them to stop talking because he had heard enough. He thought it was a terrible situation. He questioned why such a famous man was there. Zeroth was known as the Demon King's trump card, said to be even more powerful than the first commander, and the most exceptional of them all. The worried messenger asked what they would do about it because if it were true, victory was not guaranteed. The commander replied that they would send an assassin, even if the chances of defeating Zeroth were nearly zero. Still, if there was any possibility at all, they would take it. There were rumors that the demon commander was extremely intimidating, but no one had ever confirmed that. It was even possible that his existence was just a fabrication, a trick created to spread fear among humans. Even so, he was not only a commander but also the current hero of the demon empire, known as the Cruel. The High Command believed that if the assassin sent by the humans could at least confirm the existence of the commander of the Zeroth, that would already be considered a success. The top priority was to obtain information about him. Meanwhile, Dion Hart was being bandaged by Eddie, who was being a bit excessive in his care. Even so, Dion could not hide his nervousness. The idea of participating in battle made him panic. He was under a lot of pressure. Everyone trusted him and expected a strong performance, but he himself felt unfit to take on such responsibility. Eddie tried to talk, but Dion kept saying he was fine, even though he moved too much, making the task difficult. Eddie insisted, saying the battle could start at any moment and that he would not let the commander go unprotected. For him, it was his duty to take care of Dion, no matter what happened. Dion thought about how much he appreciated the way Eddie cared for him. He was a good person, even though he was a demon. Still, Dion couldn't understand why the other trusted him so much. He felt like all he did was cough up blood and get sick in the sunlight. In his mind, he was a worthless failure. Even so, Eddie acted like his true guardian angel. He said the bandage used on Dion had special magic, cast by the Demon King himself. That magical wrap helped with both defense and regeneration. Dion then realized that there were also invisibility enchantments covering his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was impressive how the Demon King kept worrying about him. Eddie commented that it probably meant Dion was very important to the king, but Dion didn't believe that. He thought the king simply used magic in any situation because demon magic, by violating the laws of the world, was limited. Every time mana was used, it couldn't be restored, and the more mana was consumed, the sooner a new hero would appear. Therefore, if the king used magic freely, it was because he believed he could defeat any future hero. With everything ready, Dion was completely bandaged to protect himself and also to disguise his identity. He found the bandages strangely comfortable. Eddie confidently stated that he and his squad would win. Ever since the fragment had been implanted into the battalion, all the soldiers seemed more energetic. Dion thought that his squad was the only group he truly trusted. He knew that, in battle, he often lost focus easily. He said he would go check the corpse of the commander of the 9th Corps and inspect the camp area. Eddie suggested suggested it might be better to save energy for the upcoming fight, but Dion replied that he had rested enough. Eddie thought he seemed very motivated, but Dion knew that was just an excuse. In truth, he wanted to hide, to disappear, to never be found again. But when he went outside, he was surrounded by several demons. Many were moved to see him. Meeting the commander of the Zeroth in person was a remarkable moment for them. One even cried, and everyone felt more motivated. They believed they would surely win the next battle. J-Car watched it all and thought the Demon King had been right. Dion's mere presence was enough to raise the army's morale, but Dion only wished they would leave him alone. Meanwhile, a human assassin watched him from a distance. Now he knew Dion truly existed. Still, he thought Dion looked weaker than the rumors claimed. Yet, there was something about his calm posture and the killing aura surrounding him. It was terrifying. The assassin felt he couldn't underestimate him, though he still believed the stories were exaggerated. Taking the opportunity, he launched a poisoned needle toward Dion, who easily dodged it. The assassin was shocked. Did he really dodge it? Then Dion looked straight at him. The assassin realized he had been spotted and fled as fast as he could. But Dion simply thought he had stumbled over a rock on the ground and wondered why no one had cleaned that road yet. At that moment, a demon approached and asked if something was wrong. Dion Hart replied that no, he was just stretching, and the demoness nodded, saying it was very important before a battle. Dion thought it was clear there was no safe place where he could hide, so he decided to avoid further trouble and stay inside the tent. Meanwhile, the human assassin, still watching from afar, wondered if Dion had noticed his presence. He thought about whether Dion had reported that there was an intruder or was just pretending there was no one. He considered the possibility that Dion would not come back and imagined that maybe this was his last chance to kill him. Soon after, Eddie was surprised to see the commander returning so quickly. Dion also thought he had come back too fast, but he took the chance to ask if Eddie knew anything about the new hero in the human camp. Eddie mentioned he had heard that the second commander was trying to gather information about him, but all they knew was that the hero kept his face hidden beneath a helmet and was an exceptional swordsman. Meanwhile, the assassin was still watching from above, trembling nervously. He didn't know whether to finish the job or retreat and report back to the Empire. Dion, on the other hand, sat at the table and was surprised to see a bottle of alcohol there. He thought Eddie had started drinking as soon as he left, but Eddie explained that wasn't the case. He had left the drink there for the commander. That reassured Dion, who asked if he could drink it. Eddie agreed, reminding him that even in a war zone, a sip to warm the body was fair. Dion was pleased with the drink, and Eddie, watching him, thought he had been worried before, but now it seemed everything would be fine. However, Dion heard a strange noise and looked back but saw no one. He told himself it was nothing. What he didn't know was that the assassin had poured a deadly poison into the cup. When Dion lifted the cup to his lips, the assassin believed he would finally kill him. But in the middle of the sip, Dion suddenly stopped. Eddie asked if something was wrong, and Dion instinctively threw the cup away, shattering it on the ground. The assassin was in shock. Dion remarked that there were insects everywhere, but then realized what he had done. In fact, he had only tried to swat a fly that flew right in front of the cup at the exact moment he was about to drink. By accident, he ended up tossing the cup away. Not understanding how that happened, he apologized to Eddie, saying he hadn't meant to do that. Then, both of them heard a strange sound coming from the broken cup. The liquid seemed to melt the ground. Eddie quickly realized it was poison. Observing the area, he noticed a part of the ground with less dust, indicating that someone had passed through there. He understood that there was an intruder in the camp. As the sun rose, the assassin decided to flee in fear, knowing he had to report everything to the Empire. Now he was certain. The rumors about the commander of the Zeroth were true. He was extremely dangerous. Later, J-Car informed the others that an intruder had attempted to assassinate the commander of the Zeroth. Many questioned if Dion had really been the target. They wondered how someone had managed to infiltrate the camp. J-Car said the intruder would be punished later, but for now, everyone needed to guard the perimeter in case there was another spy. Dion, observing everything, thought he really could have died. Eddie, downcast, approached and said that because of his incompetence, he had almost let his commander die. Dion replied that, in truth, he was surprised even Eddie hadn't noticed the invader's presence. He acknowledged that the assassin was skilled and lamented not even getting to take a sip of his drink because of him. Eddie, deeply remorseful, said he would accept any punishment. Dion then asked if the bottle used had been new, and Eddie confirmed. With that, Dion concluded that the poison had been in the cup, not the bottle, and asked what the problem was in drinking it then. Meanwhile, Cruel, the new hero of the human empire, was analyzing the situation. He realized that the commander of the Zeroth truly was dangerous, as even the assassin, who was extremely experienced, had returned petrified. Now that they had confirmation that the commander actually existed, they needed to send someone strong enough to defeat him. The messenger messenger asked if he was referring to the other hero of the Empire, and Cruel said yes, but for now, that hero wasn't available. Faced with this, the group decided to retreat. The messenger warned that by doing so, the demons might think they were backing off out of fear of the commander. They would be underestimated, but Cruel made it clear that if they stayed and were pursued, death was guaranteed. It made no sense to remain there. It was even advantageous to be underestimated by the demons because, at the right moment, they would fall. Cruel believed the message would be passed on, and the messenger confirmed he would inform the entire army. Cruel had been tasked with reclaiming the land the demons had taken. Their mission wasn't to invade demon territory. They had already taken back what, according to him, was rightfully theirs. For that reason, he said there was no point in starting a conflict now, and that was the message the messenger should deliver. Cruel thought he wouldn't ruin his debut as a hero. It had taken him a long time to get where he was, and he only hoped the commander of the Zeroth wouldn't cause any trouble. The messenger commented that he had heard this commander rarely participated in battles, which Cruel considered good news. However, before he could say anything else, another messenger arrived, announcing that the demon army was advancing, and the one leading them was none other than Arut, the commander of the Zeroth. That left Cruel terrified. In that moment, he realized everything was spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Dion was on the battlefield, smiling psychotically as he killed everyone in sight. He grabbed another weapon and tore off a human's hand, leaving the man in despair. Another human, still alive and being held by Eddie, thought that Dion was completely drunk. Still, thanks to him, the demons held a clear advantage. The last remaining human looked at Dion and murmured, that man could only be the devil himself. If he wasn't the devil, then he didn't know what he was. He was afraid, didn't want to fight, but knew that if he didn't, he would die. He looked at a nearby corpse and thought he would end up the same. Mentally, he begged for someone to come save him. Dion calmly approached and said that standing still wouldn't help, that he had to do something, anything, to survive, or death would come faster. But in that moment, he was hit by a magic blast and thrown against a tree. The human who had been about to die was in shock. Eddie immediately ran to Dion, desperate, and came face to face with a new enemy. The one responsible for the attack was the hero, more specifically, Cruel, who stated that he had hoped to kill him with a single blow. Eddie was surprised to see the hero there and worried about the condition of his commander, who had only survived thanks to the necklace he had received from Lillinel. He remembered the spell placed on the necklace, an enchantment created specifically to prevent Dion from dying from a single blow. The hero was still standing before them, and the human soldier who had previously been terrified now cried with relief upon seeing his hero. He believed salvation had arrived, but Dion simply stood up, approached, and slit his throat. The soldier's head rolled across the ground as Dion passed by in silence, saying that so this was the new hero. Cruel confirmed that was what people were calling him. Dion replied that he had heard quite a lot about him, but there was something strange in his voice, something extremely familiar. They had met before. He asked why he wouldn't remove the helmet. Cruel answered that he would not remove it in front of enemy forces, which made Dion mock his response. However, Cruel also found Dion's voice familiar, even though he was sure he had never met the Zeroth commander before. Dion, in turn, decided that in that case, he would remove the helmet himself and move so fast that the hero barely managed to dodge. He only avoided the dagger in the nick of time by ducking. Cruel realized Dion was incredibly fast, but still managed to deflect the attack with his sword. Both stepped back, and Dion commented that the dodge wasn't bad. In response, the hero lunged forward, trying to strike with his sword, but Dion easily blocked it with his dagger. He remarked that people were too generous to call him a hero, as he wanted to see if he truly had the power of one. Cruel, irritated, said he didn't need his opinion. He was beginning to understand that Dion was fast, but his attacks were still light. He took advantage of an opening and managed to disarm him, sending the dagger flying. He noticed that Dion was clearly exhausted, his hand trembling. Cruel realized this was his chance, as Dion was running out of energy. Even so, the commander wasn't defenseless. He drew his other dagger to block the next blow, although he was beginning to feel the weight of the fight. With effort, he landed a kick in the hero's stomach, throwing him back. Cruel was surprised and wondered if that man had been holding back. It seemed Dion really didn't want to fight to the end. Dion asked if the hero had noticed already. He said the fight had been fun, but that was enough for today. Cruel disagreed and responded that the battle wasn't over yet after all. Dion had invaded human territory first. Dion explained that the fight was already over. He had killed the commander of the 9th Platoon, and even if the hero returned without any accomplishments, simply crossing into demon territory would already be a symbolic victory. He said there was no need to keep wasting energy and asked why they couldn't just defend their own lands. Dion's words made Cruel hesitate. He acknowledged that the enemy was right. It was wiser to retreat and avoid a greater conflict, though he thought that if he he insisted a little longer, he might be able to defeat him. However, Dion noted that the hero was too obsessed with fighting and said maybe not even his own soldiers wanted to continue. When Cruel looked back, he saw the army was exhausted and full of wounded. He realized he had lost control of the situation for a moment and decided to retreat. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Dion was right. Cruel announced the retreat and said he hoped never to see him again. He ordered his army to fall back, and soon the battlefield was silent. On the demon side, the celebration began. They had driven out the humans and trusted the commander's judgment. Even so, Jakar wondered if retreating was really the best choice. The Empire had lost a large portion of its army, and it seemed like the perfect time for a counterattack. Still, he trusted that Dion had a solid reason for ordering the withdrawal and did not question his decision. Jakar approached and praised the commander's actions, saying he had done well. At that moment, Dion collapsed onto Jakar, completely exhausted. His body trembled, and he felt a burning sensation. Jakar was shocked to realize he had fought all this time in such a terrible state. Not even the enemy had noticed his condition, and yet he had fought the hero on equal footing. Ben and Eddie ran to him, worried about the commander's condition. Jakar thought that if Dion had been defeated, the entire morale of the demon army would have crumbled. He recognized that Dion was someone out of the ordinary, a man who had appeared out of nowhere and become a commander in the demon army. Maybe he was the one who killed the former 7th commander, or who blocked the explosion of the former legendary warrior. But the most impressive thing was that he had been personally recruited by the Demon King. Even so, there was something about him that made everyone uneasy. Jakar reflected that, despite his doubts, Dion had shown incredible strength that day. He said that this demon, in quotes, deserved to rest. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's castle, Lillinel was in shock. She realized that something terrible had happened. The necklace she had given Dayon was broken. That was impossible. No ordinary creature could break the magical barrier she had created. If the necklace had shattered, it meant the commander was in danger, a deadly one. She decided she had to go to the battlefield immediately, but the butler stopped her, saying she couldn't do that. The Demon King had left Lillinel in the castle to maintain the barrier's protection. Even so, she whispered to her dear commander that she was on her way. Later, when Dion had already returned to the castle, the king congratulated him on a job well done. Dion bowed and replied respectfully, addressing him as Your Majesty. The king commented that Jakar had told him he had done an excellent job and asked how the encounter with the new hero had gone. Dayon, serious, replied that he needed to talk to the king about him. The king noticed that he was tense because of the fight and suggested they continue the conversation elsewhere. He also mentioned that the commander of the 2nd platoon had more information. Dion found it strange and asked if he meant the 2nd commander. The king saw by his expression that he was not very happy with the idea of meeting her. He explained that she was too busy with paperwork and wouldn't be joining them anytime soon, so he didn't need to worry. Later, in another room of the castle, the king handed Dion some papers and asked him to take a look. He said they contained very interesting information. Dion flipped through the documents and was visibly shocked by what he found. Then, he suddenly woke up in a different moment, confused, not knowing when he had returned to the demon castle. The last thing he remembered was being on the battlefield. Now Lillinel was hugging him and crying, saying how happy she was that he was okay. Dion didn't understand what was happening. He began to wonder if it had something to do with the alcohol he had drunk. He suspected he had messed up again since his tolerance was terrible. When he drank, he completely lost control, as if he became someone else. Lillinel had been desperate when she saw the necklace she gave him break. They had said he was on the front lines, but shortly after, he had returned. Dion noticed he was still holding something in his hand. When he opened it, he saw information about the new hero, whose real name was Cruel Heart, someone he would never forget. It was his older brother, a person he loved deeply. He remembered the day he was caught killing someone while crying and trembling. At that moment, his brother appeared, and instead of helping, drew his sword and fought him. Dayon was confused, thinking Cruel had already been the hero back then. He gently stroked Lillinel's head and apologized. He said he was going to rest for a while, and she allowed it with a smile. Meanwhile, Lillinel's butler commented that the Zeroth commander was extremely frightening and asked if she was okay. She replied that she thought he looked beautiful when he was angry. The butler, resigned, thought he would quit that job as soon as he had the chance. In his room, Dion reflected, the Emperor knew exactly what he was doing by placing Cruel Heart as the new hero, precisely when Dion had returned. This brought back a vague memory from when he had no control over his own body. He recalled that the king had asked, when was the last time he visited the Empire? He answered that it had been a while and requested permission to gather more information. The king agreed and wished him a good journey. Since since being away from the Empire for too long could raise suspicions, the king cast a spell on his neck. It was like a magical mark, a tracker that allowed them to always know where he was. The king said that if Daeon obtained valuable information, he just needed to bring it back. He would disguise himself as the former hero of the Empire. Daeon remembered that conversation clearly. Now, he was a sort of spy for the Demon King. He was under extreme stress and had begun experiencing memory lapses, something that had happened before whenever he was under intense pressure. He understood that, if he wanted to keep his memories intact, he had to avoid stress. At that moment, Eddie knocked on the door. He said he had heard from the king that Daeon would be returning to the human empire. Daeon confirmed it and said it was time to gather information in person. He asked if Eddie had something to say. Eddie explained that the king had asked him an important question. He wanted to know what Eddie thought about becoming a commander. The question was whether it was related to the open position of the 9th commander, and the king confirmed it. Until recently, all positions had been filled, which was why Eddie had only been assigned as an assistant. But the king said he was more than capable of taking on a commander's post. That was the proposal. Eddie fell silent, reflecting. That was what he had always dreamed of, but he also thought about his current commander. He asked what would happen to his current role if he accepted. The king said someone else would be chosen to replace him. He assured him he wasn't forcing anything, but if he refused, the offer would go to someone else. Daeon knew that the emperor wanted someone weaker and less experienced than him in command. At that moment, Eddie froze for a second, but in the present, Daeon asked what he had said. Eddie, hesitant, replied it was nothing, preferring to hide the truth. He thought it was better not to say anything for now. Even so, Eddie offered to ask the chef to prepare something for Daeon's trip, and Daeon thanked him, though he suspected Eddie was hiding something from him. At that moment, a guard appeared and informed them that the carriage was ready. Daeon said they could talk more when he returned from the capital, and Eddie wished him a safe journey. As he departed, Daeon wondered if Eddie had come just to say he was tired of this job and planned to leave. He also suspected that maybe Eddie wanted something from the Empire, since he rarely went there. Daeon remembered that the last time, Eddie really liked the snack he brought, so he thought about buying a bunch this time, something that would last longer. Eddie laughed quietly and thought that not even the other high-ranking members of the demon realm cared as much for their subordinates as Daeon did. He declined the gift, said he didn't want anything in particular, and just asked Daeon not to forget to wear the defensive gear. That cloak was specifically designed to disguise him in the human world. Daeon said he knew, and Eddie said he would be waiting for him. Deep down, Eddie thought that being a commander must be something grand, but the fact that his own commander depended so much on him made him happy. Then he remembered the conversation he had with the king, when he said he didn't want to become a commander because he loved being the assistant to the demon Arut, and he wanted to continue helping his commander. He thought to himself that no matter where Daeon went, he would always be by his side. Meanwhile, in an extremely elegant mansion, 2 guards commented that things were slow that day, until one of them saw someone approaching. It was a hooded and suspicious figure. They warned that this was the territory of Count Hart's mansion, and that no one was allowed to approach like that. However, the hooded man responded that they should open the gates. The guards were surprised by his confidence and threatened to attack, but the man then revealed that he was simply trying to enter his own house. It was Count Hart himself, and everyone immediately sprang into action, organizing a reception worthy of his return. Daeon thought all the fuss was unnecessary, but remained silent. The butler, Remember, approached to welcome him, and Daeon thought he was the most trustworthy person he knew. Seeing Remember there made it feel like everything was truly real. Daeon commented that it had been a while since they last saw each other, and Remember agreed, saying that the monster hunt had been successful. Daeon nodded and pretended to remember, since everyone in the mansion believed the Emperor had sent him on a hunting mission. Remember then noticed he was injured and commented that it was a shame they couldn't punish the creature responsible. Daeon replied that it was fine, and that he was no longer a child. The butler agreed and promised to respect him even more as Count. Remember offered to tidy up his room, guessing he was tired from the trip, but Daeon declined, saying he was going to meet the Emperor. Deep down, he just wanted to lie in bed. The butler asked if he intended to leave now, and Daeon confirmed, believing the Emperor was already aware of his return. He then looked at the family portrait, which was covered with a blood-stained cloth, and felt he needed more information about his brother. Remember noticed his discomfort, and promptly said he would arrange everything for his departure. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Empire, Duke Stave Illister was informed that Daeon Hart had returned. The Duke sarcastically remarked that the Emperor's little dog had come back wagging its tail. Cruel approached and asked what they would do, suggesting hiring an assassin. The Duke questioned the idea, saying it could lead to an investigation. He stated that he had a much safer option. The secretary then mentioned the Revolutionary Army, and Duke Stave Illister confirmed that they had already decided to turn against the Emperor. Even if they were caught, it wouldn't be a problem for them. Stave Illister was even surprised that Cruel hadn't thought of that earlier. Cruel apologized and said he would contact the Revolutionary Army. Stave Illister then expressed curiosity about what the Emperor's favorite hero would be capable of doing. He was referring to the honorary Count, Dion Hart. Meanwhile, the maids in the mansion were extremely delighted. They thought Dion was wonderful, elegant, more handsome than any other count. Dion, on the other hand, felt his head spinning. Everything had happened too fast, but it was finally over. The maids were proud of the work they had done, though they discussed whether a more decorative uniform might be better. They were thinking of something more elegant, with a finer cut. Dion wondered why they were discussing his clothes so much. Remember showed up saying he should wear a mask because of the strong sun. Dion took the mask, thanked him, and commented that he could have said that earlier. He also thanked him for taking care of the mansion all that time. Remember asked if he was being thanked just for doing his job. He said that made an old man like him very happy. Dion replied that he wouldn't call him old, since he looked great. Remember disagreed, saying he had been feeling body aches and was even thinking of retiring. Dion was shocked by the idea. He thought that Remember was the only person who took care of the house better than he did. He wondered where he would ever find someone like him. Realizing Dion's desperate expression, Remember laughed and revealed it was a joke. He said, seeing his master's face like that made him even happier. Dion thought to himself that the old man was truly wicked. Remember finished by saying the carriage was already waiting. Later, just before getting into the carriage, Dion commented that such a heavy escort wasn't necessary. A few people would be enough. He thought it was better that not everyone knew about his return to the Empire, especially since he would be leaving again soon. As the guard entourage took their positions outside, Dion reflected that in the demon realm, he was being drained by the king, and now he felt his energy being sapped by the emperor. The current emperor, Eduardo Desert, was just as intimidating as the Demon King, a brutal man who seized the throne by the sword, born as the 9th prince, who killed all his brothers and sisters to gain power. The crown he received was drenched in blood, and even after 10 years on the throne, his bloody image remained vivid. Eduardo had declared that he would stain the kingdom with blood and that, from that moment on, everything would change completely. He decided his nation would become the most feared and powerful empire on the continent. He even changed the nation's name to reflect his ambition, in an extremely arrogant manner. This decision caused many to turn against him, igniting a war that lasted 8 years and turned Dion's life upside down. The memories of that time still haunted him. During the war, the empire conquered a third of the continent and became the only true empire under the control of an actual emperor. Dion was granted the title of honorary count in recognition of his actions during the war. He didn't remember much, but he was sure he had fought tooth and nail to survive. One thing he hadn't forgotten was his goal, which he had decided back then. His thoughts were interrupted when the carriage began to shake violently. When he stepped out, he found a widespread battle taking place. His guards were fighting against members of the Revolutionary Army. He wondered whether he should join the fight too, but then he noticed an assassin quickly approaching and grabbing him by the neck. The man with the axe stated that the emperor's little lapdog really was there. It was then explained that, during the emperor's rise, an organization called the Revolutionary Army emerged. With other kingdoms being brutally destroyed, many people lost their countries, their families, and everything they had. In the end, only one thing remained for them: hatred toward the emperor and a burning desire to kill him. And there was one of those men ready to kill Dion. Dion thought once again that all of this was the emperor's fault. He thought that he didn't care about their ideology, he just didn't want to die. The attacker remarked that, for a war hero, Dion was too skinny and weak. Dion stated that he was not the emperor's lapdog. The revolutionary, confused, let go of him for a moment and asked for his name. Dion replied that he was Dion Hart, but the man insisted that he was indeed the emperor's lapdog. Dion corrected him, saying he was Dion Hart, but not a lapdog. The man looked at him and said that, with white hair and red eyes, everyone was looking for his head. Dion quickly thought about his dagger, but when he tried to strike, his blow was blocked by the enemy's axe. He immediately realized he was in trouble. The man threw him to the ground, saying he was tired of these games. Dion spat blood as the attacker questioned whether he was really a hero and whether the rumors were false. He said Dion should blame the emperor for his death, calling him a fake hero. Before the axe could strike again, a spear intercepted the blow and knocked the weapon from the revolutionary's hands. He realized he was in serious trouble. One of the newcomers sarcastically said the hit was spot on, and that Dion wasn't alone in that squad. The revolutionary noticed the Imperial emblem on the new enemies. They were the Assassin Knights, the demons who had fought alongside Dion Hart since the 8-year war. The revolutionary asked how they knew they were there, and the warrior leading the group simply wondered what kind of reception that was, since it had been a while since he'd had a real fight. He took a pill, reflecting that what made those knights terrifying wasn't their skill, but the fact that, in combat, they acted on pure instinct, irrationally. They then charged at the enemies, killing them all with cruelty. The revolutionaries were murdered in cold blood as the knights took pleasure in the massacre. They were ruthless and bloodthirsty. Even the mansion guards of Count Hart were frightened by their brutality. One of the revolutionaries realized that this was a terrible idea and thought they needed to escape immediately. But it was too late. He felt his arm being pierced by Dion's fingers and was thrown far away. When he looked, he saw his arm full of holes. He called Dion a freak, but Dion simply commented admitted that his hand wasn't that strong, although his fingers were. He said that to spare him the pain, he would kill him quickly, and with that, he killed the man using his own axe. One of the knights asked Dion if he was alright, but Dion thought that man was already dead. He wondered if he should do a bit more. He didn't think it had been enough. He thought about who dared to stand in his way, then climbed onto the enemy's body and began stabbing it repeatedly with his dagger, overcome by bloodlust. The knights remarked that the captain really had no mercy. One of them questioned why that group of enemies was even there. Another mocked them, saying just to look at the idiots who came along, all useless. The guards, embarrassed, felt uncomfortable with the remarks. Dion, irritated, asked why they were still standing around, ordering them to eliminate the remaining enemies. The revolutionaries, just before dying, were completely terrified. Later, as night fell, Dion arrived with his carriage. The gate guards noticed stains on the carriage and asked what was there. Recognizing the blood, they said that was Imperial ground and no one could enter without an invitation. Dion introduced himself as Count Dion Hart and said he was there to see the emperor. The guards immediately apologized. They knew he was welcome at any time, but were shocked to see he was completely covered in blood. Dion asked where the emperor was, and the guards informed him that he was in the ballroom, where a celebration was being held to honor the success of the new hero. Dion was surprised to hear this, thinking his brother was probably there too. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Emperor Eduardo Desert was speaking with the new hero, stating that he had reclaimed the territory taken by the demons, which was a great achievement. He praised him, calling him Cruel Heart, and Cruel humbly replied that he had only done his duty. The emperor stood up, announcing that the evening was to celebrate the successful mission of the new hero. But suddenly, the doors to the hall burst open, and everyone was terrified to see the blood-covered figure that had just entered. At first, the guests were outraged by such disrespect, but they soon realized it was the honorary Count, Dion Hart. Dion approached silently, walking past his brother without saying a word, but inside, he thought that his dear older brother seemed to be carrying the hero's fragment in his hands. When he reached the throne, he knelt down and firmly declared glory to the empire, identifying himself as Dion Hart, kneeling before his majesty. The guests whispered among themselves about the blood that covered his clothes and stained the floor where he walked. Stave Illister noticed that Dion had survived and thought he truly was persistent. Emperor Eduardo Desert observed the trail of blood Dion had left all the way to the throne and remarked that it had been a long time since he last saw Count Dion Hart, and although he was always welcome, he hadn't expected to see him covered in blood. He asked what kind of insolence that was. Dion apologized, explaining that he had been ambushed on the way there. Eduardo showed interest, saying someone had dared to attack the Empire's hero. He thought it had been a good idea to send the knights to accompany him. He said Dion surely had a lot to tell and suggested they speak in a more private place. Upon hearing about the ambush, he said that told him everything he needed to know and asked if the Revolutionary Army was behind the attack. He also wanted to know if Dion was okay and if he needed a doctor. The Emperor reflected on Dion Hart's role as a hero of the Empire. Although there were many negative opinions about him, the positive ones left him completely impressed. No one had done more for the Empire than Dion Hart during the 8-year war. He had achieved feats that could not even be described in words. During the most difficult mission, alongside the legendary warrior, he was the only one able to bring back the hero's body, something that had previously been considered impossible. Anyone else would have been defeated by the creatures or by the Demon King himself. Eduardo then asked if Dion had found a way to break his curse. Dion understood that he was referring to the Demon King's magical symbol and replied that he still didn't know how to break it. Internally, he thought that it wasn't a curse at all, but rather a tracking mark. He even found it amusing that the Emperor truly believed the Demon King had cursed him. Eduardo reflected that he had only sent Dion to that place because he believed the Demon King was the only one who could remove such a curse. He then said that Dion would have to return to the demon realm, but he also stated that he didn't want someone as talented as him to go back to such a terrible place. He asked how things had been at the Demon Castle in recent days. Dion replied that nothing significant had changed, but he took the opportunity to confront the Emperor, saying he had sent an assassin to the castle. He asked if the Emperor was trying to get rid of the boy just because he was a hero candidate. For Dion, there was no other reason to send him to the demon realm. Eduardo admitted that he considered that young man a disgrace to the heroes and that he had hoped he would die on the way. However, since he had arrived there, the warrior's fragment had probably helped him, and at least his presence contributed to increasing the Empire's influence inside the demon castle, especially over the commander of Zeroth, the demon Arut. Dion wondered if the Emperor also knew about that. He stood up and apologized, saying he could no longer continue the conversation. Eduardo said he wasn't trying to corner him. The more he knew, the more transparent he was, the better it would be for the Empire's intelligence strategies. He said Daeon's approval by the demon castle was a valuable advantage. Eduardo then commented that he felt Daeon had something to ask. Daeon, looking directly at him, asked why the emperor had made Cruel Heart into a hero. He was very aware that the only thing he truly regretted in his entire life was not having killed his own brother when he had the chance. Daeon thought that, besides himself, Cruel was the last survivor of the Heart family, more precisely the only one who had survived by his own hand. Meanwhile, he remembered their childhood, staring fixedly at the family portrait until Cruel got his attention and told him not to keep their parents waiting. Daeon apologized and asked if it was already lunchtime. Cruel responded casually, saying they should just go. But Daeon, restless, wondered if he shouldn't deal with that problem himself as well. Cruel let go of his brother's hand and explained that the training had just ended, so his hands were dirty. Daeon apologized for holding his hand, but inside, he thought he didn't mind, whether they were dirty or not. He tried to hold him again and told him to come back, saying he was too fast. When Cruel stopped, Daeon accidentally bumped into him. Cruel then asked if he liked that painting, since he had been staring at it for days. Daeon replied that actually, he loved that painting and the way it portrayed their family. Cruel said it was just a painting, but even so, Daeon still felt there was something special about it. His brother suggested that he spend more time in his room, as that would be more useful. Daeon, however, overheard the maids in the corridors murmuring that his white hair and red eyes were frightening. He was the only different one in the entire family, and they even doubted whether he was truly their biological son. Even so, when looking at that painting, he felt as if he truly belonged to the family. He wished he had the common traits of the Hearts, like black hair and green eyes. When they reached the table to eat, their father complained about the delay and reminded them that he had announced the Imperial banquet in the afternoon. Their mother, concerned, asked if Daeon had felt unwell again and suggested he sleep at home that night. Daeon replied that he wanted to go with them, and the father insisted that he could not spend his whole life inside the house. The mother kept saying she was worried because he was fragile and something might happen. The father, irritated, asked if they wanted to keep him locked away forever while the entire empire talked about their son being cursed. He told Daeon that when he left the house, he had to make sure he didn't appear defective. Daeon replied that he would be careful, but inside he felt that his parents were always disappointed in him. He was different, he was sick, he was defective. Suddenly, Cruel changed the subject and said that they had found a new fencing instructor. Daeon wondered if his brother had done that on purpose. The father confirmed, saying it was because he was improving every day. Daeon realized that, at that moment, the atmosphere had completely changed. His brother was incredible, different from him. Even sitting with his family, he felt alone and believed it was his fault for being the way he was. Still, he tried to believe he was part of the family and that he needed to work hard to become like Cruel. Later, at another time, some children called him and asked if he was Daeon Hart. Confused, he introduced himself, a little embarrassed but also happy that someone was talking to him. They asked why he was alone, and he replied that his family had gone to speak with his brother's new instructor. One of the children then commented that without him, it seemed like they were leaving him out. Daeon didn't understand and asked what they meant by that. The child said that the whole empire knew he was the black sheep of the Hart family and asked if it was true that he spent most of his time locked inside the house. Daeon replied that this only happened because he was sick, but the child called him a liar. The child commented that his red eyes and white hair frightened everyone and that not even his family loved him, as he had been abandoned. Then Daeon, overwhelmed with anger, punched the child in the face, even though he knew it wasn't true, and told them to mind their own mouth. However, he was soon punched back and began to take a lot of hits because he was much weaker. The child continued, saying that even his own family had pushed Daeon aside, but another child intervened, saying that it was enough and asked for calm. Daeon, hurt and crying, thought about his family, and when he looked to the side, he saw that the one coming to rescue him was his brother, Cruel. Even while crying, he held on to the thought that his family did love him. Later, while receiving treatment, they asked how he was. The doctor explained that young Master Daeon was naturally fragile and very vulnerable to stress. Throughout his life, he would require special care and constant supervision. The mother, worried, asked if it was really that serious. The father replied, annoyed, that there was no one like him in the family and questioned how it was possible for him to have been born that way. Daeon thought sadly that he was disappointing his parents. He wanted to try harder, to put in more effort, to improve, but Cruel was beside him at that moment, saying it was fine, that he didn't need to do anything since no one expected anything from him anyway. However, all of that was just a dream. When he woke up, he was in his room. His mother asked if he had fought at the palace and what had happened. His father remarked that he was sure he had warned him to be careful and that he hadn't listened. Daeon apologized and tried to explain, saying that a boy had called him a monster. But deep down, he thought his father didn't care about what he said. He was afraid that his father thought the same as those children did. His father then concluded that letting him leave the house had been premature and decided that he would be locked up for a while. It was better for him to stay in his room anyway. Daeon felt that his parents were disappointed in him. All he wanted was to be loved, not abandoned. He felt like the disgrace of the Hart family. Over time, rumors and gossip spread, saying that he spent all day locked in his room, only studying and training. They said that, even so, no one cared about him. But outside, Dion heard the laughter of his family, all happy together with Cruel, the real son. Dion tried to convince himself that he shouldn't be greedy. He decided he would work hard to be recognized. First, he needed to improve his constitution. He thought he would train for 30 more minutes that day. When night came, he was exhausted, sweating intensely, his body trembling. He thought it felt like he was going to die, but he couldn't stop. He needed to do more. Cruel appeared and told him to stop because he was already bleeding. He asked what Dion thought he was doing. He said he had already warned him to stop being stupid, that he didn't need to stay in his room hurting himself like that. Dion wondered if he couldn't even try, if he was a failure by nature. He said it was fine, that he wouldn't do anything anymore since no one expected anything from him anyway. He said he was going to rest, that he would return to his room. In the silence of his room, Dion wondered what he had to do to be loved by his own family. Then the butler knocked on the door and asked if he wasn't going to have dinner again. Dion asked about the others. At that point in the story, he was already 14 years old. That was when Cruel, now 17, appeared, saying that their parents had gone out to deal with an urgent matter. Dion asked why Cruel was there since he thought he would be training. Cruel replied that he had already finished for the day and invited him to a game of chess. Dion thought that ever since the day he had given up his own training, Cruel always came to play with him. Cruel asked if he wasn't interrupting anything, and Dion, even seeing Cruel every day, realized that he hadn't seen his parents in a long time. Cruel asked if Dion was joking, wanting to know if he had anything to do in his room since he never seemed to do anything. Dion replied that he didn't, and that his brother hadn't interrupted anything. Cruel explained that the Empire was going through turbulent times, and because of that, their parents were extremely busy. Dion thought it was always the same excuse. Everyone said his parents were busy, but he was sure they just didn't want to see his face. Even so, the reason he believed that lie was simple. From time to time, his mother visited him while he slept, apologized, and caressed his face. Even while pretending not to feel love for his parents, Dion liked that gesture, and it reignited a foolish hope inside him. Cruel said that he wouldn't be able to keep playing chess with him for much longer. Dion apologized, believing his brother had missed important commitments because of him. But Cruel said that wasn't the problem. The real issue was that when the war began, everything would change. At that moment, several knights suddenly entered the room. Cruel asked who they were and why they had entered without permission. One of the knights replied that he was there to deliver a message from the Empire and asked who Dion Hart was. The butler answered that he was the young man sitting in front of Master Cruel. Dion was terrified. The messenger informed him that he had to go with them immediately and that everything would be explained either on the way or upon arrival. The knights whispered among themselves, doubting that such a frail boy could really be a Hart. They said he hardly looked like he knew how to hold a sword. Cruel tried to intervene, grabbing one of their arms and saying there must be some mistake. However, the messenger stated there was no mistake. House Hart had signed an official document for the Emperor. They were merely following orders. If they wanted clarification, they should ask the parents themselves. Dion was in shock. He wondered if his parents had really done this, sending someone as weak and sickly as him to war. He thought no, they would never do such a thing. But when he turned to call Cruel, he noticed that his brother had closed the door, leaving the room in silence. Then Dion understood. Everyone wanted him dead. In the end, his family had truly abandoned him. Shortly after, Dion was given a sword he could barely lift. They told him he would soon depart for the battlefield, and that, if he didn't die, he should at least become stronger. The sword was too heavy, and everyone around him mocked him. They said that this was Dion Hart, the rejected son, and that the rumors about his family hating him and wanting him dead were true. But Dion could only think that he didn't want to die. From that day on, his life became hell. On the battlefield, he heard screams, groans of pain, and desperate pleas for mercy. It was chaos, despair, death itself. He was covered in blood, trembling under the weight of a body that had fallen on top of him. He cried, telling himself that he didn't want to die, that he didn't want to be there. Then he saw his superior killing another man and shouting at him to wake up to reality. He told him that if he didn't know how to use a sword, he should grab another weapon. He threw a dagger at him and said he didn't need to be a hero. He just needed to fight to survive. Dion understood in that instant that it was true. He couldn't die there. He had to live, no matter the cost. And that was why he began to kill, endlessly. He killed and killed, only to survive. Years passed on that battlefield, and he was still alive. Sometimes he felt fear, sometimes he coughed up blood, but he kept fighting. Everything he did was for survival. Killing was the only thing he knew how to do. Sometimes he wondered if, when he returned home, he would ever be happy again. One day, he heard some soldiers talking about letters and packages arriving from home. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Everyone was happy receiving gifts and messages from their families and wives. Dion wondered why he was expecting something too. Deep down, he knew nothing would come. And indeed, The only thing he received was a new order. He had been promoted to commander and would be sent to the front line. It was at that moment that Dion decided he would turn the entire Hart household into a true hell, just as they had done with his life. When he returned from the war, the first thing he did was kill the servants. He thought the long-awaited day had finally come. Standing before his parents, he coldly declared that he was there to pay his respects. They barely reacted before Dion lunged forward and drove his dagger into his father's heart. Then, looking at his mother, he thought of all the years he had carried that dream and killed her too, after whispering only a brief farewell. He believed he had fulfilled the purpose that had kept him alive for so many years. But as the blood ran down his hands, the pain would not fade. He thought he had finally achieved what he wanted, yet it still hurt. It hurt so much that he could hardly understand why. Then Cruel appeared and saw the entire scene. Dion was crying, crushed by the weight of what he had done. Shocked, Cruel asked what he had done. Desperate, Dion tried to ask for help, but soon realized there was no reason for his brother to help him. After all, Cruel was his enemy too. The two began to fight. Cruel drew his sword while Dion held his blood-stained dagger. Dion shouted that his brother had watched everything for years and never done anything. Pain and hatred consumed him, and his frail body coughed blood as he forced his muscles to keep moving. He thought he had reached his limit, that he hated this weak body, but he could not collapse before killing him. Suddenly, Dion snapped back to reality. He heard someone calling his name. It was Line Reiner, captain of the High Knights. He realized he was somewhere else, far from the previous scene. She watched him closely and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. He replied that it was good to see her again, thinking that perhaps she was the only normal person among the knights, since the rest were complete psychopaths. Dion began to notice his surroundings and wondered where he was. The last thing he remembered was jumping off the carriage during an attack. Now he was in a bright hall, wearing different clothes. Line remarked that he didn't look well and asked if he had received bad news. Dion said no, though he wondered inwardly what had happened. He remembered meeting the Emperor, but everything felt hazy, as if stress had caused another blackout. As he tried to make sense of it all, he asked what kind of event it was. Line seemed surprised by the question and replied that he had to be joking. She explained they were there to celebrate the first victory of the Empire's new hero, Cruel Hart. At that moment, Cruel slowly approached. His green eyes and black hair clearly distinguished him from Dion. On his chest, he bore the symbol of House Hart, and his expression was calm, almost serene. Dion stared at him, a chill running through his chest. He thought that the dream from the previous night had been a warning. Seeing him again made everything inside him ache. Cruel greeted his brother, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Dion replied, trying to hide his tension, but inside he felt only disgust. To him, Cruel was the one man he never wanted to see again in his life. Cruel mentioned that days earlier he had faced the commander of the Zeroth unit during the war against the demon army. He said that the battle had inspired him, that the spirit of his opponent reminded him of his brother. He claimed he had never seen such determination and leadership as Daon's, and that the Empire owed him much for his service during the 8-year war. Dion laughed, a bitter, mocking laugh, as if he had just heard a cruel joke. He said he was simply surprised by his brother's words, too surprised not to laugh. Dion said there was no chance he would ever fight alongside his brother. He didn't even consider the possibility, but Cruel insisted otherwise, convinced that he would. At that moment, Dion noticed that Cruel's eyes had changed. Their look was completely different, and he began to think that this man was insufferable, wondering why he was still there when he should be speaking with his own guests. He told him not to mind his presence, since the party was a mess anyway, and didn't even have a decent drink for him. Cruel commented that he had heard Dion had recently returned from a hunt, and Dion, irritated, wondered if that fool was still talking to him. Cruel asked if he was injured, and Dion thought about how annoying he was. He had always been, and told him to stop pretending to care. Even if he were hurt, it was none of his business. He told Cruel he could just stand there watching, as he always did, because that was what he did best. Absolutely nothing. Still, Dion decided to end the conversation there. He didn't want to cause a scene in the middle of the celebration. Duke Stave appeared to interrupt the conversation, saying that his heart grew warmer at the sight of brotherly love. Dion remembered well who he was, the leader of the forces opposing the Empire, and watched as Stave greeted Cruel, saying he had heard much about him and was pleased to finally meet. Dion simply stared at the Duke's extended hand, then turned his back, leaving everyone around them stunned, wondering if he had really just ignored a duke. Some whispered that he must have lost his mind, but Stave showed no reaction. Alan looked confused by Dion's behavior, and Dion thought it was impossible to speak with pudding in his mouth. He needed to swallow first. He wondered if Stave had been offended, but his thoughts were interrupted when Prince Elphidius Desert appeared to greet the Duke as well. Dion began to wonder if there was something odd about his appearance or his clothes, since he seemed to be attracting too much attention. The prince said it had been a while since he had seen Stave, and assumed he had been busy. Stave apologized for not keeping in touch. Dion thought to himself that the prince had actually walked right past him. Elphidius replied that there was no need to apologize since he himself had not made visits easy, then added that he was there to assist Cruel and would protect him at all costs. Dion took that moment as his chance to finally swallow the pudding, but before he could, someone hugged him from behind. making him spit everything out. The culprit was Princess Alatia Desert, who said her brother hadn't told her Dion would be there and that she had missed him dearly. Everyone was shocked to see Dion spitting what looked like blood, though it was only pudding. He thought everything was the princess's fault, but Line quickly placed a napkin over his mouth and asked him to stop talking, taking the blame for not noticing his condition earlier. Dion kept thinking it wasn't blood, it was pudding, but no one seemed to listen. Then the Emperor himself approached, wanting to know what was going on, and Dion realized that everyone was there now, the Emperor Eduardo and General Nemesis included. Alatia apologized, explaining that Count Hart had gotten pudding all over himself because of her. She had been too excited and lost control of her strength. The prince also apologized to his majesty, but Eduardo said it wasn't necessary, since Dion was fragile anyway and could spit blood at any moment, especially after being attacked on his way to the celebration, as some of his internal wounds were still healing. Dion felt like everyone around him was driving him insane. The Emperor asked if he needed a doctor, and Dion replied no, that he was fine, even though his pale face said otherwise. Nemesis commented that it must be part of the Demon King's curse, and Dion could only wonder why everyone was acting that way. He realized his only option was to pretend to be sick so he could leave. He told his majesty that unfortunately he would need to depart as the stress was making him unwell. He apologized, but at that moment he truly did start to feel faint. His brother caught him before he could fall, but when Dion tried to thank him, he quickly pushed his arm away. Dion said he didn't need his brother's help. During the 8 years he had spent on that battlefield, he had hated Cruel with every fiber of his being and couldn't understand how he dared to pretend to care now. The Emperor placed a hand on his shoulder and said he didn't look well, suggesting that returning home would be the best option. Dion apologized and said he would leave immediately, agreeing that it was for the best. If he stayed any longer, he would lose control and destroy everything. As he left, Stave was watching Cruel, who seemed genuinely worried about his brother, or perhaps only pretending to be. Either way, Stave found himself intrigued by the story. Later, Stave was speaking with his protege, saying that the Emperor was clearly allied with Don Hort, treating him like a star during the celebration, far too respectfully in fact. He remarked that the Emperor had personally defended him, claiming it was because of his physical condition, but why was he protecting Dion so much now? Stave also noticed that Cruel seemed to have a rather strange relationship with his brother. Cruel explained that the event had been in his honor, and that he simply hadn't wanted to ruin the atmosphere. Stave replied that it was fine, since he knew exactly how Cruel had felt emotionally when he came to his office. That day, the one who had sought Stave out was none other than Cruel himself, a man who had lost his parents and home at the hands of his own younger brother. Cruel had asked Stave to become his patron, promising in return to be the finest sword at his service. He said that if his only goal were survival, there were many other paths he could have taken, but he had chosen this one. Stave asked why he had made such a specific request. Cruel replied that this time he wanted protection. In the present, Stave understood perfectly what that had meant. Cruel wanted protection from Dion. He confirmed that was exactly the case. Stave then said that everything was fine, since they were now in the same boat. The Emperor's dog had to be eliminated. Even though Dion was helping in some ways, he remained a threat, not only to the Empire, but to everyone. Stave thought to himself that one day he would surely kill him. Meanwhile, Dion was on his way back home in his carriage. Line was with him and asked if he needed anything else. Dion replied that he only wanted to lie down in his bed and rest. However, as they approached, they saw that the garden was on fire. He was confused, wondering if he was dreaming or hallucinating. He saw assassin knights amid the flames, apparently killing some people and rescuing others. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but soon realized it was real. He asked himself what the hell they were doing there. One of the knights approached him, calling him Captain, or rather, Count. Dion was certain he hadn't left his home in that state when he departed. Suddenly, a bomb fell directly into his hand. Line asked if that was really a bomb, and Dion, panicked, threw the explosive away. The explosion in the garden was enormous, leaving everyone stunned. Dion wondered who those maniacs were, throwing bombs at his house, while tension grew among those present. Then, a figure emerged from the flames. One of the members of the Revolutionary Army declared that Dion was truly a hero. Immediately afterward, Dion hurled the bomb back at the enemy, killing him in the explosion. The body dropped dead right in front of them. The assassin knights commented that they thought they had already killed them all. Dion then realized they were intruders and asked if that man had been part of the invasion. He hadn't even known there was anyone there. It was the Revolutionary Army invading his house. The knights confirmed it, explaining that they had been nearby and managed to save most of the people. Dion, suspicious, demanded to know why exactly they were there. After all, the assassin knights had been expelled from the Empire for causing too many problems. They laughed, saying he was worried about them and called him cute. They added that even if they had been expelled, they would still help their dear captain, since they considered his house to be their own. Dion told them to let go of him, irritated at how they were clinging to him, and and Line said their behavior was unacceptable. Dion thought everyone around him was insane. The Revolutionary Army had attacked him on the way to his meeting with Emperor Eduardo, and now they had launched a direct assault on his mansion. They were clearly determined to kill him. Soon, Dion realized there were still more enemies alive. One of the invaders noticed he had been spotted and tried to flee, but before Dion could capture him, someone else moved faster. With a single powerful strike, the enemy was thrown to the ground. Dion recognized that this was no ordinary butler. It was Remember, who remarked that he was impressed by his lord's performance and asked if something particular had happened at the palace. Line explained that Dion had been attacked by the Revolutionary Army on the way and had sustained internal injuries but was recovering. Meanwhile, the last surviving enemy thought to himself that there were currently 3 obstacles standing in the way of dethroning the emperor: Nemesis, the chief general who personally protected the emperor; Ardal, the chancellor; and Dion Hart, the final piece on the board. He believed that for the revolution to succeed, Dion Hart would need to die as soon as possible. They had failed in that attack, but they would keep trying. He swore that Dion and his knights would still die. One of the assassin knights overheard and asked who he was calling the emperor's dog. He insisted that the man had no idea what had happened during the 8-year war or what his master had endured. He said none of that was the Revolutionary Army's concern. Then he added that his role in the war, and now, was to fight for Dion Hart and, if necessary, die for him. With that, he killed the man on the spot. Remember watched everything and thought he would have a huge mess to clean up, but that he would tell the count the enemy had been killed by dogs or some similar excuse. Meanwhile, in a city near the Empire, there were children starving on the streets. Among them, a girl thought about how she had tried to steal some food, but, as expected, had failed. She hadn't eaten anything since that day. She believed that people like her, born in the slums, died every day without anyone caring, until a boy approached, noticed how weak she looked, and said she seemed about to die, offering her a piece of bread. His name was Paul, and he explained that he had gotten the food from the Church of Salvation, where they were distributing water and bread for free to the slum residents. The girl, suspicious, asked if the food was poisoned or laced with drugs. Paul laughed and assured her it wasn't, saying that his neighbor had eaten it and was fine. Even so, she thought that no one would care if she died poisoned. Paul, impatient, replied that if she didn't believe him, then she could starve. As he walked away, the girl called him back and decided to go with him, thinking that dying of hunger or being poisoned made no difference. To her, it didn't matter whether it would be salvation or a curse. Meanwhile, Dion Hart reflected that it had already been a week since he returned to the Empire. The front garden, once burned, was almost completely restored. He had reinstated the mad dogs, who had unexpectedly returned under his command. Now all that was left was to enjoy the time he had in the human realm, or so he thought. The reality was that he was overwhelmed by piles of paperwork. Even though he was only back temporarily, Dion insisted he wouldn't neglect business and approve new construction projects, such as a dam in the territory. Since that day, however, he hadn't felt comfortable speaking to Remember, his advisor. Suddenly, he heard an argument outside. Some knights were complaining that the mad dogs had taken all the food. One of them replied that they shouldn't be stingy. Dion sighed, already expecting this kind of conflict. The mansion knights and the mad dogs would never get along, though he still didn't know the exact reason for that fight. He asked, Remember if the knights didn't have any work to do. The man explained that the emperor used to send them on missions, but since they had returned under Dion's command, there were no orders. All they could do was train and wait. Dion then asked why the emperor had given those men back to him, grumbling that he missed the demon realm. Remember replied that he believed the emperor deeply trusted Dion, for no sovereign would hand over such important knights to one person without a great amount of trust. It could even lead to a revolt or betrayal. Dion, however, thought it wasn't about trust, it was about convenience. The emperor couldn't handle those undisciplined soldiers and simply dumped them back on him. As he resumed his paperwork, Dion thought that if the emperor truly liked him, he would have taken some of that responsibility off his shoulders. Then, Remember commented that perhaps Dion hadn't been informed yet, but a week ago, His Majesty had named Dion Hart as the sole owner of the Hart domain. Dion was shocked, unsure of what to say. Remember explained that the official proclamation should be somewhere, probably among the documents on the desk. Stunned, Dion thought he needed to find a way to return that title. He was now officially Count Hart, responsible for his entire family's territory, a place that only brought him the worst memories. He decided that he would not accept it and would speak with the emperor personally. But before he could leave, a servant rushed in, announcing that the Crown Prince and General Nemesis were there to see him. Dion Hart thought he already had too many problems and wondered why things could never be simple. Meanwhile, Prince Elphidius and General Nemesis stood before the large Hart family portrait, which was covered with a cloth. Nemesis remarked that he imagined Dion would have at least taken the portrait with him, and one of the attendants informed them they would be taken to the reception room. The prince apologized for the sudden visit, explaining that he had an urgent matter to discuss with the count. As he walked, he recalled the real reason he had come. He had told the princess that the Revolutionary Army had invaded Dion's mansion, but asked her not to be sad about it. The princess, however, replied that she was sure Dion never wanted to look at her face again. The prince commented that, at first glance, they didn't even seem close, but the princess insisted on asking whether or not she was beautiful. As a princess, she believed she never had to take the first step, and perhaps because of that, she lacked the ability to deal with passion. She said she never intended to cause problems for Dion, but acknowledged that he had shed blood because of her. The prince said it wasn't her fault, though he knew she felt responsible. The princess declared that she should apologize in person, but the prince refused, saying that would be a scandal if she visited him instead of the other way around. Even so, the princess stated that it would make marriage between them easier. Elphidius replied that she didn't even love Dion, but it became clear that the princess's sweet and innocent appearance was merely a mask she had created for herself. Alatia explained that perhaps she didn't love him, but Dion could be very useful to the royal family. The prince commented that no one believed in his sister's pure image anymore, although he admitted that if she wanted to stop acting, he wouldn't mind. The princess replied that she didn't want to cause scandal among the nobles, and that her work with Count Hart couldn't be in vain. She had expressed affection for Dion in public, and everyone had seen it. Because of that, no one in their right mind would dare to touch him. She added that this was necessary to ensure Dion remained loyal to the royal family, which would please both the emperor and herself. Elphidius remarked that his sister was an extremely sharp girl and that he was sure everything she did had a purpose. Even so, he reminded her that, as he always said, she could stop whenever she wanted. Alatia thanked her brother for his support and, changing the subject, asked if he wasn't curious to know what Dion really felt for her. The prince found the question ill-timed, but she argued that they couldn't let the most talented man in the empire slip away. So, the prince decided that, since he was already there, he would use the opportunity to bring Dion Hart definitively to the empire's side. Dion, on the other hand, was nervous, not understanding the real reason for the visit. Even so, he received them politely, greeting the future Emperor Elphidius and General Nemesis. The prince apologized again for arriving so suddenly and invited him to sit. Dion asked the purpose of the visit, and the prince said it was just to talk. The same was said by Nemesis, who stared at him intently. Dion thought that look could pierce through him. It was so severe. The first thing the prince did was apologize. Dion assumed it was for the unexpected visit and said it was no problem, but the prince was referring to the incident during the celebration, when Alatia, in an impulsive gesture, had hit him hard, causing him to spit wine in front of everyone. Elphidius explained that he had already spoken to her and assured that it wouldn't happen again. Dion replied that it was just a small accident, nothing important, but Elphidius added that, aside from the apology, he also brought a special favor to ask. Dion Hart wondered what kind of special favor would make the prince come to his house personally. To his surprise, Prince Elphidius simply asked if they could be friends. Dion was confused, not understanding why someone so important would make such a simple request. The prince explained that he had always wanted to get to know him better, but Dion was always so busy. Dion asked if that was the only reason he came, and Elphidius replied that, being the crown prince, he had many limitations and couldn't visit his friends often. So he used the incident at the celebration as an excuse to come. Dion felt uncomfortable, trying to understand why the prince was acting that way. He seemed like a shy boy trying to start a conversation, which confused him even more. Dion said he was flattered by the invitation, but upon seeing Nemesis's cold stare, he quickly changed his mind and said it would be an honor to be the prince's friend. He thought that if he refused, he might not make it out of there alive. Elphidius smiled, pleased, saying that from that day on, they would be friends and that he would do his best to get closer to him. He said it truly made him happy, and Dion, keeping his composure, replied that the honor was his. The prince noticed that Dion was clearly uncomfortable, but chose to ignore it. He thought the rumors were true. Dion Hart was indeed someone empathetic and hard to hate. He commented that it would be nice if they could truly become friends and suggested that Dion visit the palace more often, saying they could train together, talk, and even have tea. Dion, not knowing how to decline without being rude, said he wasn't really sure, but Elphidius stood up smiling and said he already had his answer. Before leaving, the prince said he would leave Nemesis behind, as he also had something to discuss. Dion was desperate, hoping they wouldn't leave him alone with that man. Elphidius simply waved and said, "See you soon, my friend." As soon as he left, Dion thought he didn't want to be alone with Nemesis for a single second and wondered what he should say to him. Nemesis watched him in silence and, after a few seconds, said it had been a while since they last spoke alone. He assured Dion he wouldn't take long and would get get straight to the point. He informed him that the Emperor wanted Dion to deal with the Revolutionary Army soldier they had captured, as the goal was to discover the enemy base and eliminate them. However, since Dion was the one who captured the first soldier, he was free to refuse the mission if he wished. Dion found the request too direct, but replied that it was fine. He would take Nemesis to the prisoner. He thought that the sooner he handled it, the sooner he could rest. So, the two of them went to the place where the soldier was being held. The man was tied up and unconscious, and Dion commented that Nemesis could take him whenever he wanted. Nemesis, however, asked if Dion wasn't mistaken about what had happened. He said that 3 revolutionary soldiers had attacked Dion. 2 had died and 1 had exploded, right? But the cause of the last one's death still hadn't been confirmed. Dion didn't understand why he was being questioned about that. Nemesis then got straight to the point and asked if he knew how that soldier had died. The narrator explains that Nemesis didn't hate people without reason. During the 8-year war, he had observed Dion closely and noticed something strange in his behavior. Intense mood swings and even changes in personality. Dion Hart had been the first noble to become a common soldier in that war, and he had served in Nemesis's unit. When the general first met him, he seemed fragile and frightened, but he had a brutal survival method. He killed with extreme violence, without hesitation, just to stay alive. Nemesis believed that sooner or later he would lose his sanity because of it. Recalling that time, Nemesis said that Dion had already been there for 3 days and needed to pull himself together. No one would blame him for killing people. No one would blame him for surviving. Dion, confused, asked what he was talking about and who exactly he was. He said that his wounds had already healed and that he was fine. Nemesis then realized that something had changed. In front of him, Dion seemed to remember nothing, and the general concluded that he was now facing a different personality. He thought that, on one side, there was a bloodthirsty killer, and on the other, a normal man tormented by the guilt of the atrocities he had committed. These two sides had become Dion Hart's personalities. Tired, Dion stated that he was far too exhausted to remember what had happened, and that maybe he had only survived by luck. But Nemesis knew it wasn't luck. He was sure Dion simply couldn't bear the weight of the guilt and the deaths he carried on his hands. He had fled from it in the most extreme way possible. Nemesis rephrased his question, remembering the way that soldier had died and wondering how long Dion would keep pretending to be an idiot, believing his actions were justified. To Nemesis, it was as if he were throwing away his own humanity. When Dion asked what he meant by that, Nemesis thought there might still be hope if he would just answer honestly. Dion said he wasn't present at the time of the death and therefore didn't know the detail. He had only heard that the soldier had been killed by dogs. Nemesis realized he had been too optimistic and decided to leave, stating that he knew Dion had a lot to deal with, so there was no need for him to accompany him. Dion simply said goodbye and went back inside, while Nemesis thought that nothing about him had changed. Dogs killed someone? What a joke. He had no doubt it had been Dion himself who had killed that Revolutionary Army soldier using the convenient excuse of his other personality. To Nemesis, weakness in someone with that much responsibility could be catastrophic. Dion Hart was a threat, and he believed the Emperor was truly willing to keep that person at his side. Later, Dion woke up from a nap. He had only wanted to rest for a bit, but ended up falling asleep. He asked if Remember had stayed there the entire time and how long he had slept. Remember replied that it hadn't been very long and asked if he was feeling better. Dion said he was, and Remember mentioned that he had requested a private visit from the doctor just as a precaution. The diagnosis was the same as always: natural frailty, stress, and fatigue. Dion wasn't surprised, since every day there was some incident that gave him a headache. Remember explained that he had come with a proposal. He suggested that Dion send the noble knights on a monster hunt, and Dion thought it was a great idea. He figured that if they could burn off all that energy, it would be wonderful. Remember was pleased with the response and commented that there had been many monsters near the border lately, so they could send them there. Dion asked for it to be done as quickly as possible, believing he would finally be rid of those crazy knights for a while. However, shortly afterward, he himself was on the way to the border, wondering why he had been dragged into that expedition. The one who forced him to go was Line, and Dion questioned why he had to be there. One of the knights replied that it would be fun, saying that he spent his days sitting in an office and that this would be good for his health. Dion thought they were all damn psychopaths. He had tried every way to avoid going, but the first of those lunatics begged him to come along, saying that as part of the noble knights, he should also get out of the house and have some fun. For Dion, there was nothing fun about killing monsters. Remember said he didn't need to worry about paperwork and that this trip would be like a vacation, since he'd been under a lot of pressure in recent weeks. The knights were even more moved, believing they were the only ones capable of rescuing him from that routine. Dion tried to argue, but Remember member stated that if he went, the traitor from the mansion would have to follow him. He said he would personally take care of that spy, and that Dion could enjoy his vacation in peace. With no alternatives, Dion ended up accepting, thinking that it might be for the best, since they needed to capture the infiltrator before it was too late. During the trip, one of the knights commented that they knew Dion was always happy during a hunt, but he just thought that was a lie. While the knights prepared, gathered before a horde of monsters, they charged forward like true lunatics. Dion watched it all and thought he was surrounded by madmen, even feeling nostalgic for the demon kingdom. Line, meanwhile, sighed, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. When Dion requested someone from the Empire to supervise the Assassin Knights, they presented him with Line, the captain of the High Knights. Unlike the Assassin Knights, she was a true knight, disciplined and respected. With the abilities Line possessed, she should have been on a much more important mission, and Dion felt guilty because of it. Line asked if her lord would not be joining them, but Dion replied that for now, he would let them have their fun. Lean remarked that he had a lot of consideration for those people, and Dion thought that if that was called consideration, then he just wanted them to hurry up and kill all the monsters. The knights were not only bathing in blood as they fought, but also arguing with each other over their kills. Dion observed and thought that was their idea of enjoying a vacation, and he had nothing against it, as long as they left him alone. Still, they commented that he didn't seem to be having any fun. Dion reflected that if he joined the hunt, something inside him might change too, but before he could think more about it, he felt something approaching quickly. An arrow struck his shoulder hard, forcing him to step back. Line asked if he was okay, and he realized that if he hadn't turned his body at the last second, the shot would have hit his neck. He immediately assessed the situation, deducing that it was an ambush. It couldn't be another kingdom, or that would mean war. It had to be the work of assassins sent by someone who wanted him dead. The enemy archer was surprised, questioning how he had managed to dodge the attack. Dion, irritated, thought he was tired of these flies buzzing around him and of pretending not to notice anything. Line warned that he needed to remove the arrow quickly before it got worse, and then cut off the tip of the projectile. Dion felt the pain spread as the tip sank deeper into his flesh, but endured it. He told the Assassin Knights they could use their drug, signaling the start of the massacre. From afar, observers watched the battle. One of them asked if the man who had taken the arrow was Dion himself, the hero of the Empire. His subordinate confirmed it, saying that was his platoon. Another man asked who they were fighting and whether that was some kind of internal conflict. He thought Dion's injury might be a good opportunity, as it had only been 2 years since the end of the 8-year war. The infamous Dion Hart was wounded, and the Empire didn't want a new war. If they could claim he had struck first, they might receive a handsome reward. Meanwhile, the Assassin Knights were injecting their drugs. Line, intrigued, asked what kind of substance it was. Dion explained that the compound temporarily inhibited reasoning, but boosted combat instincts and assured her the effect wouldn't last long. When the enemies advanced to kill him, he mounted his horse, charged forward, and leapt into the air, wielding his dagger. The first enemy was struck straight in the chest, without even having time to react. Dion thought that if the man didn't want to get pierced again, he'd better stay still. With one captured alive, he ordered the others to be eliminated. The battlefield turned into a true hell. The Assassin Knights killed everyone without mercy in a frenzy of blood and screams. Dion told Line to take care of the prisoner so he wouldn't die, but as he looked around, he noticed one of the knights hesitating. The man believed the enemy in front of him was already dying and saw no reason to finish him off. Dion, out of patience, finished the job with a clean strike. He wondered what was happening to his men. He said they needed to truly fight, because this was a war. Just because they had become knights didn't mean they could afford to grow weak. He asked whether they had taken the drug, because fighting like that, they wouldn't survive. For him, there was no mercy in war, only survival. He told them to let insanity take over their bodies. As the chaos spread, the enemy assassins realized the fatal mistake they had made by accepting that mission. Far from there, Cruel was in his office, when a subordinate asked if he was sure about what he was doing. They said they would only receive a reward if they managed to injure Dion, but Cruel replied that he would be killed. He revealed that the Duke had given a direct order to eliminate him and that he would take full responsibility for the outcome. The messenger found it strange that the Duke hadn't paid personally for such a condition, but Cruel simply asked him not to worry. He thought the Duke must really hate Dion, but perhaps that wasn't fair. If anyone had the right to decide his brother's end, that person was him. The battlefield was drenched in blood. Screams, mangled bodies, and the scent of iron filled the air. At the center of that carnage stood the red-eyed man, killing his enemies like a maniac consumed by bloodlust. One of the assassins, on the brink of death, looked at him in horror and wondered if that was really the Empire's hero. He thought this wasn't what they were being paid for. How could someone like Dion fight like that and still remain sane? At that moment, the enemies finally understood why his squad was called the Assassin Knights. Despite their title as noble knights, they weren't humans fighting. They were demons. Dion asked the assassin if he was that desperate for money, if he was stupid, or both at once. Then he drove the the dagger into the man's chest and stepped on it, making him scream in pain. Dion said he didn't like torture, but he needed to know who had ordered the attack. Meanwhile, a messenger informed the Emperor that the Kingdom of Iron had filed a complaint. According to the report, the Count and his knights had hunted many monsters near the border, and during the mission, they were ambushed at the castle walls, which resulted in a violent retaliation. The Kingdom of Iron was calling the incident an attempted military invasion. The Emperor asked if the Count had been ambushed and if he was all right. The messenger replied that an arrow had struck his shoulder and that he might not be able to use his right arm for a month. The Emperor asked if the Kingdom of Iron was demanding financial compensation and thought that, with the Count wounded, they would likely assume war wouldn't be started. Even so, he lamented the situation, stating that perhaps he had been too passive in recent years. The messenger was surprised by the reaction and suggested resolving the conflict peacefully, but the Emperor refused. He ordered preparations for war. The messenger tried to make him reconsider, reminding him that it had been only 2 years since the last war ended. But the Emperor responded that it had already been enough time to rest. He said that if they conquered that kingdom, they would gain access to many resources, just like in the 8-Year War. He claimed there was no reason not to repeat the strategy. The Chancellor, shocked, called the Emperor a tyrant, but quickly bowed his head, nervous. The Emperor declared that he already wanted to conquer the entire continent and that this was the perfect moment. The Chancellor thought he had become a new tyrant and wondered if the Emperor truly had the capacity to handle such responsibility. The Emperor recalled the moment he killed his own brothers and sisters to take the throne and thought about the promise he had made to dominate the continent. Determined, he reflected that now was not the time to hesitate. His obsession had become a chain that bound him, but also one that prevented him from allowing another catastrophe. The Chancellor believed there was nothing wrong with fulfilling responsibilities, but he realized that the Emperor's priority wasn't the people, it was the dead siblings. He prayed silently that another tragedy would not occur, and decided to keep everything secret. The Emperor praised the Chancellor's quick reasoning and said he too would fulfill his duty. Then he asked General Nemesis if he had ever heard of the Church of Salvation, a cult that had been gathering a large number of followers in the slums. Nemesis replied that he understood why the people turned to religion, but the country was very unstable. The Emperor remarked that the church had grown too much and that it would be wise to eliminate any threat before the war began. He said he might assign Dion to that task. Nemesis, surprised, asked if he truly intended to involve Dion in that. The Emperor confirmed, saying that Dion would easily deal with the cult, though he had forgotten about his recent injury. Even so, Nemesis objected, stating that Dion was dangerous. The Emperor thought that Nemesis always showed distrust toward Dion and asked why. Was it because he was too brutal with his enemies? The general answered no, explaining that such brutality was merely a form of survival. However, he revealed that Dion possessed a split personality, leaving the Emperor silent. Nemesis explained that Dion's mind and consciousness could collapse at any moment, fragile as a sandcastle. He wondered what would happen if Dion suffered a complete breakdown the instant his mind became entirely blocked. The Emperor replied coldly that Dion was already aware of all of this. Still worried, Nemesis asked why he insisted on putting him at risk. The Emperor said that decision no longer belonged to him. It belonged to Dion himself. Nemesis tried to argue that even a broken sword could wound its master, but the Emperor declared he would take responsibility for any consequence. He said it was part of an emperor's duty and ended the subject, stating he had heard enough. He declared himself a tyrant by his own will and therefore could not be a good ruler at the same time. He also said he would no longer tolerate any insolence from Nemesis. The general lowered his head and apologized. The Emperor, in a gentler tone, said he understood his concerns but that he didn't need to worry so much, since there were many dangerous individuals around him. It was the Emperor himself who had given Dion the mission to exterminate his own family, because the young man had asked for it. Punished by his own house, he had been sent to the most disastrous war in the continent's history, and in that hell, he managed to take revenge on his relatives while serving the Empire. The Emperor considered him perfect for that task. At the time, he had asked Dion if he was willing to bear the consequences of his family's downfall, and the young man simply wanted to know what needed to be done. The Emperor, satisfied with the answer, said that, with a bit of luck, Dion could accompany the hero in the battle against the Demon Kingdom. That decision had been intentional. The Emperor had sent Dion to the front lines on purpose. The mission was an absolute success, and after the enemy's defeat, he returned carrying the hero's body. Later, the Emperor asked if he had changed his mind, and Dion replied that he had not. The Emperor thought that even without possessing the hero's fragment, no one could deny that he was the true hero of the Empire. Then he declared that the Hart family mansion would fall silent that night. Daeon simply thanked His Majesty for his consideration, and the Emperor reflected that fate was a mysterious thing. That night, Daeon returned home and witnessed the massacre of his own parents, surviving to tell the tale. The Emperor considered it a convenient coincidence, since Daeon had exterminated his family by his own will. Meanwhile, Cruel bore the duty of killing his brother, a mission he could only carry out with the Emperor's support. The way Cruel survived was by allying himself with Duke Illuster, and in a sense, those two brothers ended up becoming each other's bond. As long as Cruel lived, Daeon would remain loyal to the Empire. At that moment, Daeon was trapped in a terrible nightmare, surrounded by a sea of blood and corpses. Confused, he wondered what all that was and what had happened. The words he always repeated in times of war echoed in his mind. Let madness take control, everything for survival. The pain in his head grew stronger until his other personality emerged, covering his eyes and telling him not to think, just to ignore it. After all, wasn't it someone else who had done all of that? Suddenly, Daeon woke from the disturbing dream, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder. He remembered reaching the border and being struck by an arrow, but couldn't recall what had happened afterward. The knights informed him that they had already arrived at the mansion, and he wondered when that had happened. It seemed everything had ended while he slept. If not for the wound on his shoulder, he would have thought it had all been just a nightmare. Then he asked about Remember, and the butler replied that his suspicions were correct. There had been an infiltrated spy. In fact, Remember himself had been the one to deal with him. A subordinate appeared, confused, and asked who Remember was, since he didn't seem like an ordinary butler. The man, injured in the neck, replied that he had done his best, but the job was finished. There was still information to uncover, so he ordered them to follow the small bird the spy used to send messages and find out where they were being delivered. Before leaving, he remarked that the corpse had been dismissed. Remember cleaned up the scene and went to receive Daeon, who had returned wounded. Upon seeing him, he asked if he was all right, and Daeon replied that it was just the shoulder, nothing serious. Remember said it was a relief, since being right-handed, he could still handle the paperwork. Daeon noticed the smell of blood on the butler and asked if he was injured as well. Remember confirmed, saying he had dealt with the spy, but that there had been an accident. Daeon replied that there was nothing to be done and praised the butler's efficiency, surprised that he had captured the enemy alone. Deep down, Daeon knew Remember had never been a simple servant. Remember asked Daeon if he had met with the assassin and wanted to know how it had gone and who the man was working for. Daeon replied that there had been an accident and the man had ended up dying, although in truth, he didn't remember anything. Remember remarked that maybe it was all connected and that every clue pointed to the Revolutionary Army, enemies of the kingdom, and also to Duke Illuster. It seemed like the true culprit behind everything was the Duke, but Remember said that, regardless of the case, Daeon didn't have to handle it all alone. He apologized for overstepping, but insisted that the Count should ask His Majesty for help. Daeon agreed, saying he was right and thanked him. He thought he would visit the Emperor either way, since it was better to solve the issue before it was too late. All he wanted was the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. Later, at the Imperial Palace, Daeon was informed that the Emperor was in a meeting with Duke Illuster, so he decided to wait patiently. While he waited, Alatia appeared, running toward him and shouting when she saw him. Shortly after, the prince approached, kindly asking permission to greet Count Hart. He welcomed Daeon warmly, called him a friend, and asked him not to be so formal. The prince assumed he was probably waiting to speak with the Emperor and invited him to join them. Soon after, Daeon was sitting at the table having tea with the prince and princess. He wondered what he was doing there and thought that, if he had known he would end up in that situation, he wouldn't have come at all. The prince said it was wonderful to enjoy a peaceful cup of tea, and Daeon politely responded that he felt honored. Noticing that Daeon had enjoyed the drink, the prince promised to give him some to take home. The princess, smiling, warned him not to drink too much and insisted that he eat a cookie, practically pushing it into his mouth. Daeon tried to stay calm, repeating to himself that it would all soon be over. The prince then mentioned that he had heard Daeon had been injured while hunting monsters and that the curse seemed to have weakened his body. He asked him to be more careful. The princess showed concern and asked if the count was all right. Daeon apologized for not having said anything sooner, and the prince replied that he should be more cautious, since he had already served the Empire for a long time and would continue doing so. Daeon thought that last sentence was more frightening than it was honorable. Out of nowhere, the prince confessed that he had never told anyone this before, but he didn't want to be the next emperor. Daeon was so surprised he nearly spit out his tea. The prince explained that he had accepted the position because he had no choice, but that he was only 8 years younger than His Majesty. When the emperor decided to retire, he would also have to step down. Daeon wondered why the prince was saying all of this so openly. The prince continued, saying that the only way he would ascend to the throne sooner would be if something happened to the emperor, but he would never wish for that, as he saw him as a brother. He added that Elphidius only wanted Eduardo to be happy. Daon knew that was true. The prince and princess genuinely loved their uncle. Still, it was strange that they were both alive since the current emperor, the ninth prince, had killed all of his siblings, even the youngest ones. Their continued presence in the palace was a mystery. The answer lay in the fact that they were the children of the first prince, the only one who had ever treated Eduardo like a real brother. He had been kind and had taken care of Eduardo until the day he died. It was no surprise then that the emperor's nephew shared such a strong bond with him, one that actually resembled a real family. Dion reflected that if the first prince had still been alive when everything happened, perhaps the ninth prince would not have succumbed to violence. The prince admitted that the burden of being the heir was too heavy and asked for Dion's support. Alatia scolded him, saying he shouldn't put so much pressure on Daon. Trying to escape the conversation, Dion asked if he could go to the bathroom, and Elphidius laughed, saying he had probably drunk too much tea. As soon as Dion left calmly, the prince commented that he was running away from them, and Alatia replied that it was obvious, because the conversation had been far too intense. Elphidius admitted he felt bad, but insisted that he had only been honest. Behind that appearance of harmony, dark conspiracies were being woven rapidly within the empire. Swords were being silently pointed at the throne, and every whisper in the shadows echoed the same thought. Eduardo did not deserve the crown and was nothing more than another cursed tyrant. Elphidius believed there had been many absurd situations, but over the past 2 years, he had been receiving numerous threats, and things were starting to get serious. The princess said they could never know when their weaknesses would be used against them, so they needed a strategy. The prince said the emperor needed someone fully loyal to him, and the princess stated that Dion was very talented. Having him on their side would be a great advantage, which was why she was trying her hardest to win him over. The prince hoped the plan would work, but he knew it would only last until the moment when, if someone posed a threat to the emperor, even if it were a king, that person would have to be eliminated. Meanwhile, Dion was looking for a way to slip away for a moment, pretending he was going to the bathroom just so he could speak with the emperor. On his way, he saw a man hurrying out and called to him. The man was startled by his gaze and asked if he could help. Dion, with a strange and threatening smile, simply asked if he knew where the bathroom was. The man reacted badly, drew a knife, and grazed Dion with it. Irritated, Dion thought that he had only wanted to ask where the damn bathroom was. But the attacker, realizing who he had just run into, panicked upon recognizing Dion Hart. Before he could escape, someone grabbed him by the neck. It was Cruel Hart, Dion's brother. Dion was confused to see him there and wondered what he was doing. The man being strangled begged not to be killed, and Dion noticed that he was holding a piece of paper. Moments later, Duke Illuster appeared to retrieve the document and said it seemed to be something very important. He commented that it had been a while since he last saw Count Hart and asked how he was and whether he had gone to speak with the emperor. Dion replied that he had, and the Duke, pleased, said he had captured an intruder while waiting for the emperor. He assured him that any request made by Dion would certainly be granted after that. Illuster claimed he didn't want to take credit, but Dion thought he didn't care about any of it. He just wanted to leave. At that moment, the prince and princess appeared, worried when they saw that Dion was bleeding. The prince immediately called for a doctor, and Dion, exhausted, thought about how his fragile body always put him in situations like this. He said he was fine, but the princess insisted that he was losing too much blood. The prince assured him that the doctor was already on his way, and Quell remarked that the injury might have been caused by the spy's weapon. Illuster agreed, saying the weapon might have been poisoned. The prince, surprised, asked what he meant by spy, and Dion thought to himself that the confusion was starting all over again. The doctor arrived running, terrified to see the group gathered together. The prince, the princess, Duke Illuster, Cruel Hart, and especially Dion Hart. He remembered the last time he had treated Dion, when the Count had simply disappeared, leaving everyone staring in shock. The doctor trembled, and Dion wondered why. The prince asked if he was poisoned, but the doctor replied that he wasn't, that it was only a superficial cut. The prince grew angry and demanded that he check properly, while Dion, weak, tried to intervene, but didn't have the strength to speak. Then Nemesis appeared, saying he was there to escort Count Hart to the emperor. Dion noticed that he didn't look happy to see him at all. The Count replied that he couldn't keep his majesty waiting, and that he would finish the treatment later, thanking the prince and princess for their concern. He said he didn't want them getting into trouble because of him. The prince reflected on those words, thinking that Dion believed his curse was incurable and didn't want to worry anyone. He thought Dion was a very strong person, despite everything. Later, Duke Illuster, leaving with Cruel, reflected that the seized document was a war plan and that a new war could start at any moment. He decided he would give the plan a little push. Meanwhile, Emperor Eduardo was meeting with Daon and commented that he looked injured. Daon denied it, but the emperor noticed how much he was sweating and told him not to try to hide his condition. Daon was considered one of the most crucial people in the empire, and he replied that he would keep that in mind. He thought that, surprisingly, the wound didn't bother him that much, but he had been holding his bladder ladder for too long and regretted not going to the bathroom earlier. Emperor Eduardo asked what had brought him there, and Daeon replied that it was about the hard territory. Eduardo said that if it was about reverting or returning anything, the answer was no. Daeon then asked about the knights, and the emperor replied that the same rule applied. The count asked what would happen if he wanted to quit his job, and the emperor said that was not possible. But if Daeon did him a favor, he would grant him one wish in return. Daeon looked at the document and was shocked to see that it concerned the Church of Salvation. Eduardo explained that it was a cult spreading through the slums, and that he wanted Daeon to eliminate all of them. Daeon thought it sounded like an important mission, but also something he could refuse. However, the emperor said he had given the same task to Duke Aluster and to Cruel Heart, promising the same wish to whoever completed it first. Daeon accepted, but quickly realized he had been manipulated. He thought the emperor had turned him into a toy. Eduardo, on the other hand, reflected that it had been Aluster himself who requested the elimination of that church, though he did not know why and preferred not to speculate. He said that whoever completed the mission first would earn the right to the wish, and Daeon thought that he would never lose to Cruel. Later, at the Heart Mansion, Remember served Daeon's daily tea, explaining that it was the tea sent by the prince, who had said the count liked it very much. Daeon thought he only liked the smell, as the aroma was pleasant, but it always made him want to urinate shortly after drinking it. Remember reminded him that he also needed to take his medicine, and Daeon asked if it was really necessary. The doctor insisted that he take care of his own health, saying it was a personal request. Remember explained that the medicine came from the royal doctor himself and assured him it was safe. He then mentioned that he had prepared a sweet treat to go along with it. At that moment, Lean entered the room to report the results of her investigation. Daeon, still with the bitter taste of the medicine, asked what she had found out about the Church of Salvation. Lean said the cult used the slums as a support base, offering free bread and water to attract followers. She said that, unlike other sects, they didn't ask for money, only promised salvation. Daeon found that vague. He thought that offering free food must have been expensive at first, but now they were receiving donations from nobles, which reduced the costs. Remember noted that it would be hard for just one family to finance everything, and Daeon concluded that the group wasn't after money or trying to popularize a religious leader. He suspected there was something behind it all, but first he needed to go to the bathroom and think more clearly. Lean asked if he planned to see everything with his own eyes and thought Daeon Hart was a true legend. She said she would go with him, and Daeon, distracted, asked where she meant. She replied, of course, that she meant the church, and he realized the misunderstanding. Later, already in the slums, Lean showed him the way to the Church of Salvation. Danso, who was with them, asked exactly where they were, saying he hadn't prepared for that. Lean explained that Daeon's disguise was perfect for the occasion, but he thought the worst part was not being able to use the bathroom beforehand. He told Lean he had something very important to take care of afterward and that they needed to be quick. However, he ended up hiding to finally relieve himself. When Lean went looking for him, he had already disappeared. Lean asked if Daeon was really that skilled, but in her thoughts she felt worried. She thought he looked pale and was sweating too much, wondering if it could be the Demon King's curse. Later, Daeon commented that he felt much better and mentally thanked the kind person who let him use the bathroom. However, as he walked, he bumped into Cruel Heart. Upon seeing his brother, Daeon tensed up. His body reacted immediately, and he ended up spitting blood from his nose. Even though he was weak, he didn't want to show any vulnerability, so he charged at him. Cruel observed him with a half smile and said that a simple arm wound wouldn't be enough to stop him. Daeon wondered if he was referring to the spy's attack and replied that it was just a scratch. However, Cruel pressed exactly the spot where the arrow had hit, making him feel a sharp pain. Daeon wondered how his brother knew about that wound, since it was confidential information. Cruel said that if Daeon had come out with only that wound, then the assassins hadn't done their job properly. At that moment, Daeon realized it had been him who sent the assassins and thought he would kill him right there. Before the situation escalated, Leanne showed up looking for Daeon and apologized when she saw him until she noticed Cruel's presence. She immediately moved to defend her master, believing that the blood and sweat were symptoms of the Demon King's curse. She thought he must have hidden himself, so she wouldn't worry, and that now, even weakened, he was fighting Cruel Heart. Determined, Lean decided she would apologize later, but now she needed to fight. Daeon told her to step back, saying he would handle it. Silently, he thought that despite everything, maybe it would be good if Leanne killed Cruel right there. But deep down, he knew his brother was also a hero of the Empire. The fight between them would be unequal, and Leanne was at a disadvantage. Cruel asked if Daeon was infiltrating the Church of Salvation, and he coldly replied that there was no reason to explain anything. Cruel warned that he would only get himself into trouble by getting involved in that. But Daeon shot back, saying that it was Cruel himself who had ordered the assassination attempt and was now pretending to be concerned. He sarcastically thanked his big brother for such kindness. Later alone, Cruel Heart muttered to himself that Daeon was an idiot. He said Daeon should have lived in peace, since his body was naturally weak, and with the Demon King's curse, he probably didn't have much time left. Meanwhile, Daeon was preparing for infiltration. He smeared mud on his face and asked if Leanne wouldn't do the same, since they needed to look poor and dirty. Leanne hesitated, thinking the smell and texture were awful, but soon agreed and started rubbing mud on her own skin, albeit reluctantly. Daeon understood she didn't want to dirty herself, as she had been a noble since birth, but insisted they couldn't go clean into that mission. Soon after, he heard Cruel's voice, who also commented from a distance that it would be better to dirty their hair to complete the disguise. Daeon thought, annoyed, that he had ended up accepting a tip from that bastard. He knew Cruel had received the same mission from the Emperor, so he needed to get there first. He asked Leanne to hide her sword and follow him, saying he would go ahead. He thought he felt a bit bad for leaving her behind, but he couldn't waste time. He soon spotted the first target, someone leaving the church. Determined to finish the mission before his brother, he approached cautiously, but ended up stumbling and rolling on the ground, landing face first in the mud. Leanne was completely shocked, and even the woman walking by looked startled. Daeon, embarrassed and covered in mud, could only think that he wanted to die at that moment. The woman asked if Daeon was okay and said he must be hungry, as he looked weak and could barely stand. When she noticed the blood, she got scared, but Daeon said it was just a condition he had since birth and that it wasn't contagious. The churchwoman invited him in, and Leanne watched everything, thinking that he had literally thrown himself to the ground just to get inside. She thought he looked very poor, but also very skilled at infiltrating. She felt excited seeing her master's confidence. But when she tried to go in, the woman explained that they weren't accepting new people and only offered her bread and water, then shut the door in her face. The churchwoman thought that Leanne had an elegant appearance, even when dirty, and figured she was probably a noble. As for Daeon, she thought the opposite, that he looked like a man who hadn't eaten in days, and ended up offering him even a cup of tea. Daeon remarked that he had heard they gave out food there and wanted to confirm if it was true. When he asked how he could pay, the woman replied that he didn't need to, as everything there was given through faith. While observing the place, Daeon thought the temple was beautiful, with priests and happy people, as well as guards who looked like perfect paladins. Even so, he thought the place was too clean, which made him suspicious. The woman asked if he wasn't feeling hot, and Daeon replied that he wasn't. He just liked hiding his face because he thought he was ugly. She said that was precisely why he should take off his hood, claiming no one there would judge him for his looks. Without waiting for an answer, she pulled down his hood, and upon seeing his red eyes, she didn't seem to recognize him. She only commented that they were beautiful eyes. Daeon, worried, thought that was a bad sign, and replied that his eyes were awful, recalling that not even his own family wanted him because of them. The woman disagreed and said he had great eyes, just like Daeon Hart, the famous hero of the Empire known for his red eyes and being very handsome. Daeon was confused and wondered if she really believed what she was saying. Feigning naturality, he replied that this Daeon Hart was the Empire's hero. The woman agreed and said he was also known as a bloodthirsty assassin, a notorious and dangerous person. Daeon thought that really was the reputation the Empire had spread about him, and the woman concluded that the man in front of her looked far too fragile to be the feared Daeon Hart. Curious, she asked if he knew where he was. Daeon replied that it was a church offering free food, and the woman explained that it was the Temple of the Church of Salvation. She said it was a religious organization created to care for those who suffered under the tyranny of Emperor Eduardo, claiming he brought misery to the people instead of protecting them. She also said the streets should be cleaner and safer, and that no other religion was like the Church of Salvation, because they didn't believe in money or fate, only in salvation. Daeon reflected and thought he would like to hear a deeper explanation. The woman said he would understand everything once he became one of them. Later, while walking through the church eating a piece of bread, Daeon thought he would never join a cult, but it was difficult to get any kind of evidence from inside. Suddenly, a little girl bumped into him. Daeon estimated she was around 12 years old and looked far too healthy for someone living in the slums. The girl asked if he was new there and introduced herself as Thea, saying he must have gone through hard times, but now he was in a good place and didn't need to worry anymore. She said that everyone there received food without needing to give anything in return. Daeon found that impressive and thought the girl seemed sincere, showing no signs of brainwashing. Even so, he couldn't help but feel suspicious and wondered what was really happening in that place. In the end, he thought he would love to believe in that supposed salvation. Daeon thought there was no way a place could be that clean and safe for children. He decided he would later check on the guards. Thea said that now he could also be saved, which made him even more suspicious. At that moment, Paul appeared calling Thea to pray, and Daeon realized he was the girl's older brother. father, noting that the boy looked at him with suspicion, apologized, saying she had to go, and Dion just replied that it was okay. As the two walked away, Paul warned his sister not to talk to strangers. Dion began to wonder how he would get past the guards without being noticed, until he heard someone shout for him to stop. His heart froze, and he turned around, startled. Outside, Lien was observing the movement and said she was sure she had seen something. She looked around and found only pieces of bread scattered on the ground. Wondering why there was so much bread there, someone then ordered for the captain of the guard to be summoned. Hidden, Lien heard everything. One of the women mentioned that there was an intruder, and that if he wasn't a hero, he would be held accountable and replaced. Lien wondered if they had discovered the whereabouts of Count Hart, and decided she needed to rescue him immediately. Without hesitation, she broke down the entrance and demanded to know where her lord was. Meanwhile, Dion was mentally thankful for still being free. When one of the priests called him, he realized it was just to help with something simple. The priest commented that he looked exhausted and offered him more bread. Dion thought there was too much bread in that place and felt even more intrigued. Suddenly, he heard a noise at the window and ended up dropping the bread. Shortly after, he realized he was in a small chapel. He opened the purple curtains and came face to face with a high-ranking priest, but managed to escape before being discovered. The priests were just confused when they saw the open window, and the superior ordered them to make sure everything was clean, suspecting that infiltrators were trying to stop salvation. Behind the curtains, Dion was hiding, and the one who saved him was Cruel, who covered his mouth and whispered for him not to make any noise, or they would both be captured. Dion wondered why he had run into that man again, but before he could think of anything, the mass began. He noticed that the woman who had let him in was standing before the priest, which meant she was someone important. She declared that they would pray for true salvation and led the followers, including Paul and Thea, to a seemingly ordinary wall. By touching it in a specific way, she revealed a portal that only the chosen could pass through. Dion was impressed and wondered if that was magic. As people passed through the wall, Cruel let go of him. Dion said he could handle himself and that Cruel should worry about his own affairs, but the other replied that if Dion got caught, he would be in trouble too. Dion stated he could hide on his own and decided to investigate the place. Upon examining the wall, he noticed something embedded in it, a jewel that emitted a strange energy. It was an enchanted gem. Dion recognized that there were objects that produced effects similar to magic, but required something valuable in exchange. They were catalysts created by humans to face demonic powers. That didn't mean humans could use real magic, but rather that they had developed ways to imitate it. Intrigued, Dion reflected that a church having such a high-level spell was concerning. He thought the situation was becoming dangerous, and that he would never let Cruel use that discovery for his own gain. Suddenly, a priest entered saying something was wrong. Cruel quickly hid in the shadows, while Dion slipped under a table. The priest looked around, saw no one, and then approached the jewel. Touching it, he asked if Salen could hear anything about the intruder who had been calling for their lord inside the church. Dion wondered what the priest meant by mentioning a lord. Before he could reflect further, the door was broken open again. The priest, surprised, asked who the woman was that had invaded, and Lien replied, demanding to know where her lord was. Dion thought he had told her not to follow him and realized just how badly the situation was about to unravel. The priest asked who her lord was, and Lien, without hesitation, answered that a true lord is the one to whom a knight swears their life. She knew that officially she only had a contract with Dion by the Emperor's orders, but also knew she couldn't call him count or hero in front of strangers, so she stated that her lord was simply her lord, nothing more. The priest asked if she knew his name, but Lien replied that it didn't matter. Dion, hidden, thought she was being extremely reckless and regretted not bringing someone more sensible. Meanwhile, he noticed the jewel still held an active connection. He couldn't leave, but he also couldn't be discovered. On the other side, Salen was listening to the entire conversation through the jewel. She recognized the voice of the intruder as soon as she heard her words, the same suspicious knight she had stopped from entering earlier. Salen also realized that the man with red eyes had arrived with her and immediately understood that it could only be Dion Hart. She concluded that it must be a mission given by the Emperor. She thought she had reinforced the security ever since Cruel appeared, and yet all of this had still happened. She remembered asking earlier how Dion had managed to get in, since everything had been locked. However, she knew the real reason for his presence, but chose not to reveal it. She was sure the Duke had sent him as a kind of test, and clearly remembered the moment when the Duke himself handed the church map to Cruel, asking him not to fail the mission. Salen commented that she hadn't called the guards yet and asked them to consider that a favor, but warned that this would be the limit of her help, as both she and Dion answered to the same master. She promised to strengthen security so that Dion could no longer enter, because the Duke needed to win. She hadn't expected Dion to use the main entrance, so she returned to the congregation and apologized for the interruption, resuming the ceremony. In her thoughts, She wished that Cruel would complete the mission before Dion could interfere, because that was what the Duke wanted. Meanwhile, Line knocked down one of the guards during the commotion and shouted, asking where her lord was. She searched everywhere until Dion appeared. Relieved, she ran to him and asked if he was all right. Dion noticed that the jewel had stopped glowing and deduced that the connection had been cut. He said they should leave that place first and talk later. Line knelt before him and apologized for calling him Lord, explaining that there was no other way to refer to him. Dion replied that she was in a complicated situation and had no choice, assuring her it was fine. Emotionally, Line declared she would follow his orders. She said that when she first saw him receiving orders from royalty, she wasn't sure if he was worthy, but over time, she realized Dion set aside his ego for the sake of the mission and didn't hesitate to enter enemy territory. Line Reiner, determined, said that from that moment on, she would pledge her life to Dion Hart, unless that went against the Majesty's orders. Dion, surprised, thought that came out of nowhere, but Line insisted that she would serve him to the best of her abilities. Dion found it unexpected to receive a full vow of loyalty in a place like that, but he saw no reason to refuse. He promised to do his best not to betray her trust. Silently, Dion thought that, despite everything, Line still prioritized the Empire over him, and that gave him some relief. Line asked if they were going back, and Dion said yes, for now. He said the Assassin Knights would conduct their own investigation of the site, and that the top priority was to discover what that jewel was and what spell was contained in it. 3 days later, Dion commented that he didn't expect it to be so difficult to find a spell specialist across the Empire. They discovered that 99 out of 100 lived in the south, and there were practically none in the north. He figured traveling there would take a long time, and wondered if Cruel also hadn't discovered anything yet. Then, Remember appeared, saying they had found a spell specialist, and Dion ordered the carriage to be prepared immediately. Remember explained there was a village full of specialists that could be reached in less than a day. When they arrived, Line remarked that the place was smaller than she expected, and Dion responded that spellcasters preferred to live isolated in small groups. He was tired of climbing mountains, but knew the priority was to find the specialist. Line mentioned that he didn't need to be so formal with her since he was her lord. Dion replied that he preferred to maintain respect and continue speaking formally. In the middle of their conversation, they ended up running into Cruel, and Dion was surprised, wondering what his brother was doing there. He suspected Cruel was following him and thought that man always seemed to appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, an old woman rushed over and, pointing at Dion, said the disaster had arrived. She ordered them to leave the village immediately. Line was outraged and asked how she dared speak to her lord that way. Dion, however, just laughed at the absurdity of the situation and asked what she meant by disaster. He said that, if anything, he was more of a walking sin than a disaster. The old woman, irritated, said they should kill him before something terrible happened. Dion was startled when she pushed him, slightly injuring him, but everyone around held her back, telling her to calm down. It was then revealed that she was a spell specialist. The woman looked at him seriously and stated that he must not hate anything, nor allow anything to hate him, or a terrible disaster would occur. Dion, confused, stepped back and asked what she was talking about, not understanding anything the witch was saying. A young woman approached and tried to calm the old lady. It was Ran, her granddaughter. The old woman insisted that he was the disaster, but Ran replied that she knew, although it hadn't happened yet, and they couldn't judge someone based on that alone. The grandmother agreed, admitting she had overreacted. Dion thought that if that woman was truly the specialist Remember had mentioned, he couldn't take her with him. It was already too late to try traveling to the Southern Empire in search of another expert. But then Ran revealed that she had been waiting for him. She said she was the old woman's granddaughter and apologized for what had happened. Dion said it was fine and mentioned he intended to leave, but Ran asked if he had come looking for a spell specialist. She said it wasn't hard to deduce and revealed that she herself was a specialist. She explained that she already knew he was coming and that he was looking for information about the Church of Salvation. She assured him that if he took her with him, she could help him accomplish the mission's goal. Dion was surprised. Even though she was young, Rand seemed to know too much, and the fact that she was aware of a secret mission intrigued him. Still, he could tell she was genuinely skilled. He thought that if he didn't accept her, Cruel certainly would, and decided to take her with him. He didn't want to let his brother get ahead. Meanwhile, Cruel reflected that he didn't care about not having secured a spell specialist. The Duke had said that this mission was meant to prove his worth, and Cruel intended to win at all costs. He decided he would find another specialist on his own, but first, he wanted to speak with the old woman. When he approached her, The old lady welcomed him kindly and even hugged him, saying he had been through a lot. She asked him not to worry and said she didn't hate him. She wished for him to live a long life and to win, because the battle between him and Dion meant that one would have to take the life of the other. Cruel was shocked, and the old woman begged him to win. She said that if Cruel won, the apocalypse would not happen, but if he was about to die, he had to take Dion with him. Frightened, Cruel drew his sword and asked what she was talking about. People around tried to intervene, but he said he could handle it himself, stating that the woman had crossed the line. He didn't need anyone telling him what to do. He had already decided how to deal with his brother. Later, Dion was speaking with Ran and asked if her grandmother could see the future. Ran confirmed and said that now she could also see his future. Dion, intrigued, asked how she knew so much about him if it was their first time meeting. Ran explained that the future her grandmother saw wasn't exactly his, but of a certain boy from another village. However, their fates were intertwined, which allowed her to see both at the same time. As they talked, their path was blocked by a boy who had been following them from a distance. Line, who had already noticed him, asked Dion if everything was all right, saying she hadn't mentioned it earlier because she assumed he had noticed too. Rand commented that one should be careful when speaking about people's futures, but said that in Dion's life, hatred was like a fire that started small, grew quickly, and consumed everything in the end. She said that the boy would be the spark that would spread Dion's fire. The boy then introduced himself as Dan and asked Dion to take him along, saying that if he was the Count's disaster, he would need him in the future. Dan remembered the day he discovered his fate. The woman who read his future became dizzy and deeply shaken by what she saw. He asked if something was wrong, and she replied that he would be a traitor, the right hand of the disaster. From that day on, everyone turned against him. The children of the village began to mock him, and the adults isolated him. He was exiled for something he hadn't even done yet. Rand tried to protect him as much as she could, thinking it unfair to punish a child for a fate that hadn't come to pass. Even so, Dan felt angry. He thought that people who had once been his friends and neighbors had become enemies because of a stupid prophecy. He decided that if he was destined to be the traitor, he would prove them right. He would serve the disaster. When Dion arrived at the village and was called a disaster, Dan realized he had finally found the one from the prophecy. Later, at the Hart Mansion, Remember welcomed the Count, but asked who the boy was. Line explained that Dion had brought him from the village and introduced him as Dan. The boy said he was well-mannered, not an exceptional fighter, but he would do whatever was necessary. Dan was confused upon hearing him call him master and wondered if he should send him back, but decided to talk about it later. For the moment, the mission was the priority, since they would soon depart and everyone needed to prepare. Dan asked to go with them, but Dan said not for now. He thought it was risky to take someone who didn't know how to fight, as the boy could die easily. Even so, he noticed that Dan looked frustrated by the answer. He thought that perhaps he could let him follow in another way. Although he had reasons to suspect him, strangely enough, the boy didn't make him nervous, which was rare. Meanwhile, at the Church of Salvation, the smell of smoke spread. A fire had started, caused by the assassin knights. They were unsure of what to do until Daon explained that their task was to set fire to the church, and once he entered, they should watch and eliminate anyone suspicious, but without killing the believers. He only wanted to eliminate those who had information about the plan. Some questioned whether it wouldn't be easier to kill everyone at once and thought the captain was being too merciful. Dion responded with irritation, and Ran intervened, saying the decision was hers, since it was not yet the moment for a full massacre. The knights then accepted the order, convinced that it was for the Count's sake. As the fire spread, the faithful begged for the flames to be extinguished but were ignored. Many recognized the assassin knights and wondered why they were doing this, since they served the vampire count. A woman clung to one of the knights and pleaded for help, saying that the church was all she had left and begging to be killed before seeing her home destroyed. The knight hesitated, thinking that this was better than starving to death, but he was shaken. At that moment, Paul appeared to protect the woman, and the knight dropped his sword. He couldn't kill her, as he hadn't received direct orders, and he couldn't use his drug either. That place was the last hope for many people, and now they were destroying it. The faithful were evacuated, and many swore they would never forgive the emperor, believing that Dion Hart was merely the empire's sword, following higher orders. Meanwhile, inside the church, Ran was analyzing a jewel. Dion noticed that the commotion had drawn everyone outside and approached her. Ran sensed something strange about the jewel and explained that it was a spell catalyst, capable of distorting space and time, as well as serving as a means of communication. She wondered why such an item was there and suddenly realized, alarmed, that it wasn't just a simple spell, but a disguised form of magic. Dion asked if it was really magic, considering they were in the human realm and only demons were known to use such power. Ran explained that she had discovered its magical nature because the artifact distorted space, something that couldn't be done with an ordinary spell. It had to be magic. Dion then wondered if the Demon King knew about the object's existence, and Ran replied that she was almost finished deciphering its structure, needing just a bit more time. Dion wondered if she could also track magic, as it became clear to him that Ran wasn't just any spellcaster. After a few minutes, the portal opened in front of them. Ran said they could enter now, and Dion, slightly nervous, thought it was the same feeling he had when that woman had once cast a similar spell. Despite his unease, he ordered the group to move forward. A blinding light enveloped them, and when it faded, everyone was left in shock. The place looked the same, but something was off. Dion observed his surroundings and noticed the differences. Rand commented that it didn't feel like the same place, as there were cracks everywhere, along with magical circles and sigils scattered across the walls and floor. Everything seemed to converge on a large door covered in symbols. They believed something was hidden behind it. Line stepped in front of her lord, saying she would open the door first, as it seemed too dangerous. However, when she pushed it open, what they saw on the other side was a dense forest. Rand quickly analyzed it and concluded it was another spell disguised as magic. Someone had forcibly connected two separate spaces. She explained that when the door was opened in a specific way, it would lead to the true destination. Dion understood they needed to focus clearly on the place they wanted to reach and perform a precise action or gesture for the spell to transport them. He asked how long it would take to figure that out, and Rand replied that the magic was not very familiar to her, estimating around 10 minutes. Dion thought that was too long and wondered if Cruel had already arrived by another route. The idea irritated him. There was nothing worse than losing to him. Line noticed that her lord was anxious and, trying to ease the tension, improvised a chair for him to sit on while they waited. However, when she turned around again, Dion had already vanished. Rand immediately realized he had figured out the method and crossed the portal on his own. On the other side, Dion found himself face to face with Cruel, who had already arrived through a different path. Meanwhile, the Church of Salvation continued to burn. Outside, Salen watched the destruction. She noticed the knights were evacuating the civilians and concluded they were not directly involved in the attack. She considered them weak and thought that, if it were her, she would have locked the building and killed everyone inside. She then grabbed some documents and decided to flee with the evidence, ensuring that Dion would have nothing to present to the Emperor. Convinced of her victory, she believed that Dion Hart would never achieve what he sought. Meanwhile, Cruel continued to stare at Dion in silence, holding a lit torch. Dion remarked that he was always one step ahead and wondered where he got so much information. Suddenly, Cruel dropped the torch onto a pile of documents. The flames spread quickly. Dion panicked, as everything he had been searching for was right there. He tried to save the papers, but Cruel grabbed him forcefully. The Count demanded to be released, but Cruel remained impassive, showing no emotion. Dion, weak and wounded, realized he didn't have the strength to fight him. The smoke made it hard to breathe, and the heat from the flames made him dizzy. Without resistance, Cruel lifted him and threw him over his shoulder, carrying him like a sack of potatoes. Humiliated, Dion tried to understand who had orchestrated all of it. He thought there were few people in the Empire capable of manipulating something of that magnitude. The memory of the purple symbol engraved on the documents made him realize who was behind it all: Duke Illister. Enraged, he understood he had put so much effort into a fight that had already been lost from the beginning. He tried to react and struck Cruel, but the man wasn't fazed at all. Dion, furious, accused him of enjoying it, but soon spat blood, exhausted. Cruel dragged him outside and threw him in front of Ran and Line, who ran to him. Line asked if he was okay upon seeing him bleeding. Dion, filled with rage, said he would kill that bastard. Cruel, however, simply stated that if he wanted to live, he should leave that place and never mention what had happened. Later, Dion Hart lay silently in bed, worn and defeated. The weight of humiliation and loss consumed him as he thought about everything he had lost that night. Dion believed Cruel had burned all the documents, but he was sure many of them were forged. That meant, in the eyes of the Emperor, the victor would be Cruel. He regretted not killing him when he had the chance. Shortly after, Line entered his room to inform him that the spell specialist had just left. She said that if she had known the Count was awake, she would have called her in. Dion simply replied that he had wanted to ask something, though he chose not to say what. Deep down, he wanted to know if there was a way to place a curse on Cruel, although he knew he couldn't ask that openly. Line remarked that they had only managed to pass through that part of the previous room thanks to Dion's own power, which confused him. She explained that, according to Ran, the method to pass through that space was to form a circle, walk 3 times to the left and twice to the right. That was exactly what Dion had done, without even realizing it, distracted by his own thoughts. He was surprised to discover that he had activated the portal unintentionally. Line commented that it was pure luck, and Dion thought that if he were truly lucky, his life would be much easier. Soon after, Line mentioned that Ran had left a message before leaving. Remember arrived with the message. but he wasn't alone. With him was a messenger sent directly by the Emperor. Dion realized the time had come. Meanwhile, far away, a laugh echoed, not through a hall or corridor, but within the mind of Emperor Eduardo himself. Ever since he had ascended the throne, he hadn't slept well. The voices of the dead haunted him. He saw the ghosts and spirits of those he had ordered killed. They surrounded him, calling him a murderer, saying they hated him, asking why he was the only one left alive. Eduardo whispered to himself that they were right to hate him. Then the door opened, and Elphidius entered, informing him that Count Hart and the hero Cruel were at the palace. Worried, he asked if his uncle was feeling okay, as he looked pale. Eduardo, sweating, could barely respond. Elphidius suggested calling a doctor, but the Emperor just asked to be left alone. In truth, he wasn't responding to his nephew, but to the spirits tormenting him. Elphidius, confused, asked Shios if there was anyone else in the room, but they were alone. Shios insisted his uncle needed treatment, saying this wasn't normal. Eduardo, however, replied calmly that it was only stress from preparing for war, nothing more. Even so, he thought no one would believe him if he spoke of the visions. He told himself he didn't intend to get rid of them, as that was the price he had to pay. He acknowledged that the blood of the victims was on his hands. The war had been his decision, and the burden of the empire was his alone to carry. Still, he assured his nephew there was no need to worry. He wouldn't be defeated by mere hallucinations. Meanwhile, Dion waited alongside Cruel in the throne room. He was tired and in a foul mood. Cruel's impassive, cold gaze deeply irritated him. Dion just wanted that audience to be over, but fate seemed determined to test him. Emperor Eduardo soon appeared. The two knelt and greeted him in perfect sync, which caught everyone's attention. The Emperor asked them to rise and remarked that he had heard of the mission's success. He praised Dion for his mercy and asked if it was true that he had spared everyone involved. Dion, slightly embarrassed, confirmed it, and the Emperor replied that at least he had captured the cult, and that was enough. Regarding Cruel, Eduardo stated that he didn't know all the details, but acknowledged that Cruel had been responsible for bringing back the evidence. He praised them both for their work, but announced that he would grant Cruel the right to a wish, a reward Dion had already expected. When Cruel was invited to state his wish, he asked to take possession of the Hart territory, currently under Dion Hart's supervision. The request surprised the Emperor. He replied that they would first need to discuss the matter with the current owner of the land. Dion wanted to say that the land was his, but instead he ended up stating that it had become a burden and that he would be grateful if Cruel took it for himself. Eduardo then explained that in order to own a territory, one must hold a noble title. He said the Hart House could not have two people with the same title, so Cruel would have to choose between acquiring a new title with a different name or becoming the true head of House Hart. Upon hearing this, Dion recalled that after the 8-year war, he had received the same offer from the Emperor. At the time, House Hart was the only thing keeping him grounded in the middle of the hellish war, and he saw no reason to carry the burden of being the symbol of that cursed family. So he didn't change the name and kept within himself all the rage and desire for revenge. The Emperor had said he didn't want Dion to abandon the family name, but he also understood that Dion didn't want to keep it either. When the Emperor asked how he should address him, Dion replied that he would destroy his own family with his own hands. Even so, the Emperor stated that having an official title was better than having none. Thus, Dion became an honorary count, a lifetime title that could not be inherited by anyone. At the time, it was the best decision for both him and the Emperor. Cruel, on the other hand, couldn't receive the same type of title, but there was no reason to refuse the offer either. It was his only chance to definitively sever ties with the members of that family, including Cruel himself. However, Cruel surprised everyone by telling the Emperor that he had no desire whatsoever to change his surname or inherit House Hart, leaving Dion completely shocked. He wondered why Cruel had refused. The Emperor explained that, in addition to the honorary title, House Hart was still a family with a long and noble history, but now only two living descendants remained, Dion and Cruel. The head of the family position was vacant, and Dion wondered why Cruel had rejected such an opportunity and also decided to keep his name. The Emperor remarked that Cruel was just as infuriating as his brother, which made Dion question if the refusal was merely out of nostalgia. The Emperor then suggested that Cruel could obtain a title from Duke Illister by helping him manage the territory. He declared the decree officially, but asked Dion to remain in the palace for a while longer. Internally, Dion was desperate, as he didn't want to stay there. He was left alone with the Emperor in silence, feeling the heavy air and wondering if the sovereign had finally discovered his true identity. Meanwhile, Eduardo observed him and thought that Dion looked extremely tense, likely due to losing the Hart territory. Then the Emperor revealed his plans. A new war was being prepared. The mission against the Church of Salvation had ended at the perfect time, as the Kingdom of Ilion was turning against the Empire. Dion asked if that meant they were going to war against the Kingdom of Iron, and the Emperor confirmed, saying it would only be the first step. Dion felt exhausted just thinking about yet another war and wondered what the Emperor was planning this time. The Emperor declared that he would assign Dion to matters regarding the demonic empire, since the Demon King would not sit idly by while Eduardo conquered the continent. As Dion was the only human who had earned that king's trust, trust. His mission would be to prevent him from interfering in the war. Dion accepted the order and promised to fulfill His Majesty's will. Before letting him go, the Emperor added that he hoped to see him next time without the Demon King's mark, revealing that he had noticed the symbol long ago. Dion replied that he would try to remove it next time. Later, Cruel had a meeting with Duke Illuster. The Duke asked whether the reward he received, the Heart territory, wasn't enough. Cruel replied that it was. The Duke then commented that when he met Count Hart at the palace some time ago, the Count said he was there to discuss the Hart family's territory. He asked if Cruel hadn't made the request for his brother's sake. Cruel, however, coldly replied that he hadn't thought much about him. He simply wanted it for himself. Illuster observed Cruel in silence for a moment before commenting that it was natural for him to be stressed, as he would soon take part in an important meeting. He said he wasn't punishing him, since the real goal of that mission was to reward him for all the hard work he had done up to that point. Then he asked if something had happened that he should know about, and Cruel replied no, although deep down he knew something had. Dion had uncovered the whole truth. Cruel had only wanted to remove him from the path, but now he knew that Duke Stave Illuster was behind everything. If the Duke found out that Dion knew about the conspiracy, he would undoubtedly order his death. While thinking about this, Cruel noticed that Stave Illuster was already heading out the door, saying they would be late for the meeting. The young man then decided to keep the secret at any cost, because if the Duke found out that Dion knew, it would be the end of him. Soon after, Silent joined them. Stave Illuster praised her work with the Church of Salvation, and she simply replied that she had done what needed to be done. The church continued to attract followers even after everything that had happened, which was part of the true plan. The Church of Salvation aimed to build a pure and benevolent image, a place that offered bread and water for free, cared for the needy, and had Duke Stave Illuster as its patron. This solid base of followers remained loyal even after the disaster, which ended up benefiting the Duke. The tragedy had been used to place all the blame on Emperor Eduardo, portraying him as a sinner and an enemy of the people, while Stave Illuster positioned himself as the true savior. Now the Duke was seen as the redeemer of the empire. He asked Celine to keep everything secret for now so the Emperor wouldn't find out. She, pleased with her work, replied that she would not disappoint him. Later, the great Imperial meeting began. The elder counselors complained that the summons had been issued too hastily and said that if it wasn't something truly urgent, they would leave. Stave Illuster, listening to their complaints, thought they were all fools. He knew exactly why that meeting had been called. It was what Emperor Eduardo did best ever since ascending the throne: start a new war to prove his power. Soon the Emperor entered the room asking if everyone was present. The nobles bowed, offering praise to the Empire. Stave Illuster noticed that Eduardo seemed to be in a bad mood and also looked ill. Without delay, the Emperor announced that in 3 days he would declare war. Everyone was shocked. Some pointed out that it had been only 2 years since the end of the 8-year war and questioned whether another war was truly necessary. Eduardo replied that the previous war had only ended because the other kingdoms didn't dare challenge his authority, but in the past few years they seem to have forgotten their proper place. One of the counselors mentioned that the kingdom of Ilion had been disrespectful, but that this alone didn't justify another conflict. The Emperor responded that it wasn't just Ilion, as other kingdoms had also failed to meet their obligations. They had taken advantage of the weakened state of the vampire count, Dion Hart, to act in the shadows and defy the Empire. According to the Emperor, hard times create strong heroes, and during the 8-year war, many heroes had emerged, but only 3 had survived. The most notable of them had been the last to be recognized, the vampire count Dion Hart. Eduardo declared that Dion's very existence was enough to paralyze enemies, as he commanded a significant portion of the Empire's armed forces. The name Dion Hart carried great weight, but according to the Emperor, he was not their only weapon. It was time for the Empire to show its true power and conquer the entire continent. That was Eduardo's grand goal. However, many counselors protested, saying it was still too soon to start another war, especially since the Revolutionary Army hadn't even been eliminated. The Emperor merely smiled and said it was a good thing they had brought that up. Eduardo declared that he already had a solution to the problem and that everyone seemed to be forgetting something very specific. He said he was not just the Emperor, but the Empire itself, and that if they didn't want to disrespect the entire Empire, they should obey his orders. The room fell into complete silence after his words. Then the Emperor officially confirmed that war had been declared and ordered everyone to gather as much information as possible about the Revolutionary Army before the next meeting. As soon as the meeting ended, all the nobles and generals left the hall in despair. The only one who remained was Duke Stave Illuster, personally summoned by the Emperor. Eduardo remarked that the leader of the Church of Salvation had been identified as someone who frequently clashed with him within their own faction. Stave Illuster confirmed this, saying it had been his failure for not managing the members properly. He apologized, but the Emperor drew his sword and pressed the blade to his neck, asking if he thought he was an idiot. Trembling Trembling, Stave Illister replied that he would never think such a thing. The Emperor, with a cold stare, said he had recently heard something interesting, a phrase that went, "The Emperor is the sin and the Duke is the salvation." The Duke tried to hide his fear, saying those were just the words of madmen in the streets. Eduardo, however, replied that it might be true, as he was closer to being a disaster than a sin. Illister, trying to regain his composure, stated that the Emperor couldn't kill him, but the edge of the sword had already grazed his skin, causing blood to run down his neck. Eduardo looked at him with disdain and said the Duke seemed to have forgotten that his entire lineage had already been wiped out, and asked if he really believed that would stop him from killing him. The Duke replied that it wasn't because he was a noble that he should be spared, but because if the other nobles revolted, the war would not happen. The Emperor laughed and said, "And they call me the Sin, right?" Then he lowered the sword, sheathing it slowly, and murmured that the people couldn't be more wrong. When Stave Illister left the hall, still with blood trickling down his neck, he thought that to truly seize the Empire's power, he would first need to eliminate the loyal dogs of the throne. He decided he would begin his actions during the war. Meanwhile, Dion was in a meeting with Prince Elphidius. The prince asked if he was really going back to the Demon Kingdom, and Dion was puzzled, wondering how the prince knew that. Elphidius explained that being close to the Emperor made it natural for him to know such things, and that, as the crowned prince, he needed to be aware of Imperial plans. Dion apologized for his reaction, and the prince confirmed that he knew the Emperor planned to send him back as soon as the war began. He only asked that Dion remember to return, no matter what happened. Dion replied that he would keep that in mind, and Elphidius thanked him for all the work he had done in the name of the Empire. Later, as he walked through the corridors, the prince reflected on what he had heard. He thought that Dion was not just a hero of the Empire, but also a commander of the demon army. He wondered what the Demon Kingdom could offer that was more valuable than the human realm. He didn't fully understand what Eduardo was planning, but knew there was always the possibility that Dion could betray the human empire. That's why Elphidius wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with him, even though he knew how difficult it was to get close to someone with such a cold and distant personality. Even so, he believed that staying in direct contact with Dion would help him obtain more accurate information. As he walked deep in thought, Alatia appeared and asked how the meeting with Count Hart had gone. Elphidius replied that if she held the title of Crown Princess, she would have attended the meeting too. She retorted that she didn't want to carry such a heavy burden. He reminded her, however, that she was still second in the line of succession. Alatia asked why he seemed so anxious, and the prince responded with a confused expression, asking if he really looked that way. She smiled and said there was no reason to worry. It was normal to be nervous with so many discussions about war and the Revolutionary Army. Then she grabbed her brother by the arm and suggested they have some tea in the garden, believing it would help him relax. As they walked together, Elphidius suddenly said in a low voice that their uncle was having hallucinations. It was as if now, beyond the nightmares, Elphidius was seeing the dead who haunted him. He thought that, as a prince, he shouldn't say such things, but Emperor Eduardo was his beloved family, someone he didn't want to lose under any circumstances. Alatea asked if any doctor had seen the Emperor, but Elphidius replied that she already knew how stubborn their uncle was, as stubborn as a bull. He remarked that their uncle had a nearly pathological sense of duty, and Alatea said that wasn't duty, it was guilt. Elphidius agreed, remembering that one day Eduardo had apologized and taken full responsibility for the dead, saying it was all his fault. Elphidius explained to Alatea that they didn't have much time. Since realizing that their uncle was hallucinating, he had begun preparing to inherit the throne, and those preparations were almost complete. He said he would do his best along that path, and that, for now, Alatea should focus on her studies too. Elphidius thought that he hadn't expected to have to deal with this so soon. After all, they had all been very young back then. Living in that palace and managing to survive everything felt almost like a sin. Meanwhile, Dan remembered the Emperor's words. He had to return, no matter what happened. He wondered how much the prince knew, and whether that message had been intentionally left by the Emperor himself. At that same moment, Dan sensed that the atmosphere was heavy. He knew he hadn't arrived at a good time, but he couldn't turn back. He approached Dion with determination and said he wanted to start making money. Dion, confused, tried to grasp what that meant, and realized the matter was more serious than it seemed. Dan explained that it wasn't just out of greed, but also because he wanted to share his earnings with him. Dion approached him with a shadowy expression, trying to understand Dan's intentions. He thought no one would follow a complete stranger without a reason, and concluded that there were only two possibilities. Either Dan wanted to earn his trust, or he shared the same goal. In any case, Dion said he didn't care about the reason, and handed Dan a document, explaining that if he showed it to Remember, he would get paid for it. Then he added that he didn't know why Dan was still there, but whatever the reason, he just shouldn't get in his way. Later, Dion was preparing to return to the Demon Kingdom. Before leaving, he asked, "Remember to take care of the mansion and the boy they had left there." However, the assassin knights arrived in a frenzy, questioning how he dared leave without saying goodbye. Even Liane was there, asking for a farewell. Watching the scene unfold, Remember realized that Dion had been caught off guard. Annoyed, Dion ordered them to cut it out and simply walked away, saying he was too old for that kind of thing. The knights insisted on accompanying him, but Remember quickly knocked the first knight off his horse, causing a domino effect that made all of them fall one after the other. Embarrassed, Lian apologized for everything. One of the knights once complained, saying he at least wanted to receive final instructions from his master before being left behind. They were all devastated, feeling abandoned. Lian then ordered that, as punishment, everyone was to run 10 full laps around the courtyard. Meanwhile, a soldier from the Revolutionary Army was watching everything from a distance. Remember sensed someone's presence, but when he tried to confirm it, the intruder had already vanished. On the other side, Dion was approaching the entrance to the Demon Kingdom, while being pursued by soldiers from the Revolutionary Army. At the army's headquarters, Daniel, the captain, asked Illister if he was seriously saying they shouldn't hold back while the Emperor tried to take over half the continent. Illister replied that yes, that was exactly what he meant. He explained that once the war reached its peak and the Emperor could no longer control it at will, that would be the Revolutionary Army's chance to strike. He also said the Emperor would gather forces from across the Empire, including the Imperial Palace itself, leaving few soldiers behind, and that this would be the perfect moment to attack. Daniel understood that, in that case, there would finally be an opening for the army to advance. Illister praised Daniel, saying he had understood quickly. Daniel replied that he would proceed with his strategy and that they would act as soon as Illister gave the signal. Shortly after, a messenger arrived reporting that Dion Hart had secretly left his mansion after receiving a direct order from the Emperor and was now already nearing the entrance to the Demon Kingdom. Illister considered that a great opportunity and ordered that all of Dion's movements be monitored. Daniel said he owed Illister a lot for all the times he had helped him and promised not to interfere in this mission. Illister thanked him, saying that this time he would accept the offer. When he was finally alone in the room, Illister thought that, unfortunately, the soldiers from the Revolutionary Army sent to pursue Dion Hart would die. He had known that from the beginning. The first group had been quickly eliminated, but the Emperor had also taken precautions to protect Dion. However, once the mission was completed, the Imperial guards who had accompanied Dion were also killed, this time by someone acting under Illister's direct orders, Cruel Hart, who had been sent to the same location. Illister smiled in silence, reflecting that soon he would receive new updates. All of this was nothing more than a provocation aimed at the Emperor. If everything went as planned, he and his allies would know exactly what Dion was capable of. After finishing off the guards, Cruel turned to leave. Illister knew it wouldn't be long before Dion started searching for his brother's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in front of the ruins of the Church of Salvation, an older woman stood quietly, staring at the scorched remains. Paul appeared to take care of her, though burdened by guilt. He wondered if everything had happened because he had introduced her to the church in the first place. Even though many had been saved from hunger thanks to that faith, the end result was the complete destruction of the place. Her experience had been beautiful, but now only ashes and pain remained. Paul said he would join the Revolutionary Army. He wanted to fight the Emperor who had stolen their happiness. He asked if his aunt would come with him, but she refused. He remembered the first time she had followed him there, so full of joy and life, and wondered if this was what it felt like to have a younger sister. Even so, she did not take his hand this time. Holding back tears, Paul said she would be the one losing something. He recalled an old rule from the slums: make friends, but never give them your heart. He had spent so much time beside her that it was now difficult to walk away. Crying, he realized it was already too late and that there was no going back. In the Demon Kingdom, Lilynell was missing her beloved commander terribly. Her butler, who accompanied her, remarked that it seemed like they were just waiting for his return. The moment she received news that Daeon had arrived, Lilynell ran off. The butler tried to call after her, but she didn't hear him. When she finally saw him, Lilynell could hardly believe it. It was really him. Daeon had returned. She landed so forcefully that she cracked the ground beneath her, overwhelmed with excitement at seeing him again. She asked how his mission in the human realm had gone. Daeon, startled, almost had a nervous breakdown from the shock, but managed to compose himself. Lilynell realized that maybe she shouldn't have asked, and simply watched as he answered that he was exhausted. Daeon said he had come across people who believed in a fabricated religion and asked if she believed in such things. He figured his visit to the human realm wasn't exactly a secret, but chose not to reveal the darkest side of the situation. Curious, Lilynell asked what kind of religion it was. Daeon explained that, in short, it was as if everyone, humans and demons alike, believed and followed whatever the Demon King said, no matter who he actually was. Lillinel scoffed and said that was a stupid idea. Daeon had expected that reaction. To demons, such a concept sounded absurd, but then Lillinel added that it would be much better if everyone trusted him instead of someone so insignificant. Daeon, confused, wondered if she was talking about some kind of demon church and tried to understand what she meant by that. Lillinel told him to forget the topic and asked if he was going straight to see the Demon King. She explained that he was currently in the Central Garden. At that moment, the Demon King was meeting with other abyssal leaders, the Beast Queen, the Fairy King, the Dwarf King, and the Vampire Queen. The Abyss was home to many different races, not just demons. It was only called the Demon Kingdom because the majority of its population was made up of demons, but many other species coexisted across the vast territory. The Demon King remarked that he didn't understand why everyone was so interested in the human realm. The Fairy King responded that once that mad emperor conquered the entire human continent, he would inevitably turn his eyes toward the Abyss. He said that as leaders of their respective races, they could not ignore such a threat. The Fairy King added that demons were simply a mistake and declared he did not want to see his race endangered by them. The Demon King, with a slight smile, replied that he was being particularly insolent that day, but acknowledged that the timing was appropriate. He said that fortunately his informant had just returned from the human realm and stood up to welcome him. It was Dion Hart. The Demon King asked if the trip had been smooth, saying Dion had arrived at the right moment, as there were many matters to discuss. The first topic was the Empire's attack on the kingdom of Ilion. He wanted to confirm whether the Empire's true goal was to conquer the entire continent. Dion replied yes, but before he could continue, the Fairy King interrupted, saying he already suspected the Demon King had a human informant. No one at that table trusted humans, but the Demon King stated that, as long as Dion was there, he was worthy of trust. Dion was surprised by those words and wondered if the king was actually saying that the moment he turned his back on the demon realm, he would be killed. The Demon King then asked what orders the Emperor had given him. Dion hesitated for a moment, unsure if he could speak openly in front of everyone, but realized there was a reason the king was asking in front of the other races. He explained that the Emperor's order was to monitor the Demon King and ensure he didn't get involved in the war. If the king did choose to participate, Dion was to return to the human realm at any cost. He added that, during his investigation, he had discovered something unexpected: signs of magic in the human realm, specifically within a religious organization called the Church of Salvation, where he had also identified magic users. The leaders around the table fell silent, and one of the demons asked if it was true. The Demon King closed the matter by saying Dion should get some rest. Dion noticed the king showed no immediate curiosity about the discovery, but he soon requested that Ben check Dion's injured arm. When Ben suddenly appeared, he nearly startled the commander and insisted on examining the wound. The king observed everything closely, and although he appeared calm, he was genuinely curious about what Dion had reported. The Fairy King, amused, commented that the situation was quite interesting when seen from another angle. He said no demon would dare use magic in the human realm without the king's consent and knowledge. He then accused the Demon King of hiding dirty tricks. The king coldly replied that he and his insolent tongue were still the same. The Fairy King questioned how anyone could use magic without considering the consequences, reminding them that his own race was sensitive to magical energy and that everyone had already felt the disturbance it caused. He said the world was preparing for another clash and that soon another hero would be sent to the Abyss, one stronger than any before, a true threat to the Demon King's throne. The king asked if he should be afraid, but answered his own question, saying there was no reason to be. He stated he would deal with the warrior when the time came. He also declared that he was beginning to feel bored, as it had been a long time since a real threat had emerged. The Fairy King, irritated, said it wasn't his concern, and that if the Demon King ended up with a sword through his heart, it would be his own problem. Despite the provocations, the Fairy King thought he was only trying to help. After all, the Demon King was the front line against the humans. He reflected that if the human empire truly invaded the demon realm, they would soon discover the existence of the other races, putting them all in danger. Therefore, they needed to discuss things among themselves, away from the Demon King. Suddenly, everyone felt the crushing pressure emanating from the king. His presence completely dominated the hall. He calmly said that everything had been going very well, but demanded that everyone show at least a minimal amount of respect for the Demon King. He declared that he didn't expect honor or loyalty from them, but he would never tolerate that kind of insolence. No one could even breathe under the Demon King's pressure, but he simply told them to forget what he had been doing with those children. After that, he released the other kings and remarked that he knew the fairies didn't care about demons, but asked that next time they try not to be so transparent, because it hurt his feelings too. Meanwhile, Ben was still chasing after Dion, insisting insisting that he just wanted to take a look. Dion replied that he only needed a bit of rest, but Ben realized he was doing it again, pretending to be fine just to avoid treatment. He thought that he looked forward to the day Dion would value his own life as much as he valued the lives of others. He had always been like that from the very beginning. Ben remembered the day he arrived at the Demon King's office and found Dion coughing up blood. The king asked why he had taken so long and sarcastically questioned whether he was even a doctor, wandering around without purpose. Ben felt like a failure as the commander's personal physician, knowing that Dion was suffering from the after effects of battle and still hadn't shown up when it mattered. He believed he might not make it out alive from that situation, having neglected his own duty. But contrary to what he expected, Dion didn't punish him. He simply said he wouldn't kill him and asked if he wanted to die. Ben replied no, he just acknowledged his mistake, but Dion stated that he had done nothing wrong and that it was all right. He told him to get back to work, and everyone was impressed that he had made it out alive. Ben had never felt so proud to be the commander's personal physician. In that moment, he realized that Arut was known as the harshest of all commanders, but he never expected such mercy from him. Since that day, Ben had worked with even more dedication. He told Dion he would only do a quick checkup and then showed him a necklace with a special gem. He explained that it was a magical stone made with the blood of Dion and the Demon King. Dion thought it was insane, but Ben explained that the gem was meant to alert them when something was wrong with him. The blood inside the stone changed color, speed, and texture, and could even reveal his location, so it wouldn't be too late. He said the artifact wasn't very useful outside the demon realm, but it still produced constant reports and diagnostics on the commander's health. Dion tried to refuse, saying it wasn't necessary, but Ben insisted, claiming the Demon King would be happy to help him. Later, Dion was received by Eddie, who already knew he had arrived and was excited to see him. However, upon noticing Ben's presence, he asked what he was doing there. Ben replied that it was only natural to be concerned about the commander. After all, that was his job. Worried, Eddie asked if Dion had been injured in the human realm. Ben confirmed that he was exhausted and appeared to have injuries on his arm and shoulder. Eddie grew angry, complaining that humans were useless, weak, and pathetic for not being able to take care of him. Suddenly, Hien, the succubus gardener, approached to speak to Dion in private. Before she could say anything, Eddie appeared behind her and grabbed her, apologizing to the commander, but saying he had to take care of something. Dion was confused by his reaction and thought the demon realm really was a frightening place, something he had almost forgotten. Furious, Eddie asked how long it would take for her to understand that a succubus like her couldn't just approach a commander. He wanted to know if she had a death wish. Hien replied that the commander had liked her garden and she only wanted to give him something, a plant from the demon realm called Skrit, known for its vibrant energy. Eddie looked at the plant with disgust and asked why she thought Dion would want such an atrocity. But Hien replied that he liked plants. After thinking for a moment, Eddie admitted that, in the end, it was actually a pretty flower. Eddie decided he would deliver the gift to the commander himself, but Hien insisted she wanted to greet him personally. Eddie thought he had to make sure that woman would never get close to Dion again. Some time ago, Dion had asked him not to kill her, saying she had done nothing wrong, and Eddie had promised he would only talk to her. So he warned her that from that moment on, she should stay away from the commander, saying that if it weren't for his generosity, she would already be dead. Later, Dion was in the garden with the Skrit, listening to the plant sing to him. Confused, he wondered where it had come from. The flower let out a loud roar, expressing joy at being with him, which startled him. He thought that flower was truly frightening, but Eddie assured him it was well domesticated and wouldn't attack. Suddenly, something even more alarming happened. A knife flew past and struck the ground near his head. A woman appeared and said she knew he wouldn't disappoint her. She was certain he would dodge the dagger. It was Devilania, commander of the 2nd Platoon. She remarked that he didn't even flinch, which meant it wasn't enough to surprise him. Devilania explained that her specialties were infiltration and assassination, and asked what was wrong with him. Terrified, Dion could only think about calling for help. She commented that he could sense people's hostility, but she would never show hostility to another commander. She knew that if she did, he would enter berserker mode and kill her instantly. Even so, she told him not to be so angry. Dion knew that among all the commanders, Devilania was the scariest. He had to avoid her at all costs, as she was a constant nuisance, always showing up with strange gifts. She insisted he try them all, and nervously he agreed. He received several outfits. The first resembled the Demon King, the second was more delicate but didn't suit him, and the third was far too revealing. Devilania praised them all, saying he looked great in every one of them. Dion could only think desperately that someone needed to save him. Fortunately, someone appeared to interrupt Devilania's little party. It was Hell, commander of the 8th Platoon, and Dion sighed in relief, thinking he had finally been saved. Hell apologized for the interruption, and Dion replied that it was no problem, asking what he wanted. Hell explained that he heard of the commander's return and had come to pay his respects, but when he tried to walk through with his sword, he ended up looking like a dog carrying a stick. Hell complained that he couldn't even walk through a door properly, calling himself useless and saying he didn't deserve to live. Soon after, Nine, his assistant, appeared, trying to calm him down and saying that everyone makes mistakes. But Hell continued, saying he carried too many weapons and couldn't couldn't handle any of them, even giving his assistant a headache. Dion watched it all unfold, wondering if that was some kind of comedy show. Devilania, meanwhile, stated that she would continue her fun with Dion another time. Before leaving, she mentioned hearing rumors about a demon commander in the first city and questioned whether Dion should really be wasting his time there. Suddenly, Hell vanished completely. Nine explained that she had to encourage him a lot just to get him to show up. She called Devilania a damn witch and asked why she kept provoking everyone. The commander coldly asked if the assistant wanted to die for daring to yell at her. Dion thought that place was a living hell and that he hated all those idiotic demons. He kept wondering why the 8th commander had disappeared like that. Soon after, the reason became clear. Hell had been born from the shadows of the Demon King. His original duty was to protect one of the largest cities in the demon realm. But as the army expanded, he was given a secret mission to prevent any information about Commander Arut's physical appearance from leaking into the human realm. Because of that, Hell eliminated anyone who had seen or commented on Dion's face during missions. When Dion fought against Cruel the hero, he killed every witness of that battle, leaving not a single person alive. That's why the Empire never knew what really happened that day. Later, Hell appeared to meet with Nine, who commented that he had been quick this time. She told him that everyone makes mistakes, and that if he had already fixed his, there was no reason to feel guilty. Hell asked if he was now allowed to speak with the demon Arut, and Nine replied yes, because he had been waiting for that conversation. Meanwhile, Dion was bored, playing with a Rubik's Cube to distract himself. Suddenly, Hell showed up again, and Dion nearly had a heart attack. Hell explained that he just wanted to pay his respects and asked if the commander was all right. At that moment, Ben came running in, worried, asking if something was wrong. Hell replied that it was all his fault and that he deserved to pay with his life. He then grabbed his weapons and pointed them at himself, saying he would punish himself for his mistakes. Dion interrupted him and said that actually he was happy to see him. Hell blushed and began smiling like a child. He said that the demon Arut was happy to see him, and upon hearing that, Nine praised him, saying he was doing very well. Dion thought the man was completely bipolar, but calmly responded that Hell had fulfilled his mission well and should rest a little. Hell was enchanted by the energy radiating from Dion, by his eyes and powerful presence. He thought he was like a true alpha and wished to become someone like him. Before leaving, he wished the commander a good rest. Ben also excused himself, saying he would be nearby in case he was needed. Alone in his room, Dion felt a bit disappointed. Even the script tried to comfort him, gently patting his back. He thanked her, simply saying, "Thanks, little plant." He then reflected that he didn't belong in that place and began to consider whether he should finally start acting like the double agent the Emperor so badly wanted him to be. Even the script seemed to flinch at the tone of his voice. Dion thought that a good spy needed, above all, to gather information about the enemy. He found himself in a vast territory where few truly knew him. When they finally realized he was the demon commander, everyone bowed before him, which made him uncomfortable. In the castle's library, he came across an interesting book titled Analysis of Imperial Reports, a study of the current heroes of the Empire, written by Devilania herself. Dion figured the book surely contained valuable information. The first hero mentioned was Nemesis, who had fought alongside Emperor Eduardo, then the 9th Prince, during the coup d'etat. After that, he served as supreme commander in the 8-Year War and was granted the title of Marquis. He was the only noble in the empire without a traditional family surname. The second hero was Stigma Primero, legitimate son of the Viscount of Lowfell, who received a new castle and the title of Marquis after the same war. Currently, he was focused on eradicating barbarians on the southern border of the empire. Curious, Dion checked to see if there was anything about himself in the book. He found a section titled Third Hero Dion Hart, but there was very little information, as the investigation about him had been forbidden by the Demon King himself. Dion thought the king really knew how to do his job. Just below that was a record about the 4th hero, Cruel Heart, blood brother of the 3rd hero. The text stated he was known for working against the Empire. At that moment, Dion slammed the book shut in irritation, startling those around him with the noise and his expression. Once he calmed down, he noticed another nearby book written by Kiever, the Demon King himself. It included an explanation about the warrior, the human chosen by humanity to receive the power necessary to defeat the Demon King. The text stated that in every way, the warrior surpassed ordinary humans: talent, strength, intelligence, and even life expectancy. Dion thought he already knew all that. Heroes, in his opinion, were humans who had absorbed fragments of former heroes for various, often unknown, reasons. They weren't as exceptional as the warrior, but they still surpassed human limits. He believed there was nothing new in that until he noticed a part of the book dedicated to the Demon King himself. Before he could read it, the king appeared and asked what he was doing. Dion replied that he had just dropped the book, trying to play it off. The open page said something that made him pause. The warrior and the Demon King are proof that this world is immature. Dion was puzzled and wondered what that truly meant. He asked what brought the Demon King there, and the king replied he needed to retrieve a book. He picked up the very one Dion had been holding, which left Dion confused about his behavior, trying to understand the reason behind that serious look. The king simply apologized for interrupting and said he was leaving, asking Dion not to mind his presence. Dion wondered if the king knew he had come there to gather information. Later, Dion decided to return to his room, concluding that he was not cut out to be a spy. On the way, he overheard two maids talking about a party among the commanders. They said the commander of the 5th platoon hadn't shown up in a while, and one of them commented that it was typical of her, since she was always busy experimenting with all kinds of things. Her name was OL, known as one of the most incisive and curious demon women in the army. The maids also mentioned that the party wouldn't just be a welcome celebration, as there were rumors that Commander OL and her aide Durnovan were having a romantic relationship. At that moment, they noticed Dion was listening and panicked, thinking they'd be executed for speaking too much. They apologized through tears, but Dion had already vanished. He thought he didn't care who was involved with whom. What really interested him was the wine, especially the kind from the demon realm, and he decided to go to the party in search of it. When he arrived, however, the party had already ended. He complained to himself that there wasn't even a drop of wine left. But then he noticed something strange. The wine there wasn't from the demon realm, but from the human kingdom. While he observed, the servants cleaning up were shocked and asked if Dion had drunk all the wine. He denied it, confused, not understanding what they were talking about. Suddenly, chaos broke out. The servants screamed that it was an emergency, calling for doctors and soldiers, shouting that the demon commander had ingested alcohol. A special alarm sounded throughout the demon king's castle, announcing that the demon Arut had consumed an alcoholic beverage. Everyone was to take immediate defensive positions. The king asked if he had already started drinking so early, and the guards surrounded Dion, ready to restrain him if he lost control. Dion couldn't understand the reason for all the commotion, but the soldiers shouted to keep their guard up, for they knew that whenever the commander of the Zeroth division drank, he went berserk and killed everything in sight. He thought he hadn't drunk anything at all, yet he knew what they were saying wasn't a lie. Everyone in the demon realm was prepared to prevent him from drinking, because whenever he did, he truly lost all control. Even without grasping the cause of the panic, Dion saw fear spreading everywhere. Everyone remembered the incident 2 years ago during the welcome party for the Zeroth commander. That night, completely drunk, he had taken a dagger and asked another demon if he was an enemy. The demon said no, but out of his mind pressed the question. The other told him to go to bed, but Dion drove the dagger into his chest, killing him instantly in front of everyone. Since that day, new rules had been established in the demon palace. Level 1. If Dion is drunk and asks if you are an enemy, you must immediately answer that you are not. Level 2. If he keeps asking, you must make it absolutely clear that you are not an enemy. Level 3. If he still isn't convinced, total defense mode must be activated. One of the soldiers asked why they were already in defense mode if he was still at level 1. Another replied that it was better to be safe, since any injury to Arut meant disaster. They ordered everyone to lower their voices so he wouldn't hear, reminding them that the Demon King personally protected him. The only goal was survival. Then Dion smiled, and that smile made everyone's blood run cold. They thought it was the end, but Dion had only smiled unintentionally. The Demon King intervened and ordered everyone to stop immediately. Dion heard someone say that their presence had been providential, and he thought the situation was getting out of hand. The Demon King asked if he could hear him, leaving Dion unsure how things had escalated to that point. The king, realizing that Dion was probably still at level 1, asked him to listen carefully and assured him that no one there was an enemy. No one wanted to attack or kill him. Dion then dropped the bottle and said he had no intention of fighting. Those around wondered what level that was, since they had never seen such behavior. Dion tried to explain that he was just being respectful, at which point the king asked if he had drunk wine. Dion denied it, saying he had only been looking for the drink they claimed was from the human kingdom. The king remarked that he knew Dion had been with Devilania since he'd seen him in the library, as he rarely went there otherwise. He suggested Dion go to the second city with Devilania to rest before the war began. Eddie offered to arrange the departure, but Dion felt he was in trouble when the king called him for a private conversation. Later, in the meeting room, the Demon King received news that the Kingdom of Iron had surrendered to the Empire. Although he stated that he wouldn't act until the Empire controlled half the continent, he seemed to have little time to think. He took a communication crystal and announced a message to the entire demon realm. From that moment on, the use of magic anywhere in the kingdom was strictly forbidden, except for domestic purposes or when one's life was in danger. He summoned the commanders of the 2nd, 4th, and 8th platoons to punish anyone who misused magic, declaring that unauthorized use would be punished by death. Devilania received the news with satisfaction. Adelia said she would be busy, and the Demon King regarded the mission as extremely important, since a war on the human continent could interfere with his plans if the demon realm were to emerge in the midst of the conflict. The immediate objective became delaying the warriors' arrival in the empire. Although the king was unsure whether everything would go as planned, he wondered how to stop the storm before it reached his kingdom. The Fairy King also received the message and declared that it was already too late, since the Demon King was only now sensing the warriors' approach, while the rest of the world had already made preparations, waiting for the right moment to act. When another warrior came, it would be the worst moment the Demon King would face, and in the end, nothing would prevent the arrival from resulting in death, whether for the Empire, the Duke, Cruel, or Dion. At the same time, someone informed the Emperor that it would be difficult for them to proceed with the war. He asked about Margrave, who said he understood that the Emperor was accepting surrenders instead of demanding only victories, because he didn't want to harm people unnecessarily. Margrave warned that sparing kings would be a problem, because their souls and armies would remain intact, and the soldiers' loyalty to the Empire would never be complete if their former king survived. This would lead to a shortage of resources and troops. He begged the Emperor to end the war, knowing that saying this might cost him his life. While Emperor Eduardo did not react with anger, and the others present thought his words were nonsense. The Emperor lost his patience when he saw the nobles still arguing. He slammed his hand on the table and said he didn't know barking like dogs was one of their specialties. He was irritated that they believed the war problem could be solved just by recruiting commoners. Instead of recommending their own private soldiers or volunteering themselves, they preferred to send regular people to die. He reminded them that commoners already paid taxes to live in safety. The people had the right to choose to protect the Empire, but the Empire had the duty to protect its people. He stated that he would not stop the war, and if soldiers ran short, he would go to the battlefield himself to fix the problem. He ordered that disciples and descendants must join the war, and if they ran out, private soldiers would be sent. Recruiting commoners would be the last resort. After giving his orders, the Emperor asked why they were still there, and told them to prepare for war. Within seconds, the hall was empty. Alone, he thought that maybe he didn't have the right to make his subordinates regret a war they didn't even start. But if he wasn't certain of his own actions, at least they needed to be. He realized how twisted that sounded, and soon began hallucinating again, seeing himself in a sea of blood. The visions were getting worse. He heard laughter calling his name. They were spirits from his past, asking him to die and join them. The Emperor replied that he didn't intend to live long and asked why they were in such a rush. Meanwhile, in the far south of the Empire, a land marked by an endless war against the barbarian tribes, was Stigma, the Empire's second hero, who ruled that region and led a massacre authorized by the Empire. He heard from the news that the next kingdom targeted by war would be Shrahan. He told his men that this was what they had been prepared for. They had survived the plague, the battle against the barbarians, and the brutal southern conditions. Stigma said it had been a long time since he received good news. He was known for leading the most powerful forces in the Empire. He stated that fighting barbarians was fun, but it couldn't compare to a real war. His commander asked if he loved war that much, and Stigma replied that what he loved wasn't the battle itself, but the rewards and recognition he received from His Majesty. As he said that, he killed another barbarian and mentioned he had a favor to ask the Emperor. During the 8-year war, he had received the title of Marquis, a vast estate in the south and great wealth. At first, he was satisfied, but later changed his mind. When he heard about Dion Hart's mission, he discovered that Dion had been allowed to exterminate his own family, which shocked him. He thought that if Dion could request something so terrible, he too could ask for something even worse. Stigma then asked if his junior, Dion Hart, would participate in the war. The commander said he wasn't sure, but Stigma said he couldn't wait to meet him again, the Empire's third hero. He said this would be the first real war in 2 years and that he needed to prepare. Before leaving, he ordered the remaining barbarians to be burned. As he left the battlefield, he thought that his next request to the Emperor would be permission to obliterate his own family. Devilania continued on her way to the city, accompanied by the demon Arut, but she was visibly upset. She had imagined she would travel alone with the commander. However, Ben explained that he was there under direct orders from the Demon King. Even if he weren't, they could not travel without an escort, as an entire entourage was accompanying them. It would have been strange not to have soldiers around, since the demon commander, although extremely capable, still needed special protection. During the journey, Dion observed everything in silence, thinking it was excessive to have so much security just to reach the second city. Lately, he had also been hearing the term periphery a lot, something that not even the Demon King could stand anymore. The path to the city required a detour, and he didn't understand why. On top of that, Lillinel had given him another protective necklace, which made him suspicious. He thought it might just be a precaution, but something inside him told him there was more to it. Suddenly, the carriage began to shake violently, and Dion's heart raced, realizing that his intuition had been right. One of the guards reported an emergency. The group had encountered a monster army. Devilania's squad reacted efficiently, but the number of enemies was overwhelming. Dion didn't want to stand by and watch, while Devilania assessed the situation and confirmed it was a full-scale infestation. Ben remarked that each city had a commander responsible for its defense. But the outskirts weren't so lucky. Dion noticed that everyone seemed oddly calm, which struck him as strange. Devilania explained that the territory didn't belong to demons, but to other species. That's when Dion finally understood why the Demon King had ordered the detour. The monsters were the king's responsibility, as they represented invasions from other races. That's why he had sent his most loyal subordinate, the demon Arut, to handle the situation. The region was a border between demons and other species, and Dion realized he had accepted this mission without even noticing the danger. Devilania announced the start of combat and told Dion to join them when he was ready. He hesitated, unsure how he would face so many enemies. At that moment, Ben called out to him with a serious expression and asked if he wasn't prepared. Dion had no response, realizing his hesitation was obvious. Even though Ben was friendly, he was still a demon, and discovering that the commander was weak wouldn't end well. In a lighter tone, Ben noted that Dion only fought seriously when drunk or when his life was in danger. Most of the time, he avoided combat and gave others the impression of being a weak human. Even so, Ben said he completely understood. Dion, confused, asked what he meant, and Ben replied that demon Arut was probably conserving energy, since those monsters were pathetic. Dion was even more confused, thinking Ben was just trying to scare him for no reason. But Ben insisted that he shouldn't worry, saying he had prepared something special. Dion noticed he was holding a bottle of liquor, a rare drink brewed in the demon realm itself. He became suspicious, wondering why Ben, who had been banned from drinking, was now offering him alcohol. Ben explained it was just to relieve stress and handed him a full cup. Dion, annoyed, thought it wasn't the right time for that, but after tasting the liquor, he had to admit it was delicious. He decided to drink just enough to relax, thinking the fight would soon be over. As he drank, Ben silently watched him, mentally apologizing to the commander. Earlier, the Demon King Kiver had given Ben clear instructions. If Arut hesitated in battle, he should offer him alcohol. The king knew that when Dion was sober, he overthought his safety, but when drunk, he unleashed his full power and became a true monster. Ben understood that the king preferred a controlled explosion of the commander's rage over letting him lose control on his own. Even so, he wondered if this was all a mistake. Now, already intoxicated, Dion approached Ben, grabbed him by the collar, and slammed him against the carriage, pressing a dagger to his neck. With glowing red eyes and a dangerous smile, he said the idea had actually been quite clever. The key to getting Dion to fight had always been alcohol and drugs. The mental barrier preventing him from unleashing all his power could only be broken with those two things. Realizing the situation, Dion commented that they must really be desperate this time. The Empire was moving swiftly and harshly, while the monster population kept growing. He understood the desperation of the king and the others, but even so, he didn't accept being used as a tool. Ben apologized to the commander, but he knew those apologies wouldn't change anything. He realized that Dion wasn't acting that way just because he was drunk, but because he was genuinely angry. Dion asked if Ben was only pretending to care about his well-being, reminding him that he was his personal doctor. Even so, he said he had never had high expectations of anyone. Ben lowered his head, acknowledging that the commander was right. He was Dion's private doctor, not the king's. Just as he tried to apologize again, a monster suddenly appeared, leaping toward the commander. Dion, however, looked at the creature as if it were nothing. He was already tired of fighting just to survive and of being manipulated by everyone. In a single swift strike, he sliced the monster in half with ease. He thought that from that moment on, he would control his own fate and decide for himself when to act. He then ordered a visual call with the Demon King Kiver, saying he wanted to speak with him immediately. Ben tried to warn him that the use of magic was forbidden, but he obeyed anyway, knowing it could be considered treason. When the connection was established, the king asked what was happening since magic could only be used in life or death situations. Ben explained that there were far more monsters than expected. Kaver, analyzing the situation, confirmed that the numbers were indeed high and asked if Dion could hold out for 15 minutes until reinforcements arrived. Dion replied that he would try, and the king remarked that he was probably furious. Dion thought that he had never fought for so long before, but if he were the type to think rationally during combat, he wouldn't have survived the 8-year war. He charged fearlessly at the first monster, plunging both daggers into the creature's neck. It barely had time to react, unable to hit him. Even while wounded, and despite Ben's concern, Dion kept fighting, reminding himself that his true specialty wasn't killing, but instilling fear. The creatures began to retreat, frozen by the massacre. Dion knew that their survival instinct would soon kick in, but if it didn't, he would kill them all himself. With the support of Devilania and Ben, he ordered traps to be set along the monster's path and thought that he'd kill as many as possible right there. While he was exterminating the creatures, the others watched in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Fear had already taken hold of them, and they began to retreat, which made setting the traps easier. Devilania reported that they had been contained, but the trap wouldn't hold for long, and she asked what Dion planned to do. It was explained that the fish-shaped barrier had been designed to prevent the monsters from escaping by restricting their mobility. Meanwhile, Ben treated Dion's wounds, applying a temporary tourniquet to his arm. Suddenly, Dion crossed the trap, entering the area with the monsters. Devilania, startled, asked where he was going. With untrained eyes, he shouldn't be able to see the trap, but Dion claimed he'd manage. Moving with precision, he dodged the invisible wires as if he already knew where they were and began slaughtering every creature in his path. The remaining monsters, not scared enough to flee, advanced on him but ended up getting caught in the traps that shredded their bodies. Devilania watched in disbelief, wondering how he could see the wires. Amid the bloodshed, Dion moved like a raging psychopath, completely immersed in the fight. The moonlight reflected on the trap's wires, revealing them to his eyes, and he used that to his advantage. In a brutal move, he kicked the next creature, which was sliced to pieces by the glowing wires before him. Dion thought about how he had avoided going outside his entire life due to his aversion to light and heat. That isolation had made him comfortable in the darkness. He had an extreme sensitivity to light, but now that proved to be an advantage. He found it ironic and thought that, in a way, he could call it luck. The creatures in front of him were becoming increasingly terrified. Devilania commented that the tables had turned, as the monsters were now so frightened by the trap that they weren't even attacking anymore. However, Ben noticed that many still remained and thought things might not end well. Dion was already exhausted, reaching his limit. He dropped one of his daggers and coughed up blood, but when Ben tried to approach, he stopped him. He said he knew exactly what would happen if the plan failed and ordered Ben to stop being an idiot, saying the treatment could wait. Even while injured, he continued fighting on the front lines. He thought about how he had always avoided combat, but at that moment, he realized that trauma and rage were pushing him forward more than any pain. He felt his broken arm stop moving, but he kept going. Ben was trying to help while holding his medical bag, but he noticed the commander was about to be struck. Dion thought he just needed to hold on a little longer, until a figure appeared, cutting down the monsters coming his way. A familiar voice rang out, saying it had been a while since their last meeting. It was Silua, commander of the 7th Platoon. She said she had heard rumors of a little party and came as fast as she could. Dion, irritated, grumbled, asking what party she was talking about and why she had come, though he could barely hide the pain from his injuries. He asked what was wrong with his own arm and looked around, stunned by the massacre. Slowly, the memory of the alcohol returned, and he realized he had lost control again. Teasingly, Silua said that kind of behavior was awful. That wasn't the commander she knew, and she claimed she wanted to talk to the real Dion. She grabbed a monster and threw it at his feet, telling him to slit the creature's throat. Dion, confused, asked why he would do that and wondered what was wrong with that woman. Silua asked if he was scared, but Devilania stepped in, telling her to stop and focus on killing the real monsters. Silua replied with a smile that there was no need to worry, her soldiers would handle the rest. Devilania then realized that Silua was the reinforcement sent by Demon King Kiever and remarked that she had abandoned the frontier for this. Silua answered that things were under control there and that she was the best reinforcement they could have asked for. She said she only wanted to speak with the Dion she knew, but he was collapsing, exhausted and covered in blood. Ben stated that the commander needed to rest, as he had faced far too many monsters. Silua, frustrated, kept insisting on talking to him, but Ben explained that he understood she was disappointed by Dion's behavior. Even so, Dion needed to hear him, since he was his doctor. She protested, saying that Dion was leaving just as she had arrived, but Ben asked her to assist Devilania. Silua refused at first, wanting to stay, but eventually obeyed. Later, once all the monsters had been eliminated, Ben reported that the treatment was finished, and that Dion's arm was usable again. Devilania suggested that Silua return to her post, as she would handle things from that point onward. Silua, offended, said she was being dismissed like an object, and that Devilania could be a bit more polite. Devilania explained that it was for her own good, since they were heading to the second city, and they knew who was in charge of defending it. Silua confirmed with a dark expression and said yes, it was that damned commander from the 10th Platoon. She added that she would rather die than see him again. Before leaving, she bowed to Demon Arut and departed. Watching her leave, Dion thought that the commander of the 10th Platoon was Gisatel, and wondered why Silua hated him so much. Sometime later, Dion ended up meeting Gisatel in person and remembered why he was so detestable. A grand celebration was taking place to welcome Demon Arut, who was now seated on a throne. The atmosphere was festive, but Dion felt uncomfortable, nervous, and even sweating cold. Gisatel asked what he thought of the warm reception and stated that it was surely better than anything any human kingdom could offer. Dion felt like a fool, humiliated in front of everyone. Gisatel, noticing his discomfort, mocked him, asking if he had a headache from the height of the throne or if something was bothering him. Dion thought, yes, something was definitely bothering him. That damn man standing right in front of him. In that instant, he understood Silua's hatred. Gisatel stepped closer and said that if there was a problem, they could solve it right there. But just then, Ben burst in, shoving Gisatel aside and asking if Dion was experiencing a headache. headache. Everyone present watched the scene in silence and soon realized who he was: the commander of the Zeroth platoon, the feared commander of Zeroth. People used to say that anyone who stepped onto that pedestal looked ridiculous, but Demon Arut never looked ridiculous. He made it work. The lack of information about him had sparked countless rumors and speculation. Everyone wondered why he had become a commander despite being human, and why the Demon King treated him so well. They also wanted to know how he had been so well accepted by the other commanders, and, given his rank, how powerful he really was. Many believe that Arut was the second strongest being in the demon realm, second only to the king himself. Meanwhile, Gaisatel asked if Dion had said anything. Dion simply told him to clean the place. Gaisatel got the message and ordered everyone to withdraw, dispersing the crowd. Dion, however, wasn't talking about the people, but about the smell of the flowers, which was making him nauseous. Still, the area was quickly evacuated, and the population grew furious about it. Dion realized that, at this rate, everyone would end up hating him. Some complained that they hadn't even managed to see his face properly. He thought none of this was going well, but then noticed something even stranger. An entire entourage gathered like a fan club for Demon Arut, almost as if they were praying to him. Dayon remembered the conversation he'd had with Lillinel about a possible demon church and wondered if that was what he was seeing. Could it be that this so-called demon church had created such absurd devotion? He thought maybe it had been a mistake to praise Lillinel for something so stupid. Suddenly, Gaisatel knelt before him, apologizing for any offense he might have committed. Then Dion noticed a wire around Gaisatel's neck and suspected that Devilania was behind it. She confirmed it, saying that he should have apologized sooner, and asked Dayon if she should kill him. Dayon thought that commanders weren't supposed to kill each other, although maybe that rule wasn't so strict. He said it wasn't necessary and told them to forget it and just head to the shops. Devilania obeyed and removed the wires from Gaisatel's neck. He thanked her emotionally, swearing he owed his life to the commander and promising not to disappoint him. Dayon realized he was in real danger and needed to remain as cautious as possible. Later in the commercial district, the place was crowded and lively. Devilania was excited, thrilled to have found beautiful clothes, while Dion felt like a dress-up doll. She mentioned buying accessories for him, but Gaisatel suddenly appeared offering mangoes, saying it was time to eat. Devilania was annoyed by the interruption, and Dion asked if they couldn't just walk in peace. When a horse approached, Ben stepped in to protect Dion, sensing something was wrong. Dion remarked that it was strange for the castle gates to be open while monsters were appearing outside. On further thought, he realized that the location was close to the southern part of the human realm, and concluded that the border between the two realms might be connected there. Gaisatel was surprised and asked how he knew that, and Dion figured he had guessed correctly. The group passed through a region infested with monsters, fighting their way forward. After the battle, Gaisatel led them, and they indeed found a border connecting the demon realm to the human realm. The difference between the skies of the two kingdoms was clearly visible, a magical barrier separating the worlds. Ben asked why Gaisatel had kept this a secret, and he explained that demons rarely had the chance to visit the human realm, so he wanted to enjoy it for a while. Still, he had taken precautions to prevent monsters from crossing. Dayon thought at least that part had been fulfilled. Even though there had been a massacre, the southern region of the human realm no longer belonged to the Empire, so there was no immediate reason for panic, although it was still human territory. He said they needed to report the case to the Demon King, and Gaisatel agreed. Even so, Dion stated that he would verify everything personally before sending a report, because he needed to be sure the border really connected to the southern region and not the Empire. They crossed the border. Meanwhile, in a small southern kingdom, guards reported that people covered in blood were approaching, looking like demons. The messenger said they would call a doctor for the king immediately, but the king calmly replied that he didn't need a doctor for this. The king thought he had already heard about the emergence of the border between the demon realm and his own, but had ignored it at the time since no major incidents had occurred. Now, however, the situation was different. He reflected that dealing with the wild attacks from the Empire was already stressful enough, and he couldn't afford to have problems with the demon realm as well. The messenger then said there was an even bigger problem. The king asked if anything could possibly be worse, and the messenger explained that the commander of the second platoon, Devilania, and another commander were passing through the region. They suspected that the other was the commander of the Zeroth platoon. Upon hearing this, the king was thrown into a state of panic, asking what that man was doing there. The atmosphere grew tense as he paused for a few seconds before saying that this couldn't be happening. He stated that no matter what it took, they would do everything in their power to hide the fact that the commander of the Zeroth platoon was present. Meanwhile, Dion, Ben, and Devilania walked under the scorching sun of the human realm. Ben remarked that the heat was intense and told Dion to cover himself. Dion realized the sun truly was too strong and wondered why the two of them had insisted on coming with him. Devilania asked where they were headed now, and Dion replied that he was looking for an area inhabited by humans, but more isolated, where they could learn about the everyday lives of the people. He thought maybe he should have come alone, but acknowledged that Devalania, being more familiar with the human realm, might prove useful. As they talked, Ben became alert upon seeing a group of humans approaching. They were guards, who apologized for the intrusion and said they had come to thank the supposed mercenaries who had stopped the monsters from crossing the border. They offered a small reward and new cloaks, since the three were covered in monster blood. Dion realized that, indeed, his clothes were stained, and thought those cloaks would be useful to hide his demonic origin. The humans trembled with fear as they handed over the money, which didn't surprise him. Even if they had seen demons before, it was rare to see one actually cross the border. He thought the Emperor had never mentioned this connection between realms, which meant the Empire probably didn't know about it. If they were to find out in the middle of a war, it would be a disaster. Dion let out a low chuckle, finding it ironic that these humans, believing they were helping mercenaries, were actually doing him a favor. The messengers glanced at each other, frightened by the psychotic smile and threatening aura emanating from him. Still, they wished the group a safe journey and retreated quickly. Watching them go, Dion thought the reward had been more generous than expected, and that everything was going smoothly. Meanwhile, the terrified humans thought that, compared to other demons, Dion seemed frighteningly calm and clean, with a sinister presence that revealed who he truly was. They realized they had just encountered the commander of the Zeroth Platoon and felt they had done the right thing by treating him with such respect. After all that, Dion decided it was time to rest and let the city take care of the remaining matters. The place was bustling, full of people coming and going, and the noisy atmosphere contrasted sharply with the tense mood from earlier. Dion bought a skewer and took a bite, thinking it had been a long time since he had relaxed like that. Even so, he knew he still needed to gather information to understand exactly where they were. While walking, someone bumped into him and asked if he was okay. Devalania immediately noticed something was wrong, since it wasn't just any human who could hurt a commander with a simple shove. Dion, however, covered it up and said he was fine, even though his shoulder hurt. Devalania believed him, but Ben did not. He grabbed the man angrily and called him human scum. The frightened man apologized, not understanding what was going on. Then Devalania stepped in and, flipping the situation, coldly asked why the man had bumped into Dion. Dion realized they were overreacting and turning the incident into a scene, but before he could intervene, guards showed up and arrested the man. Dion was surprised, thinking the commotion was about him, but the man was actually detained for causing disorder in the market. He protested, saying he hadn't even started a fight, but the guards wouldn't listen. Dion thought that the public order in that kingdom was truly impressive, maybe even excessive. Soon after, Ben noticed a child trying to discreetly snatch Dion's money pouch and grabbed her by the arm. The guards returned immediately and arrested the child too. Later, when Dion bought a piece of fruit and realized it was spoiled, the guards once again intervened, arresting the vendor for selling contaminated goods. Dion thought all of it was unnecessary and noticed that wherever he went, someone ended up in jail. The streets began to empty, and those who remained stared at him in fear. He concluded that, at this rate, it would be impossible to conduct a peaceful investigation and considered returning. However, something caught his attention. A man at the market was arguing with a vendor, insisting on buying goddess tea leaves, while the merchant claimed he had none left. The man explained that he was a representative of a new trade guild called the Den Guild, and that he wanted to establish a distribution network for those leaves. The vendor eventually gave in and arranged a meeting. At that moment, Dion approached and asked to buy some tea leaves as well. The merchant became nervous because, although Dion was dressed like a common traveler, his aura was terrifyingly powerful. Dion thought about the name of the leaves. Goddess tea leaves only grew in very specific regions of the human kingdom, and even the Empire struggled to obtain them. For that reason, they were sold at extremely high prices, especially among the nobility. He realized that the small southern kingdom survived economically thanks to the export of those rare leaves. That explained the prosperous commerce, and also the tension among the guards. Ben handed over the money and said Dion could keep the change, while Devalania asked if he had gotten what he wanted. Dayan replied that he had. Now he knew where they were. This was the kingdom of Tyrant. When the group finally left the market, the exhausted guards commented among themselves that they were tired of arresting so many people. One of them asked who that man was and why the king was so afraid of him. The other replied that he didn't know, but sincerely hoped the man would never return. Meanwhile, in the war zone, inside the Imperial tent, Emperor Eduardo waited impatiently and said he hoped the matter was truly urgent for Alistair to have summoned him there. Alistair asked for a moment alone and said he wanted to talk about that old subject, asking if the Emperor still remembered the death of the former first prince, the father of the current prince and princess. Upon hearing that, Eduardo immediately understood what it was about and ordered all soldiers and servants to leave the tent. so no one could overhear. When they were alone, he asked if Iluster wanted to know whether he still remembered the death of the first prince. Then, it is explained that, among all of the Empire's descendants, the first prince was the only one who had truly treated Eduardo like a brother. His name was Eddie, the Empire's first prince. He had been killed by Duke Grades under circumstances that left a deep mark on the Emperor. With a cold gaze, Eduardo asked if what Iluster really wanted to know was whether he had been responsible for the death of his own brother. Iluster, maintaining a serious expression, answered that yes, the Emperor already knew exactly what the true topic of that conversation was. It wasn't until after Duke Gratis and his family were annihilated for assassinating the prince that Eduardo discovered Iluster had been behind it all. He couldn't do anything but temporarily cover up the crime due to the nobles' uprising, hoping the criminal would confess before the emperor. Iluster himself told how he got rid of the first prince. Everything he did was to reach the highest position of power. Iluster explained that all the princes and princesses would fight for the throne if the legitimate heir, the first prince, was out of the way. That's why he decided to put someone he could control on the throne, believing that the ninth prince, whose presence was nearly insignificant, would be the one to actually change everything. Eduardo thought that's how Iluster ended up becoming a duke. That's how it all began. Eduardo remembered his brother's words, who promised to return and said it wouldn't take long. That's why he left Euphios and Alitaia under his care. But at that moment, Eduardo felt that something was wrong. He thought he should have stopped his brother from leaving, should have held him back so he wouldn't go and end up that way. He should never have let him go. When he learned of his brother's death, Eduardo realized he should have investigated instead of simply drawing his sword. However, rumors that spread said the other brothers had assassinated the firstborn to take the throne. That's when Eduardo unsheathed his sword and killed them all. Now, he was tired, deeply exhausted. Iluster mentioned the prince's assassination, the manipulation of the Church of Redemption, and also Dion Hart's involvement in the 8-Year War. Eduardo already knew that Iluster had been behind everything from the start. Dion's mother, upon learning he was going to war, was completely devastated. She knew Dion was fragile, that he wasn't fit to fight like Cruel was, and she had already lost her first son to the war as well. Dion's father tried to see him one last time before his departure, but the guard informed him that the emperor was unavailable. While the mother begged for a chance to see him, Iluster passed by, observing the scene he himself had caused. It was Alistair who ordered the correction request document to be burned. He also recruited Cruel Har, and he was the one who forged and hid the documents. That's why it was natural that Eduardo never knew Dion Hart had been drafted by mistake, at least at first, because when he discovered the truth after the war ended, he simply watched in silence as Dion Hart murdered his own family. If Eduardo had known the truth from the beginning, his reaction would have been completely different. Even so, he asked if the Duke wanted to die that badly. But Iluster replied that Eduardo couldn't kill him. If he attacked without proper justification, his honor would be destroyed, and his reputation as a cruel and incompetent emperor would spread even more. He'd be known as a ridiculous tyrant. Eduardo stated that he wasn't afraid of disgrace, as that was part of an emperor's duty. But Iluster insisted that, in this case, the authority of the royal family and its heirs would fall into complete ruin. He asked if Eduardo really wanted Alitaia and Euphios to be harmed because of him. Besides that, Eduardo himself had pretended not to know anything all this time, which made him complicit in the crime. Eduardo then accepted. He said that fine, for now he would wait for the right moment, the moment he could kill the Duke with his own hands. The Emperor was still alive only because Iluster couldn't die yet. He was persistent in reaching his goals, but now, he wouldn't rest until he gave the Duke the worst possible death. Iluster knew the Emperor would only keep living until that purpose was fulfilled. That's why he decided to see him in person. Furthermore, he had influenced the Revolutionary Army, and everything was going according to plan. Later, Eduardo, riding alone, was being chased by assassins from the Revolutionary Army itself. He was completely surrounded. Meanwhile, Daniel, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was visiting his mother, who had heard news about his return after the mission and was very, very worried. Daniel said that when he went to Elon, he had a conflict with the Phantom Knights, but said it wasn't anything major. He fights for a world where everyone is equal, a world without social hierarchies. His mother said she trusts him, but asked him to be careful. A mysterious person had gathered everyone with the goal of killing the Emperor, and this same person claimed that the throne had to be eliminated so the world could be fair for everyone. Daniel was following that path because of his mother. She was a noble who fell in love with a commoner, and even while living a simple life as a wife, she held on to her ideals. Even when Daniel's father was killed by the hands of a cruel noble, even when she became weak from unbearable stress, she kept speaking about her dream, a world without kings, without nobility, without castes, where each person could live according to their own will. Daniel cherished all those stories in his memory, one by one. And when his mother ended up in that debilitated state, he swore that it would never happen again. His greatest wish was to bring his mother's dream world to life. He saw himself as a sinner, someone who fought for the revolution, but whose orders caused the deaths of many. His mother asked if he truly wanted to keep fighting, and he replied that yes, for his fallen comrades and for her, he would fulfill his mission. She said she trusted him, that she knew he would succeed, but that he must return safely. She added that if anything were to happen to him, she would use the poison and follow him in death. Daniel asked her not to say things like that when suddenly a soldier from the Revolutionary Army arrived with an emergency. Aiden had taken troops with him to bring down the emperor. Daniel was surprised by the news, but at that very moment, Eduardo, already surrounded, remarked that it seemed they weren't the only ones who had come to meet him. There were other presences in that place, ones only he could see. They were the souls, the ghosts of the past, the regrets. Eduardo asked if they knew how he took the throne. He said perhaps they didn't know one of the main leaders of the 8-Year War, the one who led the empire to victory. Then he took his dagger and stabbed himself, not as a suicide attempt, but to drive away the spirits that were bothering him. Eduardo said it was much better that way. He asked if they had ever heard the story of an unknown hero who possessed a fragment. Perhaps that was the reason he kept no secret guards for protection. When they asked what he was talking about, he responded with action. Eduardo's first strike was enough to sever the neck of one of the soldiers. He spoke about the danger of forgetting, and when a female soldier beside him tried to attack, he responded that those who are forgotten are doomed to repeat their mistakes. One by one, he took down every member of the Revolutionary Army. He said that he had committed treason during the 8-Year War, and that if they had remembered him, or at least investigated his past, they would never have dared to attack him so recklessly. Eduardo's strength was relentless. His fighting style was brutal, savage, and aggressive. One of the soldiers tried to grab his cape and asked who fights while wearing something so large, but even so, Eduardo managed to pull him in and pierce his chest with the blade. He stated that he would never throw away one of the symbols that represented that he was the emperor. The last surviving soldier finally remembered. Behind the titles of emperor and tyrant, there existed a true combat talent. Eduardo said that everyone in the Revolutionary Army probably thought he was a joke. He asked if that man was the last. He recognized the uniform and the emblem, but declared with conviction that, if he was remembering correctly, the real leader of the revolutionaries would never do something so foolish. He wasn't stupid. Eduardo said that if that incident had been orchestrated by the revolutionaries themselves, then he no longer needed to worry about them. At the moment of death, the soldier remembered him. The name that stood above all others was Eduardo Desert, the one who possessed the hero's fragment. After finishing off the enemies, Eduardo reflected that it had probably been the Duke who sent them. That meant he was using the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the emperor. Still, he had only sent weak soldiers, just strong enough not to risk killing him. The true goal of the Revolutionary Army was to create a world where everyone was equal. During that time, they had recruited new members from the Kingdom of Ilan. Perhaps Illuster was trying to control the growth of the revolutionary forces. Eduardo was enraged by the thought and questioned how that bastard dared to do such a thing. Later, at the revolutionaries' base, Paul, who had left the Church of Salvation and become a soldier, was present when the report was delivered to Daniel. One of the revolutionary soldiers had died. They needed to pause their plans due to a lack of manpower. Daniel was dissatisfied, questioning what they had been thinking when they tried to take down the emperor that way. He thanked them for the report and said that although they had finally replenished their troops, they were now back to square one. Aiden had opposed postponing the grand operation, but Daniel knew he wasn't the type to act rashly. He thought someone must be behind all of it. Paul remarked that the emperor was on the battlefield and that there was no way anyone could discover his itinerary. So how did Aiden know exactly where he would be at that moment? Daniel considered that only someone with a lot of authority could have access to that kind of information. Then he remembered seeing Aiden talking to Salen, and he knew Salen had a strong connection with the Duke. That raised the possibility that they were behind the encounter between the Revolutionary Army and the Emperor. When Eduardo returned alone, everyone was suspicious, especially because he was covered in blood. They asked if he had been ambushed. Eduardo replied that if he were meant to die, then that would have been his fate. The Chancellor was incredulous at the response and asked how he could say such a thing. Eduardo simply said it was a joke and teased the Chancellor, asking how he couldn't tell the difference between a joke and the truth. Later, Eduardo reflected on the past. He asked himself if he still remembered it. One of his sisters dreamed of turning that nation into a prosperous land. One of his brothers wanted to make the kingdom a power that no one could look down on, building an empire. Another brother wished to unite the entire continent. They had so many dreams and spent days discussing the future. But because of what he did, none of them would ever be able to fulfill their own desires. Now, Eduardo felt it was his responsibility to fulfill what they could not. He knew he couldn't turn back from the path he had chosen. Because of that, he had to carry a heavy burden. And precisely because of that burden, he could never accept a pointless death like that. The Chancellor noticed that Eduardo's left hand still hadn't healed, which meant he was reopening the wound repeatedly. Even so, he told His Majesty that having a sense of responsibility responsibility was great, but he also needed to consider his own safety. Eduardo, in turn, said bluntly that he didn't value his own body much, so if he ended up dying, he hoped they wouldn't waste military resources trying to recover a piece of flesh. Despite that, he reassured the Chancellor, explaining that, thanks to a certain person, he didn't intend to die anytime soon. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom, a new demon had filled the seat of 9th Commander. His name was Trover. He claimed his specialty was magic, but in truth, he used his own body, which had been trained to the extreme. Several others were present watching that training session, including Isildi, Jakar, Devalania, and of course Dion. The latter couldn't understand why that man shouted the names of spells if he wasn't even using magic. Still, that wasn't even the main issue. Dion didn't know why he had to stay there and wondered how he had ended up in that situation. As soon as he returned to the Demon King's castle, Trover asked for a training match. Dion managed to refuse by using his fatigue as an excuse. Even so, Trover asked Dion to be the judge of the match. The opponent would be Durnovan, who seemed more focused on his commander than on the duel itself. He was completely in love with her and said he would dedicate the victory to her. The commander firmly affirmed in response. Trover, impatient, muttered a curse and told them to start the duel already, and Dion began the match. However, Dion wasn't sure what he should say to start a duel in the Demon Kingdom. He thought of saying something like, "Do your best," but figured that would sound odd to demons. In the end, he chose to simply say not to kill each other. That created a tense and awkward atmosphere, and he wondered if he had said something highly inappropriate. Maybe it was appropriate, considering they were dealing with demons. Beside Dion was Myers, the 12th Commander. Dion had already heard that he was a quiet man, but his silence was especially heavy. He truly had the presence of a commander. Dion asked if he wanted to say something, but Myers looked visibly uncomfortable and hid behind his vice, asking Dahar to speak for him. Seeing his commander practically trembling, introduced himself as the vice and said he would speak on his behalf. Dahar mimicked Myers' posture and with great enthusiasm said that it had been very impressive when Dion told them not to kill each other. He commented that the duel would only end when someone was truly incapable of continuing to fight. According to him, there had never been a commander with a heart as cold as Dion's, and that was the message. Dion was left speechless by all of it. Isilda remarked that everything had become much more interesting thanks to Lord Aruchi, but still believed that the fight wouldn't be decided so quickly. Jakar observed that, considering Durnovan had received a proposal to become the 9th commander before Trover himself, they were probably at the same level. Devalania commented that she had heard rumors that the number of rejections for the commander position was unusually high. This time, even Eddie declined the role, preferring to remain as Dion's vice. Despite everything, Trover had only been the third option to take the post of 9th commander. OL stated that it was obvious Durnovan would refuse, as they couldn't bear to be apart due to the immense love they felt for one another. Isilda was shocked by the comment, and Dion hadn't even noticed that OL was already there. She, in turn, asked the great demon Aruchi if it was true that a baby could be made when two people love each other. Dion reflected on that and wondered if she wanted to have a child. However, he also believed that demons couldn't have children. OL said she had heard that such children were called blessings. Dion grew a bit somber upon hearing that. Meanwhile, Trover used his powerful spell called Meteorio, which consisted of tearing a chunk of stone from the ground and hurling it at the enemy. Despite the name, it definitely wasn't magic. Someone commented that it wasn't magic, but Dion was lost in his own thoughts. He wondered if she truly believed that children were a blessing. If children were considered a blessing, then what would he be? Some kind of curse, perhaps just a worm. Everyone around became tense upon seeing Dion's state. Only OL kept talking, unaware of how he was feeling. Isilda asked her to be quiet, and Lillinell wondered why he had suddenly become like that. Maybe the fight wasn't interesting enough for him. Trying to distract him, she asked if he knew that Trover used to use magic. Dion wanted to know why he wasn't using it now. Lillinell explained that Trover had completely lost his mana. Mana, essential for casting magic, could not be recovered once depleted. She was sure he knew how to control it, but his personality, which prioritized fun above all else, led him to exhaust all his magical energy. Dion asked if that meant the 9th commander could no longer use magic for the rest of his life. She replied that he no longer had access to the ultimate source for it, the power of the Demon King, which is what forms the physical bodies of his descendants. Since they were children of the Demon King, their bodies contained this powerful energy. By using this hereditary mana, it would be possible to cast magic again. Dion thought that meant putting one's life at risk just to regain the ability to use mana. Even so, Trover had used such a precious resource just for fun. He was a complete lunatic. Meanwhile, Trover complained explained that the damn wolf only knew how to dodge. Already sweating, Dernovan asked if he wasn't going to stop. Trover replied that of course not, and used his lethal strike, so powerful it destroyed part of the arena floor. A massive piece of stone flew straight toward Dion, but Eddie protected him, asking if he was okay. Eddie shattered the rock with ease, as if it were nothing. That impressed Dion, but he soon thought that his damn body had reacted on its own again. He was coughing up blood again. Additionally, he felt he was about to interrupt the duel because of himself. Trover, terrified, said that Lord Arut was going to kill him. Dernovan commented that he was brave for having attacked Dion, but Trover insisted it had been an accident. Eddie knelt down and apologized for him, saying he hadn't imagined the environment would be so bad for Dion due to the dust. He also hadn't expected someone to be stupid enough to attack him. Trover, of course, remained terrified. Dion told Eddie that it was fine, he just needed a rest. He asked for the duel to be considered a draw and suggested they continue it another day. As he walked away, Dr. Ben commented that his necklace had reacted and asked if he was okay. Later, Dion was attending a meeting with the Demon King. The king said he thought it would be best for him to return to the Empire. Dion asked if there was a specific problem. The king replied that there was and asked him to look at a map. He believed that the Empire didn't just want to show off. In fact, it had already conquered half the continent. The king explained that, at the moment, the Empire was trying to take Esperanas, the smallest kingdom on that map. Given its territorial size, it was only a matter of time before they crossed the gates of the castle. The name Esperanas sounded familiar to Dion. He remembered a conversation with Remember, in which he had asked what he used to do before serving the estate under His Majesty's orders. Dion always found Remember to be a suspicious and powerful figure to be just a butler. There was no way he could be an ordinary person. And Remember had answered that he came from Esperanas. In the end, Dion didn't know much about the place. He had only heard a few stories about Remember's homeland and had never found anything concrete about who he truly was. And now, the Empire was at war with the place he came from. The Demon King stated that he knew the Empire wouldn't stop at humans. They would eventually turn against the demon world as well. Therefore, there was no more reason to just watch from the sidelines. The king had decided it was time to enter the game. The Demon King said that he too would turn against the Empire. This would become a true gamble, involving the survival of both demons and humans. Dion knew the real war was only just beginning, and the king declared that he should depart immediately. Since it was nearing dawn in the human world, the king estimated that by the time he arrived, it would already be morning. Before parting, the king sincerely thanked him for the watch he had received. In truth, he thought it was an extremely useful gift. Dion thought that he still kept it. He even felt guilty because he had only given the watch on impulse. He was irritated when he returned and, seeing the item in his backpack, handed it over while pretending it was a gift. Still, the king said that this time he didn't need to bring souvenirs, but if he did, let it be just one thing, perhaps some important information. Later, alone in his chambers, the Demon King reflected that he didn't really want to send him. However, interfering would be against the rules. After all, this was the war between him and Eduardo for possession of the prize known as Daon Heart. The only rule established was clear. If anyone tried to steal or kill him, they would be considered a coward and would automatically lose. The king declared to himself that he would follow the rules because he didn't want that fun game to come to an end. Even so, he knew he needed to be careful when using Heart again. He was extremely useful, but also a very dangerous card. As he prepared to depart, Dion reflected on the war. He was certain the time would come when he would have to fight for real. He recalled his childhood, when he endured the hell of the 8-year war. Amid those memories, the image of someone approaching surfaced, saying he was there vomiting blood and questioning whether he was truly a soldier. Dion had responded by telling the person to leave or he would kill them, but the other insisted, saying that in battle, the weakest were always the first targets. He should swallow that blood or shove it back down by force. It was best to hide that he was sick. Back in the present, Eddie asked if he was okay, if he was feeling unwell again. Dion replied no, he was fine. In fact, he had just remembered that child. Today, he no longer needed to hide his condition, since everyone knew about it. Even so, that old advice had helped him a lot at the time. Meanwhile, a small plant was discreetly watching him. When it saw his bag open, it quietly slipped inside. Later, already on the road riding a horse, Dion didn't even notice the plant had hidden there. The one responsible for this was Hien, who had asked the plant, Gweg, to take care of Lord Arut for her. The little plant, determined, was fulfilling that mission exactly as instructed. The next morning, already in the human realm, Remember greeted Dion happily, saying he was glad to see him return safely. Dion thanked him for always taking care of the house. Remember replied that he was only fulfilling his duty, but asked why he hadn't left his backpack with the servants. Dion said there was something important inside, so he would take care of it himself. There was one person, or rather, one creature, he could never entrust to others. It was the damn plant, which he only discovered inside once he had already arrived in the human world. He didn't know when it had snuck into the backpack, but it would be a disaster if anyone saw saw it. The moment the plant let out a loud gwag, Dion nearly spat out his coffee. Remember asked if he was all right and suggested he rest after the exhausting journey. Dion said he was fine and, trying to cover up, remarked that the tea this time had a very pleasant aroma. Remember explained that Dan had brought some leaves the last time and that the group of merchants he had formed was now selling that kind of tea. Dion, surprised, wondered if he had really formed a group. Now that he thought about it, Dan had indeed borrowed some money a while back to invest in something. Remember explained that the group was called Dos Mercantes and mentioned that Dan's group had grown significantly in a short period of time. Dion recalled the time he was in Tyron after crossing the border into the Demon Kingdom. At that time, he had heard about this tea leaf trade and about some merchants, but he didn't know those people were part of Dan's group. Remember commented that Dan was quite a clever young man and suggested that Dion should pay him a visit. Dion replied that he would do so when he had the time, although he noticed that Remember seemed to like Dan quite a lot. Still, he wondered if he would truly have time for that sort of thing, considering a war was about to begin, and he couldn't afford the luxury of thinking about visits. Remember then asked if Dion was doing all right, since his homeland was being attacked by the Empire at that very moment. Dion replied that yes, he had also heard the news about his home, but said everything was fine. He briefly commented on Esperanus, the natural fortress surrounded by mountains, which made any invasion attempt extremely difficult. This meant that to conquer Esperanus, one would need to declare war not just on that region, but on all surrounding nations as well, something that would result in more losses than gains. For that reason, Remember believed His Majesty would soon return with the army, since Esperanus wasn't an easy target. That was why he seemed so calm. Dion thought that later he should investigate more deeply what kind of nation Esperanus truly was, but he was interrupted when the communication crystal with the Emperor began to glow. He quickly picked it up to answer, greeting with a "Glory to the Empire." Eduardo, however, asked him to forget the greeting and said he just wanted the report, having heard that he had returned. After recounting the entire situation, Dion explained that the Demon King was finally making a move. Eduardo stated that in order to face the Demon Kingdom, then all humans would need to unite, so the current conquest needed to be completed as quickly as possible. From that point on, it would become a psychological war against the Demon King, and he had no intention of backing down. The Emperor asked if there was anything else to report. Dion asked if he wanted information not related to the war and the demons, and the Emperor replied yes, asking him to go ahead. He was sure it would be useful. He asked whether the issue involved monsters or borders. Dion then explained that a new border crossing with the Demon Kingdom had been discovered in Tyron. Eduardo recognized that this was valuable information, thanked him for the good work, and asked if he could count on his presence at the hunting competition next week. Dion was confused, not understanding how the Emperor could organize a hunting competition at a time like this. The Emperor said he was already aware of the event, as he had sent the invitation and even the outfit that Dion should wear. Dion was even afraid to open the gift. Meanwhile, Cruel was also reading a letter that left him disturbed. He wondered why he hadn't received any orders, even though he was sure Dion had already returned from the mission. He expected to receive instructions directly from the Duke. That was when the Duke himself appeared, asking if Cruel knew about Dion's return. He said there was something that needed to be done this time, and it would happen during the hunting competition. 1 week later, on the day of the competition, Dion looked at Remember and wondered why he was wearing such a flashy outfit, since he had said he only wanted to visit Dan. Dion replied that there was no other choice, since right after he would go straight to the competition. It wasn't like he could simply change clothes. After all, it was His Majesty himself who had sent that outfit as a gift. Remember commented that it suited him very well, and Dion thought that old man was mocking him. The butler, however, said that Dan would certainly be happy to know that he had returned, regardless of the outfit. When Dion entered the Merchant Guild, he noticed the place was crowded. It was much larger than he had imagined, and he wondered how he would find Dan in such a busy place. But when he heard someone shouting for the master, he spotted him. Dan, upon seeing him, became visibly excited and ran to meet him, asking if his lord had really come to see him. Dion confirmed and replied that he was just passing by since he was on his way to the Imperial hunting competition. Still, he found it curious that the boy was so happy to see him. Dion commented that the store was enormous, and Dan replied that it was all thanks to him. After he began serving as an honorary merchant associated with the name Heart, many of the store's problems were solved. Then, noticing Dion's fancy clothes, he asked if he was going somewhere. Dion confirmed that he was on his way to the hunting competition. Dan then said he had heard that it was allowed to bring a companion and insisted, quite persistently, on being taken along. Dion refused. Dan wanted to know why. He said he had trained in fencing while Dion was away and that he wouldn't be a burden. Dion thought the problem wasn't that. The real reason was the stupid plant. If Dan came along, Dan wouldn't be able to get rid of it. He had already tried to kill it with a knife, fire, and even by throwing it from high places, but the plant just wouldn't die. The competition might be his last chance to get rid of that problem, and everything would be harder with someone by his side. Remember, however, suggested that maybe it was time to trust the boy. He observed that Dan had really made an effort and trained to be by Dion's side. Dion replied that that wasn't the issue. He simply didn't want to. But looking at that charismatic old man and the boy full of hope, he eventually gave in. Later, the three of them arrived together at the hunting competition. Dion thought he was finished. He had no idea how he was going to get rid of that plant now. If he left it in the backpack, it would surely escape. He decided to deal with it after the competition. The plant was a problem, but the competition was an even bigger one. The moment Dion stepped out of the carriage, he noticed that everyone was staring at him in shock. He tried to understand if he had done something wrong until he realized that Dan was holding his hand. When Dion pulled his hand away, Dan asked if there was a problem. Dion thought yes, there were many. That scene looked like a lady being helped down, and seeing a grown man descend like that was clearly an insult. Dan had probably offered his hand because he knew about his weakened condition due to the curse, but that was ignorance, and this kind of ignorance was a sin. Dion thought that Dan hadn't just mocked him, but also insulted the honor of a hero. Even if he was gracious, he couldn't forgive that so easily. But in the end, he acknowledged that Dan was only trying to help and thanked him for the gesture, telling him not to do it again. The assassin knights, observing the scene, commented that their commander was truly benevolent. The high knights of Line were also impressed. Maybe they had been wrong to believe the rumors that he was a cruel person. Line, watching everything with pride, thought that this was the true grace of her lord. The way he forgave his subordinates was admirable. Dion thought he had almost caused a scandal. He hadn't realized how strange that might have looked since he was so used to how things worked in the demon realm. He knew that if he said anything to Dan, he would only end up embarrassing him, so he decided to just move on for now. Line approached and asked if he was feeling better after the long trip. Dan replied yes and said it had been a while since he last saw her. The assassin knights, in turn, asked about the bag he was carrying and if he wanted them to carry it for him. Dion firmly said no, not to touch the bag. Absolutely not. Don't even think about touching it. After making that clear, he asked where the others were. Line replied that there weren't many people around because Prince Elphidius had summoned some of them earlier. Naturally, Dion greeted the prince respectfully, and Elphidius commented that it had been a while since they last saw each other. He wanted to know if Dion was informed about the monster hunt. Dion confirmed that he was and said he had heard that the event was meant to contain the alarming increase in the number of monsters. He figured that was the official justification, but he knew the true intention was to reinforce the image that the Empire was so strong and stable it could afford to hold a hunting competition even in times of war. Elphidius admitted that yes, there had indeed been a huge increase in monsters. That's why they decided to eliminate the most dangerous ones in the area before the competition, leaving only a few scattered around for the event itself. He also stated that he would like both the Assassin Knights and the High Knights to participate in the cleanup. He said he wouldn't force any group, but the help would be welcome. Dion replied that it wasn't a matter of wanting or not. Elphidius added that they were short on soldiers among the royal knights. Some had spent the night cleaning up the mess caused by the nobility themselves and now barely had any strength left. Dion thought that was a disguised insult and thanked him for the offer with the same tone of false courtesy, cheerfully handing over command of the Assassin Knights to the prince. Still, he wondered if the regent prince could really handle those bloodthirsty lunatics, but decided that it wasn't his problem. But even Elphidius was surprised, asking what he meant, since it was Dion himself who would lead the mission. And so, later on, they were all already deep into the hunt. Line's High Knights were well positioned, perfectly aligned. The Assassin Knights, on the other hand, attacked like wild beasts, covered in blood, tearing through monsters without hesitation. One of the High Knights watched with disgust, thinking the combat style was far too barbaric, imagining that their leader, Dion Hart himself, must fight in the same way. Dion thought it wasn't the first time he had been misjudged. He was used to that kind of interpretation. The most important thing was to get this over with and go home. He had already prepared for this kind of situation. His plan was simple: wilt and return. The Assassin Knights noticed he was getting excited, and when a monstrous hound charged at him, Dion dodged and saw the perfect chance to end it all. But Line appeared a moment later, outraged that the creature had dared to attack her lord. In the blink of an eye, she wiped out the entire horde of monsters. Dion thanked her, saying she was very skilled. Line replied that it was nothing, but he thought she had ruined everything. He didn't need help at that moment. The monsters were nearly gone. Now at this point, he would have to participate in the hunting competition, which was exactly what he wanted to avoid. Suddenly, the horse trembled hard, and Dion's bag fell. He wondered what had happened to the animal, until Dan approached, saying he had accidentally bumped into the horse because his foot had slipped in the mud. Dion looked at him and noticed a strange expression on his face. It didn't seem like a sincere excuse. Still, he accepted it, only telling him to be be more careful next time. When he checked the bag, he found Gweg very irritated. Dion thought that damn thing was still alive. He locked her back inside the bag angrily. But Dan came closer, now with a darker expression, and asked why his lord never got angry. He said he had made several mistakes that day, but even so, Dion never lost his temper with him. Dan thought he had followed Dion Hart because he believed in his reputation as a disaster. He expected the commander's fury to match that title, but all he found was kindness and understanding. That wasn't a disaster. Dion thought the boy was intentionally trying to provoke his fury, but before he could think any further, a new wave of monsters appeared, and he took the opportunity to change the subject and jump into combat. Dan still insisted, asking if he was really the walking disaster everyone talked about. As he charged at the monsters, Dion thought that this time he really planned to get hurt. He just wanted to go home. When he saw the Minotaur, he realized that was the perfect opportunity. But once again, Line rushed ahead and killed the monster before Dion could. He thought he'd have to find another bastard, maybe that furious orc over there, but before he could move, the assassin knights killed him too. Dan was extremely irritated. He wondered why those bastards were trying so hard. He needed to kill at least one monster. When one of the wolves escaped from a knight, Dion saw the perfect opening. He immediately assumed his stance. One of the knights commented that he looked very ready, and another asked if he was really going to use that technique. They wondered why he was taking a simple monster hunt so seriously. Dion thought he would just end this quickly and go straight home. But before Dion could act, the assassin knights jumped on him to stop him. They said he couldn't get hurt. Dion was furious and demanded to know what they were doing. One of them replied that he was about to use a dangerous move. Everyone knew about the skill he kept hidden, the one that allowed him to exceed the limits of the human body, increasing his speed and strength on the battlefield to the point of becoming the fastest and strongest among humans. However, in return, his body would suffer severe damage. It was thanks to that ability that Dion had survived the 8-year war. One of the knights begged him to take care of his own body. Dion just wanted to suffer a minor injury, nothing serious. That only made him more frustrated with all the commotion. At that moment, a high knight appeared. He observed the entire scene, with blood flying everywhere and desperate knights, and announced that they should return to the arena, as the subjugation competition was over. Dion asked if it was really finished, and the knight confirmed, saying they still needed to leave a few monsters for the main event. He asked if Dion still wanted more blood after all that, and thought that man was truly terrifying. Everyone was incredibly lucky to have Dion Hart on their side, but Dan was watching all of it with a sinister look in his eyes. Later, Dion was resting with Gweg, wondering if he really needed to be part of all this. Ever since the Emperor had mentioned the hunting competition, he had assumed there would be some important conversation, probably something related to the war. But he hated wars. He didn't want to be part of any more, especially if they involved the demon realm. Gweg kept screaming beside him, and Dion told her to stop crawling around. That was when one of the knights asked for permission to enter. In a panic, Dion shoved Gweg under the covers at the last second. He said he was just warming himself and asked if there was something to report. The knight entered and commented that his captain seemed excited about the competition. He said he was happy about that, but had a request. He asked if Dion could take someone else as an assistant instead of Dan. Dion asked why he would do that. The knight explained that he had a bad feeling about the boy. He said that during the monster subjugation, Dan had a look on his face that was extremely angry, filled with fury. It was something strange, a heavy feeling, a suspicion he couldn't ignore. After hearing that, Dion said he understood and immediately called for Line, asking her to remove the man from the room. Line complied without hesitation, already dragging the knight out by the ear. Even as he was being dragged away, the knight insisted. He said his lord hadn't seen Dan's face at that moment, and for that reason, asked once again for him to consider taking another assistant. Line, still pulling him out, paused for a moment. She thought that maybe there was some value in what the knight was saying. Dion said he didn't know about the rest, but he agreed with the main point. It was necessary to bring someone to accompany him. At the same time, both Line and the knight volunteered. Line claimed it was her duty to look after the count, while the knight protested that it was unfair. It wasn't her turn yet, since he had accompanied the captain previously. Even so, Dion declared that he wouldn't take either of them. The knight was confused and asked what he meant by that, but Dion held firm, saying he didn't care. That was his choice. In truth, Dion did find Dan suspicious, and that was exactly why he wanted to keep him close. He wasn't worried about Dan being by his side. After all, he hadn't come this far just by relying on luck. That was when a pompous figure appeared, an arrogant noble who questioned how they dared treat an honorary count like him as if he were a real count. To him, the world had clearly gone insane. The knights didn't quite understand what he was saying, while Dion wondered who the hell that guy was. When the others saw the pudgy, mustachioed man speaking to Dion Hart like that, many asked themselves what kind of noble had no fear of death. Someone said they didn't know who he was, but he was definitely being stupid, insulting someone without knowing who he was dealing with. How could anyone dare provoke the hero of the Empire? Dion once again asked who the man was, and the man introduced himself as the legitimate patriarch of the Hart family, the true and only Count Hart. The others were confused, as no one had ever seen this man. Perhaps he was from a collateral branch, but everyone knew the Hart bloodline had been wiped out. One of the knights was outraged by the man's audacity, but Dion considered that a collateral branch could indeed exist. He had once heard that Cruel had refused the offer to become a count, so perhaps some random descendant had taken up the title of family patriarch. Dion approached with an ironic smile, congratulated the new count, and wished him all the best, but deep down, he thought it wouldn't be long before the Hart family disappeared completely from history. He was so satisfied with the situation that he almost regretted seeing his family reach this point. To him, it was obvious that greedy relatives had chosen some random fool to act as a pawn in that position, and even so, he felt it would have been better if the entire bloodline had been wiped out. Shortly after, Elphidius asked if everyone was gathered. He thanked each person for being there and expressed his wish that everyone would enjoy the moment without any accidents, then announced the beginning of the hunting competition. It was explained that there was a tradition in the Empire where loved ones would give small ribbon ties to warriors before their journeys as a symbol of support, and friends and family would often shower the chosen ones with handkerchiefs. One of the participants received a loving gift from a young lady and promised to return victorious. Dayon, on the other hand, didn't receive a single ribbon, which bothered him a little, though he tried to hide it. One of the assassin knights noticed and asked if he actually wanted a handkerchief, saying he could get one immediately. But Dion instantly refused, irritated, saying he didn't want that crap. One of the knights was receiving a little handkerchief from his younger sister, and that made Line remember her own childhood. She too had once given a handkerchief to her older brother before he went off to war. Line explained that, at the time, her parents had forbidden her from volunteering, even though she was skilled with a sword and in far better health than her brother. She had been extremely anxious watching her fragile brother head into battle and decided she couldn't bear to live through that again. That's how she became a knight. Now, her parents couldn't say no to her anymore. Dayon thought that gesture was very beautiful, and it reminded him of a story he knew, although that one had ended very differently. Then, he set off for the hunting competition. Meanwhile, Cruel and Daniel had already finished their preparations. They had gathered weapons and assassins with the goal of executing Dion Hart, confident that he would never be able to defeat all of them. Daniel stated that this was the perfect opportunity to kill him, and Cruel recalled a conversation he'd had with Duke Illuster, who had guaranteed archers and assassins infiltrated among the participants of the hunting competition. Even if they failed, the Duke trusted that Cruel would finish the job. Dion Hart hated crowded places, and if it were possible to lure him with monster tracks to some isolated location, they could surround him. Cruel thought the Duke really knew Dion well. Unlike Dion, who knew nothing about the Duke. Unaware of everything, he participated in the competition as usual, just as Cruel had predicted. Later, Dion was walking alone, without a horse, and someone asked why. Dan wanted to know if they were being followed. Dion had reached a deserted area and decided to pretend he was hunting monsters, just to get rid of that crazy plant. That's why he was looking for a secluded place. At that moment, the enemies attempted to execute him. Dan managed to dodge the first arrows, but soon after, more came and nearly struck them. Dion reacted quickly enough to dodge and still save Dan at the same time. Irritated, he wondered why those bastards never gave up. The Revolutionary Army advanced to kill Dion Hart, who began blocking the attacks with his small dagger. He thought he should have listened to Cleater when he told him to bring more guards. Even so, with just his dagger, Dion began killing the assassins, wondering why he always ended up doing all the work himself. He remembered that distant, fat, useless cousin, who was absolutely good for nothing. Meanwhile, Dan, who had barely learned fencing, had to dodge and survive in the middle of the chaos. Dion ended up surrounded, and a rain of arrows came his way. At the last moment, the one who saved him was Cruel, who obviously didn't want to see him die. Dion recognized the man, even with the cloak, and demanded to know what it all meant. But before any explanation could be given, Gweg intervened in the fight. She grew monstrously and began massacring the assassins threatening Dion's life, creating a true bloodbath all by herself. When Gweg saw Dion, she gently waved at him. Dion thought she should stop that. As kind as it was to eliminate the enemies, he felt he was in even more danger now. When the knights approached, they said they had never seen a monster like that. The fat nobleman said the monster had come out of Dion Hart's suitcase and killed all the assassins, concluding that he must be controlling the creature. People began to wonder if the monster really belonged to him, and Dion questioned why that damn fat man kept spreading rumors. Regardless of the truth, he knew gossip was spreading, and maybe the man wasn't afraid simply because he was a complete idiot. Cruel had already fled, and if he was involved, then surely the Duke was too. In any case, the situation only got worse for Dion, so he decided to first deal with that stupid plant. He wondered if he should kill her, but before he could do anything, Gweg attacked him, immobilizing him with her thorny vines. The knights panicked, not knowing how to react, and Dion wondered why that thing was doing that to him. After slapping him in the face, Gweg released him and simply withered away. The knights said that Dion had defeated a formidable monster, and Dan ran to help him as he was bleeding heavily. Dion wondered why Gweg had been defeated. Despite everything, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. It may have looked like he had taken a violent blow, but before hitting the ground, Gweg protected his head and, at the last moment, took her own life. She realized that he would be in trouble if it seemed they were on the same side. Gweg was smart enough to understand that and chose to sacrifice herself just to protect him. Dan didn't want to admit it, but he recognized that it had been a great help. Dan, on the other hand, was even more suspicious of Dion. He had also seen the monster come out of Dion's backpack, which made him suspicious in every way. Since the plant had attacked Dion, he fought back, and that ended up clearing everyone's suspicions. It was the perfect way to end the situation. Dan wondered if Dan was satisfied now. Dan thought that as soon as he saw the monster come out of Dion's backpack, he stopped helping and just watched. It was at that moment he was sure that Hart was a walking disaster. He promised himself never to doubt that again. Later, during the gathering, one of the knights, Nas, commented that there was something off about that so-called distant cousin. He had hidden the moment Dion was ambushed, all to save his own skin. The nobleman thought he needed to get out of the Hart mansion as soon as possible, or he'd end up dead. He was starting to believe that the rumors about that place were actually true. After defeating the monster, Dion approached him and asked why he hadn't gone back to the Hart mansion yet. He said he had already cleaned everything there, even painted the walls with blood, and warned that an extra cleaning service might be needed, since there might be spirits and victims wandering the halls. He said that if the man didn't want to help with the cleanup, he better stop pretending. Daeon managed to scare him successfully. It was at that moment that His Majesty the Emperor appeared and asked if everyone had enjoyed the competition that had been supervised by the prince in his name. He commented that there seemed to have been a small disturbance, but in the end, everything turned out fine. Eduardo then announced the winners of the competition. Cruel Heart had hunted 4 monsters, placing 3rd. Ophidius hunted 5, placing 2nd. And for some reason, Dion came in 1st place, even though he didn't understand how that was possible. In fact, he had only killed 1 monster. Eduardo explained that since that plant monster had been discovered for the first time, Daeon had been awarded extra points. Daeon thought he didn't need that useless reward. Eduardo announced that with that, the hunting competition was officially over, but there was still something important to declare before the banquet. He stated that although the Empire was at war with several nations, there was now something far more urgent. From that moment on, all conflicts between the human kingdoms would be suspended, as everyone would need to unite against the Demon Kingdom. The Demon King himself had declared war, and this situation could no longer be ignored. One of the nobles asked if Eduardo believed that the other human kingdoms would accept this decision, and he replied that they would have no other choice. According to him, that was the only country in the entire human world capable of waging war against the demons. Daeon found that very strange. He himself hadn't considered that some humans might end up allying with the demons. The Demon King had accepted him even though he was merely a human, and even appointed him as commander of the Zero Troop. He showed no prejudice or ill will toward humanity, which indicated that if someone proved their worth, the Demon King would accept them by his side regardless of race. Daeon wondered if Eduardo was ignoring that possibility. Later, when they were alone, Eduardo commented that choosing scarlet clothes for Daeon had been a good idea, as they suited him. He said it would be disturbing for the other nobles to see him covered in blood. Daeon thought that, indeed, he didn't want to end up soaked in blood either. Eduardo explained that he had summoned him privately to discuss another matter, but Daeon got briefly distracted observing the gloves the Emperor was wearing, until he returned his attention to the conversation. Eduardo already knew everything. His ability to decide what to listen to and when was simply phenomenal. He stated that he believed when it came time to make an important decision, Dion would be present, and then asked whose side he was truly on. He reminded him that he had given him many opportunities about to that point. Daeon Hart, the same man who went on a monster subjugation mission and returned with the corpse of a hero. An impressive feat, but one that had also left him deeply shaken. Eduardo knew that Daeon had not suffered any fatal wounds, even though he returned covered in blood. He also knew knew the seal around his collarbone was a curse placed by the Demon King himself. At that moment, and the Emperor asked whether he had found a way to remove that seal. Daeon replied that he believed he would have to return to the Demon Kingdom to do so. The Emperor had never imagined things would take such a turn when he sent him back to enemy territory. He hadn't expected Daeon Hart to act so cleverly behind his back. He had crossed the Demon Kingdom trying to nullify the curse but failed. Even so, he returned unscathed, and it was the Demon King himself who sent him back. Eduardo considered that he might continue using him as a spy. That way there would be no loss. But at the same time, he found it all very suspicious. He wondered if the Demon King was sparing Daeon on purpose and began to reflect on what exactly he stood to gain from that. The information Daeon had brought from the Demon Kingdom was far too detailed for an ordinary person. Only someone very close to the king could have known those things. And then, as Daeon Hart came and went from enemy territory, rumors began to spread about a new commander called Zero. The Emperor connected the dots and understood that Daeon was not working just for the Empire, but also for the Demon King. He was a double agent. Eduardo asked if he needed one more chance, but Daeon stated that, despite everything, he had never lied to the Emperor. Eduardo agreed and said that it was precisely for that reason he had allowed him to choose his own path. He thought it would be a shame to kill Daeon. He wasn't on the side of the Empire, but neither was he necessarily on the enemy's side. And even so, he wouldn't reveal anything unless pressured. He might act on his own initiative, but he would also obey orders. Despite the misunderstandings, Eduardo acknowledged that Daeon was extremely talented. He knew that he would be the most useful piece in the war. To him, the one who wields the sword is its true master. Thus began the game between the Demon King and Eduardo, with unspoken rules that were clearly understood. He was certain that the Demon King had thought exactly the same way. The game was about who would use Daeon Hart better, who would draw him to their side first. That was the contest. And if Daeon chose a side, the real question was, how quickly would the opponent notice? Daeon would be the next participant in this great game. Eduardo declared that whatever the curse was, it would disappear if the Demon King were killed. Everything Daeon had achieved so far was right there, and the Emperor was sure that there was a purpose to the birth of every person in this world. It wasn't possible to live only in darkness. He said that, as a human, Daeon should remain with the humans. Daeon reflected that he had lasted a long time, but knew this would happen eventually. And the Emperor continued, saying that he understood it might all feel sudden, so he would give him time to think. He hoped Daeon would bring back a good answer, and for everything he had achieved so far, he announced that he would elevate Daeon Hart from honorary count to marquis. Daeon thanked him for the honor received. Later, Alatea was visibly nervous. Alatea thought she should have given her ribbon before Daeon's departure. If she had been more calculating, maybe she could have been more helpful to her uncle. When Daeon returned, she was the first to greet him. She thought that maybe it still wasn't too late, and commented that she had heard something had happened during the hunting competition. But Daeon replied to Her Highness that if it wasn't too much trouble, he would prefer to speak somewhere else. Later alone, Alatea confessed that she regretted not being able to give him the ribbon. Daeon said he was fine, even after the ambush. Alatea said she was still agitated, as there was no other reason except that she had simply forgotten. Daeon replied that she could do whatever she wanted. He thought it was obvious that she would forget him. Alatea was confused by his expression. Daeon said it was clear she didn't like him. She realized he was mocking her. He already knew the whole thing was an act, and Alatea admitted that he was right, but argued that if they were together, they could benefit mutually. That was when she realized she had completely failed in her mission. Daeon told Her Highness not to waste her precious time on him. After all, you only live once. Alatea was devastated by her failure. She thought he had been very direct. Maybe he didn't want to get married. Maybe he had never been involved in scandals with women. She even considered the possibility that he had an unusual preference. And as she stepped away, someone else came to strike up a conversation. Marquis Stigma Primero. Stigma asked where his junior had been all this time. Daeon panicked, as he didn't know what to answer. He hadn't been with the Emperor, and his second personality had vanished at the exact moment Stigma found him. He thought he didn't remember anything. Maybe it was a side effect, but decided to think about that later and deal with what was in front of him. He asked Stigma if there was something specific he wanted to discuss, and the Marquis replied that he was happy to have found him. Just then, another noble appeared, questioning why he was calling him Junior, saying it was unfair to act as a judge if he favored Stigma. Daeon wondered what they were talking about. What was this story about being a judge? But Stigma clarified that it was the first time he was speaking with his junior, and that he called him that simply because he liked him a lot. The noble said fine, they could ask the Count to judge. He introduced himself as Tender Amabel, and Stigma also introduced himself, even though Daeon already knew exactly who he was. Still, he asked what this judging thing was all about. Stigma tried to downplay it, saying it was nothing serious, just a small disagreement with the Margrave beside him, and that he thought Daeon would be the perfect person to decide. According to Stigma, the barbarians living in the southern region were invading his lands. stealing food, killing people, and causing major trouble. Tender interrupted to say that these barbarians had a name. They were called Barbari. They quickly informed the emperor about the situation. He wasn't expecting reinforcements, but before the war against the Demon Kingdom began, he wanted to personally wipe out all the barbarians. However, Margrave Tender opposed the idea. Therefore, His Majesty decided that they should decide what to do themselves, since both of their lands were being affected by the barbarians' presence. Daeon then wondered whether this dispute between them was truly a rivalry, or if they were considering whether it would be better to eliminate the barbarian threat before the war, or try to convince them to unite against the demons. He apologized if he was mistaken, but noted that it seemed the Margrave was certain the barbarian tribe would not ally with the demons. Tender stated that they were not human, but even so, they would never side with the demons, even if they considered the Empire an enemy. Daeon said there were no guarantees, because perhaps even belonging to the same species wouldn't be enough to keep them united. Stigma joined in, saying Daeon was very clever, and that the Margrave's only flaw was being too nice. He explained that the forces that drive people to make decisions are hatred and fear. Since the demons are incredibly powerful, many humans might end up allying with them just to save their own lives. They would even be willing to sell their souls to the devil just to eliminate their enemies and survive. Species in this scenario wouldn't be a decisive factor. According to him, there was a high probability that the barbarians would side with the demons. Given that, Stigma declared that the decision was made and that he would inform the emperor. He then asked the Margrave to leave, but Daeon replied that he hadn't decided anything yet. Still, Tender asked what the two of them were going to do. Stigma replied that he intended to stay there and chat more with his junior. That bothered Daeon, who noticed the constant looks from others around them. Stigma casually commented that they seemed to be drawing a lot of attention and asked if Junior didn't mind that. Then he intimidated everyone who was watching, and Daeon was now sure he was in trouble. Suddenly, Stigma grabbed a bottle and took a drink, acting with total ease. He also poured some for Daeon and said he didn't need to call him Marquis Stigma, just Stigma would do. Since Daeon hadn't drunk in a while, he replied that he'd call him Sir Stigma, which was accepted. Stigma remarked that he couldn't trust rumors and that he had expected Daeon to be a cold man, but instead found him naive. He said it would be great to have a junior like him in his life. Now he understood why the Emperor liked him so much. He explained that the Emperor valued talent, especially those similar to himself, people who had started from the bottom and risen to the top, just like he had, even killing his own family in the process. That was why he said he liked Daeon so much. But Daeon no longer knew how to respond. Then Stigma asked if he had requested any reward for his merits after the 8-year war. At that moment, Daeon remembered his childhood, everything he had learned about being a successor and a warrior. He recalled how his family had once been united and happy, and how he himself had started to tarnish their name. He had been seen as a monster, a disgrace. When he returned to reality, he said he didn't know what Stigma was talking about, although deep down, maybe he did. Stigma thought that no sane person stayed close to the Emperor for too long, so he suggested they drop the subject and just drink. He said he brought an excellent bottle from the south and asked if Daeon liked strong drinks. Meanwhile, Duke Illister was on his way to meet the Emperor and asked if Eduardo was hallucinating. Eduardo replied irritably, asking what nonsense that was since the Duke had set time aside to speak with him, and this was the topic. But the Duke insisted and asked him not to deny it. He mentioned Eduardo's left hand, which never healed even with the hero's fragment, and his habit of staring at places where no one was. All of it made it hard to ignore that something was wrong. He went on to say that everyone knew how important the Emperor was, someone who should always be moving forward. But even so, he remained focused on the past, especially on those who were already gone. That was a great misfortune. According to him, Eduardo blamed himself for trivial things and succumbed easily to them, and maybe wasn't the right person to be emperor, considering he was already overwhelmed before even wearing the crown. Eduardo, surprised, asked what exactly he meant by that. Illister reflected that his position was too heavy and wondered if it wasn't time to pass it on to someone else. He considered the leader of the nobility, one of the empire's heroes and his own subordinate, who held great influence thanks to the Church of Redemption and had connections to the Revolutionary Army. The Duke pondered whether giving that man the precious absolute power to protect something was a good or sufficient reason. After all, the title of emperor represented the peak of authority, a position everyone desired. Eduardo questioned whether he was even sure there was anyone left worth protecting. Illister responded to himself that maybe it didn't matter, since the emperor himself showed no interest in that. It became clear that he wouldn't relinquish the crown in the face of such weak and empty words. After a long stare, Duke Stave withdrew, wishing him peace, and later, walking through the forest, he thought the emperor had no sense of crisis reckless about the war. He didn't even use his own words or authority to handle the situation. The likelihood of the nobles abandoning the empire and joining the demons was increasing more and more, as was the chance of other nations doing the same. But the emperor seemed to be only now beginning to consider it. The duke thought he was too naive and ordered the message to be delivered to Ceylon to start spreading rumors about the demons, regardless of the content, whether they betrayed each other, ate humans, or anything else. As he left, Illister reflected that if the emperor wanted another war while still in power, he would just watch from the sidelines, since he couldn't afford to lose his empire so easily. Meanwhile, after a lot of drinking, Dion was completely drunk and dueling with Stigma, even managing to cut his face. Stigma assessed that the banquet would be ruined if they continued and wondered if his junior would give up on that fight. But Dion, consumed by rage, remembered that Stigma had said he was his enemy. Stigma explained that it had been just an innocent lie, told out of curiosity to see his reaction. But Dion replied that this was exactly what an enemy would say, and lunged forward with his dagger in quick, violent strikes. Stigma thought Dion's drinking habit was truly impressive, but realized that now he was out of control, already losing clarity of thought. Even so, he remained calm, and concluded that Dion, without the hero's fragment, was merely acting like a violent drunk. He knew he would never lose that fight. Dion kept repeating that enemies must die, and Stigma was impressed with the boy's speed and strength, even while drunk, thinking that if he were sober, he would be a major problem. For that reason, he decided to end it quickly and warned that it might hurt a bit. At the last moment, someone appeared to protect Dion. It was Cruel. At that moment, the Emperor arrived and asked what was happening. But before he could intervene, Dion knocked Cruel down himself, almost driving the dagger into his head and saying that he was his enemy and that he needed to kill all enemies. The Emperor stopped Dion's attack and said that it was enough, stating that Dion could not shake him with the strength he had now. To free himself from the hold, Dion dislocated his own wrist and repeated that all enemies must die. The Emperor was forced to slam Dion's head to the ground to restrain him, while thinking that this insolent bastard had dislocated his own wrist at the exact moment he was grabbed, because he knew very well he could not be restrained for long, since the Emperor still suffered from an old wound on his left hand. Before that, Eduardo had already warned Cruel to be careful. Even so, Dion kept insisting that he was an enemy and that everyone should die. Cruel realized that the bastard was using his personalities, conscious and unconscious, to his advantage. Eduardo said that had been a very foolish act. That place was not a battlefield. Calmly, he put Dion's wrist back into place and stated that it was already time to return to reality. When Dion finally seemed better, the Emperor recommended that he still seek medical attention, since he was still weakened. Daniel asked if Cruel was all right, but the Emperor replied that he did not think it was the best time for conversations. He said he was not in his best state and preferred not to talk about it now. Later, Cruel reflected that he had made a mistake. His body had reacted before he could even think rationally. Still, he wondered how that man dared to draw his sword against his own brother, a brother he could not hate, no matter how hard he tried, precisely because of the love he still felt for him. Then he turned to Senger, whom he had mistaken for Daniel, and stated that he would remain there and deliver the message to Dion as soon as he woke up, asking him to return directly without wandering alone through the streets at night anymore. When Dion woke up, he had no idea where he was. His whole body ached, and he was being treated by the physician of the Imperial court. The physician explained that since His Majesty had already relocated the wrist into place, there was not much more to do, other than to avoid straining that arm for the time being. Dion, confused, wondered who had dislocated his wrist and why all those people were there. The Emperor commented that he had not authorized the distribution of strong drinks during the celebration, to which Stigma apologized, saying that he had personally asked his subordinates to bring the drinks. When the physician noticed that Dion was awake, he apologized for the scene caused by the excess of alcohol. Stigma also apologized, acknowledging that he had probably offered too much to drink. Dion, embarrassed, only hoped he had not caused serious problems. Stigma, on the other hand, said that he had even found it amusing at the time, but judging by His Majesty's words, he recognized that it had not been merely anarchy caused by drunkenness. He explained that Dion's behavior fit a phenomenon known as post-traumatic stress disorder, in which a person can suffer hallucinations, hear voices, enter states of extreme aggression or depression, and act as if everyone were enemies. This type of reaction, according to him, was extremely common among soldiers returning from very intense wars. He remembered that Dion had gone to war at only 14 years old. Despite all the frightening rumors circulating about the junior, he proved to be even more extraordinary than Stigma had imagined. The simple fact that the second personality only emerged when Dion was intoxicated indicated that, in his sober state, he needed immense strength to suppress all of it alone all the time. Stigma knew that this junior was fascinating. Suddenly, Dion's nose began to bleed and the physician quickly approached. He explained that this should not be happening and recommended that Dion rest naturally. The Emperor, however, replied that this was the result of the Demon King's curse, a curse that weakened his body, and asked the physician to leave. Stigma also Cruel remembered the curse. He had forgotten that detail and concluded that Dion must be trying very hard not to appear weak, which made him admire the boy even more. Showing the Demon King's seal, Dion stated that he needed to return and rest. Meanwhile, Cruel was returning. Late, but still intending to speak with Duke Illuster. As soon as the Duke saw him, he ordered him to kneel. When Cruel hesitated to obey, a dagger was thrown into his leg. He realized he had been struck by one of the assassins behind the Duke, not by ordinary guards. He fell completely silent. Duke Illuster commented that he had heard a very interesting story and would get straight to the point, as he was a busy man. He believed that Cruel really thought he wouldn't find out that he had been protecting Dion Hart all this time. Later, Dion was wondering whether that bastard Cruel had really sent word for him to stop wandering around and return home immediately. Senger confirmed that was the message he was supposed to deliver, but Dion left anyway, thinking the whole thing was a joke. He thought he wouldn't take orders from Cruel. When Cruel had asked Senger to deliver that message, he explained that the boy never listened to him. So if he heard that, he'd be stubborn, stay out, and probably get into more trouble even with an injured body, which was the most convenient outcome for them. It was reverse psychology. When it was time to leave, Dion simply turned around and rode off on horseback. Line asked if he wasn't going to take the carriage and, worried about the danger, said she would accompany him. Dan commented that he had been forgotten again, but Dion replied that he just wanted to get some fresh air alone and asked not to be followed. Dan then asked at least for him to wear a cloak so that everyone would know he was Count Hart, and this way he could apologize for having tested him. Dion agreed to wear it, thinking that damn guy reminded him a lot of Ed. Later, Dion arrived at a village near where the hunt taken place and wondered if there was a festival going on in the middle of a war. He thought maybe it was a way of showing freedom from the Empire. Normally, he would never approach a crowd while feeling so tired, but going home would mean admitting defeat to Cruel. Dion began to reflect on what Cruel might be planning, knowing full well he wouldn't follow the order. It felt like a trap. He remembered the chess games they used to play, when Cruel would say he wouldn't make certain moves and always criticized his decisions, using reverse psychology. Dion thought they were both very unpleasant, and now was genuinely worried. He didn't feel any better walking through the village streets and considered going back, but at that moment, he bumped into a very specific person. Suddenly, he began coughing blood and became weak. The man who caught him said he needed a doctor immediately. Meanwhile, Duke Illuster was asking if Cruel really thought he wouldn't find out. He wondered if that fool honestly believed he could deceive him so easily. He recalled that when he had entrusted him with the mission to assassinate Dion, Cruel had chosen to hire assassins instead of using the Revolutionary Army. He wanted to get the job done at no cost, only until his own mission was completed. But later, Cruel changed the payment condition, deciding to pay only if they managed to injure Dion. The Duke had also heard reports that Cruel had personally rescued Dion during the hunting competition, and not just once, but twice. So he asked directly whether he really wanted to kill Dion Hart or not. Cruel replied that, to be honest, he wanted a chance to kill him with his own hands, without entrusting it to anyone else. The Duke asked why he hadn't said that earlier, considering they had wasted resources. He said it didn't matter anymore, but that he could no longer trust him blindly. Right after, the Duke proposed a bet. He would offer Cruel the chance to kill Dion with his own hands, if that was what he really wanted. He could do whatever he wished to achieve this goal because the Duke also had his own moves planned. He said that whoever managed to kill Dion first would win the bet, and the prize would be any wish the winner wanted fulfilled. Before the Duke left, Cruel stopped him, saying there was still something he was curious about. He asked why the Duke wanted so badly to kill Dion Hart. As he spoke, Cruel remembered the time when Dion was still a baby. He had been born without any pigment and prematurely, which explained the rush with which he had come into the world. Back then, Dion looked like a tiny white rabbit, so fragile and small. He recalled the joy of their parents when they discovered the baby had survived despite complications during childbirth. Cruel's heart had been stolen by the faint warmth that his little brother radiated, but the doctors were clear in saying that Dion was extremely fragile, highly sensitive to stress and sunlight, and would require special care for the rest of his life. That left their parents deeply saddened. Even so, Cruel told his brother that everything was fine, that he just needed not to overdo it and stay close to the family. Later, while walking with his parents, Cruel heard his father comment that Dion had given them quite a scare at birth and that it would probably happen many more times throughout his life. The mother, worried, said it would be extremely difficult for him to live being so different. She feared that he might get hurt because of it, but the father asked her not to treat him differently, as that could make him feel wrong or ashamed of who he was. Cruel realized that being part of a cold family like the Harts, their parents had tried to act in the wrong way. way. They decided to keep a certain distance while taking care of Dion and ended up leaving most of the responsibility to Cruel. This caused a huge misunderstanding. Growing up under those circumstances, Dion developed anxiety and distrust toward his own family, and that was how he ended up being shaped into who he became. Cruel had always worried too much about Dion, even though he never showed it openly, and deep down he knew he should have noticed sooner how his brother had changed. Dion had spent his entire life believing that his family didn't care about him, thinking that everyone just wanted to keep him locked away. And over time, that little brother of his kept getting more and more hurt, building an invisible wall around his heart. It got to the point that they didn't even have the courage to ask him to go to the battlefield, knowing that it would only worsen his condition. And that was exactly what happened. When he returned from the 8-year war with his heart in ruins, Dion murdered his own parents, and at that moment the world collapsed for both brothers. For Cruel's heart was shattered not only by seeing his parents dead before his eyes, but mainly by witnessing the unbearable anguish Dion carried inside himself. For Cruel, it doesn't matter how much his brother hates him, because deep down he believes the fault lies with the family. That's why, from the beginning, he never thought of killing him. What truly happened was that they made him change. They shaped him in a distorted way, because they were never able to protect him for real. And how could he hate his own brother, when that brother meant more to him than his own life? It was in that context that Cruel, through an investigation, discovered there was a reason behind all that pain, and that reason was directly connected to Duke Starve and Duke Illister, the latter still harboring a deep hatred toward Dion Hart for reasons unknown even to Cruel. He wondered how the Duke could know so much about Dion, who had never even set foot in society, and yet his determination to destroy him never wavered, not even after the war ended. That was why Cruel chose to become a subordinate of Duke Illuster, not out of loyalty but to protect his younger brother, because he believed the Duke was a monster. When confronted about it, Cruel said there didn't seem to be any legitimate reason for the Duke to want Dion dead, since all he wanted was to ensure his brother's life, even without understanding the true motivation behind the Duke's relentless persecution. The Duke, in turn, replied that eliminating the Emperor's dog was reason enough, though the truth was something else entirely. Duke Illister believed the real reason was the contract Dion had made with the Demon King, a power that transcends this world and allows one to defy even the natural order of things. According to the Duke, even a fraction of the power obtained through that contract was enough to unbalance the world. In the past, he himself had tried to make contact with the Demon King, driven by ambition to climb higher, to gain authority, to expand his domain, but the Demon King had no interest in him, even after the Duke had studied forbidden texts and sacrificed countless lives. Then, frustrated, the Duke decided to make a suggestion, to propose a bet that could be considered interesting, for he had found a young heir of unusual appearance, with white hair and scarlet eyes, someone who, despite being human, seemed far too fragile, almost ethereal, and who had never left home except for one occasion when he attended a banquet. Even so, Dion Hart completely captured the Duke's attention, for he did not seem like an ordinary human. The Duke then asked the Demon King if he wouldn't be curious to know how long that boy would last on the battlefield, and the king, surprised, said he never imagined someone as cruel and heartless as the Duke would dare summon him. Although he found the proposal strange, he said that perhaps the time for war had finally come, and it was at that moment the Demon King made his wager, claiming the boy would survive. This made the Duke ask whether the bet was about how long he would last, to which the king replied no. What was at stake was survival. If the boy died, the Duke would win, but if he survived until the end of the war, the Demon King would win. Thus, the game began, and the Duke sent Hart to the battle 8 years earlier because he had to die. Although it was unthinkable to place a noble's son on the front line, that was exactly what he did, appointing him as a commander as part of a trap, because he wanted him dead as soon as possible. He then cut off all communication between the boy and his family, forged documents, and ensured he was isolated. Nevertheless, the invincible vanguard of the war ended up being Dion Hart's. Dion Hart had been master and commander of the homicidal knights, becoming the great hero of the 8-year war and surviving it, which made Duke Illuster believe he would lose the bet he had made with the Demon King. But he soon found another opportunity, because when he met the Demon King again, the king proposed a new wager, asking the Duke to send Dion Hart to him and promising in return to grant him a small fraction of his power, something he called a half contract. Duke Illister thought the Demon King might be intrigued by Dion Hart, but he did not expect everything to turn out so well for him, because the Demon King said he would play his part and that it would be more than enough, and even better, if he could make Dion Hart become part of the Demon King's own subjugation. So Duke Illister sought out a suitable talent for this task, and the Emperor accepted the suggestion despite being resolute, causing Dion Hart to leave the Empire. The Duke knew he would die on the way there, but believed he was doing his best, imagining everything was going according to plan, until Dion Hart returned carrying the corpse of a hero in his arms. The Duke called the boy damned because he simply would not die, and wondered how Dion Hart had come back, since he knew the Demon King had spared him on purpose. Thus, Duke Illister hired Cruel Heart to finally finish Dion Hart, and in the present, he cheered for Cruel's victory, for there was no place in the realm where Illister did not have eyes and ears. Still, if Dion Hart's destiny was the location he was heading to, where the commander of the Zero Troop had appeared in the demon world, and who was also the Empire's hero favored by the Emperor, then it meant they were the same person, something the Duke would never imagine, for it was a double agent who had secured positions both in the demon realm and the Empire, gaining importance on both sides. It would even be ironic if he chose the Demon King. But for Duke Illister, there was only one decision. He needed to kill him before that could happen, in order to ensure the Empire's safety. Meanwhile, Dion Hart was being attended by a doctor who said there was no threat to his life, and that he only needed good rest, with no additional treatment required, explaining that the vomiting of blood was the result of accumulated stress. The doctor asked if they knew who he was, but Daniel answered that he hadn't been paying attention, admitting it was his mistake because he did not see the young man's face since he had been cloaked, and had only rushed to the doctor to save him, and the doctor simply told him to keep his mouth shut. When Daniel was alone with Dion Hart, he thought he could kill him right then and there, but hesitated, because killing a sick person that way didn't feel right to him, reminding him of his own mother who had once fallen helpless like that boy, and so he only said that the boy should consider himself lucky that day. Earlier that same day, Daniel had been at a meeting of the Revolutionary Army hearing that the time was not right, because a war between humans and demons was approaching, and they asked when they would actually revolt. Daniel replied that they were preparing for the revolution as best they could, but they were questioned, accused of delaying the revolution too long and whether he had a hidden motive. He then explained that the entirety of human existence was at stake in the war against the demons, and that they should revolt without hesitation, because the reason for their existence and actions derived from the Empire's citizens, and he asked how a revolutionary army could exist without them. Another member argued that at that rate they would be nothing but a group of traitors, and that they needed to convince the Empire's citizens with their ideology of equality, and to do that they would have to eliminate the nobility and be recognized for their ideals. In Daniel's opinion, this was how they could truly be recognized as a revolutionary army, and he was proud of it because he believed they were on the right path. He stated that this was exactly how they should act, and explained that initially the plan had been to enter through the main gates of the royal palace to reach the emperor, but at that moment they did not have enough manpower to execute such an operation. He said that not long ago someone had acted on their own and ended up significantly weakening the army's forces, but even then no one stopped him when they learned of his plan, since there were people within the movement who wanted to hasten the revolution at any cost. That was why Daniel stated that if they were truly willing to act that way, they should immediately resign from their executive positions, because this was not the time to act hastily. Later, at the end of the meeting, Paul approached and asked if he was all right, then said goodbye, saying he would be leaving, but Daniel flicked his forehead lightly and said that he was already grown up, that he even knew how to take sides now, and added that Paul had done very well in that meeting. Paul then wished him a good trip, since he knew Daniel would visit his mother, as he always did whenever he was stressed, and Daniel confirmed that he was right once again. He thought about how he had promised his mother that one day he would show her the world, because that had always been her dream. But when he got home, he realized that the world had been far too cruel to both of them. His mother had long suffered from an incurable illness, and when he arrived, she was already collapsed on the floor. His own comrades had hidden this from him, even though they knew, because Daniel's mother had asked them not to tell him. She didn't want to worry him or interfere with his mission. Daniel understood why, but at the same time wondered if his mother would die without seeing the mission fulfilled, without seeing the world changed after the revolution. And it was in that distracted moment that he saw Dion approaching, spitting blood just like his mother, and that was why he decided to help him right then. Now more than ever, Dion reminded him of his mother, and for that reason, Daniel reacted purely out of emotion, and in that instant, was unable to kill him, even when he had the perfect chance. He realized that he should have done it as soon as he recognized him, but now he couldn't anymore, and he began to understand what people meant by the so-called curse of the Demon King. Daniel noticed that besides coughing up blood and being sick, Dion was cursed and would probably die soon, even if no one did anything, which contradicted everything he had told the other revolutionary leaders. Still, he realized that now he might be able to find the best course of action and carry it out before his mother died. He thought that if Dion had been cursed by the Demon King, then his mother had been cursed by this world, and concluded concluded that this world had always been far too cruel. That was why he decided he would show her a better one. When he left and slammed the door shut, Dion slowly got up, thinking that miserable man had finally gone away. He thought he was going to die right there, so it would be better to escape before that guy came back. But the problem was, Dion had no idea where he was. At that moment, the doctor entered the room, and Dion quickly explained that he wasn't trying to escape. Dion also had money. He had the means to pay for the treatment. He just didn't have the money with him right then. But even so, the doctor told him not to worry about that. If he were to leave, he should do so wearing a cloak and a blindfold, because it would be extremely problematic if he remembered the way out, as he could not be allowed to know the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Daniel then asked what exactly they were hiding in that place. The next morning, very early, Duke Illister met with Daniel and asked what brought him there so early, noting that he seemed different from usual. Daniel said that it was time to truly start planning the revolution once and for all. But Duke Illister reminded him that with the war against the demons about to begin, the Empire's forces were more important than ever, and any internal conflict at that moment would be disastrous. Daniel, however, stated that the executives were begging for revolt, and the Duke noticed that there was something different in his attitude, something more urgent and impulsive, and concluded that it was probably due to his mother's condition. Illister suggested that Daniel take a short break to think things over, since he cared for him, and found it strange that he was being shaken by something so small in his eyes. He reinforced that cooling his head might be a good idea and asked what had happened for him to change so abruptly. Daniel, without going into much detail, simply replied that he understood all of that, and that, thanks to the Duke, he had reached where he was. But he also knew that Illister was involved with Salen, the one responsible for the poorly planned coup against the Emperor, which had led to the loss of a considerable part of the Revolutionary Army. He said it was impossible for someone in a position like the Duke's to willingly renounce his status, and that what had happened was intentional, meant to ensure that the Empire would not fall, because the entire reason he had approached Illister in the first place was to make sure they would walk right into that trap. Daniel thought he should have been more careful about accepting any kind of assistance, because now he could clearly see that everything had been manipulated from the very beginning. At that moment, Paul approached, visibly nervous, and asked if Daniel had brought Hart to that place. Daniel, surprised, wondered how he knew that, since Dion should have been blindfolded. Paul explained that it was fine, because he was the only witness, and despite the cloak and the blindfold, he had recognized the white hair, something impossible not to notice. Daniel admitted he should have given him something to cover his hair as well, but Paul pressed on, wanting to know why he hadn't killed Dion, saying that he could at least have kept him as a hostage to extract information, since Dion was known as the Hound of the Empire, and his death would certainly affect the Emperor. He also reminded him that it was because of Dion that the Church of Redemption had been destroyed. During the same conversation, Paul mentioned that his aunt refused to go anywhere, and that when he reached out to her, she didn't come along. Daniel replied that maybe she just needed some time to think, and that they could visit her later that day. He also said Paul needed to become stronger in order to truly protect her. Daniel commented that it hadn't been that long since he had seen him crying, and now he was standing before someone who had grown a lot. But Paul retorted that he had already been grown when they first met, and wanted to know the real reason behind Daniel's actions. Daniel then admitted that, for personal reasons, he knew he had made the wrong decision, but reminded him that no one was perfect, and that Paul too would make many mistakes along the way. He said they needed to learn to ignore whatever didn't make sense, and focus only on what was necessary and beneficial for the cause. Daniel was planning to teach him everything he could in the shortest possible time and hoped Paul would learn quickly, because taking over his position as successor was not something to be taken lightly. Paul, confused and anxious, didn't understand what he meant by being his successor, saying that he would never be able to do something like that on his own, especially being chosen among all people. Daniel told him not to worry and promised he would teach him everything he knew, because he understood that to be a leader, one must comprehend the political landscape and know how corruption affects structures, since the one who starts a true rebellion is someone who knows the system's flaws, someone who has already been wounded by it. That was why his mother always said education was the foundation of everything. Daniel said it was good to be young, because it allowed one to see the world from another perspective, without fear of change. And although Paul had been born in the Empire, he was a child who had survived alone in the suburbs, without any support or aid from the nation, which made him understand the flaws of the system firsthand. Moreover, Daniel knew there were people from many different backgrounds within the Revolutionary Army, which proved that Paul was not bound to any specific flag, reinforcing the impartiality that the organization so greatly valued. When Paul asked if that was why he had been chosen as successor, Daniel replied that it was one of the reasons. But there was another, more important one: the fact that Paul knew how to love. Paul, confused, said he had never dated anyone, but Daniel explained that the love between lovers was not the only kind that existed, because the emotion one feels when dedicating heart and soul to someone specific could only be called love, even if it was difficult to define. Paul asked if that didn't make him weak, since every time it came to his mother he was shaken. And Daniel acknowledged that it was true, but said that everything he had done up to that point had been because of her. He reminded him that the ideology of the Revolutionary Army was equality among all people for the creation of a better world, and that no one was more suited for that than Paul, someone caring and capable of understanding others. Paul replied that he didn't know if this was truly the right decision, but that he would do his best to learn, and Daniel said that was already great. Then asked why he didn't start with something essential, placing a stack of about 20 books on the table. Paul immediately refused, saying he didn't want to be anyone's successor. But Daniel thought they would succeed, because even Duke Illister had a weakness: his pride. At that exact moment, Eduardo said the same thing, and the Chancellor asked if that really was the Duke's weakness. The Emperor confirmed it, saying that Illuster looked down on everyone with disdain, thinking he knew everything, without realizing that others were also watching him. The Emperor said there had been times when he himself had been used like a fool, but made it clear that Duke Illister was not the only person capable of manipulating others. On the day he declared the Imperial Wars pause to begin the conflict against the Demon Kingdom, some nations applauded, others were furious. Some tried to stay neutral, but none considered allying with the Demon Kingdom because Duke Illister had shaped public opinion so that anyone uninformed would see the Demon Kingdom as something evil. That was the Duke's specialty, and because of that, everything became even more convenient for the Emperor, who had pretended before Illister to believe that humans would never ally with demons, only to give Illister the room to manipulate events while acting as though he didn't notice. Of course, Eduardo noticed something so obvious, since the Emperor had deliberately allowed Illister to play the villain's role as a courtesy, maintaining appearances while moving every piece in his favor. Thanks to the way the Emperor acted on his own, he managed to solve a complex problem without even lifting a finger, saving resources and manpower. The Chancellor remarked that it was indeed a bold move to place such an important matter in the hands of the enemy himself, but the Emperor explained that this was precisely why he had entrusted Duke Illister with that task, because he knew the Duke would never let the Empire fall, since he depended on it. He wanted the Empire for himself, and that made him incapable of destroying it. Duke Illister treated him like a foolish child, but ended up falling into his trap, for his pride would inevitably be his downfall. The next morning, Ophidius appeared with a large bouquet of flowers to deliver to Daon, saying it had been a while since he last visited Marquis Hart, and that he was merely passing by to deliver the gift. Daon asked the reason for receiving it, and Ophidius thought that he needed to keep him tied to the Empire. The original plan had been suggested by Alatea, who believed that since Dion hadn't reacted to the plan involving female seduction, perhaps he was attracted to men. Ophidius was surprised by the suggestion, but she pointed out that he was always surrounded by men and had very little contact with women, so she thought the plan had been flawed from the start, and suggested that Ophidius himself should try to seduce him. He replied that he thought the idea was absurd, but still found himself thinking about it, recalling that at every palace banquet, Dion Hart never cared how many women looked at him. In fact, he never seemed to have any woman near him, while there were always many men around, men who even seemed a bit too close. At that moment, Ophidius began to consider the possibility that Alatea might be wrong. Trying to change the subject, he asked why Dion hadn't requested a higher title from the Emperor after winning the hunting competition, and commented that now that Cruel Heart had become a marquis, it was only natural for him to have risen as well. Upon hearing his brother's name, Dion clenched the bouquet tightly, visibly irritated, and Ophidius tried to smooth things over by saying that the bouquet was precisely to congratulate him for that advancement, which was a great achievement. Dion thought that at least he had come with the intention of offering congratulations, and almost ended up interpreting the situation the wrong way. Then Ophidius noticed that Daon was smiling, something that had never happened before. No matter what Alatea tried, he had never even shown a hint of a smile. But now he was smiling because of a simple bouquet, and that intrigued Ophidius deeply. Ophidius decided to change the subject and said he was curious to know Dion's political opinion. Daon immediately noticed that he seemed nervous. Perhaps he had received direct orders from the Emperor to discuss a delicate matter, and wondered why he was hesitating so much. Maybe because it was too serious a topic. Then Ophidius asked what he thought about marriages between people of the same sex, and the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Everyone was shocked by the question. Daon grabbed Ophidius's arm and said that he had suddenly remembered something urgent he needed to take care care of, trying to leave the place. Ophidius tried to smooth things over, saying it had all been a misunderstanding, but Daeon replied that he understood, that there were people with different orientations, and that he didn't need to hide, that it was merely a matter of personal preference. However, in his case, he preferred women. Ophidius, now desperate, explained that it wasn't like that Daeon was misunderstanding everything, and then loudly declared that he also preferred women with explosive curves, shouting so loudly that the words echoed throughout the estate. The maids, upon hearing it, thought that the prince must be utterly crazy for women to make such a declaration that way. And even Ophidius himself realized that the plan had been stupid from the very beginning. He planned to give Elatea a good scolding as soon as he got home. While walking down the corridors, Daniel was quietly laughing, clearly amused, yet said he respected all of his master's decisions. Daeon told him to shut up and asked why he was still there, since he should have gone back after the hunting competition to take care of the trade business. Daniel replied that his top priority was serving his master, and asked if Daeon would soon depart to carry out the emperor's orders, and whether he could accompany him. Daeon said he wouldn't take him, because he felt more comfortable alone, but Daniel insisted, saying that after the competition, everyone had been worried about him, since he returned only after dawn and injured. Daeon thought that the previous night had indeed been risky, though he had received treatment. Daniel had hesitated to kill him at that moment, and the doctor had said he was very lucky. Daeon didn't know who those people were or where he was. He couldn't imagine which enemy had been responsible, since there were so many, so he concluded that he was simply lucky. Even so, he asked Daniel not to follow him this time, because one of them would end up dead. Daniel agreed, saying he wouldn't follow, but Daeon thought that this walking disaster could never imagine he was capable of threatening him like that. Still, he found Daniel strange, especially because of that smile on his face. Later, Daeon met with the assassin knights during a meal. They were nibbling on more sausages when Daeon said they would have to leave soon, and asked if it would take long. Remember replied that about 10 minutes had already passed, and one of the knights commented that they were all idiots, because now they should call him Market, not Captain anymore. The next instant, he collapsed face first onto the table, and all the others fell asleep as well. Remember remarked that it was impressive they had managed to talk for 10 minutes, even after being drugged with sleeping pills, revealing that he was the one who had done it. Daeon thought those rabid dogs were far from normal, and their leader confirmed it. Even so, he thanked Remember, who replied that they only did it because they loved their lord very much, wishing him a good journey. There was a secret passage within the sewer entrances at the border, created exclusively for Daeon Hart. The two kings had made a vow of silence never to reveal its location until Daeon himself chose which side he would take. For that reason, his companions never followed him beyond the mountains. However, Daeon knew that the Demon King wouldn't remain silent for long, especially once he discovered that the Emperor was preparing to start a war. It was time for Daeon to make a decision, because he felt as if his life had an expiration date. At that moment, the Demon King's escort was slaughtered by Cruel Heart. Daniel suspected he had been followed and thought that bastard had shown up at the exact moment, since he needed to eliminate all witnesses. Even as they exchanged swift and balanced blows, Daeon asked whether Cruel was taking it seriously. Beyond anger, he felt great confusion, because Cruel had always hated him, always treated him like a useless, annoying younger brother, and it was Cruel who had taken his family from him. Yet Cruel kept protecting him. After killing the last witness, Daeon realized that Cruel had fled once again like a rat, and he felt as though he was losing sight of the bigger picture. Meanwhile, Iluster was furious and wondered why Daeon Hart was absent at such a crucial moment. He was betting on who would kill him first, Cruel Heart or himself, and concluded that Daeon had to be eliminated before the start of the war. Iluster confessed that this only deepened his obsession with him. At that point, it almost seemed as if the world itself was protecting Hart. But he knew that was impossible, for the world itself had given him the cruelest fate of all. Iluster said he hoped Daeon would return soon, and when that happened, he would be ready. When Daeon arrived in the demon realm, he noticed there was already a horse prepared for him, since everyone knew he was on his way because of the tracking magic. At that moment, he simply took all his medicine supplies and threw them away. The doctor remarked that they had even invented medicine flavored like coffee just because he didn't like the others, and yet he had discarded everything. Upon returning, Daeon was met by a crowd shouting the name of the demon Arut, and wondered what exactly they were doing. It was obvious that this was Lilynell's doing, as she had organized everything. Daeon asked what that scene was supposed to mean, and she explained that it was the Arut cult, formed by people who respected him, and that she had based it on the concept of human religion, a knowledge she had received from Devalania. Daeon thought he already suspected as much and ordered her to dismiss everyone immediately, otherwise he would dissolve the group permanently. As soon as Lilynell gave the order, the people vanished in an instant. Daeon thought that all he wanted at that moment was to be alone for God's sake. When he went to meet the Demon King, even he was wearing a small pin of the cult. The king commented that, in any case, Dion's heartbeat had increased ever since he entered his office, and asked whether he had heard any important information while in the Empire. Dion then remembered the proposal made by the Emperor. The king grew curious about what it was, since Dion wasn't even trying to hide his expression. He wondered if that cowardly Emperor had finally made a decision and realized that Dion probably didn't intend to say anything, unless he figured it out himself. Dion apologized, but was immediately grabbed by the neck. The Demon King asked if he was even trying and said that he wasn't worried about answers, but about Dion's attitude, asking if he had ever considered that his life might be in danger. Before Dion could reply, he was released. The king said he understood his situation, but asked if he had already decided which side he would be on. He said that honestly, he didn't know if Dion Hart was truly such a rare talent that he was worth starting a war for, but he also didn't want to go back to his boring life. In the demon realm, all demons except himself would kneel before Dion Hart, which meant he could do whatever he wanted. There, Dion didn't need to worry about sunlight because it was always night. The king disagreed, saying that he couldn't live in darkness forever, even with his sensitivity to light. The Demon King said he wouldn't stop him if he wanted to visit the human realm as before. If he desired those lands, he could conquer them and offer them to him. The king replied that being human, he should remain on the side of humans. Whatever the Emperor's proposal was, the Demon King could offer something far better to win this game. The king even joked, asking if Dion wanted him to hold his pants like last time. Dion replied, absolutely not. The king then told him to think carefully about everything from now on, because he refused to lose his toy just for the sake of victory. A few days later, the demon Arut was walking through the demon realm, so anxious and irritated that he could no longer stay in his room. So he simply went out for a walk, which terrified everyone. People whispered that the demon Arut was outside the castle wearing that outfit, which was a bad sign. Dion wondered what was wrong with them, since there were only a few situations in which one needed to be cautious around the commander of the Zero Squadron, the demon Arut. One was when he was drunk, the other when he wore black clothes. People said he must be feeling extremely irritable, and Dion wondered if it was because he was wearing black. If demons perhaps disliked that color, but in truth he had only worn it to avoid drawing attention, and ironically, he was driving everyone away instead. He thought that was great, and even let out his evil laugh, but Eddie was worried, because ever since Dion had returned, he seemed completely tense. Normally, Eddie would leave him alone so he could have some peace, but this time the Demon King himself had personally sent him to observe Dion. He was sure the other was bothered, even without saying anything, and wanted to cheer him up somehow, so he suggested taking him somewhere to relax. Eddie thought the demon Arut would like that, or so he believed, but it turned out to be a terrible idea. The next second, Dion was already about to beat someone up, asking if this was some kind of joke, because the place Eddie had chosen was a training field. Eddie even asked for the equipment to be brought, but the subordinate replied that he didn't have the authority for that. Eddie said he would handle it himself, while Dion wondered how he was supposed to relax in a place like that, and why Eddie was doing this to him. He asked them to wait a bit, but at that very moment he tripped on the stair step and twisted his ankle, and that was when he nearly crushed the poor guy's skull. Dion thought it made no sense that he was tripping like that, and wondered if he was what? The protagonist of a manhwa, and the answer was yes. Unfortunately, he was. Eddie said he understood his frustration, but that it was not a good time to kill demons inside the castle, and said that the other demon had offended Lord Arut, making this his last chance. The subordinate thanked him repeatedly for being spared. Then Dr. Ben came running, saying he had responded to a very strong magical signal, but when he saw Dion's hand bleeding, he asked what was going on. Eddie asked why he had taken so long, and the doctor replied that he had come as soon as he received the signal, but Eddie said that Dion had already been unwell for some time. Ben explained that the signal hadn't actually been activated. Maybe it was broken, and that he had tried to replace it several times because it seemed off, but there was no defect in the magic stone. Dion wondered what he meant by several times, since using that stone required his own blood. Ben asked if he had felt any change in his body, and when Dion thought about it, he realized that he had stopped vomiting blood during minor stress. Now it only happened in truly serious situations. Eddie commented that if it was a positive change, maybe the side effects were improving, but Ben didn't think so, saying that Arut's body was still like a ticking time bomb. Dion asked them to wait a moment, and Ben noticed that he was treating the wound without any anesthetic, so he asked if he was alright. Eddie was also surprised to see him stitching his own skin with no anesthetic at all, and Ben asked how he could have made such a mistake, offering to accept any punishment. Dion said everything was fine, because honestly he hadn't even felt it. He was too focused. The people watching were stunned, since he hadn't shown a single sign of pain. Then, finally, the object he had been waiting for arrived, the thing that truly refreshed him, the snowflower sticks. They were exactly what he needed. Dion wondered wondered why he needed the Demon King's permission to use those things and wanted to know how they worked. Eddie explained that you just had to cut off the top and, like a little sachet, a snow firework would burst out. He said that unlike the human realm, where it sometimes snowed, the demon realm had no climate changes at all, so he thought it might help improve Arut's mood a little. Daeon thanked him, thinking that it wasn't so bad after all, and realized it had been a long time since he had last seen snow. Meanwhile, some people in the background were commenting that trash was falling from the sky and that at least he wasn't going to use the red one. But yes, he did. When he saw the red snow, Daeon wondered if it wasn't supposed to look like blood. And then the Demon King himself appeared, asking if it had lightened his mood a little and whether the red snow didn't look real. He said he had tried adding a bloody fragrance, thinking it might be useful when they went to war against the human realm, and wanted to know Daeon's opinion. Daeon reflected that war was a scene where the smell of blood suffocated everything, something dreadful, but he told the king that he believed it would indeed be useful, because war was strongly affected by both weather and morale. Being surrounded by such a strong scent of blood could instill terror in the enemies. The Demon King said that, as expected from him, Daeon not only possessed great battle instincts, but also understood strategy and tactics, making him an extremely unique individual, and that he was glad to have him on his side. Then the Demon King asked him to follow for a moment, and later they were in the land of the fairies. The king asked what he thought of that place, if it wasn't beautiful, considering they were in a remote area within the demon realm, unlike the fairies who lived there. The leader of the fairies replied that the whole thing was absurd. The king reacted by saying it was insolent to hear so many demands and complaints, even during a visit. The leader of the fairies replied that the king should not act as if he were being fair, since it was he who had caused so many problems, and therefore it was only natural that he had to pass through there. He also asked why he had brought a human this time. But at that moment, the forest reacted. The world tree seemed excited by the presence of that person. The leader of the fairies realized that man was the center of the world's attention. Daeon Hart. The Demon King addressed the leader of the fairies directly and got straight to the point, wanting to know why they were there. The leader replied that the king was very rude for someone who came uninvited, but explained that the matter was about the seed of the world tree. He said that, because of the king's demonic aura, the seed had entered the fairyland and become infected. Since the seeds were very sensitive, they were now contaminated. The Demon King then simply teleported the gardener close to him. It was Hien, who appeared suddenly without knowing where she was. When she saw the Demon King, he asked her to try to revive the seed the Fairy King was holding. Hien looked at the seed, called it Little Seed, and asked if it was all right. She said she might be able to make it grow somehow, but didn't think it was possible to cure it from demonic aura contamination. The leader of the fairies replied that he already knew that. That seed of the world tree was something his race had always protected and respected. The Demon King questioned what kind of respect that was, asking if the world had said anything about some of the seeds dying. Observing the other's despair, he insinuated that he was nothing more than a loyal dog of truth. The leader of the fairies replied that they also respected the king's race. The Demon King would never understand. His race was hated, and even so, he said he didn't care to be worshipped. Hien, who was listening to the conversation, asked if that meant he no longer needed the seed. Daeon wondered if she was crazy. The leader of the fairies replied that she could keep the seed, and Hien thanked him enthusiastically. Daeon thought she was completely obsessed with plants. Then, suddenly, the Queen of the Mermaids appeared. Her tail transformed into a dress, allowing her to walk on land. She said it was good to see Daeon again, remembering that they had last met in the Demon Castle. The mermaid said she had wanted to talk to him for a long time, and Daeon wondered why she was looking at him that way. He thought that being someone's favorite made him uncomfortable. The mermaid explained that she had recently foreseen the future. According to her vision, a new hero would arise, even more threatening than the previous one, and this hero would decide the fate of the Demon King himself. Everyone wondered if that prophecy was true. The mermaid said the world had never liked the Demon King. He replied that it was nothing new since his race had never been liked, and a little more hatred made no difference. Besides, he said that the future she foresaw could always change. The mermaid admitted that maybe so, but said that future was special, as if changing it would be a miracle. The Fairy King said he thought it was useless to keep forbidding the use of magic, since the world seemed to be after Daeon. The Demon King explained that he didn't forbid magic out of fear of a hero, but because he thought it would be boring if one appeared in the middle of a war. To balance the powers, it was believed that the more demons used magic, the faster the world would bring forth the hero. The Fairy King then asked if that was why Daeon was still healed even after using such primitive healing methods. The king replied there wasn't much to be done. The Fairy King said he could heal him. Later, while being treated, Daeon thought that all that embarrassment made him uncomfortable. First the Mermaid Queen, now the Fairy King. Why were they being so favorable toward him all of a sudden? Without realizing it, Daeon said aloud that the Fairy King reminded him of someone from Aika. The king asked if he was talking about the first commander, and the Fairy King commented that it had been a long time since he'd heard that name. He wanted to know if he was well. Even though he might have been infected by demonic aura, he was still a warrior of the fairy race, and that stirred some curiosity. Dion wondered if Jay Carr was a fairy. The Fairy King informed him that the treatment was finished and that there should be no more pain in Dion's hand. He said that Dion must be overwhelmed by the irrational kindness of others, and that he seemed uncomfortable all the time. He stated that if someone offered to show him around, he would probably refuse. The king acknowledged that Dion did not show favorability to just anyone, and that the reason for this was because the world was focused on him now. Dion asked what that meant, and thought that it was an unexpected encounter. The leader of the fairy race seemed to clearly understand the will of the world. He immediately recognized that something was being awaited from Dion, but the questions only grew. They wanted to know what was so special about that human. His red eyes, his sensitivity to light, all of that only made him weaker. His body had nothing special. Then the Fairy King asked if he was usually lucky. Dion replied that, actually, not really, but the Fairy King revealed that, based on his research, Dion Hart's record was so impressive that he had been left in disbelief by what he found. A human who had crossed the line of fire countless times between the demon realm and the human realm and survived with ridiculously low odds. The Fairy King told Dion to think about that, to reflect on situations where he should have died but survived, or when he should have suffered a permanent injury but managed to recover. The world usually did not interfere with the flow of things, but the Fairy King knew that for some reason, Dion was being protected. He would suddenly show power, resist heavy blows, his body would automatically react in favorable ways as if it knew what to do. The Fairy King stated that the reason Dion was still alive was because of the world's blessing. His body was not exactly being strengthened, but rather adjusted to better accept the forces that the world wanted to grant him. It was a subtle but continuous modification. He would be the hero responsible for deciding the fate of the world. In the distant past, there had been a hero who, even after death, still worried about his companion. The world responded to his devotion by returning his soul to its deepest desire. The world told him not to worry, for it was already watching the one who would come. The Fairy King knew that the will of the world was firm, and the next hero would be Dion Hart. But suddenly, there was a monster invasion, and the fairies began fighting them. Rian asked if the demon Arut was not going to join the battle, but he said there was no need to go personally since there were 3 race leaders present, and the monsters were completely insane. Even so, he could not stop thinking about the Fairy King's words. What did it mean that the world was paying attention to him? Meanwhile, the Fairy King was examining a strange item that seemed to have strengthened the monsters. One of the fairies reported that they had drunk a brown liquid from a pouch before becoming stronger. Dion immediately recognized it. It was his medicine. That was why he ran off immediately. He bolted away without hesitation, personally going after the monsters in desperation. And as he killed them, he noticed the terror in their faces. All the monsters had consumed the medicine he had discarded. Dion wondered why the monsters would eat that and how it could have made them stronger. In the end, he had no choice but to fight, since it was, in a way, his fault. The Demon King warned that they would talk later, and Dion thought he was completely doomed. The king commented that he would finish everything quickly so they could talk sooner. The Fairy King ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The Demon King used a destructive and overwhelming power that wiped out the entire horde of monsters in a single strike. Then he said it was time to return. Later in the castle, the king commented that it had been a long time since they had been caught off guard like that. Dion apologized and explained that the substance was his medicine. The king wanted to know who had created something like that. Dion replied that it was someone who practiced alchemy. The king showed interest in recruiting her. Dion thought the palace doctor would faint if he heard that. The king asked why he had thrown it away, if it was important for his recovery. Dion answered that after testing it, he had not felt any effect, but in truth, he had only discarded it because the taste was awful. The king said that he had sensed a strong will to help within that medicine, but that it had not reached Dion's heart, and said it was fine. He had not done it on purpose. He also said that Dion would not need to attend the commander's meeting this time, that he must be tired and should simply rest. Dion was excited about the exemption, but later he was there anyway, all the same. He himself did not know what kind of idiot obeyed the boss when told to rest. He thought that if someone actually did that, they had to be stupid. The meeting was full. The 11th general was present. Dion commented that he already imagined the reason she had shown up, since she was always a nuisance. He thought maybe it was a tsundere case. Durnovan asked him not to say that kind of thing in front of Lady Oeli. Dion thought those people really had no sense, and realized that no one understood what the king could do to him if he had not come there. He was someone with great survival skills, and if it were not for that, he would have been eliminated long ago. But the king suspected that Dion had noticed his true intentions. He wanted to reduce information leaks, but understood that it would be dangerous if Dion returned to the Empire without knowing anything, since the Emperor would become suspicious. So Dion decided to just kill time and picked up a magic cube, starting to solve it. which surprised both generals. De Villania thought he seemed very focused on that, while Isilda believed he was shaken by the war against his own race. The king declared that they could begin the meeting now that the demon Arut had arrived and that everyone should be able to guess the reason for the gathering. Isilda asked if the war would really begin, since they desired human territory and were prepared, but from the emperor's point of view, that would mean a loss. Daeon then decided that if he agreed with the feeling, he would move the cube lightly, but if he disagreed, he would move it aggressively. That was how the others read Daeon's reactions during the meeting, interpreting the magic cube as a silent language, and when he completed it, it meant that he agreed with the best possible outcome. Lillinel questioned why the emperor would do something so foolish, since he could stabilize his position on the throne simply by protecting the border. But the king replied, asking if they did not understand that the emperor wanted to die. At that moment, Daeon finished the cube. The king explained that the emperor was a stubborn man and probably felt guilty for having killed his brothers. The guilt had become greater than his own sense of duty. Even if he wanted to, he could not die because he had responsibilities. So he chose to go to war, believing that if he died fighting, he could rationalize it as having done his best. He was a pitiful and selfish man, sending countless lives into a trivial war. The king stated that there were not many choices left. The only thing to do was to kill him if he wanted it that much, but admitted that, in a strange way, he could understand him. As the leader of a race that had lived for so long, he was uncertain about many things but understood what it was like to live without being able to take one's own life. He then advised Daeon not to think too much. It would be a straightforward battle, the likes of which had not happened in a long time. Everyone should take it as a chance to stretch and enjoy themselves. The humans would probably attack as soon as Daeon left on his mission. Isilda remarked that the attack would come once their most powerful weapon left the field. Jaikar said that humans were cunning. The king thought that even if the Empire's actions looked like an abandonment of Daeon Hart, he would not interfere because it was too entertaining to do so. Then everyone fell silent when they realized Daeon had solved the cube, meaning that everyone agreed that Lord Arut considered that the best plan of action. From that point on, there was no turning back, and Daeon announced that he would depart for his mission as soon as the meeting ended. At that moment, the destined war between the demon and human kingdoms began, and already, in the human empire, Daeon was reporting everything to the emperor. He informed him that only 5 divisions from the demon kingdom would participate in the war, those of Jaikar, Isilda, Tillua, Hel, and Trover. Eduardo replied that even if it were the entire army, it still would not be enough, and even so, they were sending only 5 divisions. Facing such a vast empire, they were clearly underestimating the situation. He decided that he would make them regret it, but at the last moment, refrained from saying anything to Daeon and simply told him that he could rest. The Demon King had no intention of pressuring Daeon for answers, probably believing that the Emperor himself would not be able to contain himself and was just waiting for him to make that mistake. Then the Chancellor appeared bringing an urgent message, informing that the Demon King had launched an attack, and in the capital, Jaikar was sending a communication in the name of the Demon Kingdom, stating that because they valued balance and peace, they had determined that the Empire's expansion across the continent had gone too far and become a threat. Therefore, to prevent the fall of the Demon Kingdom caused by the Empire's actions, they were officially declaring war. The Emperor immediately ordered that the Palace Mage be summoned. While Daeon wondered whether all of that was Jaikar's idea, or if it came directly from the king. Soon Jaikar continued the message, claiming that since the goal of the Demon Kingdom was to preserve peace and balance, they would still consider the possibility of retreating their attack. However, in the Empire, the population was already beginning to panic, until Eduardo appeared, broadcasting through Run, the current Imperial mage. He declared that the entire world knew the cruelty of demons, and questioned how they dared to tell such lies. According to the palace's own historical records, the Demon Kingdom had always desired those sunlit lands. Daeon began to wonder if the palace mage was truly that powerful, and the Emperor reinforced that. In other words, demons had always targeted the human realm, so there was no reason to trust a demon's words. But the Demon King replied by asking why he didn't just pretend to be deceived and withdraw, while there was still time to turn back. He ended with a faint smile, and everyone was even more shocked to see the image of the Demon King himself. Many admitted he was actually handsome, far less monstrous than they had imagined, and some even began to think that perhaps the demon race wasn't so evil after all. The Demon King went on to say that the Emperor was sacrificing his own people out of sheer greed, since war was no game. But Eduardo retorted that it wasn't greed that started that war. It was a matter of selling the future for temporary peace, or taking advantage of the Empire's golden age to ensure tomorrow's stability. Daniel commented that the Emperor had given an excellent speech, silencing the public's curiosity about the Demon King and turning that curiosity into a cause to fight for. He then asked Paul if he had noticed that talent blunt with words, saying that this was how one influenced people's hearts. Paul responded sarcastically, asking if that was really the time for a lecture. But Daniel insisted it was a perfect example. Even the Demon King admitted that the speech was indeed impressive. Still, he declared that no matter how much the Emperor tried to disguise it, he continued to seek domination, even at the cost of others' lives. The king thought the Emperor probably wouldn't have an answer to that, and the atmosphere grew tense when Eduardo said nothing. Paul asked if the Emperor had lost the debate, and Daniel noted that, since the citizens were hesitating, the balance now leaned toward the Demon King's side. If things continued to the point where no one believed in the Emperor anymore, the Empire would be doomed. The damage would be critical for whoever lost that debate. The image of a defeated ruler affected everything. Yet the Emperor still had one last move and asked if it wasn't the Demon Kingdom that had been acting arrogantly, provoking the people, seeking loopholes to invade the human realm, and, if given the chance, would cruelly annihilate all of humanity. That was his final gambit, to drag the other side down with him. Paul remarked that now neither side had a just cause for war, and the Demon King replied that the Emperor was an excellent man, sighing and saying he might have even wanted to bring him to his side if not for the circumstances. He acknowledged that negotiations had failed and hoped the Emperor would continue to enjoy himself in the future. And at that moment, the war officially began. At first, there were only small skirmishes to test each side's strength, but the days advanced like a ticking time bomb, and no one knew for sure when a full-scale war would finally erupt. After the war began, Dion served as the commander of the Demon Kingdom's Zero Division, and at the same time as the third hero of the human realm. He was forced to move back and forth between both sides until he vomited from exhaustion. While one side revered him as Arut and tried to kill him as the hero Dion, the other loved him as the hero Dion and wanted to kill the commander Arut. During that time, he truly thought he would die from fatigue, not only because both sides pressured him, but also because their leaders increased that burden even more. Through a communication crystal, the Emperor praised him, saying Dion had done very well this time. Dion thanked him and said he would send the report of the battle's casualties, but the Emperor noticed that his voice didn't sound good and asked if he was feeling guilty about the deaths. Eduardo declared that Dion was his sword. A sword does not feel guilt, and that the guilt and memories of war were the Emperor's to bear. All Dion had to do was act according to orders, like a proper blade. That was why he had to prepare himself to step down from that tightrope and confront his destiny. Dion thought all of that was nothing more than pressure to force him to choose a side, and he began to wonder what exactly he had done so wrong to deserve that situation. He kept complaining to himself until the crystal rang again. This time it was the Demon King, who asked if he had rested well in the past few days. Dion replied that he had, and the king told him to head northwest and deal with the demonic monsters gathering in that region. Dion questioned whether that wasn't too close to the front line, and the king confirmed, saying it would be best to clear that area soon since it was an important strategic location, and sending troops would draw unnecessary attention from the Empire. He added that Dion wouldn't even need to go far, as the demonic monsters were already moving toward him, and Dion wondered what exactly that meant. Meanwhile, Cruel had to postpone the bet about who would kill Dion Hart first, but that bet resumed once Dion returned to the Empire. The messenger reported that, despite several ambushes and poisoning attempts, Dion had managed to stop most of them and personally handled the situation, acting as if he hadn't noticed anything while silently assessing the scene. Cruel commented that, after all, he was a hero, but he knew the Duke wouldn't give up over a few failures and ordered that they continue their surveillance, taking care of any danger until new orders arrived. Now that Cruel thought about it, he remembered that another man from the Assassin Guild had received orders to kill Dion Hart. One was paying to kill him, while another was paying to protect him, and Cruel didn't understand why he was trapped in the middle of it all. The Protector thought that, as far as he remembered, Dion Hart would be heading out that day and there shouldn't be any problems, so he hoped his subordinate would protect him well. But the assassin was terrified because there were too many demonic monsters, and he didn't think he could protect Dion Hart. Yet he noticed that Dion wasn't scared at all, and even declared that he only needed one target and would defeat that one to the death. Before the Emperor could stab his own hand again, Nemesis stopped him with his sword. Eduardo apologized for pointing his blade at the Emperor, but the strike hadn't been aimed at the back of the hand. It was meant for his own wrist. He admitted that it had been hard to keep a clear mind lately. Everything felt strange. It was all too obvious, and he could sense malice surrounding him, a presence so strong that it couldn't just be a hallucination caused by his trauma. Eduardo ordered Nemesis to contact the shaman immediately. Then he mentioned a rumor spreading about the similarities between the fighting styles of Commander Zero and the Empire's hero Dion, and told Nemesis to investigate it discreetly as he always did. But at that moment, the Emperor received an urgent communication signal and had to leave the room. Nemesis, though he remained there, grew suspicious and wondered if it could really be true that Dion Hart and Commander Commander Zero were somehow connected. Meanwhile, Dion was in battle, beating an enemy to death. A large ogre had been slain by his dagger, but he was already exhausted. Even so, he found the monster's behavior strange. Normally, they would flee after witnessing such a massacre. But now, driven by hunger, they seemed to have completely lost their sense of self-preservation. Dion thought that maybe he looked like an easy prey, and decided he wouldn't allow himself to be underestimated. The next creature managed to strike back, throwing him violently, but he refused to accept that. He hated being underestimated. Using every bit of strength left in his wrist, he hurled a dagger that pierced the demon's skull. However, he felt the muscles in his wrist tear on impact. His legs burned with pain, and every muscle screamed, but he knew he couldn't stop. If he did, he would die. Even wounded, he slaughtered another monster. Those following him immediately froze. Then Dion threw the body of the defeated enemy aside and asked if anyone else wanted to end it once and for all. The monsters, however, fled. Regardless of race, every living being can recognize madness. After the massacre, Dion collapsed into the blood and realized he wouldn't be able to move on his own. He sent a message asking the Demon King for support, knowing the monsters would return eventually. In that moment, he dreamed that Cruel gently woke him up, but then ordered him to get real and open his eyes. Dion awoke to see a monster approaching, ready to devour him. At the last moment, knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge, Dion was saved by the Emperor himself, who appeared and killed the creature. Dion still managed to ask what he was doing there, but ended up vomiting a large amount of blood. Eduardo said it seemed like Dion had confused the communication device and asked if it was acceptable for a spy to make so many mistakes. Dion asked if he had been contacted by mistake, and Eduardo, at a loss for words, replied that he had no choice. He said he couldn't just send anyone, which was why he had come in person. He added that, thanks to that, he had been able to see Commander Zero for the first time, but assured Dion he had no intention of doing anything against him. He left clean clothes and medicine, instructed Dion to take care of himself, and told him to return soon, as he would send another knight to replace him. Dion thanked him, relieved, as he didn't even have the strength to stand up at that moment. Eduardo then remarked that this time he had acted under the Demon King's orders, but next time he would make the summons himself. After taking his medicine and changing clothes, Dion reflected that both the Demon King and the Emperor only wanted to use him for their own purposes, and this wasn't his first time dealing with that. Dion just wanted to return, get treated, and rest, but suddenly Dr. Ben, the physician of the Demon Kingdom, appeared and asked if he was alright. Dion wondered why he was there. Ben explained that he had felt a strong signal coming from the necklace, became worried, and snuck out in secret to find him. He asked how Dion had managed to get so injured, saying he must have killed all those monsters alone. But before they could talk further, a knight arrived under His Majesty's orders and caught them in that moment. The knight asked if Ben was a demon, and Dion thought he was in serious trouble. The knight ordered the demon to step away from the marquis, and for a brief moment, Dan considered killing Ben, thinking he could explain the situation later to the Demon King, who would understand. However, instead he only threatened Ben and whispered for him to push him and run away. Ben tried to insist on treating him, but with the knight approaching fast, he accepted the idea, pushed Dion aside, and fled. The knight didn't chase after him, worried instead about Dion's condition, as he was coughing up blood. Dion said he was fine and thought that, thanks to that plan, Ben had managed to escape alive. He was also relieved that he had received medicine from the Emperor. Without it, he wouldn't even have been able to move. The knight noticed that Dion's injuries were far worse than the reports had suggested. Moreover, there was a demon at the scene and 10 monster corpses scattered across the ground. The idea that Dion had faced all of that alone was unbelievable. The knight informed him that a carriage had been prepared on a nearby road and that he would escort him to safety. Then he lifted Dion onto his back and carried him like a child. While running back, Ben thought that it was the first time he had seen the magical device react so violently. He had slipped away knowing how dangerous a situation Lord Arut faced was, but realized he had ended up becoming a hindrance. Judging by the situation, he concluded that Dan was probably acting as a spy under the guise of a marquis in the human realm, and he felt he had almost exposed him. He realized that he had only escaped thanks to Arut, and even though he was Arut's doctor, it always seemed like he was the one being saved. Meanwhile, Dion reflected that the whole situation was somewhat embarrassing, though he had to admit it was surprisingly comfortable being carried like that. After being brought back to the carriage, later on, in the presence of the shaman, Nemesis asked if she was saying that the Emperor was cursed. She confirmed, explaining that it was a very powerful curse. Nemesis was outraged by her audacity to say such a thing in front of the Emperor, but he said it was fine, and asked her to describe the curse in detail. The shaman explained that there was an evil spirit clouding the Emperor's mind and draining his life force, a curse created with the clear intent to kill. It was a dark magic that required a dead person as a catalyst. Still, it seemed that the Emperor had been cursed for over a year, and had only now realized it. Nemesis was shocked shocked by how long it had lasted, but the emperor asked them not to make a fuss, saying it wasn't a big deal. He remarked that it was typical of a coward to use the dead to kill instead of doing it with their own hands, and that such a thing wasn't even worth mentioning, much less worrying about. The shaman, however, thought that the emperor carried not only a curse but also an extremely negative karma, and that anyone else would have already gone insane under such weight. She explained that by burning a specific talisman, she could temporarily suppress the evil spirit, but from then on, the emperor would need that kind of treatment regularly. Suddenly, Dion Hart appeared before the emperor, saying he had been summoned, hadn't he? Upon seeing him, the shaman almost fainted. She apologized and ran out of the room. The emperor commented that Dion must also be carrying many curses and resentments, and, as he had mentioned before, needed him to do something. The emperor said that Dion must have already recovered by now, and told him there was a rumor going around that he was Commander Zero. Therefore, he needed Dion to prove once again on the battlefield that he was on humanity's side. In the end, Dion returned to the battlefield, where Stigma appeared asking if his junior was there, and Dion replied that it had been a while since he last saw his senior. Since Stigma knew he would be there, he came along. He remarked that if they were placing two heroes in the same location while manpower was short, that place must be strategically important. Dion thought that he hated this. He only wanted to take on simple tasks like killing monsters and handling small incidents. A commotion broke out below as the Ghost Assassin Knights, Dion's subordinates, had appeared, and as usual were picking fights with everyone. Dion thought those guys only caused trouble whenever Len wasn't around. Then Milan, one of the knights, showed up to stop the fight, and Dion thought that finally he was acting like a normal person. One of the assassin knights asked which side Milan was on, since the others had looked down on them first. But Milan shot back, saying that as a hero candidate, the opposing squad didn't even have a name. He mocked them, saying it was pathetic not to have one, and called them idiots. Dion felt disappointed by this exchange. Stigma commented that it seemed Dion's squad needed to learn a lesson even before going into battle, since the dignity of a leader could be measured by the actions of his subordinates. The Primero Knights, Stigma's squad, were admirable, very disciplined, and Dion thought that this was what a true elite force looked like. Stigma explained that he didn't say that to insult him, but because he didn't want Dion to be underestimated, so he hoped Dion would take his advice. Dion agreed, and replied that he would teach his group a good lesson later. Even so, one of the knights asked how someone without a fragment could be called a hero, and Milan said they were underestimating their captain. The Ghost Assassin Knights also retorted, saying that those who didn't even know their own place were already looking down on Dion. They were the vanguard of the 8-Year War, a disorganized group made up of poor farmers and untrained people. In the war, they were considered weak. Many said they had never even held a sword before. They were treated as expendable, thrown onto the battlefield like trash bags, pawns destined for sacrifice. No one expected them to survive, but they returned alive. One of the soldiers clearly remembered the day he saw a little boy stabbing a corpse. That was how he met Dion Hart when he tried to stop him. Only then did he realize that boy was his commander. At that time, Dion was just a child. When asked why he was stopping the boy, he replied that attacks should only stop when the body stopped moving. The soldiers knew Dion was broken inside, but that was precisely what made him strong. Dion said that this was the battlefield, and that the weak were left behind, crushed like insects. He asked if they really thought they could survive there, if they worried about morality or others. For the weak like them, survival meant spreading fear, psychological warfare. They had to make the enemy hesitate before attacking, even make their own allies afraid, wielding their daggers, knives, and swords with a smile on their faces. They all learned that a predator had to remain calm during the hunt, and that a moving prey was harder to catch. Dion ordered them all to let themselves be consumed by madness. He declared that those who could afford to pay respect to the dead during war should stay out of the way. In the end, they all surrendered to madness. Those were the words that saved the Ghost Assassin Knights, to do whatever it took to survive. They stayed alive because they trusted each other. Milan thought that Dion Hart was not only his benefactor but also his hero. Meanwhile, it was explained that the demonic army had taken advantage of the tension on the front lines as a distraction to invade the human kingdom through another route. When the Emperor realized the Demon King's intentions, he quickly moved his army, but faced difficulties in defense, which forced him to gather his main forces. Because of that, the second hero Stigma Primero, the third hero Dion Hart, and even the hero fragment candidates were all summoned to the battle, which was slowly nearing its end. Dion, as always, was in a state of fury, stabbing the same body hundreds of times while repeating in his mind, "Die, die, die." The high-ranking knights approached, asking if he was all right, and whether there was really any need to mutilate the corpses that way. Many were terrified, not just of Dion, but of the battlefield itself. Even those proud knights were trembling in fear. The assassin knights watched and thought that even with hero fragments, those idiots were scared. But because of Dion's brutal state, the morale of the demons took a massive blow. Still, Dion's restless behavior was hard to control. As he stabbed another body, Stigma grabbed his arm and said he had already finished the fight on his end. And it seemed things were resolved there too. He commented that Dion's Order of Knights was known for its cruelty but also for its great skill, which explained how they had survived the 8-year war. Stigma then asked if shouting "die" during combat was a habit, as such behavior diminished a hero's prestige, suggesting that Dion should correct it. He told him to keep his head high, shoulders back, chin up, and always maintain eye contact when speaking to someone, since that would give him the image of a responsible and honorable man. Posture, he said, could change a lot. Dion thought that wasn't the only advice he had received from Stigma. From him, he had learned to give signals in the middle of combat while still fighting, and had come to understand that he needed to stop throwing himself into battles recklessly. He imagined that maybe Stigma felt responsible for him since he was his senior. The advice was useful, but deep down, Dion believed he was weaker than Stigma. He thought a hero should possess overwhelming power, and since he didn't, those words held no real weight. At that moment, however, a last surviving demon lunged at Dion, who didn't hesitate and protected Stigma with his own body. He thought that, yes, he was weak, so to survive, he couldn't afford to choose. He kept the spear impaled in his own shoulder and told the demon that now he'd have to return the favor, slicing the enemy's neck with a single stroke. Immediately after, he fainted. Later in the camp, Stigma was organizing everything and remarked that the moment his junior got a bit weaker, all sorts of worms started showing up. He asked aloud who had sent that assassin. There were people so foolish they didn't even understand how important this war was. During an interrogation, while trying to extract information, Stigma ended up killing the assassin and commented to himself that he had probably used too much force. He thought that maybe his junior already knew about this and found it strange that Dion had so many enemies that they'd come all the way to a war zone just to try to kill him. That wasn't normal. Still, Stigma mentioned that there was also someone there to protect him. The assassin wondered if the hero had noticed his presence. Stigma asked if he knew who had sent those killers, but got no answer. The enemy remained silent, so Stigma allowed the bodyguard to continue his work. He thought that Dion was really in demand, having both an assassin and a protector at the same time, but the whole situation was starting to bother him. Meanwhile, the assassin was panicking, sensing the bloodlust radiating from the hero, and wondered why being near Dion Hart was so dangerous. Later, Milan asked what Dion planned to do about his wounded shoulder, and if he had really been crazy enough to hold down an enemy using that very injury. Dion himself wasn't sure why he had done it, and barely remembered the moment. He just replied that there was no need to make such a fuss over a shoulder wound. Then Stigma appeared with a direct question, wanting to know if Dion had been fighting all that time while serving as bait. Dion looked visibly uncomfortable at the question. Milan watched and thought his captain had been like that ever since the 8-year war, when he had joined while still very young. Almost a child. Sometimes he seemed like he needed to be cared for, but when it came to fighting and killing, he became more ruthless and relentless than anyone else. Even when his body was exhausted from alcohol, medicine, and wounds, he seemed to believe everything would be fine as long as he survived. Dion replied that this time he didn't have much of a choice, but Stigma disagreed. He reminded him that last time, Dion had chased the enemy commander without a second thought, and they had only managed to retreat because Stigma was there. Stigma said Dion should have ignored the small fry and focused on his own safety. A scout from the demonic army had discovered the wound in Dion's shoulder caused by that incident and had returned with the information to the Demon Kingdom, which would probably make the retreating troops attack again. Dion admitted Stigma was right, but simply said it was fine and thanked him for the advice. While Stigma gently ruffled his hair, the other soldiers watched, finding the scene adorable. They whispered among themselves that Stigma was the best, since he was the only one who could get through to Dion with just his words. At that moment, the messenger arrived with the news everyone feared. The demonic army had resumed its advance toward that region. Stigma said the situation had become complicated. Dion blamed himself, but Stigma snapped his fingers at him and told him to wake up to reality, saying he would stay to hold the enemy back with his knights, and that Dion should withdraw with his. Dion asked if he really intended to stay alone while they retreated. Stigma answered that he was not so weak that they had to worry about him, and assured him that he and his knights were more than enough to deal with ordinary subordinates of the demonic army. Even wounded, Dion should be able to escape. Following the plan, Dion left with his squad of knights. He thought that, according to intelligence reports, the demonic army was concentrating forces in that region, which indicated that the battle Stigma would fight would be the last one in that territory. With that, they would be able to complete their mission. Meanwhile, Cruel was with the Duke and Illister. The relationship between them was a little strange. Although Cruel willingly followed the Duke as his subordinate, the Duke treated him with a great deal of respect. It was a peculiar dynamic because, despite being master and subordinate, both seemed to have roughly equal strength. The Duke, having won the game of chess, commented that Cruel did not seem very focused that day and asked if he was worried about his little brother. He recalled that he had sent assassins after assassins, and yet Dion still had not died. However, that relationship between them began to tilt dangerously. Illister suddenly smashed Cruel's head against the table, saying that his assassins had managed to capture one of Cruel's dogs, but Cruel knew he could not retaliate in that situation. Illister had discovered that Cruel had been protecting his brother all this time. Normally, he was not the kind of person to give second chances to traitors, but Cruel was too precious to him, leaving him no choice but to spare him. Stabbing Cruel's hand, Illister said he would leave it at that for now, and asked whether he did not feel guilty for protecting the very person who had killed his parents. Weren't those precious relatives to him? Yet Dion Hart had killed them without hesitation. No matter the reason or any confusion involved, had Cruel forgiven that? Forgiven the murder of his own parents? Between his brother and his own life, which was more important? Illister said he would give one last chance. Someone would keep an eye on Cruel, and he was not to do anything foolish unless he wanted to die. He should bring back Dion Hart's head. Later, Cruel reflected on all the warnings he had already received. He remembered the shaman who had told him that if he thought Dion deserved to die, then he himself should kill him once and for all. The Duke had asked whether his brother was more precious than his own life. Cruel thought that maybe it was time to truly end all of this, but when he tried to raise his sword, his wounded hand faltered. He supposed Illuster's blow had hit a nerve, but he would not let that stop him. He had considered this possibility before. The dog the Duke had captured must have been someone from the secret guild he had hired to protect Dion. Those agents moved more discreetly than others, and most people did not even notice their presence. Cruel then told Senger to remain there for the time being, but Senger insisted he needed to protect him. Cruel suspected that it was the Duke who had sent him to do that. He thought the only way they could have discovered both the assassins and the bodyguards was through bribery. He asked since when Senger had become the Duke's eyes, since when he had started reporting everything to Illister. He remembered Senger as his trusted subordinate, someone who had been with him even before they worked for the Duke, but Senger replied that it no longer mattered. Cruel agreed and said that for that reason he would not allow him to follow. He was still merciful enough to keep a traitor alive, but he thought all of this did not need applause. It had been a play without an audience from the start, and it would be better to end it without anyone seeing. Now he would perform the final act. Meanwhile, Dion was fleeing from the demons, thinking that when he was among demons, he was the Empire's most wanted man, and when he was with the Empire, he was the demon's most wanted man. That was him, Dion Hart, the unluckiest man alive. He reflected on the fact that he had killed so many demons, and yet they still seemed endless. At that moment, one of the assassin knights noticed something unusual. A demon unit was transporting supplies, which explained why that particular area was so heavily guarded. They were using that path as a supply route. One of the demons, realizing they had been discovered, muttered that it was too late. Before he could flee or alert the others, Dion had already killed him. The demons around shouted orders to stop Dion Hart immediately, trying to contain the situation. Some wondered if they had been discovered by humans, but it was already too late. Dion thought that without supplies, there could be no war. Maybe the mission was finally coming to an end. Maybe he could get out of this. But then, a rock slide turned the situation upside down. Since the beginning of the war against the demons, humans had tried to gather strength through unity. In the end, 4 great nations of the human realm joined forces: the Empire, the Holy Empire, Rues, and another territory. And so, in the brief calm born from the mutual exhaustion between humans and demons, a new storm began to form within the Empire itself. Meanwhile, at Stigma's camp, one of the knights reported that Marquis Hart had returned the day before and was resting after receiving treatment. Stigma asked if he had really discovered such an impressive supply route. The squad confirmed it, but reported that while they were eliminating the transport unit, a landslide had blocked the entire passage. Because of that, the demons had suffered a major blow. Stigma commented that he should congratulate him, but when they reached the tent where Dion Hart was supposed to be, the knights were unconscious, and Dion had disappeared. In truth, he was being forcibly taken away by Cruel at that very moment. Dion demanded to be released, but he was physically weaker and couldn't escape his grip. He wondered why Cruel had shown up only to kidnap him. Cruel replied that he just wanted Dion to come with him because he had something important to say, but gave no further explanation. He simply dragged him away. Even though he was weak and injured, Dion thought he couldn't allow himself to be taken like that. Maybe this was his chance to kill Cruel right there in that secluded place. His wounds were in terrible condition, but still, he said it was enough. They should talk right there. Cruel, however, suddenly turned with a bloodthirsty aura, but it wasn't directed at Dion. He had sensed the presence of someone following them. In the next moment, he shielded Dion from an arrow flying toward them and warned that there was no time to explain. There were people behind them, and he knew it would be difficult to escape this time because a specialized force had been sent, one capable of killing even a hero. There were many assassins together. Dion wondered if they were all there to kill him. Cruel said that side was far too dangerous now, and ordered Dion to run the other way and never return, because his brother would protect him. Dion wondered if Cruel knew about his connection to the demon realm. One of the assassins, upon seeing Cruel's behavior, called him a traitor, saying he had defied Illuster's orders. They decided to kill both of them at once, but Cruel wasn't called the first hero for nothing. With ease, he dodged every arrow and countered each attack. He had never told the Duke, but he had been secretly following Dion, and the place he had reached was the demon realm, the sky of the three moons. The secret mission given by the Emperor and the appearance of the commander of Squad Zero suddenly made sense to him. Cruel understood that everything led back to Dion, that he was connected to every piece of this puzzle. He wondered if Dion had really been the one behind it all this time. Being treated as the commander of Squad Zero in the demon realm, his life there must have been good, and in that condition, as injured as he was, there was no way Dion could face all those assassins alone. But Dion thought that even without knowing why, Cruel was helping him, so he had no choice but to fight alongside him. Together, the two began fighting all the assassins, but Cruel realized too late that he might have made a terrible mistake. Cruel knew he shouldn't have brought Dion to that place at that moment. His plan had been to send him to the demon realm, since staying in the human realm was far too dangerous. But he hadn't expected the assassins sent by the Duke to arrive faster than him. One of the arrows nearly struck Dion in the head, but Cruel shielded him with his own body. Confused, Dion asked what he was doing, acting as if he truly cared. But as fragments of old memories resurfaced, he began to feel that something about that story had always seemed wrong. The gaps in his memory returned with force, and he thought that perhaps Cruel had never really abandoned him after all. Dion had always said that one day he wanted to see the world beyond, and Cruel had promised that when he grew up, they could go on a family trip together. In that moment, Dion began to realize that all this time, his older brother had never tried to kill him. The truth was that he had been protecting him. Cruel simply asked him not to think too much about it, as he always did, to just accept it and forget. He knew that everything had been one big misunderstanding. If it hadn't been for the Duke's influence, Cruel believed that his beloved and kind younger brother would never have done something so terrible. Cruel thought that Dion was not to blame for their parents' deaths. On the day he saw his brother covered in their blood, he made his decision. Before his next attack, he almost dropped his sword because of the wound Illuster had inflicted, and because of that, he was struck in the chest. Though he still managed to kill the assassin, he thought he was doing all of it only to protect his younger brother. Cruel believed that at least now his mind was clear. If Dion were to discover the whole truth, he would probably go insane with guilt and the thirst for revenge, and in the end, he would take his own life. That was why this was Cruel's last request as a brother. Dion had to run away. He didn't want Dion to know the full truth. Cruel stayed behind while Dion escaped. He thought that his brother shouldn't question his role in the war or what had happened to him. He wanted Dion to direct all his hatred toward him, his elder brother. Even if he died, he felt that in the end, Dion had never listened to him. But if someday he wanted to know the truth, he would have to face reality and everything he had done until now. At that moment, Cruel lay on the ground, gravely wounded. He knew he had been forgotten by everyone, erased from a miserable and pathetic life, unable to stop his parents' deaths at his own brother's hands. Even so, he had struggled to rise to a high position, all for Dion's sake. He had worked like a dog for the enemy, endured everything, and even now he had no regrets. He had fulfilled his purpose. Cruel didn't mind dying, but if he could have one last wish, it would be that it hurt a little less when his brother finally learned the truth. He hoped Dion would live a good life, that he would be loved, even if that meant Cruel would be alone after his death. As he ran, Dion wondered why his brother had done all of that. Was there any reason behind it? He felt he wasn't worthy of being saved that way. But before he could understand his feelings, he saw the vision of Cruel's ghost before him. Meanwhile, the assassins who had killed Cruel muttered among themselves that he truly hadn't carried the title of hero for nothing, since they had lost many men fighting him. Still, now they would move on to kill Dion Hart. Dion wondered if his brother had really died. For so long, he had wanted to kill him. He thought he should be happy, but when his family spoke to him, he said it was better not to think about it. However, if he truly wanted the truth, he would have to face everything he had done up to that point. He didn't have much time to think because an arrow almost hit him. He survived only because of the magic necklace the Demon King had given him. The assassin was shocked, swearing that the shot had been perfect. Dion, shaken and thought he needed to move but couldn't find the strength. Even after struggling so much to survive until now, he simply didn't know what to do anymore. The last word Cruel had spoken to Dion was to live. And so, while fleeing from the assassins, a snowstorm swept through the region, blinding his vision and creating a gap for him to escape. He thought that his brother had died right before his eyes. Everything he had believed in was destroyed right there. There is a limit to how long one can suppress memories that keep coming back. He began to wonder if it had been his own parents who sent him to the battlefield, if Cruel had really tried to kill him, and why his brother had been serving Duke Illister. Were all the memories he had believed to be true really real at all? Deep down, Dion had probably always known the truth, but he avoided facing it because he was afraid. He thought that if he accepted it, he would never be able to go back, that it would completely break him. So he resisted the truth with everything he had, but that had been the wrong choice. Now he understood that he could no longer close his eyes to it. It was time to accept everything. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's palace, Ben came running in a panic, saying that the pendant of the demon Arut had never glowed like that before. Lilynell replied that it meant he was in danger. At that moment, Dan was completely out of control. He was punching the ice with such force that he was crushing his own hands. The wall he had built around himself for the past 10 years collapsed the instant he stopped resisting. It was only a matter of time. All the memories he had ignored came rushing back at once. He felt a deep sorrow for his parents, for Cruel, and thought that his brother should have killed him from the start. The emotions overflowing from within him were so vivid that he could barely breathe. All he wanted now was simply to live. In the end, he was rescued by Lilynell. At that moment, the old shaman said that the last wall of his soul had collapsed, and that disaster was about to strike. Even though everyone thought she was crazy, Ran admitted that this time, she was right. That place was dangerous. They needed to leave for Esperanus immediately. Meanwhile, at Marcus Hart's estate, Dan was asking, remember if he knew where Dion was? The Empire's third hero had vanished. Rumors spread, suggesting that he had been kidnapped, or that he had killed Cruel Hart and fled to the demon's domain. Remember replied that there was no way of knowing where his master was. The knights were clearly worried. Milan said he only hoped Dion was safe. Alain told them to stop worrying so much and focus on training, because they had to believe in their lord. Even so, she was also deeply worried and wondered where Dion might be at that moment. She believed that soon, His Majesty would issue a royal decree in search of the missing hero. Meanwhile, Nemesis presented his report. Neither of the two had been found. They were last seen in the north, but no trace had been located. The Emperor ordered them to focus, for now, on defending their own territories and continuing the search for the two heroes. Later, Illister praised Senger's work and reflected that he hadn't expected Cruel to sacrifice himself for his own brother. He called him a fool for it and said that had been a valuable opportunity. He regretted not being able to kill Dion Hart and was certain that Dion had escaped to the demon's territory. Now he was curious to see what that boy would do next and how his actions would affect the Empire. Meanwhile, Lilynell stayed by Dion's side, extremely worried. Despite all the blood, he was crying endlessly. She asked Ben to do something, but he replied that he had already treated all external wounds. The problem now was mental. The Demonar was going through a deep emotional breakdown, and there was nothing he could do about it. Then, the Demon King appeared, asking what had made Dion cry like that. He wondered if it had been the ghost of Tantem, and reflected that perhaps Arut had finally decided to accept the truth. He knew that if Dion continued like this, he wouldn't survive for long. The Demon King remarked that this seemed like a good opportunity to test Dion's destiny. He ordered everyone to leave the room and began channeling his magic directly into Dion's body. He thought that this would surely affect Dion's future in a decisive way. The king found all of it extremely interesting and had no intention of wasting the chance. He said that, for now, Dion should sleep a sunken deep sleep. His magic shone so brightly that it seemed to outshine the very horizon. Meanwhile, recalling how it had all unfolded, Cruel had become a target of suspicion for Duke Illister, forcing him to prepare for his own end. Everyone's sights were on Dion, so his plan was to ensure his brother's safety. To do that, first he needed to separate his two greatest enemies, the Duke and the Revolutionary Army. The reason the leader of the revolution had founded the organization in the first place was his mother's wish. Cruel knew that if that leader learned his mother was sick, he would grow anxious and rush to the Duke. When faced with the Duke's cold indifference, he would realize the man had no true desire for revolution. Cruel had timed everything precisely so that Daniel would learn of the illness at the exact right moment, dividing his attention and preventing him from concentrating his efforts against Dion. Maybe he had succeeded in that, but he knew that Dion had always been smarter than him. He was sure Dion would survive. That was why Cruel was the first to leave the stage. He always told Dion that he would support every decision he made, that he should move forward and do whatever he wanted, that he would always be loved by his family. When Dion, now as Arut, woke up and went to the library, the demons watched him with fear. He spent hours without eating or resting, reading obsessively. When someone tried to interrupt him, he lashed out violently, even using a book to wound wound one of the demons. He was searching for answers, reading everything he could to clear his doubts. Not all of them were answered, but one thing became clear. Perhaps Cruel had done all of that not to kill him, but to protect him. He might have become known as a rebel against the Emperor, but his actions contradicted Illuster's orders. Dion wondered if everything had been because of him. When he was about to hang himself again, the Demon King appeared, dismissing everyone from the library. Lillinel stopped him from killing himself. The king complained that this was the first thing Dion did after waking up, that he had saved Dion's life only to be repaid like this. Dion, desperate, asked why Cruel and not him. He was certain that everyone hated him, that his parents had died because of him. He questioned whether he wasn't truly the one at fault in this whole story. The king said he would help him, but that he needed more information first. Then he used his magic to compile everything that had happened and revealed that Duke Starve Illuster had begun interfering with Dion's family since the war 8 years ago. With that, Dion finally had access to truths he had never known. Of course, the king omitted the details of his own contract with the Duke and thought to himself that poor Dion Hart was truly alone in the world. When Dion finished reading, he threw all the papers into the air in despair, wondering what he had done to deserve all of that. The king understood how humans became corrupted. They break when they lose what is precious to them, or more precisely, when they have nothing left to lose. It was then that Dion tried to drive a shard of glass into his own throat, but the king stopped him and asked if he would really feel satisfied dying like that, when Cruel had sacrificed himself to keep him alive. The king thought that once there had been a time when he regretted using 90% of his mana just to save Dion because he had felt that he'd wasted his power on something already broken. But when Dion asked if the emperor knew everything, the king was sure that his little toy could still surprise him. He replied that there was no way the emperor didn't know. Using 90% of his mana wasn't too high a price to pay for a ticket to such an entertaining show. Meanwhile, the emperor analyzed the situation. He commented that maybe it wasn't just a rumor. Perhaps Cruel Heart really had sacrificed himself for Dion. He asked if Nemesis knew about it. Cruel Heart had given up everything to protect his brother. On the day the fourth hero was born, his first request had been to protect Dion. The victim had knelt before the spectator in the name of the aggressor, turning himself into bait. Dion Hart would never have suspected the truth. Cruel Heart had always protected him from the shadows. Eduardo thought he didn't want his younger brother, who had already killed their parents, consumed by hatred, to discover the truth and hurt himself even more. He thought Dion Hart was similar to him in many ways, though their families had been very different. He wanted to pay his respects to Cruel Heart. At that moment, Dion suddenly burst into the Emperor's office. Nemesis demanded to know what kind of behavior that was, but the Emperor silenced him and asked if Dion was all right. He also asked why he had come to see him while his body was still wounded. Dion asked if the Emperor knew everything, if he knew the truth about Duke Illuster and about his brother, how much he really knew. The Emperor replied that he knew everything. In the end, Cruel Heart's efforts had been in vain. Dion Hart removed the hand covering his eyes and uncovered the truth. He thought that he should have told the truth, that he should have refused that order when they asked him to destroy his own family. While the others received honors for the 8-year war, he remained silent. If not for that silence on that day, everyone would still be alive. The Emperor replied that he had only been a child. Everything he did was by his own will. As Emperor, all he had done was grant Dion's request. But if he still insisted on knowing, then yes, it was because of his greed for having someone as talented as Dion by his side. Dion replied that he did not possess the talent everyone claimed he had. Both the Duke and the Emperor had used him from the very beginning. He had simply lived a life manipulated by the intentions of others. In the end, Dion returned to his residence, where he was welcomed by Remember, who said it was cold and that they should go inside quickly. But within Dion, the decision to kill was growing. He swore he would kill them all and have his revenge against those bastards who had used him. Meanwhile, in the Duchy of Starve Illuster, a massive invasion by the Revolutionary Army was taking place. Illuster himself was almost killed when one of his subordinates saved him and immediately died afterward. Illuster thought it was all the fault of that damn Daniel. He remembered the meeting he had with Daniel earlier, when Daniel had asked if he truly did not want the revolution to happen. Illuster said that, of course he did not, and that Daniel had taken too long to realize it. He and the Revolutionary Army had been nothing more than tools to weaken the current emperor's support and to change the political system itself. But Illuster also said that this army was full of wrongdoers trying to turn the world into chaos, and that such ideas had to be eradicated. Even in that situation, Daniel laughed in Illuster's face, saying that he had known he would be betrayed and asking if Illuster really thought he would do nothing about it. He said that Illuster would never destroy the Revolutionary Army because it already had a successor. Moreover, it was the Duke himself who had helped him realize who was holding the army back. Illuster asked if that had been on purpose. Daniel said that those who had extorted, committed fraud, and would not contribute to the future of the Revolutionary Army, had been executed by Illuster himself. And as gratitude, Daniel said he would give him another gift. That was when Illuster learned that his duchy was being completely invaded. He had never imagined that Daniel would divide his forces. Daniel said that for the future, they would reduce his troops by half and asked what he thought of that. But at that very moment, Daniel was also attacked. In the secret passage of the duchy, while escaping, Illuster wondered if Daniel truly had a successor. He needed to hurry. Now that he no longer had any connection with the army, he needed to take care of this quickly. Daniel was far more intelligent and dangerous than Illuster had ever imagined, but it was a relief that he had finally managed to kill him. The one who found Daniel's body was his successor, Paul. At that moment, the knights were knocking on Dion's door, saying he needed to eat something, but he did not respond. Milan commented that he had not left his room for 4 days. Elaine said that their lord had always been that way. Then Dan finally appeared. Milan asked where he had been, since the captain had been in danger. Dan had appeared only at that moment. He said he had needed to do something important. What he did was set fire to the village where his old home had been. The shaman cursed Dan, saying he would serve disaster, and he almost died because of it. Although he had always been the same Dan everyone knew, people began to treat him like a monster, but he never wished to be understood. As the village burned, Dan told Han not to worry. He would not kill anyone. He only needed that old woman to see him fulfilling his destiny. He said he hoped she would live with a heavy conscience, because he was the sin she had created. But Han asked him to warn Dion to be careful with his eyes, and said she hoped he would not commit too many sins by his side. Dan thought she must have seen his lord's future, and for that reason, he simply broke down the doors of his chambers. Elaine brought food to Dion and said she could serve him. When Dan finally arrived to speak with his lord, he realized Dion was still hurting himself. He said everyone was worried and that they needed to leave that place for a while. But Dion asked Dan what he was to him. He had always been curious, but had never received an answer. Who was Dion to Dan? He answered that Dion was the person who had ruined his life, his disaster, and also his purpose. That was why he begged Dion to continue following him. Dion laughed and said that was great. He knew that Dan was neither a man of the Emperor nor of the Demon King. Dan was his servant. Then Dion said they could go together. Later, both of them were in the Demon Kingdom. Dion asked Dan to stay there for a moment because he had a meeting. Everyone was shocked to see Dan, asking if that was the human the demon Arut had brought. Jakar commented that the boy was interesting, surprised that he could remain so calm even in such a hostile atmosphere. But in truth, Dan was very nervous, only pretending not to be. Later, the king asked Dion if, to fulfill his destiny, he truly needed that human by his side. Dion said yes. The king replied that it was fine. He would allow him to remain in the Demon Kingdom, and asked if that was the only thing he had come to request. But Dion was pondering something. Ever since he decided to take revenge, he had not stopped thinking about the most effective way to do so against Duke Illuster and the Emperor. He asked the Demon King to destroy the Empire, to bring it to collapse and crush it so completely that it would never recover. Dion said that was his true request. The king replied that it was wonderful. He thought Dion Hart was foolish, even without knowing the whole truth. To him, Dion was like a monkey still chasing a banana. The king had deceived and used him even more than the Emperor had, yet Dion still chose the side of evil. Dion said he would follow him sincerely. The king thought that finally, after such a long time, the toy had fallen into his hands. Later, the demon Arut was being greeted as always. However, everyone noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed. He had always been frightening, but now it was far more difficult to approach him. The king said he would leave Dion in charge of managing his army to destroy the empire. Dion thought that he could not afford to be careless if he wanted to use that power properly. The moment the demons realized he was weak, he would lose his life. The power he had gained and the chance for revenge could not be wasted. Until then, the fear they felt toward him had been a misunderstanding, not something intentional. But now he would take advantage of it. He decided to distance himself from everyone for a while and change his attitude. When Eddie, kind as always, approached him, Dion simply ignored him. As Stigma always said, a simple change in posture improved many things. He would create an image that no one would dare to approach. Dion called Dan and, without hesitation, closed the door right in Eddie's face. Dan commented that it had been a bit cold and even thought Eddie might have been hurt by that. But Dion replied that Eddie was a demon and there was no need to get too close to a demon. He also said that such bonds only brought unnecessary danger and that, in truth, he felt much more comfortable being alone. Winter passed in the blink of an eye. As if everything that had happened in the past were nothing but a poorly told joke, the Demon King's army began to march toward the human kingdom with renewed strength. As the soldiers lost territory, a demon appeared at the front lines commanding everything. When the human soldiers recognized him, they realized it was Dion Hart. The news spread like wildfire. Dion Hart, the missing hero, was now fighting alongside the demons. The confirmation of Cruel Hart's death also circulated among everyone. The shock was enormous. When the Emperor received the reports, he said that with Dion Hart as the vanguard of the demons, another peripheral city had fallen. They would need to reorganize their defenses and send reinforcements to prevent the enemies from approaching the next city. Nemesis asked why the Emperor had simply let Dion go that day. It had been clear since then that he was betraying the Empire. Eduardo replied that he knew as Emperor it had been a foolish decision, but perhaps he had done it out of respect for Cruel, or perhaps because he had already known that Duke Illuster had been behind everything for a long time, and yet he could not or would not stop him. The Emperor stated that, regardless of whatever could be said now, it had been an honest mistake. It had already happened. What could they do at this point? He had no plans to regret it. They would simply move forward. Meanwhile, Paul was reading the letter Daniel had left behind. It was an official letter naming him as his successor. Together with the Revolutionary Army, he was now also recognized as Iska. In the letter, Daniel explained that he had betrayed Duke Illuster, who had tried to use them until the very last moment. Paul said that ending suited Daniel perfectly, and now he had to give his best, since Daniel had believed in him until the end. He also apologized for not being able to save Daniel's mother, but she had done exactly what she promised. If anything happened to her son, she would follow him. Later, Iran, an executive of the army and a close friend of Daniel, went to meet Paul. She asked if he was doing well. The people said it was obvious that he was fine, since he was still standing strong. Paul handed her a box and told her not to worry. He said he would do his best and live in the way Daniel would have wanted, but before that, he needed to see someone while he still could. Iran asked if he intended to see that child again. Paul confirmed that he would, because it was Daniel who had taught him the meaning of love, and his aunt was the only family he had left. But at that moment, she was already being converted to the demon army, saying that unlike the Church of Redemption, no one would be able to destroy that paradise. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the commanders, the king informed them that the Luite Empire and the Holy Empire, except for Esperanas, had formed an alliance, which meant that no real damage had been done to the Empire up to that point. Daeon reflected that, according to the initial plan, they should have already conquered at least one Imperial fortress, but they were advancing too slowly. The king then tried to calm him down, reminding him that the demons had power limitations within human territory and that there was no alternative but to proceed cautiously, especially since many of the human castles contained magical suppression matrices that hindered the use of demonic abilities. Daeon was frustrated, for he had not taken into account the natural limitations of demons in that environment. And now, faced with reality, he knew he needed to reformulate his strategy. The king asked if he already had something in mind, and Daeon explained that he intended to invalidate the alliance with Lua, a region rich in resources and possessions, and that there was a small neighboring nation called Tyron, located on the border, which had merged with Luis shortly before the war began. If they attacked that region, Lua would be forced to divide its troops and redirect part of its forces for defense. Jaikar then questioned whether the plan was to weaken the Empire's allies before attacking it directly, and Daeon replied that he intended to use them as an example, sending a clear message and eliminating any obstacle he encountered along the way. When the king asked how they would spread that message, Daeon suggested using the same magic that had been used in the previous declaration of war, revealing to everyone that the third hero of the human kingdom and the commander of the Demon Division Zero were the same person. He would say that he had been betrayed by the Emperor, and that, because of that, he had decided to ally himself with the demons. The king found the idea extremely amusing, and commented that it would certainly cause an enormous impact, acknowledging that Dion Hart was truly his best toy. A few days later, already in Tyron, the message was sent directly to the population, and the man who appeared to speak was Dion Hart. Before the broadcast, he prepared himself with the appropriate attire, and upon seeing the environment where it would be recorded, he thought it was exaggerated, and commented that so much wasn't necessary for a simple message. But the king replied that this was the first time everyone would see him, and that the first impression was essential. He also said that Dion should begin as soon as the magic stone was activated. Dion then understood that the Demon King wanted to show the world that humans could be well treated by the Demon Kingdom, which revealed his cunning. At that moment, Dion decided that he would carve his name into history and be remembered as the most wicked human of all time. In the message, Dion Hart introduced himself as the third hero of the Empire, and also as the commander of the Demon Kingdom's Division Zero. And he asked everyone to pay attention, because their target was the Empire, more precisely the head of the Emperor. He stated that everyone knew the Emperor had halted the War of Conquest right after the declaration of war made by the Demon Kingdom, and because of that, the countries that stood there remained free from Imperial rule. Meanwhile, Illuster thought that Dion knew very well that he was his greatest enemy, yet he still aimed directly at the Emperor. Dion declared that he would bring down the Empire so that not even the Emperor could do anything anymore, and admitted that he should have killed him along with Cruel back then. In the message, he stated that humans misunderstood the Demon Kingdom, always believing in baseless rumors that demons were not trustworthy. But it had been the Demon King himself who welcomed him, even though he was human, gave him the position of commander, and treated him without reservation. Meanwhile, the Emperor commented that now Dion was playing both sides, and unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done to shut that bastard's mouth at that moment. The Imperial mage tried to justify herself, but explained that the protection barrier used in that transmission was much stronger this time. It was at that moment that someone else interfered with the message. That person was Paul, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who questioned whether they truly wanted to kill the Emperor, saying that if that were the case, they should have allied from the very beginning. But since Dion had joined the Demon Kingdom, he had become a traitor to humanity. The Emperor wondered if they really had a mage powerful enough to break through the barrier. Paul thought that if they had acted just a little later, the Demon Kingdom would have completely taken control of the situation, and that was why he had prepared a skilled mage for a moment like that, even though convincing him had been difficult. Paul asked if Dion was sure that the Demon King had truly accepted him, pointing out that his red eyes, white hair, and pale skin no longer even resembled a human. Dion immediately recognized that boy. He knew exactly who he was, for he had seen him in that building while escaping blindfolded, and it was Paul who had caught him snooping around. Dion noticed that he looked a little older now, but there was no doubt it was the same person, which led him to conclude that the building must have been the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. During the transmission, Dion stated that if demons were racists, they would never have accepted someone like him. But Paul interrupted, accusing him of being the traitor who had killed his last blood relative, his brother, and asked whether murdering his entire family had not been enough. He also questioned who could possibly consider someone as cruel as Dion a true human being. That accusation enraged Dion, because it meant that rumors were now spreading throughout the human kingdoms that he had killed Cruel. Paul continued attacking his image, asking how anyone could trust him and saying that he was even less reliable than the demons themselves. Irritated, Dion said he didn't have time to respond to every absurd lie, that as a human he was merely trying to offer his last act of mercy, but someone capable of lying in front of all humanity represented nothing. It only made him want to remain silent. He said his goal was the Emperor's head and that he would eliminate anything that stood in his way, but made it clear that the gates of the Demon Kingdom would always remain open to those who sought peaceful relations. Finally, he told everyone to think carefully about which side they would choose in this story. However, in the very last moment, the message ended with Dion saying they could do whatever they wanted. With that, the transmission was concluded, and humans began to question whether they truly would be discriminated against if they joined the demons. Dion felt that he had achieved what he wanted. He had dropped a bomb strong enough to spread even more chaos among the kingdoms. Then he grabbed Duvelania by the neck, furious that she had hidden the rumors about him and Cruel even after he had ordered that everything be reported. He had nearly lost control of the situation because of that omission, and demanded to know why she had concealed it. They thought Dion would be too shocked or would lose control in anger, but when he returned to the Demon Kingdom, he simply asked calmly whether his brother had been decapitated. Duvelania confirmed that he had, saying he was already like that when she arrived, and that someone had taken the body right after the decapitation. Dion concluded that they had likely taken the head as proof and ordered her to at least recover the body. In the present, he asked if she really thought it would be easy to deceive him, insinuating that she had omitted the information on purpose. Duvelania replied that she was only worried about him, but at that moment, Dion remembered Stigma's words, that there is a way to express fury without raising one's voice, that a Shintor must never shout nor destroy his throat, nor lose his dignity in the process. Dion then released her and coldly ordered her to ensure that such a thing never happened again. Duvelania collapsed on the floor, felt such an intense killing intent that she was paralyzed. She already knew he was a reserved person, but since he had fallen gravely ill, communicating with him had become even more difficult and dangerous. Meanwhile, in Tyron, near the border, the 5th Platoon was ravaging the region under the supervision of OL, accompanied by Durnovan. OL asked if it had been Dion himself who ordered that, and Durnovan confirmed, saying reinforcements kept arriving. OL remarked that even that had been foreseen by Dion and found it impressive. Durnovan said the commander of the 2nd Platoon would take care of the rest of the mission, and he fully trusted that. However, suddenly the two heard the cry of a human baby, and OL immediately became excited about it. At the same time, in Lewis, a fertile and resource-rich territory known for being a wealthy kingdom that had supplied goods to the demon realm during the war, the situation had turned into a clear example of what happens to those who ignore the warnings of the demon army. Durnovan, killing another soldier, thought that Dion had once again been right, for most of the kingdom's troops were concentrated in Tyron, trying to defend the area, which made that mission much easier than she had imagined, since the allies could not send any help. Then the final enemy appeared, and Dion already knew who it would be. He had heard that the King of Louis had a younger brother brother, a general, on whom he was completely dependent. When that younger brother was finally forced to join the war, since the enemies were far too powerful, the standing order was to kill him without leaving any trace. Devalania commented that he had finally shown himself. When the king received the news, he was deeply shocked, and it was Len herself who delivered her brother's body to the castle. As soon as the gates began to be attacked, the younger brother, who was inside, took command of the defense, even as the king protested that it was far too dangerous. But the young general refused to retreat, and the king regretted not having stopped him from the very beginning. Even though allied reinforcements arrived briefly, they were not enough. The battlefield was already covered with the bodies of fallen knights. Louis, for the sake of the alliance, did everything within its power, but the only support it received was a disorganized group of reinforcements, which led the king to think he would never forgive them for that. Lean, the commander of those reinforcements, apologized for not having been of much help, admitting that she could not fulfill Her Majesty's will. Not only had she failed, but she had also wounded her own lord, and she knew that even offering her life would not be enough. The king, overcome with grief, replied that apologies would not bring his brother back. Even as he struck her, he did not kill her, saying there was no point in taking her life, and ordered her to inform the emperor that the alliance was over. When the emperor received the news, he reflected that he had already expected it. Even without alternatives, he knew that what they had done to Louis had been a mistake, and now, with the loss of the alliance, their forces would no longer be enough. At that moment, the duke appeared, remarking that the emperor seemed tired, claiming it was not his intention to pry, but that he had heard about the end of the alliance with Louis, and that it hadn't been that long since the fall of the territory of Paris, which clearly showed that the situation was collapsing. Even in the midst of war, the nobles continued to bother His Majesty, trying to gain favors as always. Illuster, watching the scene, commented that the emperor must be facing great difficulties, and hinted that perhaps it would be better to pass the position to him. Eduardo, witnessing the exchange, realized that all Illuster truly desired was power, for the one who led those foolish nobles had just approached the emperor feigning concern. Yet it was obvious that all he sought was influence. On top of everything, Illuster was one of the main reasons why Dion Hart had gone mad. Still, he tried to change his posture, claiming that it was time to unite against their common enemy, hoping that this time the other side would stay quiet. Eduardo, however, responded sharply, asking whether Illuster had lost his mind, since, even after committing a colossal mistake out of sheer arrogance and losing his own territory as a result, he was still there asking for power. Eduardo told him that recognizing his position would only benefit him, and asked whether he really believed there was no one above him in that empire. At that moment, a guard arrived with urgent news, recommending that the emperor go personally to check the situation. Before leaving, the emperor gave Illuster a final remark to rest in the palace, since it wasn't as if he had anywhere else to go. Illuster, seething, thought that the bastard reminded him of the first prince, and he wondered why all the brothers in that family were so good at irritating others so precisely. He remembered 10 years earlier, when he had attended a meeting with the first prince, and recalled what he had been asked, that Duke Illuster should protect his children, his daughter, and Eduardo. At that time, the first prince had solidified his position as heir not out of ambition, but to protect his family. Among the many candidates for succession to the throne, the first prince had been poisoned and had contracted a terminal illness. Even so, during a private meeting with Illuster, he revealed that he knew perfectly well that Illuster was the one responsible for poisoning him. Illuster, in his thoughts, confirmed that it was true. He thought the first prince was laughable, a man who risked everything for his family. And so he decided that someone like that did not deserve to be on the throne. What he wanted was a successor he could manipulate, a complete puppet, so he poisoned him with the intent of killing him quietly. However, the first prince replied that he had no intention of reporting him since he had no proof, and even if he found an antidote and ascended to the throne, he would not have enough strength to stop Illuster's ambitions. So he proposed a deal. Illuster, intrigued, wondered if that man truly believed he had anything of value to offer. That was when the prince revealed what he possessed. The forbidden book, the one that contained the method for forming a contract with the Demon King, the very same one Illuster had secretly sought for so long. The prince said he could give Illuster that book, along with his own life, in exchange for the protection of his children. It would be a fair trade. One sought the safety of his family, the other sought power. Illuster pondered whether that was truly the only way to obtain the book, but the prince assured him that if he were to die under any circumstances, Duke Illuster's name would automatically be tied to the crime. He explained that he had already arranged for false evidence to be spread, all pointing to Illuster as the culprit, and even if Illuster were accused of possessing the forbidden book, All he had to do was burn it, erasing any trace. Hearing all that, Illuster grew furious, thinking it absurd to be threatened like that. But the prince replied that it wasn't a threat, it was a request. He even added one more condition to the pact. If Illuster wanted no one to know that he had been the one who poisoned him, he could accuse the Duke of Grades of being responsible for his death. Then he asked what Illuster thought of that proposal. Illuster had always regarded the first prince as a weak and pitiful opponent. He never imagined that someone like him, the head of an imperial family, could be so cunning and dangerous. And that was precisely why he accepted the deal. The prince even brought a sorcerer to seal the contract, ensuring that protection meant not only keeping his children alive, but also preserving their freedom. He clearly stated that locking them up under the pretense of protection would not fulfill the pact. Illuster replied that the contract would only last 10 years, but the prince said that would be enough time. During those years, they would grow stronger and form emotional bonds with him. He believed that Duke Illuster himself would eventually develop affection for those children, as they were kind, if he could say so himself. And at that moment, the one reading all of this was Dion, who began to laugh uncontrollably, hardly believing what he had just discovered. He couldn't imagine that this was what had really happened, that the feared and calculating Duke Illuster had protected the imperial family for 10 whole years. Finally, Dion had found what he had been searching for all along. At that moment, the members of the Phantom Assassin Knights recalled an old conversation with their captain. He had said that, unlike him, they all had a home to return to, a life waiting for them, and he asked them not to abuse the drug they used in combat. However, the others replied that the captain also had a life. He also had a place to return to. Even so, Dion could no longer clearly remember what was said that day. Later, Dan showed up and asked if Dion was already awake. He had gone to bed very late the night before, but still woke up early. Dan wanted to know if he had finished that game, and Dion replied yes. He only played it to kill boredom, so he finished it quickly. Dan was surprised, since the game was extremely complex, a strategy game based on chess, but with an absurd level of detail. He remembered Ed trying to explain the rules to both of them, and also recalled Din, who had gone a little crazy with so much information. Dan asked if at least that night Dion hadn't had nightmares. His face looked better. Dion said that, actually, he dreamed of something funny. Later, he asked if the plan was going well. Dan explained that ever since they sent the warning to the human world, the repression against their trade group had increased significantly. They were being watched all the time. Dion replied that this was what happened when they used his name to increase circulation. Still, Dan stated that they remained one of the largest trade groups in the region, and many people depended on them. Therefore, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. As for the amulet Dion had requested, they were already handling it with a shaman recommended by Butler, remember, whose ability was perfect for that kind of thing. Dion wondered what was up with that man, since he didn't seem like a real butler, something he had suspected for quite some time. During the commander's meeting, Dion explained that the Demon King's troops would now head directly to the Empire's capital by the shortest route, aiming to attack the Emperor before they could react. Idalia questioned whether the first target shouldn't be Illuster, and Dion confirmed that this was the initial idea, exactly to hold back the Duke. That's why they had chosen that route. But since the Revolutionary Army had gone into action, Illuster was no longer a problem. Even so, he might still have a few tricks up his sleeve. Lillinell commented that if the only issue was the Church of Salvation, then there was no need to worry. Since the last invasion, the Church had lost a lot of power. The king asked if that was really true, implying they were acting without his knowledge. Lillinell replied that everything was done for the good of the plan and swore she was telling the truth. The king said he didn't mind. He actually found it amusing. Dion thought that the Duke had lost much of his power. More importantly, now that he knew the emotional trigger of that bastard was the Emperor himself, he decided his revenge would begin with Edward's death. For that reason, Dan said there was no longer any reason to delay his return. Aya commented that everything was working only thanks to Master Dion, who could restructure the entire plan in the blink of an eye. The king agreed, saying that thanks to his supreme commander, each day brought a new surprise. Dion thought that the Demon King had probably already understood what his true goals were, but was pretending not to notice. The king then asked whether the Empire still maintained an alliance with the Mountain Kingdom. Dion replied that soon, that alliance would come to an end. Without Luich to mediate, only two extremely stubborn kings remained, and neither was willing to give in. Tensions rose with each meeting, with mutual provocations that would soon break the alliance. Dion knew it was just a matter of time. Isilda commented that was a good assessment, but they were heading down a path that would inevitably lead them through Castle Mansion, territory of Stigma, the second hero. Dion said that, indeed, encountering him would be a headache, so he suggested a small detour through Baron Miller's territory, also noting that he didn't want to fight his veteran. Idalia pointed out that the the territories were still very close, and if Stigma decided to help, they'd be in trouble. Dion agreed that could happen, so he decided to go personally to speak with him. Later, that's exactly what he did, barging into Stigma's room without ceremony. The hero responded by saying he didn't know whether Dion had gone mad or just lost all shame, because even now as an enemy of humanity, he still had the audacity to show up there. Dion explained that he only entered because Stigma had dismissed everyone, and that's how he knew it was a secret meeting set up by Dion. Stigma commented that it had been a long time since he'd seen Dion, and noted that he looked quite different. His posture had changed. Even his gaze was different. Dion said that it was all thanks to the veteran's teachings, and asked if he liked it. Stigma replied that he did, of course. As long as it was him, there was no way he could hate him. Then, he asked why Dion had taken such a risk to come there. Dion explained that the underworld troops would pass through Miller's territory on their way to the capital, and since it was nearby, he knew Stigma would receive orders to send reinforcements. However, he didn't want to fight against his veteran. Stigma said he felt the same, but if it were a direct order from the Emperor, he wouldn't have a choice. He also had his honor to preserve. Dion realized he couldn't count on that plan and knew he would need to find another solution. Before he left, Stigma asked if he had heard any news about the Loft Knights, since after Dion's disappearance, he had taken command of the Assassin Knights. He had sent the squad to Miller, but along the way, they vanished. At that moment, the High Knights were hunting the deserters through the forest, as they had abandoned the mission to follow Dion. Meanwhile, Dion was already returning to the demon realm. Stigma commented that he was truly lucky to have such loyal knights. Dion thought that the Assassin Knights were still part of the Empire, which was why he had been avoiding any contact. Even so, he couldn't understand why they were so insistent on following him, thinking they were just wasting their lives. Suddenly, he grabbed his communication crystal and ordered Dan to immediately go after the survivors of the Barbari tribe, because he knew that once the war began, Stigma would receive orders to send reinforcements. If they found a good reason to prevent that movement, the problem would be solved. The Barbari tribe had been almost wiped out during an invasion into Stigma's territory, so it was only a matter of provoking them in the right way. They must have been consumed by hatred. However, Dan said that before that, he needed to return to the castle. Something was happening there. When he arrived, he found total chaos. The Assassin Knight squad had shown up, demanding to speak with their master. Dion was completely confused, and when the knights spotted him, he thought he was completely doomed. They explained how it had all happened. They were trying to escape from Stigma's camp to go after their captain, but they got caught red-handed just as everyone was gathering. Stigma asked if that was really what they were saying, that they had fled his territory with pride and were still happy about it. He said that if they weren't part of an order of knights, he would have killed them all right there. He thought those soldiers were extremely troublesome. They were always picking fights with other knights, burning everything they saw, and destroying anything in their path. They never stopped causing problems. Stigma ordered everyone to shut up immediately. He said they were the first to make him this angry since he was a child, and claimed he wanted them all gone from his sight. Even so, he wondered what would become of his honor when he saw his own soldiers deserting. He then said that those knights were no longer under his command, so it didn't matter whether they vanished or died. They explained to Dion that it was at that moment they took advantage of the unit transfer to desert and escape. Dion found it impressive how well they could get on people's nerves, but asked about Liane, wanting to know why she wasn't with them. They said they hadn't been able to convince her to come, so they just left a note. When Liane read the message, she was absolutely furious. Even so, Dion said they had done a good job. He figured that, with how strict Liane was, she wouldn't be able to live in the demon realm. At that moment, he saw Silua and asked why the hell she was there, and not at the border. Silua explained that she needed to deliver a message to the Demon King, and along the way, encountered those interesting humans. Since they seemed to be Dion's subordinates and were fun, she decided to bring them to him. She confessed she had thought about killing them when she first saw them, but then realized their fighting style was identical to Dion's. The Assassin Knights found that impressive. After all, she was a commander. Dion ordered Silua to return to her post immediately and commanded the squad to follow him. The group asked him to calm down, wanting to talk first. Dion replied that he had just remembered the names of his daggers. One was called Talk and the other Calm. He asked if they were really sure they wanted to continue. Later, they were practically on their knees. Dion asked how they dared to challenge him like that without any fear, and if they wanted to die early. One of them answered that it was the only way to find their captain. He asked why he was there alone, while the others said they were also worried. Dion replied that it was nonsense because he didn't belong to them. It was the other way around. The group reacted like anime girls, saying they never thought they'd hear something like that from him, and commented that their baby had finally grown up. That was when Dion threw a talisman in one of their faces. He ordered them to put the talismans on immediately, one on each shoulder. He said they were items capable of equalizing their combat power with that of demons, and told them not to tell anyone. He stated that Dan had worked very hard to obtain those artifacts, so they shouldn't waste them. Dan confirmed, saying he had put a lot of effort effort into it. One of the talismans suppressed demon magic, while the other limited all of their abilities. Both affected all bearers within a radius of 3 meters. They explained that these items were once used by the companions of the original hero, the one who had defeated the Demon King the first time. Although they hadn't been useful for him since he was blessed, they were of great help to ordinary people. That's why they would be useful now as well. The group praised Dan, saying he was really good, but also asked why he had been the only one to show up. They called him a traitor, jokingly. Dion thought that he had always known he would give those items to them one day. He just didn't expect that day to come so soon. While they argued, Dion complained that everyone was being too loud and ordered anyone not taking part in the conversation to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Dion was beside a plant from the human realm, wondering why it still hadn't withered. Ran had given him that flower so he would remember the human realm, and he knew it had grown on the border between the two kingdoms. Even though he wasn't fond of flowers, this one held his attention in a special way. However, when he fell asleep, he was once again tormented by a nightmare. The countless lives he had taken resurfaced in his mind, and he knew that, regardless of his reasons, he was a sinner. The spirits of his victims questioned him, asking how he could sleep knowing that. Among all of them, the one that affected him the most was the spirit of his own brother. At the final moment of the dream, Dion hugged his brother and asked if he held any resentment. When he woke up, he thought there was no time for that. He wanted to finish his revenge quickly. As he left the room, he was visibly shaken, sweating heavily, which worried Ed, who asked where he was going and if he could come along. But Dion refused, saying Ed should stay and inform him if any new information came up. He himself would lead the demons in the attack on the human realm. Shortly after, the barbarian tribe did in fact attack. During the battle, Stigma killed another barbarian and remarked that they had been living hidden and in peace, wondering why they suddenly decided to attack. He suspected someone was funding it. The fallen barbarian recalled speaking to someone who had promised help. The leader of their caravan had a grudge against the hero Stigma and wanted revenge. The Den caravan had promised full support to the barbarians to show Stigma the price of messing with them. Even if it all ended with the barbarians' deaths, the goal was only to get revenge. Then Stigma asked if it had been the Den caravan that had promised help. That meant Dion Hart had planned everything, manipulating events to lure the barbarians there. The cleansing of the tribe had not been completed because of the war against the demon realm. Dion knew that, out of pride, Stigma would have to deal with it personally. He acknowledged that the barbarians had been used as bait and said the boy had a good memory. With that, Dion concluded that Stigma would no longer come to help. Now it was time to begin the real attack. Meanwhile, Marquise Abel in his tent was receiving reports. They were using the characteristics of the forest to slow the demons' advance, although they knew it would only delay the enemy. In fact, the troops were using the vegetation to shield themselves from attacks and intercept the demon's path. Dion realized this was harder than he had imagined. The troops were resisting better than expected. At that moment, he called out to Hien, who responded respectfully, and Dion found it strange to be addressed by name directly, as he wasn't used to demons treating him that way. On the other side, some human soldiers belittled the demons, saying they weren't a big deal, but right after, one of them was swallowed by a carnivorous plant. Since they were in an ordinary forest, the demons were using the environment against their enemies. Dion praised Hien's work, noting that now the enemies would no longer be able to hide. All that was left was to press on toward the walls. With this strategy, the demons managed to break in and eliminate everyone inside the fortress. The last survivor was the Baron himself, who had only tried to buy time. By the time he realized the demons' tactic, it was too late. He and his soldiers were completely surrounded. Dion ordered them all to be killed. In a final attempt, the Baron tried to appeal to the humanity still left in Dion, but his attempt failed. Later, with all enemies dead, Dion, now back at the Demon King's army base, reflected that more humans had escaped than he initially thought. He knew it wouldn't all end in one go. Sieges were always difficult, but he acknowledged that the results had been good. The enemies were scattered, which made it harder for them to organize a larger counterattack. When Dan returned, Dion immediately asked about the order he had given him. Dan confirmed that he managed to secure a promise after meeting with the King of Lewis. As long as they didn't interfere in his affairs, the king would allow the demons to cross peacefully into the Empire through the border with Tyron, a vassal state. Dion thought this was excellent, as that border would allow many troops to be sent directly from the demon realm. He requested to be connected with Eddie immediately. Once his vice commander received the message, he announced that he would leave for Lowfell without delay. Sometime later, the Viscount of Lowfell was shocked to learn that demons had invaded the territory. His butler tried to calm him down, explaining that the demons didn't seem to want to attack. But the Viscount reacted with disbelief, saying they were demons, and therefore, they needed to summon their soldiers immediately. Soon after, a messenger brought a letter from Lord Stigma, and upon reading it, the Viscount lost all hope. In the letter, Stigma wrote that the Viscount's message was amusing, but stated he would never help someone as shameful, disgusting, and defective as him. He said he hoped the next piece of news would be about his extinction, making it clear that no one would ever call him by his former name again. Stigma Lofel no longer existed. To him, it was all part of Dion's plan. Though he had been entertained until then, he felt that Dion was preparing something much bigger. Meanwhile, Nemesis observed that although few demonic troops had appeared, they didn't seem to be preparing for a direct assault. He suspected that the goal was to destabilize the Empire's forces. Eduardo agreed, but said that until they figured out how the demons had reached a borderless point, they would have to send troops to the noble families in the region. Otherwise, this could lead to internal conflict, something they wanted to avoid. The Emperor already expected much from Dion, but admitted he was an extremely frustrating enemy to face. Dion once said he didn't have the talent people claimed he did, and the Emperor knew that was true because Dion had far more than just talent. In another region, near one of the human fortresses, guards noticed a group approaching. They weren't demons. They were humans, friends and soldiers who had disappeared at the beginning of the war. The lord of the fortress was outraged to see demons using their own men as slaves, forcing them to build a structure in front of the walls while keeping them under strict watch. A commander reported that the construction was progressing rapidly and would soon reach the height of the walls. Another suggested rescuing their comrades, but the lord refused. He ordered everyone to continue defending the castle, and for all archers to ready their bows immediately. He said that if they fell there, many more would die. Their partners, children, and loved ones would be crushed and violated by the enemy. That land had to be protected at any cost, even if it meant shooting their own companions. Suddenly, a communication stone activated with a message. The voice was Dion's, who sarcastically said he didn't expect that from Amiable. The demonic stone was in the Lord's pocket, and Dion asked if Amiable would truly abandon his own subordinates who had fought for him. He called him cruel, saying that while he showed compassion for barbarians, he was merciless with his own men. He reminded him, wasn't he once considered fair and caring? Amiable, surprised, questioned who the traitor was to say such things, and said that even Dion, despite all his words, still had a good side. Though he pretended to be indifferent, it was clear how hard it was for him to stay sane while being forced to shoot his own soldiers. If he kept being provoked in that state, he would soon fall apart completely, destroying himself in the process. The solid trust that the people once had in him had been broken, and now all that remained was chaos. At that moment, all the soldiers lowered their bows, and even Dion admitted that it had been too much. They had been captured, so they had no choice. Besides being forced to kill their own comrades, they were stripped of their honor by being called traitors. It was shameful. Dion had no intention of giving Amiable any more time, and by the end of that night, he was already dead. Even so, Dion acknowledged that the man deserved his admiration. He fought better than expected, even with his spirit completely shattered. But it was only a matter of time. The Empire's reinforcements would not arrive, and he could not last much longer. And it was not just Amiable who fell, other places were also being attacked at that very moment. The Empire was then forced to divide its troops among the many invaded territories, exactly as Dion had planned. Fortunately, he had already sent some demons to Lofeld territory with Ed's help, which made their advance even easier. After lighting another cigarette, Dion concluded that there were no longer any obstacles between him and the capital. Later, the Emperor learned that the Miller barony had also fallen. Maebel had died fighting the demons, and even the Emperor himself was beginning to show signs of despair. Elphidius asked if His Majesty was having hallucinations again, but Eduardo replied that everything was fine, that there was no reason for alarm. He had only lost his appetite because of the constant smell of blood. Elphidius then said he would send him, along with Zara, some better quality meat. Right after that, Elphidius said he also had something to discuss with His Majesty and asked everyone else to leave. Only Elphidius and Alatea remained. Elphidius got straight to the point, saying he wanted to know clearly how the Emperor's body was and why he refused to see a doctor. Eduardo replied by asking if that meeting was just to annoy him. Alatea took the opportunity to ask something else. She said the Emperor had evacuated all Imperial citizens who were directly between Miller and the capital, including nobles and soldiers, sending them elsewhere. At that rate, it would not be long before Dion appeared, so she questioned why he had done that. Eduardo replied that it did not matter, because when the enemies reached the capital, it would already be completely empty. Soon he would move the Empire's seat to another location. He had been preparing it for a long time. It was not a beautiful or hopeful place, but a natural fortress that was extremely resistant. Supplies had already been transferred, and the place even allowed for cultivation, which would ensure survival even during a prolonged siege. Elphidius asked when the Emperor had started planning all that. Eduardo replied that it was from the moment Daon Hart turned against him. In fact, more precisely, from the day he disappeared. Meanwhile, Daon continued his journey and noticed that he had not encountered any resistance so far. He wondered who that man who had fled from the Emperor was and how he had managed to do it. He knew that this was, in quotes, the true Count Hart. The Count explained that this was the Hart territory, all that was left of it, and questioned why he would flee from something that belonged to him. He also wanted to know how Dion had entered the castle, since he was sure he had locked all the passages. Dion answered calmly, as he knew all the secret passages of the Hart territories and their neighboring lands. Dion said that no one should have known about those secret passages because only those of the direct bloodline were supposed to know them. He realized he knew them only because his father and Cruel had never cast him out. He had been the frail and sickly son, always present in lessons just listening. Back then, he believed they let him stay because he was too weak to be a threat. But in the end, that was not the reason. His father and Cruel truly trusted him. Thanks to that silent approval, Dion had learned everything he knew. At that moment, he was in good spirits and decided to spare that man, even though he knew he was a despicable person. He did not want to kill anyone else from his own family. He knew he was now very close to the capital and would soon reach his goal. Meanwhile, the Duke and Illister were attending an official meeting with the Emperor. Eduardo asked if those who had just returned were not satisfied with the current situation. He had not expected to be the one to convince those people. The Emperor had moved the capital without anyone's consent and withdrawn all troops from the path, leaving the capital completely exposed to the approaching demons. If the Duke said he was putting the Empire at risk, there would be no way to argue against it. However, Illister said he would not accuse him. He admitted that the Emperor was doing it for the good of the Empire. Eduardo was not sure what Illister was plotting, but thanked him for his help in resolving the crisis. Illister merely warned him not to make mistakes, as any slip-up would bring a storm of enemies eager to bring him down. Eduardo replied that he had no intention of showing his weak side ever again. He knew that the moment he felt he could no longer keep his composure, he would end everything with his own hands. Illister, however, pointed out that if the Emperor were to collapse, the Empire would plunge into chaos at the worst possible time. That's why they had to act before it was too late. Illister mentioned that he needed a favor from the Demon King to carry out his plan, but the king refused. He said it didn't matter if it was to withdraw troops or request a pause. He wouldn't listen to anything Illister had to say. He had more entertaining matters to deal with and already had an actor doing a great job on his stage. Illister said he didn't want to resort to that, but it seemed there was no other choice. Later, a figure approached the demon army carrying a communication crystal. He said he came from the Church of Redemption and handed it to Dion. Dion simply took the crystal and dismissed the messenger, already knowing it was a message from Duke Illister, who thanked him for the warm welcome. Dion replied that they didn't have the kind of relationship that allowed for friendly conversation, so he asked him to get to the point. The Duke asked how much of the truth Dion already knew. From his expression, it was clear he knew it had been the Duke who killed Cruel. Still, instead of going to kill him, Dion was heading straight for the capital, which confused Illister. He then asked if the Duke was referring to the fact that Dion had been thrown into the 8-year war because of him, or to the other truth, the one he kept trying to hide, the fact that Dion could use demon magic. Dion stated that humans could only use sorcery since magic was exclusive to demons. Even so, he had found traces of real magic at the Church of Redemption, although disguised as sorcery. Thanks to a talented sorceress, he was able to uncover the truth. When he told the Demon King about it, he asked how he would react. The king was vague, even when faced with something that would have enraged anyone else, and that helped Dion piece everything together. In other words, someone had been using magic within human territory, which could only happen with a direct or indirect connection to the Demon King. That person had to be someone with permission to use magic freely in that land, without fear of retaliation. Dion concluded that the Duke had always been under contract with the Demon King. Illister admitted that the deduction was correct. Dion explained that after his brother's death, he searched for all kinds of information. And of course, Illister had not escaped his investigation. He discovered a lot about what the Duke had been doing, but there was something odd. It was as if someone had been erasing the clues along the way. The only person with the power to tamper with information from the demon realm had always been, and would always be, the Demon King himself. Dion was now certain that the answer lay with him. There was, between the king and Illister, a contract. The Duke had always wanted more power. His goal was to climb the hierarchy until he could take the empire for himself. The Demon King, on the other hand, was just bored, looking for something amusing, and between the two of them stood Dion Hart. He had been the scapegoat of that contract. The perfect sacrifice. With his strange appearance and frail body, he was the ideal target to attract the attention of both. Dan was completely horrified upon hearing all of this, but Illister confirmed that Dion had hit the mark. He said it was impressive. Yes, Dion had merely had the bad luck of drawing attention. There was no grand reason. It was just a joke, and Dion had been the sacrifice all along. Dan wondered if they had really bet on the life of a child. How could someone be so cruel? Dion, however, thanked him for the explanation, but he wasn't shaken at all. He didn't feel shocked or even consider changing course. purpose. If Illuster thought he would run to the Demon King or divert his troops to attack Illuster's territory, he was completely mistaken. Dion's focus was to destroy the Empire. His revenge against the Demon King would come only after his revenge against the Duke. He already knew what Illuster's weakness was, so there was no chance of turning back. But the Duke said it was a shame and asked if Dion didn't want to stop by and retrieve his brother's head. He sarcastically commented that it was being well preserved. Suddenly, all the soldiers began to question why their route had changed. Some said the commander had redirected them to the Duke's territory, even though they were already near the capital. Dan spoke with his master, saying he knew how furious he was, but asked if he wasn't tired of all the running. Dion was only thinking that he had to get there as quickly as possible. He knew that Cruel's head hadn't decomposed yet, because Illuster had used preservation magic on it. That deeply disturbed him. He moved ahead, leaving the army behind, because he knew that if he arrived too late, he would never see his brother again. Dion silently apologized to Cruel, saying that even after dying because of him, he still couldn't rest in peace. Meanwhile, Illuster commented that it had really been worth saving Mana to preserve that head. Mocking, he asked Cruel how he was feeling now that he'd soon see his little brother. He then reflected to himself, wondering why there were so many regretful people in the world. He said he couldn't understand the value people placed on family. He couldn't comprehend what made it so important that they were willing to risk their lives for it. To him, it was incomprehensible. He told Cruel not to feel wronged, since he had tormented him plenty while he was alive. It only seemed fair that, in death, he finally served some purpose. Later, Dion was invading Illuster's territory, and Dan asked if he was really going there personally. The gates were wide open, and there were no signs of soldiers, which clearly indicated a trap. Even so, Dion said he had to go. He wondered if Dan remembered that old woman from the village who said he would be the embodiment of chaos. That hadn't been nonsense. Fate was making him hate everything and everyone. Dan knew his master was completely exhausted, and yet he understood perfectly. Dion had no choice but to keep going forward. So Dan asked why. If that was the case, he didn't show a hatred greater than anything the world could expect. A hatred so massive, so absurd that it would surpass fate itself. A hatred capable of swallowing the whole world. Dion simply said he would remember that. Dan now understood why his master kept so much distance from demons, and he was beginning to believe he should also be careful not to get too close. At last, they reached the final room of Illuster's territory, where there was a box encrusted with diamonds and adorned with gold. Dan could smell the blood coming from it. When he finally opened the box, he was in shock. Inside was indeed his brother's head. Not only had his brother died because of him, now he was left in such a pitiful state. Dan wondered why he had ever saved someone like himself. But with the communication crystal in hand, he asked the Duke where the rest of the body was. Illuster, who was already fleeing, replied that, unfortunately, only the head remained. The body had disappeared. As a parting gift, he was giving the head away, since once Dion died, it would be useless. He said this was goodbye. It was then, too late, that Dion noticed the dynamite placed beside him. A large explosion occurred, and the Duke's soldiers emerged from all sides to begin the ambush. Dan had known from the beginning it was a trap. Dion wondered when exactly everything started to go wrong. He questioned if it was the fault of the indifferent emperor, of the damned Duke who started it all, or the Demon King who treated him like a toy, as if it were amusing to watch his suffering. If he had rejected the Duke's contract at the beginning, maybe none of this would have happened. He reflected that, being just a child tossed around by cruel people, he had committed a great sin, and now it made no difference if he died. Still, he would never forgive any of those bastards. In this world, there were two extremes: the hero, who fought for the Empire and for humanity, and the Demon King, ruler of the demon realm, and considered the most powerful being in the world. No hero had ever defeated him. But why? Why was he always one step ahead? Maybe because the will of those who tried to kill him was too weak. They were chosen as heroes only because the people begged for it, but none of them had a true motivation. On the other hand, the scapegoat of the bet between the Demon King and the Duke, the human thrown into a cruel world, was different. Dion was that perfect child, the hope, and because of that, he couldn't die. The world had given him the greatest blessing it could, but he still lacked a true reason to seek vengeance against the Demon King. Now the conditions were complete. A beam of light split the skies, marking the birth of a hero. Thea could barely believe a hero had actually appeared. Eduardo wondered who this new hero could be. At the same time, the Demon King noticed the hero's birth and realized that the tracker he had placed on Dion had vanished. That only made him more excited, since ordinary magic really didn't work on a hero's body. He recognized that Dion had finally become one. At that moment, Dion was in a completely dark space, probably his own subconscious. There, he met the former hero, his friend. The hero explained that perhaps because of his strong desire to save him that day, part of his consciousness had remained trapped inside Dion's body. His His last wish before dying had been for them to protect Dion Hart. He explained that this was Dion's mental world, and due to the loss of consciousness in the explosion, he had finally been able to call him in for a conversation. He had been watching him all this time. The hero said it had never been his intention to interfere, but seeing Dion's life unfold in that way, he realized that his selfish wish to keep him alive had become a burden. Still, there were people who sincerely wanted him to live. Dion was far more loved than he imagined. Dion disagreed, saying that if the hero had really seen his life, he wouldn't say such a thing. The hero replied that he had met people who wished Dion would live freely, not trapped or chained. People who wanted him to live the way he wanted. Dion remembered his family, but questioned why someone like him, who wasn't even supposed to be alive, was still there. The hero answered that even without his wish, Dion would have survived, and his real body was probably already recovering. Whether he liked it or not, this was the will of the world. The world had chosen him as a hero. The hero then admitted his time was up, and this would be his final farewell. Now, Dion had by his side a loyal knight, someone willing to protect him even if it cost his own life. With that, he could finally rest in peace. After the flash of light, Dion rose, scorched but alive. Even after the explosion, he had awakened as a hero. Meanwhile, down below, a bloody battle raged on. The few demons in the squad were killing Duke Illister's knights. Then Dion finally returned with the box. Ben rushed past everyone, knocking down the knights, saying he was there and asking if Dion was all right. Ben finally found Dion and said the necklace wouldn't stop beeping, so he came after him. However, as soon as he saw him up close, he realized Dion looked different. He thought Dion had already been handsome before, but now he looked dazzling. He could tell Dion had truly awakened as a hero, something expected from someone like him. Dion handed the box to Ben, asking him to protect it with his life, and then left to finish eliminating Duke Illister's soldiers. He was now faster, stronger, overflowing with power. His breathing was steady. His body no longer seemed sick, and everything felt easier and lighter. His body responded perfectly, as if just thinking was enough to move. He massacred all the soldiers effortlessly, and the few who tried to run were hunted down without mercy. Dion knew he really was the hero now, and he wouldn't let anyone escape. After defeating all the enemies, the surrounding demons were amazed by the power they had witnessed. It was a devastating massacre. Dan thought Dion had already been incredibly strong and fast before, but now, with the hero's power, he was on a completely different level. But Dion felt disgusted. He thought it was revolting. He felt like just another piece on the world's board, being moved by divine will. Ben asked if he was okay. When Dion touched the box, he remembered the hero's words. The hero could now rest in peace because Dion was safe, all because he had by his side a loyal knight, someone who protected him even at the cost of his own life. Dion wondered if Cruel was still watching over him, if he still wanted to see him happy and free from chains. Then he told Dan to take the box back and move ahead toward the Demon Kingdom. Dion thought that, unfortunately, he couldn't walk a path free of chains. He wasn't capable of abandoning his revenge. Dan replied not to worry, he would protect the box well. Dion thought that was good, but reflected that, in the end, he was still just a human, with no choice but to follow the will of the world. But Dan said he could show the world a hatred no one expected. He wasn't a puppet. He wouldn't do what fate demanded. He would cut the strings controlling him and become a disaster so colossal that even the world itself would fear him. When Duke Illister found out that Dion was alive and heading to the capital, he became desperate. He thought that bastard simply never gave up. He remembered hearing the explosion through the communicator and believed it was impossible for Dion to have survived. Dion Hart's arrival was now only a matter of time. The Revolutionary Army even tried to hold him off, but they wouldn't last long. The Duke reflected that, at least with Cruel's head, he had bought himself some time, and the mercenaries he had hired would be arriving soon. It was then explained that despite the rise and fall of many kingdoms, one had remained standing. It was the oldest of all, marked by unique traits like silver-streaked hair and eyes. This was the kingdom of Esperanas, a country of mercenaries where even children showed aggressive instincts. Even so, it was a completely neutral nation that had never officially accepted troop requests from other countries. But Duke Illister had begged for help, seeking mercenaries to defend his empire. Remember, a high-ranking butler and former enemy of Dion Hart remarked that kneeling before an old man like him, even for a duke, could cause problems. However, Duke Illister replied that it didn't matter. He needed his help as an intermediary for Esperanas. Because of his high position, Remember had enough authority to accept the request. Even so, he complained that it would completely unravel him. Duke Illister knew he wouldn't do it for anyone. It was all calculated. He would never humble himself unless absolutely necessary. Even if he had to lie, he would protect the empire, abandoning everything without a second thought. That was how Duke Illister got his mercenaries. However, Shylin appeared and asked if he really needed needed to go. She had a terrible feeling. The Duke thanked her for the concern but said there was something he had to do and asked if she understood. Shailin thought he was cruel. She knew she wouldn't be able to stop him this time. When Duke Illuster left, Shailin thought that maybe if it had been a direct order from the Emperor, he might have stayed. She wondered if someone like him, who used others without caring about the consequences, could even realize that he too was being driven by his own emotions. Shailin seriously doubted he was capable of admitting it. Meanwhile, in the Empire, Eduardo officially declared the annulment of the alliance with the Empire of S and said they should not worry about the Empire's next moves. After shutting off the communication device, Elphidius asked if he was sure that breaking the alliance was the right decision. Eduardo responded by asking why the two of them were still there, and Oele commented that as long as His Majesty remained, they had no way to leave without it looking like betrayal. Eduardo then allowed them to leave immediately for the capital, although Fides considered that decision stubborn. Next, Eduardo called Nemesis and ordered him to escort the two to the new capital. He stated that it was a direct order. The old empire would remain under his responsibility, but their mission was to protect the new empire. Nemesis confirmed and said he would take them as fast as possible, but would return right after to protect him. However, Eduardo said he must not return. The princes then realized this had been the plan from the beginning and wondered if he really intended to stay and die there. Eduardo drew his sword and confirmed that he did. He had to remain until the end. He was the empire itself, not just the emperor. Running away was never an option. Eduardo rose from the throne and declared that he had no interest in leading an empty nation, nor did he want to be remembered as a coward emperor who fled and abandoned his people. He didn't want to be the last emperor of a fallen nation, nor disappear from history without even a single line written about him. That was why he decided to stay. Letette said she already knew that, but asked what they would do without him. At that moment, Eduardo handed his cape to Alatea and his crown to Elphidius. As he looked at them, the emperor wondered what it truly meant to be an emperor, as he had yet to find that answer. He thought that perhaps those brilliant children, who reminded him so much of his brother, might be the ones to find the true answer. He asked them to consider the empire's survival as if he were still alive. They had to move forward with their heads held high. The time had come for him to step down, and he knew it was the natural flow of things. It was neither strange nor sad. As long as the empire continued to exist, the name of Emperor Eduardo would sit atop the royal family tree and be remembered for a long time. Later, Eduardo was alone. Everything was far too quiet. He wondered why Line hadn't left yet. He was informed that she had made one last request. She wanted to stay and see Dion Hart in person. Eduardo acknowledged that, knowing Line well, even if he issued a royal decree, she would disobey it and go after Dion anyway. So he allowed her to do as she pleased. Meanwhile, Ben was helping Dion get ready, trying to make him presentable for the meeting with the Emperor. Dion, however, commented that everything would be destroyed during the fight anyway. Even so, Ben noticed he had even more injuries. Dion explained that upon becoming the hero, his body had completely healed, but he already had so many scars that a few more wouldn't make any difference. Ben, however, said that scars were memories, and that wounds caused by dark thoughts should remain only in the mind. He asked him not to add any more scars to his body. Dion thought he was exaggerating, until he heard a familiar voice. Line appeared before him, stating that as a knight in his service, she was there to stop him from walking the wrong path. She asked him to stop. Dion ordered everyone to step back immediately and said that by now, Line probably hated him. He asked why she still called him master. Line replied that knights never hate their masters. If he turned back now, she still would not hate him. Hatred was something she simply could not feel for him. Dion asked him to step aside, because now that he had become a hero, no one could defeat him there. But Line said that if he wanted to cross those doors, she would stop him, even if it meant dying. Dion thought that in the end, it was he who broke the oath. He had sworn to be worthy of her loyalty. Line's resolve was firmer than stone. Trying to convince her now would be a sign of disrespect toward that determination. Dion thought he hated her chivalrous righteousness, but now realized he hated even more the fact that her righteousness prevented her from acting like a coward, even when everyone believed retreating would be the natural thing to do. He wondered why she still hadn't attacked him. The battle was completely one-sided. Dion could land several blows on Line while she couldn't even scratch him. Ben thought it was no surprise, since it was obvious that a human couldn't stand a chance against Dion. The difference in power between them was overwhelming. He was on a completely different level. Even so, Dion seemed tired. He thought everything felt too easy and that life had never been fair to him. But why, now that he had become the hero, did he have to trample over someone's effort like that? On the other hand, if he held back, he would only be disrespecting Line. She had prepared herself for that moment, so he couldn't treat her chivalry with disdain. He had to fight seriously and give it his all. Dion's final blow landed squarely, striking her chest and disarming her. On the ground, Line admitted that he truly was very strong. Dion said she shouldn't have come, but she disagreed. She did not regret having served her master and asked him not to regret anything either. In the final moment, he only apologized before the rain of blood. Dion thought it was already too late to follow Line's advice because he already regretted everything, and there was no way to stop anymore. When he finally appeared before His Majesty, Dion commented that it had been a long time. Eduardo agreed, acknowledging that Dion had become the hero. Dion asked if he regretted what he had done. Eduardo reflected on what exactly he should regret. Not stopping the first prince from killing all his siblings over a misunderstanding? Starting a war of conquest to try to revive the nation? Abandoning Hart and his own family to turn Dion into a weapon? Or perhaps for not having any excuses to offer once Dion discovered the whole truth? Eduardo had always known that spending a life on the throne was like living with a rope around the neck. He had used himself and others as pieces in his plan to restore the empire. He said that no matter what Dion was talking about, it had all been his choice. There was no regret. It was precisely because of those decisions that he had come this far. Even facing the hero, Eduardo did not hesitate. He suddenly lunged, catching Dion off guard. The strike was swift and incredibly strong, throwing Dion back. Dion thought that even after becoming the hero, Eduardo's blow was incredibly heavy. No wonder he had once been the strongest hero in history. Still, Dion was powerful now too. The mere clash of their blades created a crater in the throne room. Eduardo realized Dion's speed and strength were absurd. If his technique had improved at the same rate, Eduardo would have already lost. However, he noted that Dion still hadn't let go of old habits. As a hero, he no longer needed to fight, as if his body had limits. His unpredictable attacks were still useful, but they interfered with his next moves. Eduardo said he needed precision, lightness, and power. He needed to abandon that impulsive way of attacking like a beast. Throwing himself into the fire only made the enemy's job easier. Even while trying to dodge, Dion was grazed on the face. He said he was only imitating His Majesty's moves, but wanted to know what went through his head to justify all of this. Eduardo replied that it was merely a whim. He thought that this fight was his way of redeeming himself with Dion, a kind of path toward forgiveness. Even if it was just a selfish apology, Eduardo could see that Dion was improving quickly. That boy learned fast. Everything the Emperor had taught, Dion absorbed and turned into his own style at impressive speed. It was hard to say if he had always been this talented or if it was the hero's power accelerating his growth. Dion then said he would show something in return, a strike that had kept him alive in that hell until now. Eduardo knew that with those hallucinations, his own technique was starting to slip, yet for some reason, his heart felt at peace during that battle. Meanwhile, Nemesis was escaping with the princes and the Chancellor. The palace was practically collapsing from the ongoing fight. At the exit, they were confronted by Duke Illister, who said they had entered through the back because the Demon King's army was blocking the main entrance. He said he would lead them to a safe place. However, Nemesis immediately ordered him to step back and demanded to know why the Duke wanted to escort them. Illister responded that he wasn't there to harm anyone and said he had also brought bodyguards. Elphidius found it strange, but one of the escorts introduced himself as one of the mercenaries from Esperanus, saying they had been hired to protect the group until they reached the new capital. Illister stated that he also didn't want to see the empire collapse like that. He claimed that, in politics, there are no eternal enemies or allies, and that this time, he came to help His Majesty. Then he used magic, which made the princes suspicious. They believed it was sorcery, and Elphidius didn't know how much he could trust him, but he was certain that Illister was not on Dion Hart's side. Illister then asked where the Emperor was. Elphidius replied that he remained alone in the palace. The Duke was shocked, realizing that Eduardo had truly decided to face everything alone in a crumbling castle. He thought that in the end, the foolish Emperor had really chosen to die there. He said he would go after him and ordered the mercenaries to leave immediately with the others. Before departing, Elphidius handed him a map containing all the secret passages of the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, the battle between Eduardo and Dion intensified. The Emperor could no longer keep up with the speed of the blows. Dion was using the technique that had kept him alive all those years. The Emperor noticed he was getting faster and recalled that he had once wondered how that boy with such a weak body could kill so many opponents. Now he finally knew the answer. Dion said it would only become harder to fight him, because even though that technique had once destroyed his body, now he was the hero. The next blow was decisive. Eduardo's body collapsed to the ground, completely bloodied and without his sword. The defeated Emperor admitted he couldn't win. Earlier, Dion had asked if he regretted what he had done, and now he finally answered. He said he never had the courage to look back, because if he started regretting one thing, he would never be able to stop. He stated that it wasn't just Dion who ignored the past, but that he, as Emperor, had also never felt regret. However, in the final moment of his life, Duke Illuster appeared, but it was already too late. Eduardo had left that world. Illuster Illuster reflected that Eduardo was someone he had been forced to protect due to a deal made with the first prince. The emperor had always been a thorn in his side, an inconvenient variable. Razor had said that when he couldn't take it anymore, he should pass all responsibilities to him. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have stripped him of the power of the emperor by force. In the end, he died without handing over the empire. It was irritating. Dion asked if that was really the Duke's reaction after losing the most precious person in the empire. He thought the Duke was weaker than he imagined. He said he should have decapitated Eduardo and placed his head inside a box. He asked what the Duke thought of that. Illuster replied that trying to provoke him was useless. He stated that he had merely paid his final respects to the emperor and that the only thing he valued was the empire. Then he attacked Dion directly with magic. Illuster asked if Dion really thought he knew him. Then he clearly realized that Dion had truly become a hero. He said that if Dion had died 8 years ago, he, the emperor, and the entire Hart family would still be alive and happy. He claimed that if it weren't for Dion, the human realm would never have been destroyed, and no innocent citizen would have died. According to him, all that misery was Dion's fault. However, Dion cut off the Duke's hand so he could no longer use magic against him. He stabbed a dagger straight into his chest and declared that cheap provocations wouldn't work. He said that, thanks to a certain person, his mind could no longer be crushed so easily. Finally, he asked why Illuster had done all that to him, demanding at least one moment of honesty before death. There really was a strong reason behind that contract with the Demon King. Illuster asked if Dion expected a justification, perhaps a sad story, but said that no matter how many times he asked, the answer would always be the same. Dion had just been unlucky to catch his attention. The contract with the Red Demon was simply an opportunity to gain more power, a stepping stone to climb higher. Dion kicked the wall in rage, spitting up even more blood. He remembered being dragged onto the battlefield exactly 1 month before his birthday, the same day his brother Cruel had died, 1 month before. He said Illuster really was a bastard. As Duke Illuster laughed in the face of death, he said they were both fools alike. But Dion was not willing to let him die in peace. He began stabbing the Duke's body, wishing for him to regret it down to his bones again and again before dying in agony. Even torn apart, Illuster still wore a smile on his face. He said he regretted nothing, and thought that Dion should live with the discomfort of knowing he died without regrets. Then he cast a final curse using the last trace of magical power, cursing Dion's body. Dion simply responded that if he wouldn't die in peace, then so be it, and finished him off for good. After killing the two most powerful men, the Emperor and Duke Illuster, neither of whom showed any remorse in their final moments, Dion thought they were all talents that only managed to put him in a bad mood. Then, one last person appeared, saying he had arrived too late. Upon hearing that the Demon King's army had already reached the capital, he rushed there, but never imagined he would witness such a scene. It was Stigma. Dion wondered what he was doing there and wanted to know if he had already dealt with the Barbary tribe. Stigma confirmed, saying he had wiped them all out thanks to Dion's help, but didn't expect him to kill the Emperor in the meantime. Not even he, Stigma, could defeat the Emperor in a duel. Dion asked if Stigma was also his enemy, but he approached holding a dagger and reminded him of the advice he had once given. All he needed was overwhelming power. The rest he already had. He congratulated Dion for attaining that power and stated he had no intention of fighting him there. He was just sad that now there was no longer an emperor to acknowledge his honor. That didn't mean he wanted to fight and die for nothing. Since things had reached that point, Stigma said he would do what he had been postponing for a long time. After all, Dion had his own matters to deal with too. Dion admitted it made sense. Stigma always cared more about his personal honor than loyalty to the emperor. After confirming the situation, Stigma announced he would leave and warned that bombs had been planted in the castle. Dion should get out. In the final moment, Dion asked if he would ever see him again. Stigma replied that if Dion didn't stop what he was doing, they would certainly meet again, but next time they wouldn't be able to speak peacefully as they had now. When they met again, they would be enemies. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, soldiers were talking about the commander of the Zeroth Platoon, who had killed the emperor and conquered the strongest nation of the human realm. Many thought it was incredible, but they were puzzled by how quiet the castle was. They asked why no one was celebrating. The answer was simple. Lord Dion had ordered silence. There was no choice. Some wondered how powerful he had become. It was already impressive, but at this rate, Dion might not even need his own platoon anymore. At the same time, Eddie was reflecting on the constant cheerfulness in the Demon King's castle, even 2 weeks after the events. That made sense, since Dion's conquests were remarkable. But there was another reason behind the euphoria. The commander of the Zeroth Platoon had awakened as the hero. It was the first time the Demon King and the hero stood side by side, but by that moment, the topic of conversation in the cities had already changed a lot. Meanwhile, Dion was receiving a report report from Devilania, who informed him that they had recovered the emperor's corpse and held a grand funeral in the new capital. All the achievements of the former ruler's life were listed, emphasizing the sacrifice he made in the end, being praised as a respected and great emperor. Although there was no separate ceremony, Elphidius, the crown prince, had been crowned as the new emperor. Daeon recalled the moments he had shared with the two. Maybe they hadn't been so bad, but now everything was already decided. Devilania explained that after the capital's fall, the revolutionary army remained silent for a while, which seemed connected to their improved standing among humans. In contrast, the Church of Redemption collapsed after the Duke's death. A woman who had served the Duke entered the palace in secret. She remained there for a long time and was believed to be searching for her former master's body. Shortly after, she completely disappeared from the Empire. At that moment, Daeon said that it was enough and allowed Devilania to leave. However, he thought that ever since he returned to the demon realm, he had been having the same dream repeatedly. In it, Cruel embraced him, crying in the middle of an ocean of blood. Despite his changed appearance, it wasn't a malevolent spirit. Without a doubt, it was Cruel's own words, as if he were trying to protect him one last time, but all Daeon could do was mentally beg him to stop. He felt he might suffocate from the guilt. After that, he began to see pools of blood not only in dreams, but also in reality. He wondered if that was the curse the Duke had left on him. Though he didn't care about nightmares or hallucinations, it was hard to deal with a brother he couldn't truly hate. Deep down, he wished Cruel would hate him. Meanwhile, Cletter and the other assassin knights were in shock because Durnovan had unexpectedly appeared with a baby in his arms, asking them to save the child. Durnovan said he had tried feeding him meat, fruit, bread, and all kinds of food, but the baby vomited everything. The knights explained that it was obvious. A baby can only drink milk. Durnovan understood, but still asked if they could save him. Cletter found his tone strange, as if he wasn't truly concerned for the child's well-being. It was probably all out of guilt. He admitted he wasn't sure, but if there was anything they could try, he would try. The woman accompanying Durnovan said that if they cared for the baby, they could repay the favor, but Cletter replied that it wasn't necessary. What mattered was taking good care of the boy, or rather taking good care of Daeon, the commander of the Zeroth platoon. However, Durnovan thought the situation was out of control. If the Demon King found out about the baby, both he and the woman would be in danger. He thought he needed to kill him, but the woman stopped him, saying they would repay Lord Daeon, as she knew Durnovan was apathetic and a loyal follower to the end. At that moment, Daeon appeared and overheard part of the conversation. He asked what they meant by repayment and what they were talking about. Upon seeing the baby, he asked if Cletter was the father and whether he had had a child. Cletter, unfazed, said he liked how Daeon showed no prejudice, but clarified that no, the baby wasn't his. Daeon then demanded a full explanation from the commander of the 5th Battalion. Sometime before that, Daeon had been lying down until Dan woke him up, asking how long he planned to stay like that. The Empire was reorganizing its forces and preparing to advance again, while he remained inactive. Dan asked if Daeon was satisfied. Daeon replied that he wasn't. He was just waiting for the right moment. Shortly after, Daeon was informed that the Demon King had summoned him for a meeting. Dan asked if that was the moment he had been waiting for, and Daeon confirmed it. He had been waiting for the Demon King to act upon learning of his idol state. On the way to the meeting, he ended up stumbling into that complicated situation. He thought it wasn't even funny. He wanted to know why they were dumping that kind of responsibility on his men. OL tried to answer, but was too nervous to speak, so Durnovan stepped forward and apologized. Daeon said he didn't care about what they had done. He cared about why they involved his men in such a dangerous situation. He wanted to know if the Demon King was aware that it was a human baby. Bringing a human into the castle without permission was grounds for execution for everyone involved. He ordered them to take the baby away while he was still being kind, but Cletter himself stopped him from taking the child. Dino suggested they just hand over the baby, but Cletter asked if they couldn't at least try to save him. They were willing to try, even if just for a day, and if it didn't work, they would give up. He said he felt bad for the little one. Daeon commented that, for assassin knights, they were acting pretty soft, but warned that everyone present needed to understand that this would be his final mercy. He didn't care whether they chose to keep the human or not, but they were not to drag his men into this kind of situation again. Durnovan and OL thanked him for his generosity, and Daeon left, telling them to handle it properly. Right after, Cletter commented, the boss was really pissed off, but another knight said it was anger out of concern. One of them said his tears were even blurring his vision. Milan asked if the others had noticed that he had called them his men. That touched everyone. OL said they weren't afraid of Lord Daeon, and Durnovan added that the bond they shared was a little strange. Then suddenly, Trover appeared and caught the entire scene. Later, Daeon was on his way to the meeting with the Demon King, reflecting on his decision. He thought that he would make the world regret having chosen him, because now he had discovered and accepted the truth. The world believed he had already achieved part of his goals, which Daeon found almost amusing. After everything he he had faced in the demon realm, he had finally decided to kill the Demon King. He intended to set the entire world on fire, while the divine will would be forced to watch the disaster it had created. The Demon King, with the tea already served, commented that he was late and said it might be because he had become a hero, which made him harder to find. Dion replied that he had to deal with an urgent matter. The king remarked that he had heard he had been lying in bed all day and asked what kind of urgency that was. He said he was just concerned, since he had heard that Dion had killed the two humans he cared about. He wondered how he could reignite the hero's will once more. The king knew very well that Dion had absorbed 9 parts of his mana before being reborn as a hero. He had already heard the prophecy announcing the rise of a new hero, one far more dangerous than any before. Still, the king also knew that Dion was the only one capable of telling him what he needed to know. Now, after killing the Emperor, Dion's blade was pointed directly at the Demon King's neck, and they both knew it. Dion stated that he would conquer the human realm and said the king didn't need to worry about it. The king, in turn, thought that he had no particular interest in the domination of the human realm, but admitted that it was a perfect stage to test and refine Dion. In return, he made a request. He wanted preservation magic to be used on a box brought from the human realm. The king commented that he had already noticed something different about Dion, and now he knew the reason. He said that, in the end, Dion had become a cunning fox. Dion knew that the Demon King was known as the strongest of all. Even with his reputation of having infinite mana, he had recently used a large amount of it to save him. Curious, Dion asked Lilynell directly, who replied that it was a secret. Dion, however, said he needed to know it for his world destruction plans and asked if she could tell him. She explained that, even for him, permission was still required. That's when Dion kissed her hands and promised not to tell anyone. Lilynell said he was very wicked, but ended up revealing that, currently, the Demon King had almost the same amount of mana as she did. Dion knew that Lilynell still had a large amount of mana. The fact that his own mana, even almost depleted, was comparable to that of one of the commanders indicated that he carried massive power. That was problematic, and that's why he needed the king to keep spending his mana constantly. Dion mentioned that he heard rumors about the Empire receiving support from the mercenaries of Esperanus, so he made an offer. If the king accepted his request, he would eliminate all the mercenaries or make them retreat within a month. The king acknowledged his effort and accepted the proposal, as he was having fun, and as long as that continued, he would obey everything Dion said. However, the king made it clear that if the plan failed, he would unleash the spell. Dion agreed. When the meeting ended and Dion was about to leave, the king commented that upon returning, he would teach him how to play the piano, as he believed it was essential to have moments of rest in such a sad and painful reality, even if only small ones. But Dion also hadn't forgotten that the one he most wanted to kill was still alive. It was then revealed that, long ago, death itself in a certain world had said that no one should commit sins, for after death, the soul would be crushed under the weight of everything done in life. The one singing a song about that was Remember, until Dion appeared and remarked that the song was quite old. Remember replied that it had been a long time since he last saw his lord. Dion wanted to know why he was so close to the border with the demon realm, and Remember explained that walking was the pastime of an old man like him, someone who preferred to stay away from war. Dion reflected and realized it was the first time he had seen Remember since he took him to the Duchy of Rot. After finding him lost in Navaska, following his encounter with the former emperor, Remember led him to the Hart family estate. A few days later, he left with Dan, so there had been no reason to meet again. Still, Remember commented that he had been worried about Lord Hart, and Dion found it strange, as he never called him Lord. Maybe it was better not to call him that anymore. Dion then asked if he had been the one to lend the mercenaries to the Empire, and if he could understand that as Esperanus taking sides against the demon realm. Remember denied it, saying that Esperanus had always maintained neutrality, functioning like a sword, and no one gets angry at a weapon. He explained that he had only acted as a mediator for someone who had bet everything, and asked him to send mercenaries to the crown prince and the princess. Dion then questioned whether Duke Illister had really gone that far, and wanted to know how long the deployment of the mercenaries would last. Remember replied that, for now, it would be a few months, but it could be extended. Dion asked if, by paying more, it would be possible to send mercenaries to the demon realm as well. Remember admitted that it would be difficult, but Dion provoked him, saying that if Esperanus was a sword, its owner shouldn't care. This was the moment they were closest to conquering the true capital, but the new emperor had allied with the Empire and even received mercenaries from Esperanus, and Dion would not let that slide. He placed a knife to Remember's neck to force the hidden guards to reveal themselves. He already knew there were hidden protectors there. So far, just 4. Even with the agreement broken, he would be able to kill them. Remember then reminded him that he had been taking care of Cruel's body. Daeon replied that he heard the headless corpse had been taken by someone, and now realized it had been Remember all along. Remember explained that he had kept the body near the border between the demon realm and the human realm, so Daeon could see it when he passed by. Daeon could hardly believe he had been so close this whole time. He would finally have the chance to see Cruel one last time. Remember said he had also set up a barrier to protect the grave, so there was no reason to worry. Cruel was a man who sacrificed everything for one person, and this was his way of showing respect. Before them now was Cruel's sword. On the day his life ended, that was the last thing he held. The one who lived an unhappy life because of him, who protected him throughout his entire existence and died for his sake, was Cruel. Even God himself had apologized, and apologized a lot. If not for him, Cruel would never have died that way. Remember approached with a stone for the grave and said that no one but the one who was protected to the bitter end should write on it. He added that maybe an old man like him wasn't the best one for the task. What Daeon really wanted was to find Remember, so he would tell him about Cruel's grave, and asked that while writing, he also restore the body, since he had brought the head. That way, Cruel could finally rest completely. Daeon then noticed a flower on the grave. Remember explained that no matter how many times he removed it, it always bloomed again in the same place. And since it was so beautiful, he decided to leave it there. Daeon remembered that flower. It was the one that grew near the border between the two realms, the same one Rinha had given him as a gift, a flower that never died. In his dreams, the hero told him that even if that was the final goodbye, Daeon still had a loyal knight by his side, a man who would protect him even if it meant his own death. Daeon knew that man had always been Cruel. He thought Cruel should have rested when he died, and that's why he never had nightmares in rooms where that flower was present. Even after death, his brother continued protecting him. Daeon then said that as long as they didn't interfere again, he would leave Esperanus alone. It was merely a form of repayment. Remember responded that even if this were the last case, Esperanus would no longer interfere in the war either. Daeon commented that when he was younger, Cruel used to read cultural books aloud near him. At the time, he didn't understand why he read so loudly, but it ended up helping him as he struggled with reading. So, he wrote on the grave a quote from the first book his brother ever read to him. Remember said Cruel would have been happy with that. Daeon decided he wouldn't ask why Cruel had saved him, because he believed he had only been a burden to the family. He was a useless son who had killed his parents and siblings without recognizing their kindness. He also wouldn't ask why Cruel didn't just kill him from the start. Doing so would mean denying both his life and his death. Daeon wanted to live free of regrets, exactly as Cruel had wished. He said that Cruel could rest until the day they met again. For now, he would go on with his life. He wished him to rest in peace. The quote written on the tombstone was, "Don't worry, since I will endure the good and the bad by your side." Remember replied that, as promised, he would remove the protective and anti-degradation talismans within a month. Daeon sincerely thanked him, knowing that might be the last time they would ever meet. He was happy to have found Remember that day, truly happy. The old man thought that the only reason he had become the butler of the Hart family was to understand the state of the empire and negotiate with Esperanus. But over time, he had grown attached to the boy. He told his lord that it had been an honor to serve him, but that his time as butler had come to an end. Remember then reflected on the future. He thought that maybe he should write the story of that world, which would soon plunge into chaos. Perhaps it would be better to do so as an unofficial record, without putting Daeon Hart as the protagonist of the narrative. When Daeon finally returned to the demon realm, he confessed to the king that he had failed his mission. He apologized for not being able to make the Esperanus mercenaries retreat. The king found the situation strange, as Daeon had returned long after the deadline, and he assumed Daeon had succeeded. He was someone who had reasons to delay while in the human realm. But the truth was that the king had used his own mana to keep the preservation magic active, which had considerably depleted him. That's why Daeon wandered aimlessly through the human realm for the rest of the time. He had no specific destination, just kept moving forward. As a result, he ended up discovering what the human realm really thought of him: a traitor, a cursed murderer, the greatest of demons, humanity's betrayer. Even so, the promised month came to an end. The barrier that Remember had placed over the tomb was also lifted, and since Daeon had failed his mission, the demon king would also cancel the preservation magic. The king then asked if he had found Cruel Heart's body. He wanted to know if Daeon brought it back to make him whole again. He assumed Daeon had stumbled upon the corpse by chance during the mission. He asked whether he had at least considered the possibility possibility of finding the tomb and destroying it, or using it as blackmail. Dion replied that he knew the king wouldn't do that. He asked if the king had become so weak as to rely on blackmail. The king stated that, of course, he wouldn't use Cruel's body for that. Then he dispelled the preservation magic, and in that moment, the flower that had been in Dion's room disappeared. The king said he would let it go this time, especially since he already knew what would happen next time. Later, Dan was surprised to learn that Dion wanted him to reveal to the world that he had become the hero of humanity. He asked why Dion didn't just do it himself. Dion explained that the leader of the Revolutionary Army had said the demon realm only accepted him because he was Dion Hart, and that meant people wouldn't believe it if he declared himself the hero. But if a human like Dan announced the truth, it would show that even ordinary humans were accepted by the demon realm. So why wouldn't others be too? It was a tempting offer. Moreover, Dion remarked that Dan had a smooth tongue and shameless attitude that made him a good messenger. Dion asked what he thought about doing it the next day. Dan wasn't thrilled, but accepted, and began preparing. It was then explained that after the Imperial capital was conquered, the invasion of the demon realm began in full force. The Holy Empire was the main target, as it had allied with the former empire, which was now too occupied to help. Amid the chaos of war, civilians who had lost everything began joining the Revolutionary Army in the center of the continent. Iran informed Paul that the new broadcast would follow the same format as the previous one, with Dion Hart as the focus. They had information that the entire human realm would be watching. Paul responded that it was fine, as he wanted to see what kind of madness Dion would say next. Dan began the transmission by saying that everyone knew a hero had appeared in the human realm. Everyone had seen the great light that rose in the sky when the hero was born. But after that, the hero vanished without a trace. Paul already suspected that the boy, Dan, was associated with Dion Hart, and had a bad feeling. Dan then said that the hero was none other than Dion Hart himself. Elphidius, upon seeing that, declared it was impossible, that the hero was standing alongside the demons, and wondered whether the heavens had truly abandoned humanity. Dan continued by saying that the human realm should surrender, as the demon realm was willing to accept ordinary humans. Paul, outraged, replied that they shouldn't believe such lies, since even among humans there was discrimination based on identity or wealth. How could they believe demons would be any different? He realized he needed to minimize the chances of migration to the demon realm. Lilynell asked whether that human wasn't the same one who had interrupted the previous broadcast, and questioned why no one was doing anything. Devilania thought he seemed to be allowing time for interference on purpose, but remembered Lord Dion's orders: get straight to the point and get out quickly, allowing no room for interruptions to ensure the upper hand. Owen asked them not to ruin everything, but at that moment, Dan allowed himself to be interrupted on purpose because he also wanted to provoke even further. He stated that the only talent of the Revolutionary Army leader was talking nonsense. He said that last time they had called Dion Hart a traitor to humanity. He questioned the logic of saying demons were more cruel and cold-hearted than humans, as if humans were so different. Dan stated that Dion Hart clearly didn't kill Cruel, and that he was just another victim of humans themselves. At that moment, documents began to fall from the skies. Dan had already planned everything with the Ghost Assassin Knights, who were tasked with distributing all those documents. He knew the plan would work, because the Ghost Knights always did a good job. After receiving direct orders from Dion, Dan asked the Knights for a favor: to gather information about Dion Hart, the organizations Duke Illuster was involved with, and all relevant data. During the broadcast, the documents would be released at the exact right moment for the people. Dan said he had carefully organized all the information for the Revolutionary Army, and now Paul just needed to verify it. Just by looking at the paper, anyone would recognize the organization's name and Duke Illuster's official seal, immediately understanding the truth upon reading everything. In the end, Cruel had sacrificed himself to protect Dion Hart, intentionally sending him to the demon realm. Meanwhile, the true villain, Duke Illuster, was responsible for the murder of Cruel Hart, as well as the cause behind the Demon Hortra incident. Paul reacted by saying it was all lies because he couldn't believe a human would do something like that. Dan questioned whether he truly believed that, and Poe ended up remembering Daniel's death. Then, Dan told the Revolutionary Army that he understood why they still resisted and saw Dion Hart as someone evil, but stated that things had already gone too far, that the limits had been crossed. While listening to everything, the king believed that Dion had been alone this whole time. However, he recognized that one of Dion's greatest skills was attracting good people to his side. Later, Dion scolded Dan, saying he had talked far more than necessary. Dan apologized, but also confessed that seeing the Duke being praised as a great and brave man deeply irritated him. At that moment, Dion let a smile slip, threw his cigarette at Dan's face, burning his hair, and said he'd let it slide this time since it had all worked out in the end. As a result of this third speech, Dion Hart's reputation was cleared. The Duke's honor fell drastically, and Pooh ended up suffering major losses. At the same time, their original goal of causing division within the kingdom began to take effect. Meanwhile, in the country of Tyron, the local leader wondered if Dion Hart was truly the hero. He knew the great great nations were in danger, but as a small nation near the border, they saw themselves as a candle in the eye of the storm. Therefore, he immediately ordered the dispatch of an emissary to the demon realm through the border, which meant the demon kingdom's plan had succeeded. Later, Nemesis delivered his report to Elphidius, explaining that, although they had located the base of the Dan merchants, it seemed they had already left the human realm quite some time ago. Elphidius considered the situation desperate. After the Imperial capital had been taken by the demon realm, the Lowfell family was suddenly massacred, and the Lowfell merchants, old rivals of the Dan merchants, became nothing more than a forgotten story. This allowed the Dan merchants to achieve a complete monopoly. Elphidius reflected that he had let this happen because they needed supplies, but it was like leaving a hole in his own lung and trying to keep breathing. The Chancellor told His Majesty that while supplies and merchants were important, it was also necessary to consider the people's feelings. Everyone was very anxious due to the endless war and the sudden relocation of the capital. As a result, public opinion about the Demon Kingdom began to improve. Elphidius lamented, saying the former emperor had risked his life to save everyone, and this was how they were repaying him. However, the Chancellor questioned whether the two of them were truly putting the empire first. If so, they should care more about the suffering citizens than about insane ideas. He asked what exactly they were fighting for at that moment. Then the emperor's son said that if revenge was more important than the empire, what would the Chancellor do? Remove him from the throne? Alatia then placed her blade to his neck, warning him to be careful with his words. Just because the former emperor valued him didn't mean they would act as if nothing had happened. The emperor's son replied that that was enough, and said he knew how much the Chancellor cared about the empire. That was exactly why he had stayed beside Eduardo for so long, because he was the kind of person who would stop him, even kill him if he went off track. But now, Elphidius needed someone who would just support and help him, nothing more. He then asked if the Chancellor understood what would happen to the empire if the only heirs to the throne disappeared. He asked him to no longer resist his will, the will of the new emperor, since he was the empire itself. Next, a bit about the Holy Empire was explained. Despite having only medium military strength and average supply production, it was still called the Southern Empire because of one extremely talented leader. After the third official communication from the Demon Kingdom, a drastic change occurred in the Holy Empire. All the people of the nation, including its vassals, became religious fanatics who obeyed only their queen, the impressive Manhwa. She commented that although she had ceased being merely a queen and had become a goddess, she never imagined she would receive such a high level of support. In addition to efficiently controlling both vassals and citizens, the empire could now simply let the traitors be punished on their own. All these changes happened thanks to the Holy Empire's new strategy, and also due to the direct influence of Salen. She explained that she had only created a small change with the goal of exalting a wise queen. Manhwa said she was happy that someone like Salen had come to her empire and asked if she hadn't said she would leave after getting her revenge. Salen's main goal there was the death of Dion Hart. She would help the Holy Empire as much as she could, but her priority always was and always would be revenge. However, Manhwa said that Duke Illister never looked at her, not even in his final moments, and asked if Salen was still so bound to that love. Salen replied that a person's heart never behaves the way one wants. Even though he had been cruel, he was still the first man to recognize her worth, and she would not allow Dion Hart to have peace. Meanwhile, in the outer garden of the Demon Kingdom's castle, Dion asked if there had been contact from Tyrant. The king confirmed that yes, they had said they wanted to ally with the Demon Kingdom, which he considered great news. As for the Holy Empire, they had not responded yet. When Dion stopped playing the piano, the king asked if he wasn't going to play anymore. Dion replied that he had already played 10 times and asked why the king was so obsessed with his new hobby. Dion wanted to know if he had discovered his preference for art, violin, or piano. The king answered that it was all for Dion's sake, because the curse cast by Duke Illister would only worsen as he felt more guilt. If it wasn't possible to deal with it by separating memories like before, it was better to stay distracted. Dion asked if the king couldn't use his mana to remove the curse, but he said no, it was impossible. The Duke had used his own life and his own mana as payment for the curse. Dan remembered that he had gone through this before, that he had already tried to hate and curse his brother. Ran had also left him a note before leaving, saying that to kill someone with a curse, one must offer what is most precious. Dion didn't know how Ran had discovered that, but forgot to ask before tearing up the letter. He then thought that the Duke had truly sacrificed everything he had to curse him, calling him a shameless bastard. The king reiterated that he was only trying to distract Dion with a healthy and peaceful hobby. If he thought piano was boring, he could teach him to translate ancient languages, instruments, linguistics, knitting. He just had to ask. Dion asked what the king didn't know how to do. The king replied that he had lived long enough enough to learn everything and reach the peak of each area. Yet there was still time left. But he revealed that there was one single thing he had never been able to learn, even with all that life. Only one person could teach him, and that person was the hero. That's why he wanted Dion to hurry and teach him. Dion asked what he was talking about, but before the king could answer, an attack began. A woman lunged straight at Dion's neck, and he immediately grew suspicious, asking if that had been her plan all along. Since he wasn't the one who attacked first, he concluded it was self-defense. Even so, the woman easily dodged. It was the vampire queen who had sworn to kill Dion Hart. The demon king then asked what kind of disrespect that was in his presence. The pressure of his aura alone made her fall to the ground, unable to breathe. The king knew that if it weren't for his interesting toy, Dion Hart, he would have already destroyed the entire demon kingdom. The hero had been created by the world itself with a single purpose: to kill the demon king. And the demon king had been born as the strongest in all of history. He used to enjoy crushing challengers, but over time he realized something terrible. According to the purpose the world had given him, he couldn't lose on purpose or choose to die to the hero. He was condemned to an eternal cycle, and it had completely drained him. Deep down, he also wanted to die. That was when he met a very interesting human, the boy who had survived the battlefield. The king observed his entire life and found it all interesting and amusing. He had finally found the one toy capable of helping him endure the boredom of existence. This opened up a new world of possibilities for him, and now he would not allow anyone to interfere. Holding the vampire queen by the neck, he asked what he should do with her. The frightened vampire begged for forgiveness for showing up like that and explained that, due to the critical situation in the demon kingdom, she had become anxious. She said that because the demon king was constantly at war, he had neglected control over the monsters. The abyss and the demon realm were in chaos, and she wanted to know if the king truly intended to conquer the human realm this time, even exhausting all his strength just to keep up with that damned human. The queen commented that, although it might not appeal to him, many demons had always wanted to see the sun. Stealing the human's land wasn't a bad opportunity, but she asked whether he was willing to shake the order of the abyss, which had finally stabilized after so long. Finally, the vampire queen stated that the boy was still the hero, and that he, as king, was the hero's natural enemy. It would be better to kill him now, but the king replied coldly, saying that no one had given her permission for that. Dion Hart was his, and deciding whether he lives, dies, or is abandoned was his alone. The vampire thought that, in the end, the boy was still just human, but the demon king was willing to go all the way to protect him. She apologized before being released, and promised that if she acted like that again, the king would get rid of her before even wiping out the human realm. Dion, who had been there, just looked over his shoulder and laughed in her face. The vampire queen knew that because of Dion, the abyss was about to worsen. Later, already in his room, Dion drank heavily and recalled that moment with the king, about that thing that only a hero could teach someone like him. Dion didn't know what it was exactly, but as he thought about it, he found the flower Hein had given him. Even though he hated that carnivorous plant, he decided to keep Gweg 2.0 since it had originated from the flower planted on Cruel's grave. That remember flower never disappeared, but now that he had returned, he noticed all of them were gone. He then understood that this time, his brother had truly found peace. Later, he asked Dan to organize everything. Dan was surprised, thinking Dion was still drunk, but he explained that the days of scandals and drinking were over. He needed to focus and end all of this, including the demon realm. It was time to act calmly and destroy everything, starting with the commanders, because that way it would be easier to kill the demon king himself. Dan thought his master had finally gone mad, since he was planning to turn the demon kingdom upside down. Dion thought it wasn't fair for only the human realm to fall into disgrace. Meanwhile, Eddie watched everything from the window and felt frustrated. He thought Dion was always cold to him, but not to that other human. He didn't understand why Dion kept such distance between them. That's when Idalia appeared, saying he had been abandoned. She stated that Lord Dion had been cruel to him and asked if Eddie would like to become her servant. She said his talents would be very useful to her, and although she hadn't desired him before because he was Dion's servant, now that was no longer a problem, but Eddie refused. Idalia explained that the Demon King had ordered her to go to the first city to deal with monsters and said his help would be welcome. While Luton could think about the proposal, Eddie's past was revealed. He was a demon born from the demonic energy of the wind element. He had been the right-hand man of the commander of Squad Zero, an excellent fighter, and a genius envied by all. However, he had been completely loyal to the demon Arut, who abandoned him in the end. At that moment, he was on the battlefield, destroying all the demons with his wind power while drowning the pain caused by Idalia's words. Eventually, Eddie told himself that he had had enough of killing monsters. He thought Lord Dion no longer cared about any of that, so he erased his tattoos, a habit he had only maintained because of Dion. When they first met, Eddie had been introduced to Dion as his vice commander. At the time, Dion thought he was the least frightening among all the demons he had encountered so far. star. But even before shaking his hand, he was startled by the tattoos and marks spread across Eddie's body. Noticing his reaction, Eddie was kind and temporarily erased those tattoos just to be able to speak with Dion more comfortably. From that moment on, Eddie began to use magic to cover his arms, and Dion, as a gesture of consideration, gave him a pair of gloves to better hide his marked hand. As they spent more time together, the trust between them seemed to grow again. But now Eddie found himself drowning his sorrows in alcohol. All his efforts to get closer to Dion had been in vain. Dion was becoming increasingly distant and seemed to devote his attention only to Dan, that other human. Eddie wanted to be close again like before. In the end, he had never used the gloves he received, but now he thought maybe it was time to wear them as a way to rebuild their connection. It was then that Aga showed up at the tavern, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen him and asking if he looked so down because of Lord Dion. Eddie replied that it was just between the two of them, and Aga complained that that wasn't the way to talk to a friend. It was then explained that the lowest class in the demon realm was made up of succubi and incubi, who suffered all sorts of prejudice, stereotypes, and were often invalidated. There was a day when two succubi were being bullied by older demons, and at that moment, they were thrown aside by a gust of wind. The one responsible for it was Eddie, who declared that only pathetic bastards were allowed there. Aga, who had witnessed everything, commented that Eddie truly held no prejudice. Eddie said that for him there was no such thing as species division. If someone didn't betray his trust, then everything was fine, no matter what they were. Aga responded that trust was indeed essential between friends. Later, Aga himself revealed that he was an incubus. What hurt Eddie was not the fact that he was an incubus, but that he had lied about it all this time. Aga had broken his trust. Eddie made it clear that he no longer considered him a friend, not since the moment he had been deceived. Aga commented that in that case, Eddie should have smashed his head into the table the moment he saw him. The problem with Eddie, according to him, was that he never took action at decisive moments. He should have decided right there whether they would still be friends or not, but instead, he just pulled away without saying a word. Eddie acknowledged that it was true and admitted to himself that he had made that mistake. Aga pushed him to say what he truly felt, to call him a damn parasite, to say he had been deceived and that he was no longer his friend. He claimed that Eddie's ambiguity was a huge problem in his life. Eddie started to wonder if perhaps Lord Dion thought the same way. Maybe he didn't trust him precisely because of that uncertain attitude. Then he stood up, thanked Aga for his words, and said goodbye. Aga asked him to say something before leaving, but Eddie thought that he wouldn't change his personality. The only thing that had changed for him in this war situation was Dion's attitude. That meant he needed to end the war as soon as possible. If he did that, his personality flaw would no longer be an obstacle. He just needed to be a bit more proactive. The next moment, a crater opened in front of him. It was Owul, who was fighting Trover for some reason. Apparently, she had invaded Trover's warehouse and was destroying everything. During the fight, Trover admitted the other was quite fast at dodging, but was interrupted when Eddie grabbed her arm and intervened, demanding they stop immediately before the Demon King showed up. He wondered what the true meaning of that action was. Meanwhile, Dion and Dan watched everything from the window. Dan commented that internal conflicts had already begun, and Dion confirmed that he was the one who had informed them about Commander Oel's storage site. Dan replied that he had, but explained that his intention wasn't to start a fight. He just didn't expect Eddie to show up. He figured maybe Eddie had acted to prevent negative consequences for the commander-in-chief. Dan suggested giving Eduardo a brief explanation, but Dion refused. He knew that Eddie was loyal and had helped him a lot, and he was grateful for that. However, his goal was to kill the Demon King, and he didn't know which side Eddie would truly take. Eddie did not serve Dion Hart, but rather the authority of the commander of Squad Zero. For this reason, Dion could not keep someone ambiguous and indecisive like him close, even if it caused him some discomfort. It would be easier if Eddie were just an enemy. Although Eddie was kind, Dion did not believe that a demon could be kind without reason. And this was not limited to him alone, as other demons also displayed this type of behavior. At times, Dion even felt comfortable in that world, but all the demons served the Demon King. If he let them live, they could become threats in the future. Meanwhile, Lilynell reported that there was a major problem happening with the Arut cult. The cult was being completely destroyed by the Empire's forces, and Thea, one of the last survivors, performed a demonic summoning circle to save herself. At the last moment, she managed to summon the demon commander of the 10th Squad, Hell, who was surprised to see a human and questioned the reason for the summoning. Thea insisted that he make a contract with her quickly, as both of them would die otherwise. Confused, Hell asked for help and called for Dion, pleading for assistance. Later, Dion asked if Hell had really made a contract with a human, and he apologized deeply. Lilynell commented that it was inconvenient that the cult was always under attack, but if demons made contracts with the cult's followers, it would make the situation easier to handle. However, Dion believed that this didn't help at all. His goal was to overthrow the Empire to completely end the demon realm. Lillinel asked if he didn't like it, but Dion replied that it wasn't that. She had acted correctly, and he was not angry about the situation. When he gently patted her head, she visibly became emotional. Dion reflected that if Hell had managed to fight against the Empire's forces and still return alive, that meant he was strong. If all the commanders were as skilled as him, then Dion would need to prepare more carefully. Dion commented that, since they had reached this situation, it was now necessary to understand the full extent of Hell's power. At that moment, Elphidius was informed that the plan to destroy the Arut cult had failed miserably. An unidentified figure had appeared, killed all the soldiers, and disappeared without leaving a trace, thus avoiding pursuit. Elphidius questioned whether they had really summoned a demon. He had heard rumors that they had been attempting this for some time, but he didn't believe they had succeeded. He had sent troops as soon as he learned of the cult's movements, but it seemed it was already too late. Now he knew there were enemies within his own territory. Even so, Elphidius ordered another unit to be sent, and this time Nemesis would go personally. The objective was to exterminate anyone even remotely involved with the Arut cult. Nemesis asked if he meant regular civilians as well, not just the cult followers. Elphidius replied coldly, asking if his order had not been clear. Anyone involved was to be killed, even if they had only received a small piece of bread from the Arut cult. The order was clear. Everyone was to be killed. Nemesis simply obeyed His Majesty's will. However, the Chancellor considered it complete absurdity. To him, it crossed the line between necessity and cruelty. Elatea stated that a leader should only care about his own people, not beasts like those. According to her, it was a decision based on necessity. There was no reason to keep alive those who were considered animals. Elphidius emphasized that, above all, they needed to set an example. Anyone who dared to communicate with demons should clearly understand what happened to those who got involved with the enemy. The Chancellor thought about how Eduardo always felt guilty when forced to kill someone. In contrast, what they were doing now was pure tyranny. Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army base, Paul also received information that new units were being sent to attack the Arut cult. He commented that, in any case, it was a good idea to end it quickly before it took root. However, Iran displayed a horrified expression. She apologized, saying she didn't know they would attack the cult so quickly. Paul didn't understand and asked what she meant by that. When Nemesis arrived with his squad ready to eliminate the cult, Iran finally revealed the truth. His lost sister was in the Arut cult. Thea was still there. Paul was shocked to realize that she was only telling him now. If you enjoyed this part of the story, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me keep bringing more content like this. And if you want to catch the next chapters firsthand, turn on the notification bell so you don't miss anything.